Lin Tianfeng possesses the legendary Primordial Sacred Body. In the beginning, he is falsely accused of misconduct by his cousin, and we shall witness how he turns the tables in adversity. On the Sacred Heaven continent, in the city of Cold Moon, within the Lin family ancestral hall, a strikingly handsome youth, clad only in a pair of shorts, finds himself tightly bound to a pillar. Goodness, it's merely a circumcision procedure. Must I really be tied to this pillar? At this moment, Lin Tianfeng awakens, a look of perplexity crossing his face. He only remembers undergoing the procedure in a hospital before inexplicably losing consciousness. In an instant, a torrent of vast memories floods his mind. No way, I actually crossed over. Lin Tianfeng's expression reflects disbelief. In his previous life, he often read about such crossings, yet he never imagined it would happen to him. Surprisingly, the body he has inhabited also bears his name, Lin Tianfeng. Lin Tianfeng is the young master of the Lin family in Cold Moon City and was once regarded as the foremost genius of the city. However, a month prior, while searching for a gathering fruit, he inadvertently damaged his dantian. Since that day, his life plummeted from the heights of admiration to the depths of ridicule. Just moments ago, he had been seduced and framed by his cousin Liu Yanyun, ultimately leading to his beating and supposed death, which precipitated this crossing. Beast, you dare to violate your own cousin? What else are you capable of? An indignant voice resounds as a middle-aged man clad in a gray robe, exuding an air of authority, strides into the ancestral hall. This man is Lin Haoze, the elder of the Lin family. Humph, one who would commit such vile acts against his own cousin is unworthy of being the young master of the Lin family. Indeed, the act of violating a cousin is a grave offense. According to clan rules, he should be expelled from the family. This shameless wretch brings disgrace upon our Lin family. I suggest we cast him out and leave him to his own devices. In an instant, expressions of anger and disdain spread across the faces of the Lin family members as they unanimously call for Lin Tianfeng's expulsion. Is my luck truly this unfortunate, to cross into the body of one whose dantian has been destroyed? Lin Tianfeng feels an overwhelming sense of frustration, his face etched with sorrow. He had not anticipated facing such a crisis immediately upon his arrival. If this matter is not handled properly, he risks being expelled from the family, which would be disastrous for him as a newcomer. With this thought, Lin Tianfeng swiftly organizes the memories flooding his mind and contemplates how to navigate this predicament. Lin Tianfeng, you have committed such licentious acts. Today, I, representing the Elder Council, strip you of your position as young master and banish you from the family. Do you have any objections? Lin Haoze's expression is stern, his gaze cold. Elder, please think before you speak. Lin Tianfeng replies with a chill in his voice. Liu Yanyun is a practitioner of the 7th layer of qi refinement, while I am merely a person with a destroyed dantian. Do you truly believe I possess the ability to violate her? Lin Tianfeng, although you lack the power to violate Yanyun, you have nonetheless administered a potent aphrodisiac, leaving her weak and powerless. What further excuses do you have? Lin Tianyang scoffs, pulling Liu Yanyun close. She appears distressed, tears glistening in her eyes, evoking pity. This boy is despicable, resorting to drugs against his own cousin. Indeed, such a person is a disgrace to our family. Many voices murmur, their gazes toward Lin Tianfeng, filled with contempt and anger. Elders, to violate a cousin is a grave crime. If true, he should indeed be expelled from the family. However, I recall that Lin Tianyang and Liu Yanyun have yet to be wed, thus the accusation of violating a cousin may not hold. A faint smile graces Lin Tianfeng's face. Lin Tianfeng, even now you persist in your defense. Lin Tianyang retorts coldly. It is well known that Yanyun and I are betrothed. What difference does it make if you violated her or your cousin? Silence. Do you presume to speak in the presence of your elders? Lin Tianfeng rebukes sharply, interrupting Lin Tianyang. According to our family rules, a woman is considered an outsider until she is formally wed into the Lin family. Therefore, the accusation of violating a cousin is utterly baseless. A cold smile appears on Lin Tianfeng's face as he continues. On the contrary, it is Lin Tianyang who, disregarding respect, has assaulted the young master. This is a grave crime that warrants the forfeiture of his cultivation and expulsion from the Lin family. The expressions of the Lin family elders shift dramatically. No one anticipated Lin Tianfeng's quick wit. A life and death situation has been deftly resolved with just a few words. Lin Tianfeng, do not attempt to distort the facts. It was you who violated your cousin first, forcing me to act. Lin Tianyang's expression darkens, realizing he underestimated Lin Tianfeng's verbal acuity. Enough of your futile arguments. As long as you are not formally married, she is not my cousin, and the accusation of violation cannot stand. Lin Tianfeng declares with righteous indignation, yet you, disregarding decorum, have grievously harmed the young master. This is a serious offense. Preposterous. Even if she is not your cousin, Does that grant you the liberty to violate her? Lin Hao's gaze is piercing, coldly fixed on Lin Tianfeng. Elder, Liu Yanyun is a practitioner of the 7th layer of qi refinement. As a mere person with a destroyed dantian, do you truly believe I have the capability to poison her? Lin Tianfeng retorts with irritation. Since you insist that I violated my cousin, then by all means, let us check my trousers to see if there are any traces. We are all men here. Any signs of intimate relations would be immediately evident. Lin Tianyang's expression darkens. He had not imagined that Lin Tianfeng's mind would be so astute, considering this angle. Lai Fu, please conduct the inspection, second elder Lin Jipeng states with a cough. Of course, second elder. A middle-aged man named Lai Fu responds respectfully, then approaches Lin Tianfeng to inspect. Well, what do you find? Lin Jipeng inquires solemnly. Second elder, the young master is clean. There are no unusual scents or signs of intimacy. Lai Fu respectfully reports. Elder, your grandson has maliciously slandered the young master and severely injured him. According to our family rules, he should forfeit his cultivation and be expelled from the Lin family. A smirk plays at the corner of Lin Tianfeng's mouth. Lin Tianfeng, you intended to violate Yanyun. Were it not for my timely intervention, she would have been sullied by you. In my moment of protective fervor, I merely defended her and thus injured you. Lin Tianyang, filled with rage, quickly attempts to justify his actions. Chapter 2. The arrival of the golden finger. Lin Tianyang, I am well aware of your covetousness for my position as the young master. However, must you resort to such baseless accusations against me? If you truly desire this role, I would gladly relinquish it to you, Lin Tianfeng remarked coldly. Nonsense. When have I ever coveted your title as the young master? Lin Tianyang retorted through gritted teeth, his anger palpable. Enough with the trivialities. You have indiscriminately slandered the young master and inflicted grave injuries upon him. This constitutes a serious crime, Lin Tianfeng sneered, directing his gaze towards Lin Haoza. Elder, you have always been just and fair. Now that your grandson has committed such a heinous offense, how shall I deal with him? Upon hearing Lin Tianfeng's words, Lin Haoza's expression darkened significantly. After a moment of contemplation, he coldly declared, Lin Tianyang, your reckless assault on the young master is indeed a grave offense. However, considering your protective instincts for your wife, I shall impose a punishment of 1 month's confinement. Do you have any objections? At this stage, Lin Haoza understood that it was impossible to expel Lin Tianfeng from the family today. After all, the Council of Elders included numerous members aligned with the family heads, who would not stand idly by while he cast Lin Tianfeng out. His priority now was to safeguard his grandson. I have no objections, Lin Tianyang replied through clenched teeth. His eyes filled with resentment. Come, quickly release the young master. Everyone else may disperse, second elder Lin Jipeng interjected. Hearing this, the crowd began to turn and exit the ancestral hall. Lin Tianfeng, we shall see how this unfolds. Lin Tianyang shot a furious glare at Lin Tianfeng before departing with Liu Yanyun. Young master, your eloquence would be wasted if you do not pursue a career as a barrister. Lin Jipeng chuckled, astonishment etched on his face. He had initially been pondering how to protect Lin Tianfeng, but was taken aback by how adeptly Lin Tianfeng had cleared his name, while simultaneously casting a shadow of impropriety over Lin Tianyang. Second elder, I owe you my gratitude for your support today. Lin Tianfeng respectfully clasped his fists in thanks, aware that without the second elder's presence, the first elder would have undoubtedly forced a harsher punishment upon him. As long as you have committed no wrongdoing, I could never stand by and watch them wrongfully accuse you, the second elder replied sternly. You must be weary after today, go and rest. Very well. I shall take my leave, Lin Tianfeng said, bowing slightly before turning to exit the ancestral hall. Following the memories etched in his mind, he soon returned to his humble courtyard. Why is it that others, upon crossing over, become princes or extraordinary prodigies, while I am merely a person with a ruined dantian? Lin Tianfeng lamented, sitting at the edge of his bed, his eyes filled with helplessness and despair. In this world where the strong reign supreme, without the ability to cultivate, he was doomed to live as a worthless drifter. At that moment, the remnants of blood on Lin Tianfeng's body accidentally brushed against a small black tower hanging from his neck. In an instant, a brilliant, radiant light enveloped him, and before he knew it, his form vanished from the bedside. Where am I? Lin Tianfeng questioned, bewildered, as he curiously surveyed this mysterious space. For 1,000,000 years, I have awaited the emergence of a primordial sacred body, yet unexpectedly, you, young one, have seized it before me. A chilling voice resonated through the air. Suddenly, an elderly man with hair as white as snow and a stooped figure materialized before Lin Tianfeng. Pray tell, are you a mere mortal or a specter? Lin Tianfeng, startled by the sudden appearance of the old man, instinctively stepped back, his expression one of wariness. "You audacious little rascal! How dare you attempt to usurp this body?" The old man's gaze was piercing, his voice laced with an unsettling chill. "This body rightfully belongs to me," despite the fear gnawing at his heart. Lin Tianfeng mustered the courage to retort. "You think I cannot see through your ruse?" The old man's tone dripped with icy disdain. "Your soul does not belong to this realm." Upon hearing this, Lin Tianfeng's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated that this venerable figure could discern his soul's foreign essence. "Senior, this is all a misunderstanding. I am as bewildered as you are. Having suddenly found myself in this body," Lin Tianfeng hastily explained. "Perhaps I could find you another body? What do you think?" He discerned that the old man had a vested interest in this physical form. At that moment, he fervently hoped the elder would refrain from seizing his body. Otherwise, his journey in this new world would be abruptly cut short. Alas, perhaps this is fate. The old man sighed, his eyes reflecting a deep sense of resignation. "Young one, would you be willing to accept me as your master?" Though the old man harbored a desire to appropriate Lin Tianfeng's body, his soul teetered on the brink of dissolution, lacking the strength to forcibly take over. To preserve his life's legacy, he ultimately resolved to take Lin Tianfeng as his disciple. Lin Tianfeng was taken aback, yet he quickly composed himself and bowed respectfully. Disciple Lin Tianfeng pays his respects to master. He recognized that this old man was no ordinary individual. To train under such a formidable being might indeed grant him the chance to defy the heavens and alter his destiny. Excellent. Before I fade into oblivion, to take on a primordial sacred body as my successor brings me solace, the old man remarked, a trace of a smile gracing his lips. "Master, my dantian has been destroyed. Can I truly still cultivate?" Lin Tianfeng inquired. "I possess a primordial technique. Simply follow its principles, and you shall be able to reconstruct your dantian," the old man replied in a calm manner. "That is splendid." Lin Tianfeng's heart soared at the revelation. "Time is fleeting, and I have little left. I shall impart to you all that I have learned. Your future path will depend solely on your own fortune." The old man spoke with urgency. As his words faded, he transformed into a beam of white light that swiftly entered Lin Tianfeng's forehead. In an instant, a torrent of immense memories surged into Lin Tianfeng's mind. He felt an excruciating pain deep within his consciousness, as if his head were about to burst, causing him to collapse to the ground, his body convulsing uncontrollably. After some time, the agony gradually subsided, and Lin Tianfeng slowly rose to his feet. At that moment, he had fully integrated the memories that flooded his mind. These memories encompassed the lifelong teachings of the elder, including the pinnacle of alchemical arts, formation techniques, weapon refinement, various martial arts manuals, as well as invaluable insights and experiences from his cultivation journey. Through the recollections in his mind, he discerned that this elder was named Xianyuan Hong, a formidable figure renowned throughout the divine realm. A wave of exhilaration washed over Lin Tianfeng's face as he realized that his golden opportunity had finally arrived. He then retrieved a set of techniques, known as the Honghuang Ju, from his memory. "Honghuang Ju, do not let me down," he thought, his gaze imbued with anticipation. Taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart, he settled into a cross-legged position and began to cultivate according to the principles of the Honghuang Ju. Chapter 3. The first cultivation. This marked Lin Tianfeng's inaugural cultivation since his transmigration, and he was utterly focused. As the technique commenced, a torrent of pure spiritual energy surged towards his body like a tidal wave. Simultaneously, his dantian began to mend at an astonishing pace. In less than half an hour, his dantian had been completely restored. Compared to before, it now expanded, capable of accommodating an even greater reservoir of spiritual energy. As the influx of energy filled him, a series of sharp pains coursed through his meridians and dantian. Concurrently, his cultivation level began to ascend rapidly. First layer of qi refinement. Second layer of qi refinement. Fifth layer of qi refinement. In less than 4 hours, his cultivation had surged to the 5th layer of qi refinement. What a delightful sensation. Is this the essence of cultivation? Lin Tianfeng's face lit up with excitement. "Fear not, my brother. Since I have taken residence in your body, we shall be inseparable from this moment onward. I shall take good care of your fiancé," Lin Tianfeng murmured, his eyes gleaming with hopeful light. Initially, having transmigrated into the body of one whose dantian had been rendered useless, he felt a twinge of discontent. However, having acquired this extraordinary inheritance, he was now brimming with confidence and anticipation for his future. Soon after, with a mere thought, Lin Tianfeng vanished from the Honghuang Tower space. Armed with Xianyuan Hong's memories, he understood that this space was known as the Honghuang Tower, an artifact of ancient mystery. Now that the Honghuang Tower had acknowledged him as its master, he could freely enter and exit with a mere flicker of his consciousness. Upon returning to his chamber, he noticed that his body was covered in various impurities. remnants of his recent breakthrough in cultivation. Without a moment to spare, he hurried into the adjoining bathing room. Is this not a bit exaggerated? Lin Tianfeng exclaimed as he scrubbed himself down, glancing downward and instantly displaying a look of shock. In his previous life, he had seen his fair share of films of that nature, yet even when compared to those foreign counterparts, he found himself no less endowed, perhaps even surpassing them. After a refreshing bath, Lin Tianfeng approached the copper mirror at the vanity, scrutinizing his new visage with great care. Such countenance. It would be a shame not to pursue a life as a pretty boy. He found himself quite satisfied with this new body. The exquisitely sculpted cheeks and the elegant, graceful figure resemble that of an unparalleled jade youth. Most significantly, the proportions of this body are astonishingly exaggerated, a feature he finds most gratifying. After indulging in a moment of narcissism, Lin Tianfeng once again entered a state of cultivation. Time swiftly passed to the morning of the following day. By this point, Lin Tianfeng had thoroughly integrated the memories within his mind and gained a general understanding of the world known as the Holy Sky Continent. This is a realm where martial prowess reigns supreme. The strong are revered while the weak are mercilessly bullied. Desires such as wealth, beauty, and power, which countless individuals ardently pursue, are all contingent upon formidable strength. Thus, to ascend above others, one must possess immense power. Young master, the family head has emerged from seclusion and requests your presence immediately. Just as Lin Tianfeng stepped out of his room, the maid Xiao Yun hurriedly approached him. Oh, understood. Lin Tianfeng nodded slightly, making his way toward his grandfather's residence. Lin Tianfeng's audacity is quite remarkable, having committed such a scandalous act with his sister-in-law. He still dares to step outside. Indeed, I once believed him to be a paragon of virtue, only to discover he has engaged in such morally reprehensible behavior. It seems that after his dantian was ruined, he has completely fallen from grace. Along the way, numerous members of the Lin family pointed and whispered about Lin Tianfeng. Their gazes were laced with disdain and revulsion. Unfazed by the scornful looks surrounding him, Lin Tianfeng steadfastly continued toward the family head's courtyard. Upon arriving at the family head's abode, he beheld an elderly man with a stern countenance and graying hair, seated in the position of authority with a somber expression. This man was none other than Lin Xiaotian, the head of the Lin family. Grandfather, Lin Tianfeng greeted respectfully, bowing with utmost reverence. Perhaps due to the merging of the former soul, the term grandfather came to him quite naturally. Fenger, what transpired yesterday? Lin Xiaotian looked up at Lin Tianfeng, a hint of concern crossing his face. Grandfather, I have been wronged, Lin Tianfeng replied, his expression grave and voice low. Please allow me to recount the events in detail. Lin Xiaotian's face darkened. He was well aware of his grandson's character, and he could not fathom that his own flesh and blood would engage in such shameless acts. Grandfather, the sequence of events is as follows. I was passing by Lin Tianyang's residence when I fortuitously encountered Liu Yanyun, who invited me inside. Assuming Lin Tianyang was present, I thought little of it and entered. To my astonishment, upon entering, that wretched woman stripped and embraced me. Shortly thereafter, Lin Tianyang burst in with his entourage, disregarding my explanations, and knocked me unconscious. Lin Tianfeng recounted the events in their entirety. How dare they attempt to frame the grandson of Lin Xiaotian? Enraged, Lin Xiaotian slammed his palm onto the table, a glint of icy, lethal fury flashing in his eyes. Grandfather, please calm down. I shall take revenge myself, Lin Tianfeng declared, his eyes gleaming with a sharp, sword-like intensity. Rest assured, my dear boy, even if I have to exhaust my entire fortune, I will find someone to heal your dantian. Lin Xiaotian responded with a heavy sigh, his tone resolute. Grandfather, my dantian has actually recovered. Look, my cultivation has reached the 5th level of qi refinement, Lin Tianfeng said, channeling his spiritual energy to reveal his newfound prowess without reservation. Is this truly the case? Lin Xiaotian exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. He had personally examined his grandson's dantian when it was deemed irreparably damaged, and even the top apothecaries of Hanyu City were at a loss. The fact that, merely half a month later, his grandson's dantian had miraculously healed was nothing short of astonishing. Indeed, it is true. During this time, I have persevered in my cultivation. And to my surprise, my dantian has gradually restored itself. Lin Tianfeng offered a casual excuse. Very well, as long as your dantian is restored, that is sufficient, Lin Xiaotian said, his face lighting up with relief. However, the matter of Lin Tianyang's treachery cannot be dismissed so easily. I shall seek justice on your behalf. Grandfather, you need not concern yourself with this matter. I will personally avenge this grievance, Lin Tianfeng asserted, his gaze unwavering and his tone firm. Since you wish to take matters into your own hands, I shall temporarily allow him to go unpunished, Lin Xiaotian remarked, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. The realms of cultivation are categorized as follows: Qi refinement, spirit concentration, profound understanding, earth profound, heaven profound, spirit gathering, void inquiry, martial king, martial emperor, martial sovereign, martial saint, and martial god. Chapter 4. Su Shuiao, head of the family. The head of the Su family and Miss Su have arrived. At that moment, a servant hurried in, his expression tinged with urgency. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaodian furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating before saying with composure, "Please show them in." Before long, a middle-aged man of imposing demeanor, exuding an extraordinary presence, entered, followed closely by a graceful and enchanting young lady whose beauty could captivate nations. The visitors were none other than Su Zhenghao, the head of the Su family, and his daughter, Su Shuiao. Through the memories inherited in his mind, Lin Tianfeng recognized that the stunning girl before him was his nominal fiancée, Su Shuiao. It was for the sake of procuring the gathering yuan fruit to aid her cultivation that the former Lin Tianfeng had suffered injuries at the hands of a beast, leading to the devastation of his dantian. "Please, Master Su, take a seat." "Feng pour tea for your Uncle Su." Lin Xiaodian instantly donned a warm smile, welcoming them warmly. "There is no need for such formalities, Master Lin. I have come today, rather boldly, to discuss the marriage between my daughter and your grandson," Su Zhenghao said, slightly cupping his hands in respect, his expression serious as he got straight to the point. "Oh, what are your thoughts on this marriage, Master Su?" Lin Xiaodian inquired, his brow furrowing slightly as an ominous premonition surged within him. "To speak candidly, Master Lin, I have come today to seek the dissolution of the engagement between my daughter and your grandson." Su Zhenghao's expression was impassive, his tone resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. "Master Su, this marriage pact was proposed by your Su family. How can you so easily speak of its dissolution?" Lin Xiaoyan's countenance darkened instantly, his voice laced with evident displeasure and indignation. "Master Lin, with Lin Tianfeng's cultivation ruined, and now the disgraceful rumors of his lewd conduct towards his sister-in-law, such a morally bankrupt individual is utterly unworthy of Mississippi." At that moment, Su Shuiao, standing nearby, displayed an indifferent demeanor, her gaze filled with coldness and disdain. "Su Shuiao, having grown up together, I believe you know my character better than anyone else." Lin Tianfeng stood his ground, his voice cold and unwavering. "If I truly were that lecherous man, your purity would have long been tarnished by me." He was genuinely taken aback by Su Shuiao's stark realism. Once upon a time, Lin Tianfeng and Su Shuiao were recognized as the golden couple of Hanyue City, their bond deep and profound. A month prior, in his quest to assist Su Shuiao in breaking through her cultivation barriers, he had risked his own safety, venturing alone into the Kanglin Mountains to procure the gathering yuan fruit. This perilous endeavor had, unfortunately, resulted in the damage to his dantian. Yet now, merely a month after she had received the fruit, Su Shuiao came to annul their engagement, leaving him heartbroken. Simultaneously, he felt a deep sense of injustice for his former self. "Lin Tianfeng, with your dantian destroyed and your reputation in tatters, do you truly believe you are still worthy of me?" Su Shuiao's voice grew increasingly frigid, her face devoid of the tenderness she once shared with him. "Su Shuiao, I risked it all to retrieve the gathering yuan fruit for you, which led to my current plight. Now that you have surpassed your cultivation, you hasten to break our engagement. Is this not excessively pragmatic and heartless?" Lin Tianfeng's brows knitted tightly, his expression turning grim. He found it difficult to harbor any affection for someone as pragmatic and self-serving as Su Shuiao. However, having assumed control of this body, he would not permit anyone to insult him so brazenly. "Lin Tianfeng, with your dantian ruined, the chasm between us is insurmountable. Our futures are destined to diverge. I advise you to relinquish those unrealistic fantasies and cease any inappropriate aspirations towards me." Su Shuiao's voice was as cold as ice, her eyes betraying a profound disdain, as if she viewed Lin Tianfeng as being from an entirely different realm. What a statement about belonging to different worlds. Lin Tianfeng scoffed, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. "Su Shuiao, remember this well. One day, you will deeply regret your foolish actions today. To think that a person with a ruined dantian would dare to make me feel remorse? It is nothing short of delusion," she retorted, a hint of utter contempt gracing her features. "Do not say I do not offer you a chance. 2 months from now, the Sacred Heart sect will come to Hanyue City to select disciples. If you can secure a place among the many competitors, I may consider postponing the annulment of our engagement." "Su Shuiao, now that you've spoken so boldly, I wonder if you dare to wager with me?" Lin Tianfeng's gaze was imbued with a potent challenge as he fixed his stare upon Su Shuiao. "What do you wish to bet?" Su Shuiao replied coldly, her tone tinged with impatience and disdain. "In the selection competition of the Sacred Heart sect, we shall face each other openly. If you lose, I will personally deliver a letter of divorce to you." Lin Tianfeng's tone was grave and serious, each word resonating with conviction. Do you truly believe that a person with a crippled dantian can defeat me? You are utterly deluded. The contempt on Su Xueyao's face grew more pronounced, her eyes reflecting her disdain for Lin Tianfeng. What? Are you afraid? The provocation in Lin Tianfeng's eyes intensified as he continued to stare at Su Xueyao. Humph. Overestimating your abilities, I accept this wager. Su Xueyao scoffed, an air of icy disdain surrounding her. However, should you lose, I demand that you kneel before the crowd and proclaim loudly that you, Lin Tianfeng, are unworthy of me. Very well, it is settled. Lin Tianfeng responded without hesitation, his eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve, showing no sign of retreat. Lin Tianfeng, you proposed this wager yourself. I hope you won't regret it later. A cold smile crept onto Su Xueyao's lips, her gaze filled with mockery as she turned and exited the Lin residence without a glance back. Lin Patriarch, since the young ones have made their decision, I shall take my leave. Su Zhenghao clasped his fists, a hint of indifference on his face, and turned to follow suit. Fenger, Su Xueyao is exceptionally gifted, and her strength should not be underestimated. With only 2 months remaining until the Sacred Heart sect selection, are you truly confident in defeating her? Lin Xiaoyan's tone was gentle, yet his eyes betrayed deep concern as he looked at Lin Tianfeng, his brow slightly furrowed. Grandfather, you need not worry. 2 months is more than sufficient for me. Lin Tianfeng's face broke into a confident smile, having received the legacy of Xinyuan Hong. If he could not defeat Su Xueyao within 2 months, he would indeed feel unworthy to continue living. It is good that you have confidence. If you require anything during your cultivation, do not hesitate to tell me, and I shall support you wholeheartedly. Lin Xiaoyan's face softened with a loving smile, his gaze filled with encouragement and support for Lin Tianfeng. Grandfather, could you possibly lend me some gold notes? Lin Tianfeng asked, somewhat shyly, scratching his head in embarrassment. Here are 100,000 gold notes. Take them and use them as needed. If you require more, feel free to come to me anytime. Lin Xiaoyan produced a stack of gold notes from his pocket and handed them to Lin Tianfeng, his eyes brimming with affection for his grandson. Thank you, grandfather. Lin Tianfeng respectfully bowed, carefully stowing the gold notes away, his heart brimming with gratitude for his grandfather. Now, return and devote yourself to your cultivation. I eagerly anticipate your brilliance in the selection competition. Lin Xiaoyan's eyes sparkled with earnest expectation, his gaze suffused with encouragement. Rest assured, I will not disappoint you. Lin Tianfeng once again bowed respectfully and turned to leave the Lin residence. In his heart, a plan had already taken shape. He intended to acquire some precious medicinal herbs to concoct elixirs, hoping to swiftly enhance his own strength with their aid. As he traversed the bustling streets of Cold Moon City, alive with the vibrant tapestry of life, Lin Tianfeng felt a surge of unquenchable ambition. Given the divine opportunity of rebirth, he resolved to carve out an extraordinary life through his diligence. Determined to make those who once belittled and humiliated him gaze upon him with newfound respect. Ah, isn't this our once great genius, Lin Tianfeng? A voice, laced with mockery and derision, unexpectedly pierced the air beside him. A tall youth, clad in resplendent purple attire, approached with a gait that exuded arrogance. This was none other than Wei Xingjin, the 4th young master of the Wei family in Cold Moon City, known for wielding his family's influence to oppress others. He exemplified the epitome of a spoiled scion. Lin the Great, your audacity is truly beyond belief. After committing such disgraceful acts, you still have the gall to stroll about so brazenly. Wei Xingjin's lips curled into a sardonic smile, his eyes brimming with disdain and contempt for Lin Tianfeng. Good dogs don't obstruct the path. Lin Tianfeng replied with a frigid demeanor, his eyes revealing an unmistakable loathing. You are nothing but a worthless wretch now. And you truly think you are still the illustrious genius of yore? Wei Xingjin scoffed, his laughter steeped in scorn, his tone piercing like an arrow aimed at Lin Tianfeng. Fool! Lin Tianfeng huffed, rage boiling within him as he attempted to sidestep. You think I permit your departure? Wei Xingjin suddenly darted forward, moving with an ethereal swiftness, blocking Lin Tianfeng's path. What exactly do you desire? Lin Tianfeng's countenance darkened, nearly dripping with fury. Were it not for his currently limited abilities, he would have relished the opportunity to strike back. Want to leave? Fine, just crawl beneath my legs, and today, I shall show mercy and spare you further humiliation. Wei Xingjin spread his legs, a mocking grin plastered across his face, his arrogance provoking a deep-seated ire. Look, everyone, a spectacle unfolds. Lin Tianfeng has been cornered by Wei Xingjin, an onlooker's face flushed with excitement, reveling in the unfolding drama. Lin Tianfeng's audacity is truly astonishing. After such disgraceful behavior, he still dares to walk around as if nothing has happened. Another man remarked disdainfully, his eyes filled with contempt. Indeed, if it were me, I would never show my face outside again. An older gentleman concurred, adding to the chorus of derision as a crowd quickly gathered, eager to witness the spectacle. The crowd buzzed with animated discussions, their gazes toward Lin Tianfeng laden with unmasked disdain, as if he were an irredeemable criminal. Lin Tianfeng, if you wish to leave here unscathed today, you must obediently crawl through my legs, Wei Xingjin remarked, a cold smirk gracing his lips, reminiscent of a venomous serpent. Seemingly certain that Lin Tianfeng would capitulate. Su Shuiao, what brings you here? Lin Tianfeng suddenly feigned surprise, his eyes fixed intently on the space behind Wei Xingjin. At the sound of Lin Tianfeng's words, Wei Xingjin instinctively turned his head. Curse you, may you perish. In that fleeting moment of Wei Xingjin's distraction, an unwavering resolve flickered in Lin Tianfeng's eyes. With the swiftness of a lightning bolt, he summoned all his strength and delivered a powerful kick to Wei Xingjin's groin. A resounding crack echoed, followed by a piercing scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Wei Xingjin crumpled to the ground in agony, resembling a squashed toad. His eyes now filled with despair and helplessness. Clutching his groin with trembling hands, his face turned as pale as a sheet, devoid of color. You dare to ambush me? You little wretch. Wei Xingjin wailed, his gaze betraying a chilling malice. Still so arrogant? A glimmer of cold light flashed in Lin Tianfeng's eyes as his fury ignited, propelling him forward like a tiger descending from the mountain, relentlessly stomping on Wei Xingjin's head. The air was filled with gut-wrenching cries as the brutal assault continued. Within moments, Lin Tianfeng had shattered Wei Xingjin's limbs. Lin Tianfeng, you will pay for this. I, Wei Xingjin, vow not to live in peace until this grievance is avenged. Wei Xingjin gritted his teeth, his once handsome visage now twisted into a grotesque mask of rage. I await your return, Lin Tianfeng replied coldly, his eyes brimming with deep contempt. But should there be a next time, your luck will not be so favorable. With that, he disregarded the figure sprawled on the ground like a lifeless dog, parting the throngs of onlookers and departing the scene without a backward glance. Lin Tianfeng is utterly despicable. Indeed, he used to appear so upright. Who would have thought he'd resort to such underhanded tactics? He is no longer the first genius he once was. After all, if he can betray his sister-in-law, what does an ambush matter to him? It seems that ever since his Dantian was ruined, he has completely descended into depravity. In an instant, the passers-by exchanged astonished glances, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief as they commented on Lin Tianfeng's actions. At that moment, Lin Tianfeng arrived at the Lingbao Pavilion, the largest trading house in Hanyue Kingdom. Its branches, scattered like stars throughout the realm, are backed by profound connections and heritage, occupying a pivotal position in the commercial landscape of Hanyue. Young Master Lin, how may I assist you today? Upon entering the Lingbao Pavilion, a tall and graceful attendant clad in a flowing green gown approached with light, elegant steps, greeting him with a warm smile. Lin Tianfeng, once renowned as the foremost genius of Hanyue City, was easily recognized by the maidens in attendance. I wish to procure some medicinal herbs, and additionally, I require an alchemical furnace, he stated with a smile, politely articulating his intentions, and then handed over a meticulously prepared list of herbs. Young Master Lin, please ascend to the second floor. I shall instruct someone to prepare the herbs for you, the maid replied, taking the list and passing it to a steward who appeared to be in charge. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lin Tianfeng followed the maid as they ascended to the second floor of Lingbao Pavilion. Inside Lingbao Pavilion, an array of exquisite treasures dazzled the eye, including top-tier divine weapons capable of cleaving iron like mud, alongside rare medicinal herbs of immense value, aged and precious. Lin Tianfeng selected a furnace of moderate quality, its ancient design adorned with mysterious runes that emanated an enigmatic aura. He then chose a longsword, its blade sharp and slender, slicing through the air with a whisper of wind at a mere flick. After completing his selections, he departed the second floor. The alchemical furnace was rather costly, amounting to 50,000 gold coins. Fortunately, Lin Xiaodian had earlier provided him with 100,000 gold notes, or else he would have been unable to afford even the furnace, let alone enhance his prowess. Shortly thereafter, the maid returned with all the herbs neatly arranged on an exquisite tray. After settling the bill, Lin Tianfeng carefully departed from Lingbao Pavilion, bearing the herbs and the alchemical furnace. In the Wei residence, an opulent courtyard, Wei Xingjin lay in bed, his face a portrait of despair and helplessness. At that moment, an elderly man with graying hair and a kind yet serious demeanor was diligently wrapping bandages around him. Dr. Yang, how is my son faring? Inquired a tall, distinguished middle-aged man, radiating an aura of authority, his expression rife with anxiety. Master Wei, your son has only suffered minor fractures in his limbs. With adequate rest, he should recover. However, Dr. Yang's brow furrowed slightly, hesitating as a troubled expression crossed his face. But what? Wei Mingyuan pressed, urgency swelling within him, a foreboding sense rising in his heart. Your son's vital essence has been severely compromised. It is likely he will struggle to engage in intimate relations in the future. Dr. Yang spoke gravely, his tone laden with seriousness. Is there truly no other remedy? Wei Mingyuan's countenance darkened immediately, shrouded in despair, his eyes reflecting a tempest of worry and frustration. This injury is beyond treatment, Dr. Yang replied, his expression as grave as iron, shaking his head slowly, conveying a sense of helplessness. Father, I shall slay that wretched scoundrel. Hearing Dr. Yang's words, Wei Xingjin's eyes brimmed with tears of desperation as he cried out in anguish. He is but 17, in the bloom of youth, destined to endure a life of pain and humiliation, left to weep in sorrow. Rest assured, I shall ensure that wretched scoundrel pays dearly for his transgressions, extracting a heavy price for his deeds. Wei Mingyuan's voice was cold and sharp, his gaze imbued with a chilling resolve. Subsequently, he swiftly gathered the senior members of the Wei family, their expressions grave as they carried Wei Xingjin, marching aggressively towards the Lin family. Young master, trouble has arisen. The Wei family is seeking confrontation. The head of the family insists you hurry to the training ground. Just as Lin Tianfeng returned to the Lin residence, the maid Xiaoyun rushed over, her face etched with urgency and her tone betraying an unmistakable panic. Understood. I shall proceed at once, Lin Tianfeng replied, a flicker of resolve flashing in his eyes as he hastened towards the training ground. He was acutely aware that the Wei family had come with hostility directed squarely at him. Nevertheless, he harbored no regrets for his actions against Wei Xingjin. Having been so brazenly bullied, to endure such indignity would render him no better than a cowardly turtle. At the Lin family training ground, the upper echelons of both families stood poised, locked in a tense standoff. Each member bore expressions of trepidation, their gazes rife with animosity, the atmosphere thick with tension. Chapter 6. Confrontation with the Grand Elder Lin Xiaotian. Hand over that wretched Lin Tianfeng to me. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Wei Mingyuan, the head of the Wei family, roared with fury, his voice laced with an icy menace, clearly reaching the zenith of his rage. Pray tell, where has my grandson wronged you? Lin Xiaotian's brow furrowed tightly, his voice low and tinged with suppressed anger. That little wretch Lin Tianfeng ambushed my son, rendering him incapable of siring offspring from this day forth. If you do not provide me with a satisfactory explanation today, the Wei family shall not relent. Wei Mingyuan seethed, his teeth clenched, his eyes wide and filled with a murderous intent. At that moment, Wei Xingjin lay on a stretcher, battered and bruised, swathed in bandages like a wounded beast, his gaze vacant and devoid of hope. Are you certain you are not jesting? Lin Xiaotian's brow knitted slightly. Skepticism etched upon his face. He found it difficult to believe Wei Mingyuan's claims, especially since his grandson had only just reached the 5th layer of qi refinement, while Wei Xingjin had long since attained the 9th layer. The disparity in their cultivation levels was vast, akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. Do I appear to be jesting? If you do not surrender that vile wretch today, I shall pursue this matter to the bitter end. Wei Mingyuan bellowed, his voice reverberating through the air. I have already dispatched someone to inform Tianfeng. Should it truly be as you claim, that my grandson is at fault, I will certainly provide the Wei family with a reasonable explanation. However, if your son is the instigator, then my grandson bears no blame, Lin Xiaotian asserted, his gaze sharp as a hawk's, exuding an inherent authority that dared not be challenged. Spare me your futile words. Today, the Lin family must surrender that wretched boy, or the Wei family shall not rest until we have justice. Wei Mingyuan's voice was as cold as ice, his eyes glinting with a chilling, murderous intent. Grandfather. Just as tensions escalated, with swords drawn and the atmosphere thick with anticipation, Lin Tianfeng approached with an air of calm. You wretched little brat, I shall kill you. Upon seeing Lin Tianfeng enter, Wei Xingjin, lying on a stretcher, trembled with rage, his teeth chattering, his eyes filled with venomous hatred. The upper echelons of the Wei family glared furiously, their gazes ablaze with murderous intent. Lin Xiaotian quickly pulled Lin Tianfeng to his side, his expression grave as he asked in a low voice, Fenger, what on earth is happening? Grandfather, here's the situation. Lin Tianfeng cleared his throat and spoke leisurely. I intended to visit the Spirit Treasure Pavilion to purchase some elixirs, but this fellow deliberately obstructed my path. Moreover, he arrogantly insisted that I crawl under his legs. Unable to endure such humiliation, I took action to teach him a lesson. Lin Tianfeng recounted the events with calmness and clarity. Wei Mingyuan, the matter is quite evident. Your son is clearly the one who sought to provoke my grandson. I refrained from causing you trouble, which should be seen as magnanimous. Yet you dare to come to my Lin family to stir up trouble. Do you truly believe my Lin family is easily bullied? Lin Xiaoyan's demeanor was imposing, exuding an inherent aura of authority. Lin Xiaoyan, regardless of right or wrong, your grandson has rendered my son a eunuch. This is an undeniable fact. If you do not provide me with an explanation today, the Wei family will not rest until we have settled this matter with your Lin family. Wei Mingyuan's tone was as resolute as steel, his voice laced with overt threats. Wei Mingyuan, it was indeed your son who was at fault from the outset. If you genuinely wish to oppose my Lin family, then let us see how that unfolds. Lin Xiaoyan's voice was authoritative, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain. Very well. Lin Xiaoyan, I shall see how long you can protect this waste. The Wei family will not let this matter rest. Wei Mingyuan's eyes darkened, his voice thick with murderous intent. Wei Mingyuan, I declare today that I possess but one precious grandson. Should you dare to harm a single hair on him, not a single member of your son's lineage or the Wei family shall survive. Lin Xiaoyan's tone was as frigid as ice, his words resonating with unwavering resolve. Old Master Lin, I have something to say, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate. At that moment, the second young master of the Wei family, Wei Xianming, stepped forward from the crowd. Little fellow, what do you wish to say? Lin Xiaoyan's tone was icy, reminiscent of a winter's chill. I believe that conflicts among the younger generation should be resolved by our own hands. Lin Tianfeng, having once been the foremost talent of Hanyue City. If he is willing to accept my challenge of life and death, the Wei family will overlook his transgression against my third brother. A faint smile graced Wei Xianming's face, his eyes revealing an intangible murderous intent. Preposterous. You have already reached the first level of the concentration realm, while my grandson's Dantian has just been crippled. Are you not afraid of being ridiculed for issuing a challenge of life and death? Lin Xiaoyan was consumed by fury, his whole body trembling with rage. Grandfather, allow me to handle this matter myself. Lin Tianfeng stepped forward resolutely, casting a cold, unwavering gaze at Wei Xianming. I will accept this life and death challenge. But it must be scheduled for a fortnight from now. I wonder if you dare to accept? Indeed, the former prodigy displays remarkable courage. Wei Xianming replied with a slight smirk, a hint of disdain gracing his features. Since you insist, I shall grant you these 2 weeks. Now that the duel is settled, everyone else may leave, Lin Tianfeng stated coldly. Lin Xiaoyan, prepare some good food for your grandson. There will be no more opportunities in the future. Wei Mingyuan sneered, his laughter laced with mockery and arrogance. With that, he turned and departed with the members of the Wei family. He was confident that his son would emerge victorious in this duel, especially since Lin Tianfeng's Dantian had been irreparably damaged, as confirmed by the entire alchemist guild of Cold Moon City. Master, this situation was instigated by Lin Tianfeng. We cannot allow the entire Lin family to bear the consequences simply because he is your grandson, Elder Lin Muhua remarked indifferently as he observed the Wei family leaving, his tone tinged with evident dissatisfaction and complaint. Indeed, Lin Tianfeng initially committed the disgraceful act of seducing his sister-in-law, and today he has stirred up such a calamity. A person who has willingly chosen to debase himself should be handed over to the Wei family for punishment, Elder Lin Qihua added, stepping forward with a tone of reproach and grievance. Master, while the elders may speak harshly, their words hold truth. If Lin Tianfeng were still the genius he once was, we would indeed strive to protect him. However, ever since his Dantian was destroyed, he has completely fallen from grace. Not only has he committed acts that tarnish our reputation, but he has also brought this great misfortune upon the family. Therefore, I suggest we turn him over to the Wei family to quell their anger, Elder Lin Hausa proposed, presenting himself as a concerned family member, though his eyes betrayed a different sentiment. Elder, do not hastily label me. Your grandson and Liu Yanyun are not yet wed. Where is the basis for such accusations? Lin Tianfeng retorted sharply. As for my confrontation with Wei Xingjin, he was the one who provoked me first. As the young master of the Lin family, if I do not teach him a lesson, what dignity would remain for our clan? And as the elder, instead of upholding the family's honor, you dare to speak on behalf of the Wei family? Should our Lin family members simply endure assaults from the Wei family in the future? Lin Tianfeng's voice was resolute and powerful, unwavering as he met Elder Lin Hausa's gaze. Your treachery is so blatant that one might mistake you for a spy sent by the Wei family. Preposterous. Do not speak so recklessly. Elder Lin Hausa was momentarily rendered speechless, his expression darkening ominously. Elder, do not let your embarrassment lead to anger. Am I not speaking the truth? As the elder of the Lin family, you cower in fear before outsiders, but strike hard against your own. If all elders of the Lin family were to lack such backbone, our family would inevitably face decline, Lin Tianfeng scoffed, his tone laced with scorn and indifference. Chapter 7. The attempt at alchemy. You have caused such calamity. Do you intend for the entire family to suffer for your folly? Lin Hausa's face flushed with embarrassment. his body trembling with fury. The great elder interjected, "This matter originated from the Wei family's wrongdoing. If we were to hand him over today, what face would the Lin family have to maintain our standing in Hanyue City?" The second elder, Lin Jiping, stepped forward. "Indeed, although the young master's dantian has been ruined, he has rendered great service to our family in the past. Surrendering him would not only tarnish our family's reputation, but also turn us into the laughingstock of Hanyue City." The third elder, Lin Kongjian, echoed his sentiments. Hearing the words of the second and third elders, Lin Hao's expression darkened considerably. "Enough of this uproar. My Lin family does not fear any power. Nor shall we surrender any of our kin," declared Lin Xiaodian with a grave tone. "The head of the family speaks wisely, yet with Lin Tianfeng's dantian destroyed, it seems somewhat inappropriate for him to continue as the young master," remarked the eighth elder, Lin Bin. "I concur with the eighth elder. For the Lin family to thrive, we must select a sufficiently outstanding talent to serve as the young master," stated the sixth elder, Lin Muhua, candidly. "Though Lin Tianfeng has made significant contributions in the past, with his dantian ruined, entrusting our future to him may lead us towards decline. Esteemed elders, whom do you believe is suitable for the position of young master?" Lin Tianfeng asked, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "I propose the great elder's grandson, Lin Tianyang, for the role of young master," suggested the ninth elder, Lin Yukai. "Lin Tianyang is indeed remarkable, young, accomplished, and exceptionally gifted. I also endorse him for the position of young master," added the seventh elder, Lin Shuatao. "Esteemed elders, let us not overly praise Tianyang. The position of young master should ultimately be determined by strength," observed the great elder, Lin Haoze, with a faint smile. "Your arguments are sound," Lin Xiaodian remarked, clearing his throat. "How about this? In 1 month, the clan competition will take place. Whoever secures the championship shall become the next young master of the Lin family. What do you all think?" Wise words from the head of the family. Upon hearing Lin Xiaodian's proclamation, Lin Haoze displayed a subtle smile. His grandson, Lin Tianyang, had already reached the 4th tier of the concentration realm, making him the Lin family's foremost talent. If the champion of the clan competition were to assume the title of young master, it would undoubtedly belong to his grandson. "Very well, let us disperse," Lin Xiaodian waved his hand. "Head of the family, we take our leave." The elders of the Lin family clasped their fists in respect before turning to exit the training grounds. "Fenger, do you truly have confidence in the life and death battle?" Lin Xiaodian asked, concern etched on his face. "Grandfather, fear not. My dantian has been restored, and my cultivation is recovering swiftly. Slaying Wei Xianming within half a month will pose no challenge for me," Lin Tianfeng replied, confidence radiating from his smile. "That is reassuring. Focus on your training, and strive to recover your strength as soon as possible. At the clan competition, let us deliver a resounding blow to them." "Grandson understands." Lin Tianfeng nodded, turning to head towards his quarters. Upon returning to his abode, he promptly shut the door and quietly entered the primordial space. Subsequently, Lin Tianfeng sought within his mind a technique known as the fire incantation and began to earnestly cultivate it. To master alchemy, one must possess the ability to control flames, and this fire incantation was the optimal choice. Lin Tianfeng settled into a meditative position, channeling his inner spiritual energy according to the principles of the fire incantation. Initially, the flow of spiritual energy through his meridians was sluggish, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. As time elapsed, Lin Tianfeng gradually began to sense a shift. The speed of his spiritual energy increased, yet it became increasingly difficult to control. In an instant, torrents of violent energy surged chaotically through his meridians, inflicting great torment upon him. He must persevere. Lin Tianfeng gritted his teeth, striving to rein in the surging energy. However, the spiritual energy within him grew ever more tumultuous, causing his body to tremble and his skin to flush as if it were on the verge of igniting. Just when Lin Tianfeng was about to succumb, the energy within him appeared to find an outlet, suddenly converging towards his palms. Boom! In that moment, a sphere of flame erupted from his palm, the searing heat distorting the air around him. At last, he had succeeded in his cultivation. Lin Tianfeng wiped the sweat from his brow, revealing a weary yet exhilarated smile. The fire incantation was an exquisitely profound technique for flame control, applicable not only for alchemy, but also for combat. For Lin Tianfeng, it was indeed a formidable asset. He then retrieved the alchemical furnace and, guided by the memories of alchemy stored in his mind, meticulously sorted through the medicinal materials. This time, he aimed to concoct a qi-nourishing pill, a remedy designed to assist cultivators in the qi realm. Taking a deep breath to steady his mind, Lin Tianfeng methodically placed the sorted ingredients into the furnace. He focused intently on the alchemical furnace, his hands weaving through complex gestures to regulate the temperature. Although he possessed the alchemical memories of Xianyuan Hong, this was his inaugural attempt at alchemy, and a sense of nervousness lingered. Initially, everything progressed smoothly, with the ingredients gradually melting and fusing within the furnace. However, as time passed, an acrid scent of burning suddenly wafted through the air. Not good. The temperature is too high. Lin Tianfeng's heart raced as he hastily employed the fire incantation to lower the furnace's temperature. Yet, the situation did not improve. Instead, violent energy erupted from the alchemical furnace, as though it might explode at any moment. Lin Tianfeng clenched his jaw, channeling his spiritual energy to maintain stability within the furnace. Just as despair threatened to overtake him, the turmoil within the furnace suddenly calmed, and the burnt odor gradually dissipated. Seeing this, Lin Tianfeng felt a surge of joy and hastened the output of his spiritual energy to control the alchemical process. At last, a rich fragrance of the pill emanated from the furnace. Lin Tianfeng knew that alchemy was nearing completion. He cautiously regulated the final moments of heat, wary of any misstep. The pill was about to be formed. Lin Tianfeng bellowed, swiftly retracting the flames and cautiously lifting the lid of the alchemical furnace. Within, several plump and pristine qi refining pills lay serenely. To my astonishment, I have managed to concoct a high-quality elixir on my very first attempt. Lin Tianfeng quickly grasped the pills, a satisfied smile illuminating his face. The pills are categorized into 4 tiers: inferior, medium, superior, and exceptional. Consuming pills below the exceptional grade in excess could lead to the accumulation of impurities within the body. In contrast, exceptional pills can be ingested without limitation, posing no detriment to one's foundation. Consequently, the value of exceptional pills far surpasses that of their inferior counterparts. With the experience of his first success, the subsequent alchemical processes flowed more smoothly. From the second batch onward, each pill he produced was an exceptional qi refining pill, exuding a rich fragrance and abundant spiritual energy, adorned with intricate pill inscriptions. Chapter 8. Mountain Trial. Gazing at the pills in his hand, Lin Tianfeng was filled with exuberance. He then seated himself in a meditative posture and swallowed an exceptional pill, immersing himself in focused cultivation. As the medicinal power coursed through his body, he felt an overwhelming surge of energy filling his dantian. This tremendous energy surged through his dantian and meridians, each impact accompanied by waves of excruciating pain. Despite the torment within, Lin Tianfeng gritted his teeth, enduring the agony while channeling the primordial technique to swiftly refine this formidable energy. In mere moments, his cultivation reached the pinnacle of the 5th layer of qi refinement. Yet, Lin Tianfeng was not content. He continued to circulate his technique, absorbing the pill's spiritual power as he advanced toward the 6th layer of qi refinement. Time slipped away unnoticed as the spiritual energy within him grew ever more abundant. The vortex of energy in his dantian spinning increasingly rapidly. Approximately 2 hours later, he finally encountered the boundary of the 6th layer of qi refinement. Break for me. Lin Tianfeng roared inwardly, gathering the remainder of his spiritual energy into a singular force for one final assault. In an instant, a powerful wave of spiritual energy erupted around his body. When calm returned, Lin Tianfeng slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of surprise flashing within them. At that moment, he had successfully broken through to the 6th layer of qi refinement. Feeling the immense power coursing through him, Lin Tianfeng was overwhelmed with emotion, a confident radiance gracing his countenance. Reflecting on the days past, he recalled being a mere impoverished soul on earth, now witnessing a transformative turn of fate. In the days that followed, Lin Tianfeng remained within the primordial space to cultivate diligently. To enhance his combat prowess, he unearthed a set of primordial sword techniques and an ethereal movement technique from his mind. Both sets of techniques were profound and enigmatic, incomparable to the methods of the minor realm of the Holy Sky continent. Fortunately, Lin Tianfeng possessed the cultivation insights of Xianyuan Hong. Otherwise, even with exceptional talent, mastering these techniques in a short span would have been exceedingly difficult. At the onset of practicing the sword techniques, Lin Tianfeng's movements appeared clumsy and rigid, as he struggled to grasp the essence of the swordplay. As time gradually passed, Lin Tianfeng's heart began to awaken to a glimmer of understanding. Subsequently, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to the cultivation of the ethereal body technique. Initially, his movements lacked the requisite agility and swiftness. However, after several failures, he gradually found his rhythm. Unbeknownst to him, 3 days slipped by. At this moment, Lin Tianfeng's primordial sword technique had grown increasingly fierce, while the ethereal body technique became progressively light and fluid. It was evident that he had successfully cultivated both techniques to an introductory level. Though merely a beginner, their power was ample for his current needs. Shortly thereafter, Lin Tianfeng exited the primordial space. After a brief cleansing, he armed himself with a long sword and gathered some essentials before quietly departing from the Lin family estate. He intended to venture into the Kanglin mountain range for a period of training. Since arriving in this world, he had yet to encounter true beasts, and he felt a sense of anticipation. Lin Tianfeng understood that to become an unparalleled powerhouse, one must undergo the baptism and trials of blood and turmoil. Only through relentless battles, pushing beyond limits, and delving into his potential could he attain a combat prowess that surpassed others of the same realm. The Kanglin Mountain Range, the largest mountain expanse in the northwest region of Hunyue Kingdom, featured undulating hills and towering peaks, adorned with ancient trees that pierced the clouds. Within the mountains, myriad beasts roamed freely, creating an atmosphere rife with peril, yet brimming with countless opportunities. As dusk approached, Lin Tianfeng arrived at a small town on the edge of the Kanglin mountain range. The night in the mountains was fraught with danger, compelling him to seek refuge in this town for the night, planning to enter the mountains for training at dawn. Due to its proximity to the mountain's edge, this town often served as a brief respite for adventurers. Observing those valiant souls, armed with swords and spears, a surge of ambition welled up within Lin Tianfeng. For this was the very fantasy of a celestial realm he had once envisioned. The following morning, Lin Tianfeng departed from the town, continuing his journey towards the mountains. After approximately half an hour, he reached the outskirts of the Kanglin mountain range. Upon entering this area, Lin Tianfeng instantly became vigilant. The mountains were teeming with beasts, including countless Qi refinement and condensation realm creatures, and even several from the profound realm, as his cultivation was only at the 6th level of Qi refinement. Any beast in this perilous terrain could pose a lethal threat to his life, necessitating heightened caution. Upon entering the mountains, Lin Tianfeng faced his first trial since traversing into this realm. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from the nearby underbrush. Lin Tianfeng tightened his grip on his long sword. His gaze sharply focused ahead. With a resounding crash, dust erupted into the air, and the surrounding trees trembled, shedding their leaves. A colossal toad leapt forth from the thicket, its immense body towering 3 to 4 meters high, covered in repulsive warts, emanating a nauseating stench. The eyes of the enormous toad bulged, glinting with a cold, unfeeling light, fixated on Lin Tianfeng, instilling a spine-chilling sense of dread. Goodness, this toad is colossal. Lin Tianfeng could not help but exclaim, gazing at the astonishingly massive creature. Unease began to creep into his heart. The toad had reached the 8th level of Qi refinement, and it was likely that even a typical human cultivator at the 9th level would not stand a chance against it. Nevertheless, Lin Tianfeng chose not to retreat. He had come for training, not for leisure. If he fled at the first hint of danger, he would lose the essence of his journey. He forced himself to regain his composure, swiftly channeling the spiritual energy within him, bracing for the beast's onslaught. With a thunderous roar, the giant toad opened its gaping maw, unleashing a stream of green venom. In a flash, Lin Tianfeng evaded the toxic spray with ease. The venom splattered onto a nearby tree trunk, immediately emitting acrid smoke as it corroded a sizable black hole into the wood. Witnessing Lin Tianfeng deftly avoid its attack, the massive toad leaped forward, charging at him with ferocity. Beast, meet your end. Lin Tianfeng propelled himself forward, executing an ethereal movement technique, akin to a specter, as he swiftly brandished his sword, aiming a precise strike at the toad's eye. The toad reacted with remarkable speed, its stout forelimb deflecting the blade with a sharp clang. The creature's strength was astonishing. Lin Tianfeng felt a slight numbness in his arm, his face registering shock. Yet, undeterred, he resumed his agile assault. Invigorated by the thrill of battle, the first encounter with a beast since his arrival in this realm. As the skirmish progressed, Lin Tianfeng gradually acclimated, his initial tension subsiding into calm focus. After an intense exchange, he finally spotted an opening, plunging his sword into the toad's heart, delivering a fatal blow. Chapter 9. Dongfang Jin breathing heavily as he gazed upon the giant toad's lifeless body. Lin Tianfeng wore a triumphant smile of satisfaction. This was his inaugural battle since his arrival. Though perilous, it had bestowed upon him invaluable practical experience. After a brief respite, he ventured deeper into the mountains. Along the way, he encountered numerous unexpected assaults from various beasts, yet, thanks to his agility, he deftly overcame these formidable adversaries. Naturally, should he encounter creatures far beyond his capability, he wisely opted for a detour. As the battles continued, his combat experience burgeoned. 10 days swiftly passed. During this time, Lin Tianfeng engaged in a near-frenzied regimen of training within the mountains. By day, he battled against an array of formidable beasts, honing his martial skills and resilience on the precipice of life and death. As night descended, he sought refuge in a secluded and secure cave, entering the primordial space to restore his vitality. After 10 days of relentless honing, Lin Tianfeng's foundational cultivation had become increasingly robust, with a significant enhancement in his combat prowess compared to before. Simultaneously, his ethereal movement technique and the primordial sword art had been refined to a level of exquisite mastery. Although he was merely at the 6th level of qi refinement, he held confidence in his ability to triumph even against practitioners at the 9th level of qi refinement. That morning, as Lin Tianfeng emerged slowly from the cave, he was suddenly met with the sound of fierce combat echoing in the air. He beheld a man and a woman darting through the skies, each wielding their weapons with relentless ferocity, launching a barrage of lethal strikes against one another. Each movement was imbued with a deadly intent, their momentum seemingly capable of tearing the very sky asunder. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Tianfeng retreated back into the cave, holding his breath and concentrating, carefully observing the intense battle unfolding above. Dongfang Jin, I advise you to surrender the Xiantian sacred pearl, otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthless methods. The man's voice was chilling, emanating an aura of palpable menace that sent shivers down one's spine. Clad in resplendent golden attire, he possessed striking features, yet his piercing eyes radiated a sinister energy that instilled dread. Situjun, you lack the qualifications to compel me to hand over the Xiantian sacred pearl, the woman replied, a hint of disdain gracing her countenance. Dressed in elegant purple robes, she stood tall and graceful, her beauty unparalleled, reminiscent of a celestial being descended upon the earth. An air of aloofness surrounded her, evoking both admiration and trepidation. Wretched woman, since you insist on courting death, do not blame me for my merciless hand. Situ Jun's voice dripped with malice, his gaze flickering with a fierce intensity. The Xiantian sacred pearl was a supreme treasure, and its refinement could propel him to a new realm of power. Thus, he was resolute in his intent to seize it today. In the midst of his declaration, Situ Jun suddenly swung his blazing spear, a fiery beam of light surging forth, aimed directly at Dongfang Jin. In an instant, the valley above was filled with a chaotic display of spear light. The sharp beams seemingly poised to rend the air as they emitted a shrill whistle that reverberated throughout the valley, instilling fear in all who beheld it. This strength is utterly terrifying, Lin Tianfeng thought, his face etched with astonishment as he observed the fierce clash above. He had contemplated the formidable nature of the cultivators in this world, yet he never anticipated such overwhelming prowess. Situ Jun, today I shall see to your demise. Dongfang Jin retorted with a cold huff, a glint of icy determination flashing in her beautiful eyes. With a flourish, she unleashed her long sword, a dazzling sword aura streaking forth like a brilliant meteor aimed at Situ Jun. This strike bore the weight of immense force, and wherever the sword light traversed, the very fabric of space appeared to warp subtly. As the battle raged on, the conflict grew increasingly fierce. Blistering spear beams and sword auras crisscrossed the sky, and wherever the sword energy struck, towering ancient trees fell victim to the assault of their devastating powers. The rocks on the valley's walls were shattered into fine powder by the fierce power emanating from the two combatants. In Situ Jun's hands, the flame lance danced continuously, its shadows multiplying like a roaring fire dragon, unleashing boundless heat and ferocity towards Dongfang Jin. Unyielding, Dongfang Jin moved with ethereal grace, evading the lance's fiery strikes, her sword weaving exquisite blossoms of steel to neutralize each oncoming assault. With a thunderous crash, the two clashed once more, the deafening sound reverberating throughout the valley, startling flocks of birds into flight. A wave of terrifying energy surged outward in all directions. Seizing an opportunity, Dongfang Jin deftly appeared beside Situ Jun, her sword thrusting towards his throat with chilling precision, her movements swift as lightning. Situ Jun, taken aback, hurriedly brandished his lance in defense. Though his reflexes were quick, he was still struck in the chest by Dongfang Jin's kick, sending him hurtling backward. Wretched woman, perish, he spat, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes as he unleashed a flurry of flying needles during his fall. These needles, glimmering coldly in the sunlight, shot towards Dongfang Jin like a meteor shower. In response, she quickly conjured a sturdy energy shield around her, while she managed to deflect most of the needles. A few pierced through the gaps, embedding themselves within her body. Dongfang Jin, you have been struck by my yin-yang harmony. If you do not find a man within half an hour, you shall surely perish, Situ Jun declared, his face pale, yet his eyes glinting with sinister intent. You despicable scoundrel, you invite death, she retorted, her expression darkening. Ignoring the pain from the needles, she lunged at Situ Jun once more. I have no desire to exhaust myself against you. When the time comes, you will kneel and beg for mercy, he taunted, his eyes gleaming with wickedness as he danced around her, aiming to buy time. Yet, Dongfang Jin's speed was extraordinary, her sword strikes increasingly lethal, each move imbued with deadly intent. In a flurry of exchanges, Situ Jun found himself on the defensive, struggling to keep up. Suddenly, Dongfang Jin's blade grazed his shoulder, blood splattering and staining his garments. "Ah!" he cried out in agony, nearly losing his footing. "Shameless wretch, perish!" She pressed, relentlessly attacking him with her sword. As Situ Jun faced her frenzied assault, he found himself increasingly overwhelmed, his injuries multiplying and his fine clothing soaked in blood. Just then, Dongfang Jin vanished in a flash, a sharp blade of energy piercing through his left chest. With a violent cough, Situ Jun spat blood, his complexion turning ashen. Devoid of color, his breath weak. "Dongfang Jin, I vow that one day I will make you suffer unto death," he seethed, a fierce unwillingness flashing in his eyes. Casting aside a venomous remark filled with resentment, he swiftly transformed into a fleeting ray of light, hastily fleeing into the distance. Observing the disheveled silhouette of Situ Jun as he retreated, Dongfang Jin let out a gentle sigh of relief. However, her expression soon turned grave, and her breath became increasingly rapid. "Damn Situ Jun, you shall wait for me." Dongfang Jin's mood began to shift towards agitation. Had she been at her peak, perhaps she would have had a glimmer of hope to endure. Now, having just endured a fierce battle, nearly 90% of her spiritual energy had been depleted, making it nearly impossible to withstand the impending ordeal. Consequently, Dongfang Jin sat cross-legged, focusing intently on expelling the toxins within her body. Yet, as she began to channel her energy, the toxins surged forth like a flood, overwhelming her. A seductive moan escaped her lips, and her internal energy became increasingly chaotic. In that moment, she could no longer suppress the toxins raging within her. An uncontrollable desire suddenly arose within her heart. At last, the battle was over. Lin Tianfeng cautiously peeked out of the cave, his eyes filled with vigilance as he surveyed his surroundings, akin to a wary rabbit. Once he confirmed that the coast was clear, he cautiously stepped out of the cave. At this moment, Dongfang Jin, with her eyes tightly shut and seated in meditation, was wholly engaged in resisting the terrifying spring toxin. Beads of sweat, the size of soybeans, continuously dripped from her forehead, and a beautiful flush adorned her face, reminiscent of the splendid hues of a sunset. Suddenly, Dongfang Jin detected a faint sound of footsteps behind her. Startled, she quickly turned her head. A man. Dongfang Jin's eyes widened, her voice trembled, and her face displayed an uncontrollable excitement. Had she not seen the man, her formidable willpower might have allowed her to endure. Yet, with Lin Tianfeng's unexpected appearance, her mental fortitude collapsed in an instant. In that moment, she realized that if she did not find an effective resolution, she would surely face the dreadful fate of exploding to her demise. Contemplating this horrifying consequence, Dongfang Jin's delicate form flickered, and like a wraith, she darted before Lin Tianfeng in an instant. Her slender hand shot out, gripping his throat with a vice-like hold. "Calm down, celestial being. I merely passed by and have no connection to that man," Lin Tianfeng stammered, trembling in fear at the sudden appearance of Dongfang Jin. Having just traversed into this world, he envisioned a bright future ahead, unwilling to meet an untimely end. Dongfang Jin disregarded his pleas for mercy, her gaze sharp as she swiftly scanned the surroundings. Soon, she spotted a cave not far away. Without a moment's hesitation, she seized Lin Tianfeng and swiftly propelled them both towards the cave, like a whirlwind. Upon entering, Dongfang Jin gently tugged at her belt, causing her exquisite robe to cascade to the ground like autumn leaves. In an instant, a breathtakingly beautiful figure stood revealed before Lin Tianfeng. The Eastern Mushin possessed a figure that was both curvaceous and alluring, her skin as white as jade, resembling the finest mutton fat. Every inch of her body appeared flawless, as if she were a perfect, unblemished work of art. My goodness, what is this situation? Gazing upon this ethereal beauty, Lin Tianfeng felt his mind go blank. At that moment, he discerned the truth. It was evident that this enchanting woman had fallen victim to an unspeakable poison. His greatest concern was whether she would turn against him mercilessly after the fact, discarding him like a used tool. "Save me." The voice of Eastern Mushin was akin to a celestial melody, yet it brimmed with endless seduction, exuding an irresistible charm that seemed capable of ensnaring one's very soul. As she spoke, she gracefully waved her right hand, unleashing an invisible surge of powerful energy that instantly reduced Lin Tianfeng's garments to ashes. "Fairy, I was compelled. You must not blame me afterward." Lin Tianfeng swallowed nervously, his heart racing in response. However, Eastern Mushin paid him no heed, seizing his head and unceremoniously pulling him closer to her. To save a life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda. If I must perish, so be it. Lin Tianfeng, disregarding everything else, enveloped the delicate, smooth waist of the woman in his arms. In that fleeting moment, the two became entwined. The cave was soon thick with an atmosphere of profound intimacy, igniting a flush upon their cheeks. A day later, Eastern Mushin abruptly sprang from Lin Tianfeng's embrace and swiftly assumed a meditative posture, entering a state of cultivation. What the heck? I am still in limbo. Lin Tianfeng felt an unwillingness wash over him, his eyes reflecting a lingering desire. He then bent down, cautiously making his way outside the cave. Despite Eastern Mushin's captivating beauty and seductive form, she remained a formidable woman of great strength. Once she regained full consciousness, it was highly likely she would discard him without a second thought. To ensure his own safety, Lin Tianfeng ultimately decided to slip away discreetly. After escaping a considerable distance, he suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of terrifying energy coursing through him. This energy inflicted excruciating pain, as if he were on the brink of explosion. Without time to ponder, Lin Tianfeng hurriedly sought refuge in a secluded thicket before entering the primordial void. At that moment, beads of cold sweat poured from his forehead, his entire being radiating an intensely fiery aura, as though he were trapped within a furnace. He sensed an extraordinarily pure energy flooding his body. This force rampaged through his dantian and meridians, causing him immense agony, akin to thousands of ants gnawing at his flesh. Without further delay, Lin Tianfeng swiftly assumed a cross-legged position, fervently activating the primal formula to begin refining this mysterious energy within him. As the primal formula circulated, the energy was gradually refined, and his cultivation soared to new heights. 7th layer of Qi refinement. 8th layer of Qi refinement. 9th layer of Qi refinement. As dawn broke on the following day, Lin Tianfeng had successfully ascended to the 9th layer of the Qi refinement realm. Feeling the immense power coursing through his body, a flicker of excitement gleamed in his eyes, akin to glimpsing the first light of dawn in the depths of darkness. He then seated himself in a meditative posture, channeling the Honghuang technique to stabilize his newfound cultivation. The rapid advancement in his prowess necessitated careful refinement. After all, the Qi refinement realm constituted the foundation for any cultivator, demanding utmost diligence. Meanwhile, in the cave from earlier, Dongfang Jin suddenly opened her eyes, a look of astonishment etched across her face, her shock palpable. She had not anticipated her own breakthrough. Gradually rising, she found her legs unsteady, a wave of soreness and numbness cascading through them. Chapter 11. Life and Death Battle, you shameless scoundrel. I shall not let you escape my grasp, Dongfang Jin seethed, her teeth clenched and a glint of cold murderous intent flickering in her gaze. Recalling the events of that day, she longed to sink into the earth and disappear. Once a formidable warrior herself, the indignity of being sullied by an insignificant ant filled her with despair. With that, Dongfang Jin exited the cave, embarking on a search throughout the mountains. However, to her dismay, despite scouring the vicinity, she could not uncover any trace of Lin Tianfeng. You little brat, I shall remember your face, she murmured to herself, her figure gracefully vanishing into the depths of the mountains. Lin Tianfeng had diligently cultivated within the Honghuang space for 2 full days, only departing once he had thoroughly solidified his cultivation. With merely 2 days remaining until the life and death duel with Wei Mingxian, he knew he must return swiftly. At this moment, Lin Tianfeng's spirits soared, his eyes brimming with confidence. Through the trials of the past half-month, he had not only reached the 9th layer of the Qi refinement realm, but had also significantly enhanced his combat abilities. Though he presently stood at the 9th layer, he felt assured in his capacity to confront even a 3rd-layer spirit-gathering cultivator. It is essential to note that he practiced the elite Honghuang technique, endowing him with spiritual power that far surpassed that of his peers at the same level. Should his martial skills advance further, his capacity to challenge opponents of higher realms would only strengthen. Thus, he made his way toward the outskirts of the mountains. After a day of travel, Lin Tianfeng finally returned to Hanyue City. Fenger, where have you been during this time? Lin Xiaodian inquired, his face etched with concern. Grandfather, I ventured into the Kanglan mountain range for training. Look, I have restored my cultivation to the 9th layer of the Qi refinement realm, Lin Tianfeng responded, channeling his spiritual energy to reveal his formidable aura. Good, good. It appears my grandson possesses the demeanor of a great emperor, Lin Xiaodian remarked, a smile of pride gracing his face. However, his expression soon shifted to one of worry as he asked, Fenger, tomorrow marks your life and death battle with Wei Xianming. Do you feel confident? Rest assured, grandfather, although I currently possess only the 9th level of Qi refinement, I am confident that I can triumph even against a practitioner at the 3rd level of spirit consolidation. A confident smile graced Lin Tianfeng's face. Brash boy, surely you jest. Lin Xiaotian replied with an air of skepticism. Grandfather, I assure you, I am no braggart, Lin Tianfeng chuckled. Before my dantian was damaged, I had reached the 5th level of spirit consolidation. Though I have yet to regain that stature, my combat experience remains intact, making the average 3rd-level practitioner of spirit consolidation no match for me. Of course, Lin Tianfeng's assertion was merely a pretext. His ability to challenge adversaries beyond his level stemmed primarily from his practice of the primordial technique, rather than from any prior combat experience. Impudent lad. Should you manage to repel me while I restrain my cultivation to the 3rd level of spirit consolidation, I may just believe you, Lin Xiaotian said with a serious expression. The gravity of life and death battles meant he would not permit his grandson to take unnecessary risks. Grandfather, perhaps you should constrain yourself to the 4th level of spirit consolidation. I fear I might inadvertently injure you with a single blow, Lin Tianfeng replied with a smile. Well then, young man, show me your true strength, Lin Xiaotian said, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he suppressed his cultivation to the 4th level of spirit consolidation. Be careful, grandfather, Lin Tianfeng cautioned as he gathered his spiritual energy, then struck forward with a powerful punch. With a thunderous boom, Lin Xiaotian remained unyielding, while Lin Tianfeng felt a slight ache in his arm. Fenger, I never expected your spiritual energy to be so formidable. With such strength, I can rest assured about this life and death duel, Lin Xiaotian remarked, astonishment in his eyes, accompanied by a hint of pride. Grandfather, I am not one to act impulsively. Without certainty, I would never engage in such a duel, Lin Tianfeng stated with unwavering conviction. I am not worried about your duel with Wei Xianming. However, in half a month, we have the clan competition. Lin Tianyang has broken through to the 5th level of spirit consolidation yesterday, so you must remain diligent during this period, Lin Xiaotian admonished seriously. Do not worry, grandfather. If I do not wish to relinquish the position of young master, no one shall take it from me, Lin Tianfeng declared, his eyes shimmering with confidence. Fenger, I have recently received news that Su Shuyao has now ascended to the 6th level of spirit consolidation, Lin Xiaotian said, his brow furrowing slightly, his expression growing grave. Rest easy, grandfather. There is still a month until the selection ceremony of the Sacred Heart sect, and by then, I shall undoubtedly possess the strength to overcome her. Lin Tianfeng replied, his gaze resolute. Your confidence is reassuring. It is getting late, so you should return and rest, Lin Xiaotian nodded slightly. Grandfather, I take my leave. You should also retire early, Lin Tianfeng said respectfully, bowing before returning to his quarters. The following morning, Lin Tianfeng completed his morning routine early, donning a set of luxurious white garments, his thick long hair styled high, to enhance the contour of his face. He allowed 2 strands of hair to cascade naturally down the sides of his forehead. The entire figure appeared as a paragon of elegance, with chiseled cheeks and a gaze imbued with both determination and melancholy, reminiscent of a transcendent nobleman. Under the leadership of Lin Xiaotian, the Lin family marched with great fanfare to the arena at the heart of the city. At this moment, a considerable crowd had gathered, including many from the younger generations of various prominent families. The influx of spectators was primarily due to the deliberate promotion by the Wei family, whose objective was abundantly clear. They sought to showcase to all how Lin Tianfeng would meet his demise in the arena. At this moment, Wei Xianming stood silently on the stage, holding a long sword, while the Wei family members had also arrived to rally behind him in support. Look, Su Shuyao has arrived. At that instant, a gasp rippled through the crowd. All eyes turned to behold a young maiden clad in a delicate pink gown, exuding youthful beauty as she approached gracefully. Her skin was fair as snow, and her eyes sparkled like stars, yet they conveyed an air of cool aloofness. The newcomer was none other than Su Shuyao, accompanied by a strikingly handsome youth, the young lord of Hanyue City, Li Chunming. Miss Yao, what is there to see? 2 ants merely biting each other, Li Chunming remarked nonchalantly. I merely wish to observe what a person, whose dantian has been rendered useless, relies upon to dare to ascend the life and death stage, Su Shuyao replied, her tone frosty. Perhaps he fears you might publicly annul the engagement, thus opting for this extreme method to seek death, Li Chunming mused, a hint of disdain flickering across his visage. You make a valid point. It seems I had indeed overestimated him. Su Shuyao's eyes glinted with scorn. To her, Lin Tianfeng seemed to be merely seeking death in this manner, yet she considered it a favorable turn of events for herself. Chapter 12. Slaying Wei Xianming. Why hasn't Lin Tianfeng shown himself yet? Could it be that he is shrinking back like a turtle? Not showing up would be the wise choice. After all, with his dantian destroyed, stepping onto the life and death stage is tantamount to courting death, came the murmurs of the crowd. Indeed, he likely acted impulsively, rashly agreeing to this life or death battle. When the moment comes, Even if he were given several doses of courage, he would scarcely dare to appear. At this juncture, the arena buzzed with fervent discussion. To the onlookers, it was evident that Lin Tianfeng would undoubtedly shy away from this confrontation. Oh, Lin Tianfeng has arrived. Suddenly, a wave of astonishment surged through the crowd. All turned to see Lin Tianfeng and the Lin family approaching the stage with measured strides. Standing tall like a pine, Lin Tianfeng exuded calmness, devoid of any hint of trepidation. In that moment, the atmosphere erupted into a cacophony of exclamations, as various opinions surged forth like a tide. Lin Tianfeng truly fears not death, daring to approach the life and death stage. He is likely here merely to put on a facade. Soon enough, he shall be the one lamenting. Upon seeing Lin Tianfeng's appearance, Su Shuiyao could not help but stride over, mocking, Lin Tianfeng, I have merely annulled an engagement. There is no need for you to take such drastic measures, is there? Upon hearing these words, Lin Tianfeng's eyes glimmered with a hint of disdain. Su Shuiyao, you are not worthy of driving me to despair. Pretend all you want. Soon you shall see how your demise unfolds. A flicker of anger crossed Su Shuiyao's face. You will be sorely disappointed. Not only will I survive, but I shall personally sever ties with you at the disciple ceremony of the Sacred Heart sect. Lin Tianfeng's voice was icy, devoid of warmth. You remain as arrogant as ever, Lin Tianfeng. I hope you manage to leave the arena alive, Li Chenming remarked coldly. A defeated foe, Lin Tianfeng shot a scornful glance at Li Chenming, his eyes reflecting contempt. You shall witness your own end soon. Li Chenming's gaze ignited with a chilling, murderous intent. Here's a saying for you. A sycophant will ultimately end up with nothing. A look of derision flitted across Lin Tianfeng's features. With that, he turned and ascended the arena. Watching Lin Tianfeng's retreating figure, Li Chenming ground his teeth in frustration. Had it not been for Lin Xiaotian's presence, he would have relished the chance to strike Lin Tianfeng down. You are indeed audacious, Lin Tianfeng. But since you have arrived, today shall mark your demise. Wei Xuanming's face contorted into a sinister grin upon Lin Tianfeng's appearance. I have no interest in conversing with a dying man. If you wish to fight, do so without delay. Lin Tianfeng's eyes were as cold as ice, laced with disdain. Little bastard, if you are eager to meet your end, I shall oblige. Wei Xianming seethed with fury, ready to explode. In a flash, he leaped into the air, his spear slicing through the air with a dazzling brilliance, propelled by an unyielding gale, aimed directly at Lin Tianfeng. Unfazed by Wei Xuanming's fierce assault, Lin Tianfeng evaded the strike with an almost ethereal grace, slipping past the lethal blow effortlessly. In an instant, he closed the distance with astonishing speed, his sword sweeping out violently. A flash of cold light streaked through the air, leaving a deep gash across Wei Xuanming's throat. How is this possible? Wei Xuanming's eyes widened in terror and disbelief. Before he could finish his thought, his voice faltered, his spear clattering to the ground as his body gradually succumbed to the inevitable, breath leaving him entirely. At this moment, silence enveloped the arena. As if time itself had frozen, each spectator's face etched with shock. No one anticipated that Lin Tianfeng could eliminate Wei Xianming with a single stroke, completely defying all expectations. Good heavens, is it over already? This is utterly absurd. He dispatched Wei Xianming in one move. Indeed, wasn't it said that his dantian was destroyed? How does he still possess the strength of a 9th-level qi refinement? The crowd buzzed with incredulity, their expressions a tapestry of disbelief. How can this be? Su Shuiyao trembled, her beautiful eyes wide with shock. She had not expected Lin Tianfeng's dantian to remain intact, let alone that he would resolve the matter with such ease. His dantian is indeed unharmed. Li Chenming stood frozen, his mouth agape, his face a canvas of disbelief. The Wei family was consumed with a profound rage, each member gritting their teeth in fury. Wei Xuanming's father, Wei Mingyuan, was beside himself with anger, roaring, Lin Tianfeng, you dare to take my son's life. I demand retribution in blood. As his words echoed, Wei Mingyuan leapt into the air like a great rock, swiftly lunging towards Lin Tianfeng. You seek your own demise. A voice, filled with unbridled fury, rang out. Just as Wei Mingyuan was about to reach Lin Tianfeng, Lin Xiaotian arrived first, positioning himself protectively before Lin Tianfeng. With a fierce focus in his eyes, Lin Xiaotian unleashed a terrifying aura, raising his palm to strike at Wei Mingyuan with tremendous force. With a thunderous crash, Wei Mingyuan was sent flying, hurtling dozens of meters away before crashing heavily to the ground, a spray of blood erupting from his mouth. In that moment, the arena fell silent, everyone rendered speechless by Lin Xiaotian's display of overwhelming power. On the stage of life and death, fate is predetermined. Your son is simply outmatched. Do you, as his father, still wish to bully the lesser? Lin Xiaotian's voice was as frigid as frost, his gaze piercing, exuding an immense and formidable presence. The Wei family members stared at Lin Xiaotian in terror, none daring to step forward. Su Shuiyao and Li Chunming were equally stunned, unable to comprehend the sheer terror of Lin Xiaotian's prowess. It became evident that the Lin family was not to be underestimated. A murmur of awe escaped from the crowd, filled with reverence. Indeed, the Wei family has met their match, someone whispered in agreement, their face reflecting a mix of emotions. Lin Xiaotian, once my father emerges from seclusion, your Lin family shall pay dearly. Wei Mingyuan's voice was as cold as ice, his eyes filled with venom and resentment. He had not anticipated the depth of Lin Xiaotian's cultivation. Even Wei Long would not dare to speak to him so brazenly. Lin Xiaotian replied coldly, his expression unyielding. As I have stated, I will refrain from intervening in the contests of the younger generation, but should the older generation seek to bully my grandson, do not blame me for eradicating all your descendants. You old wretch, we shall see about that. The Wei family will not rest until this debt is settled. Wei Mingyuan shot back, his gaze filled with malice. Containing his bitterness and rage, he turned to lead the Wei family away from the scene. Aware that with his current strength, he stood no chance against Lin Xiaotian, and thus he could only await his father's return. Chapter 13. The Lin Family Clan Competition Fenger. Let us return. During this time, you must refrain from wandering about. Be cautious of their schemes, Lin Xiaotian advised, his eyes brimming with affection and concern. Understood, Grandpa. Lin Tianfeng nodded slightly. Subsequently, the Lin family made their grand return to their home. At this moment, Lin Tianyang's heart was a tumult of emotions. He could not fathom how Lin Tianfeng's Dantian, previously rendered useless, had suddenly recovered. Fortunately, the clan competition was set to take place in half a month, which presented Lin Tianyang with his sole opportunity to secure the position of junior family head. He must triumph in the clan competition, otherwise, as time passes, once Lin Tianfeng's cultivation is fully restored, he will have no opportunity to ascend to the position of the young master. During the ensuing days, Lin Tianfeng remained in the primal space to cultivate. With only 15 days left until the Lin clan competition, he needed to break through to the second layer of the spirit condensation realm before that time. Only then could he secure his position as the young master. Moreover, Lin Tianfeng had long since resolved to eliminate Lin Tianyang. He could sense a lingering obsession deep within his soul, an obsession directed at Lin Tianyang and Liu Yanyun. If this vendetta remained unavenged, that obsession would never dissipate and could potentially trigger his inner demons during future breakthroughs. On the 5th day in the primal space, Lin Tianfeng successfully advanced to the first layer of the spirit condensation realm. By the 14th day, he had reached the pinnacle of the first layer. His rapid progress was primarily due to his cultivation method and the assistance of the primal space, which was abundant in spiritual energy, many times more plentiful than outside. It was time to break through. Lin Tianfeng murmured softly, his gaze imbued with expectation and determination. He then sat cross-legged, activated the primal art, and began to assault the bottleneck of the second layer of the spirit condensation realm. As his technique continued to operate, the spiritual energy within the primal space surged into his body like a tidal wave. With the influx of vast amounts of spiritual energy, his meridians and dantian expanded, sending waves of intensity coursing through every corner of his being. Lin Tianfeng gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, yet he dared not relent. He exerted all his strength to drive his technique, guiding the spiritual energy within him toward the bottleneck of the second layer. Finally, after several attempts, a slight crack appeared in the bottleneck. Overjoyed at this sight, Lin Tianfeng fervently pushed the spiritual energy within him. "Break for me," he roared, gathering all the spiritual energy into a torrent that surged once more toward the bottleneck. Boom. In an instant, a series of crisp sounds echoed from his meridians and dantian. At that moment, the bottleneck of the second layer of the spirit condensation realm shattered, and a newfound, potent force rapidly spread within him. In that instant, Lin Tianfeng successfully broke through to the second layer of the spirit condensation realm. Finally, a breakthrough, he slowly opened his eyes, a spark of excitement gleaming within them. Now that he had reached the second layer, he felt confident enough to confront even an ordinary practitioner of the 6th layer of the spirit condensation realm and emerge victorious. He swiftly freshened up, styled his hair upright, donned a set of white brocade robes, and then exited the primal space. "Young master, the clan competition is about to begin. The elder requests your prompt arrival," said the anxious maid, Xiaoyun, as Lin Tianfeng stepped out of his room. "Let us go." Lin Tianfeng nodded slightly, then made his way toward the Lin clan's martial arena. Today marks the day of the Lin family competition, a grand event that resonates throughout the entirety of Cold Moon City. As one of the illustrious 4 prominent families within this realm, The Lin family's competition naturally draws the attention of the entire city. Additionally, invitations to witness this event have been extended to the other three families. The competition is not merely a contest of martial prowess. It serves as an exquisite opportunity for the younger generation of the family to showcase their strength to the entire city. Consequently, when hosting such a competition, each family invites others to observe. At this moment, the young scions of the Lin family are ablaze with fervor, eager to demonstrate their abilities and earn recognition and approval from their kin. However, those of comparatively weaker abilities stand silently aside, their spirits dampened. Achieving an outstanding rank in the competition could elevate them to new heights, granting access to greater resources for their personal development. Conversely, those who perform poorly, particularly the adult members of the family, risk being marginalized or even dispatched to distant towns to manage family business affairs. It is rumored that young Master Tianyang has recently broken through to the 5th layer of the concentration realm. It seems the championship of this competition is undoubtedly his to claim, a young man at the 7th layer of the Qi refinement realm remarked. That is indisputable. Young Master Tianyang is currently our Lin family's paramount genius, echoed a disciple at the 8th layer of Qi refinement. One mustn't be so hasty in judgment. Lin Tianfeng's Dantian has recovered, and with it, his strength is likely restored to its peak. Thus the championship remains within his grasp, a youth clad in white interjected. You are overthinking it. Even if his Dantian is restored, regaining his peak strength will require some time, another voice chimed in. You make a valid point. Should he fail to restore his peak prowess, the championship will undoubtedly belong to Lin Tianyang, the disciple at the 7th layer concluded. At this moment, within the Lin family's martial arena, discussions erupted in waves as many young disciples fervently debated the likely victor of the competition. When Lin Tianfeng entered the arena, he instantly captured the attention of numerous family members, some young disciples greeting him with enthusiasm, to which he responded with a gentle smile. Such is the nature of this world. When one possesses sufficient strength, respect naturally follows, yet when reduced to a state of utter worthlessness, even dogs may trample upon you. Lin Tianfeng sought a quiet corner to sit peacefully, patiently awaiting the commencement of the competition. Simultaneously, representatives from various families in Cold Moon City arrived to bear witness. As the time for the competition drew near, the family head, Lin Xiaodian, rose and strode to the high platform. Today marks the Lin family's competition. We welcome all families to observe. Before we commence, I have a significant announcement to make. After a brief pause, Lin Xiaodian proclaimed in a booming voice, whoever claims the championship of this competition shall become the future young master of the Lin family. Upon the conclusion of his words, excitement surged through the crowd, and some disciples allied with Lin Tianyang began to celebrate in advance. They gathered around Lin Tianyang, showering him with various flattering remarks. Completely disregarding the current young master, Lin Tianfeng, Lin Tianyang reveled in the adulation, draping an arm around Liu Yanyun, a faint smile gracing his lips. He was determined to seize the championship in this clan competition. Chapter 14. Lin Tianyang's loss of reason. Subsequently, the second elder, Lin Jipeng, took the stage to declare the rules of the competition and the rewards for the top 10 contenders. He emphasized the strict prohibition against the use of poison and the absolute disallowance of lethal force against opponents who concede, warning that violators would face severe repercussions according to clan regulations. As soon as the elder finished speaking, the atmosphere erupted with excitement. The young talents of the Lin family were eager to showcase their abilities, their eyes gleaming with an uncontrollable fervor. Soon, the younger generation of the Lin family took to the stage to draw lots. With the drawing concluded, the clan competition officially commenced. Lin Tianfeng had little interest in the battles on the arena. Given his current strength, none among the younger generation posed a challenge to him. Even if Lin Tianyang had advanced to the 5th layer of the concentration realm, he would still be unable to withstand a single strike from him. Had it not been for the need to uphold the former's honor, Lin Tianfeng would not have even attended the competition. As time passed, the combat on the arena grew increasingly intense, and the spectators below were abuzz with excitement. Soon, it was Lin Tianfeng's turn to compete. Today, he did not conceal his cultivation, openly displaying his 2nd layer of the concentration realm. After all, he would have to fight soon, and others would undoubtedly notice. Lin Tianfeng's first opponent was a cousin from the collateral line at the 9th layer of the Qi refinement realm. Upon realizing he was facing Lin Tianfeng, the man immediately chose to concede. The ensuing challenges proceeded smoothly, with most competitors opting to surrender when faced with Lin Tianfeng, while a few from the concentration realm chose to engage him directly. However, none of these individuals proved to be his match, as he defeated them all with a single strike. Brother Tianyang, how could he suddenly recover when his Dantian was clearly damaged? Liu Yanyun inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. It must be a minor injury to his dantian, Lin Tianfeng replied, his brow knitted in concern, a shadow of unease crossing his face. But you need not worry. Even if his dantian has healed, he is still no match for me. However, after we set him up last time, if he fully recovers, he will surely seek revenge. Liu Yanyun's eyes reflected a glimmer of worry. Rest assured, he will have no opportunity to threaten us. Lin Tianfeng's gaze was laced with a cold, menacing resolve. The battles in the martial arena continued, the competition fierce and relentless, as the younger generation fought for their rankings and futures. During this time, Lin Tianfeng's winning streak persisted, even defeating an opponent at the 4th layer of the concentration realm. As noon approached, the Lin family competition culminated in its most critical battle. In the final match, Lin Tianfeng faced Lin Tianyang, as announced loudly by the second elder, Lin Jiping. Lin Tianfeng, although your dantian has recovered, you currently possess only the 2nd layer of the concentration realm. I advise you to concede voluntarily. Lin Tianyang's voice was as cold as ice. Elder, Tianyang has already reached the 5th layer of the concentration realm, while my cultivation is merely at the 2nd layer. Therefore, I will exert myself to the utmost in this contest. However, my dantian has only just regained its strength, and my control over my power is still somewhat lacking. Should I inadvertently injure him severely, please do not hold it against me. Lin Tianfeng turned to glance at Lin Haoze on the high platform, a hint of cunning gleaming in his eyes. Indeed, no sooner had Lin Tianfeng spoken than a shadow of gloom crossed Lin Haoze's face. Young master, as long as you can injure Tianyang, I shall not blame you, he replied darkly. In his eyes, Lin Tianfeng, even at the 2nd layer of the concentration realm, could never be a match for his grandson. Elder, since you say so, I feel reassured, Lin Tianfeng remarked with a chilling smile. Lin Tianfeng, since you are so arrogant, I hope you will not beg for mercy when the time comes. Lin Tianyang seethed with fury, a trace of lethal intent lacing his voice. At this moment, he silently vowed to incapacitate Lin Tianfeng's dantian once again before the latter could concede. Just based on you? You are not worthy of my surrender. Lin Tianfeng snorted disdainfully, a glimmer of contempt in his gaze. At this instant, the atmosphere around the martial arena grew tense, with all eyes fixated on the stage. Now, this promises to be an intriguing spectacle. Who do you think will prevail in the duel between Lin Tianfeng and Lin Tianyang? Someone could not help but inquire with curiosity. Is that even a question? Lin Tianyang has already attained the 5th layer of the concentration realm. Lin Tianfeng, even if he reaches the 2nd layer, could never be his opponent. Another began to analyze the situation with authority. At this moment, the scene was a cacophony of voices, as the crowd expressed their opinions and speculations. The contest for the position of young master, Lin Tianyang versus Lin Tianfeng, now officially commences. Elder Lin Jiping announced with steady authority. Lin Tianfeng, considering your lower cultivation, I shall grant you 3 strikes today, Lin Tianyang declared with an air of arrogance, a hint of disdain visible in his demeanor. Since you enjoy posturing, I shall indulge you, Lin Tianfeng retorted with a cold smirk, his figure suddenly transforming into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from sight in an instant. How could this little wretch be so swift? Witnessing Lin Tianfeng's astonishing speed, Lin Tianyang felt a jolt of surprise, his face betraying a flicker of panic. In that fleeting moment, Lin Tianyang decisively launched a counterattack. The earlier promise of granting the opponent 3 strikes had long been cast aside. This battle pertains to the very position of young master, and under no circumstances would Lin Tianyang allow himself to be defeated. Facing Lin Tianyang's advancing fist, Lin Tianfeng's lips curled into a slight smile, revealing a hint of disdain. In a swift motion, he reached out with his right hand, firmly grasping Lin Tianyang's wrist, and then delivered a resounding slap to Lin Tianyang's face. Smack! A crisp and resounding slap echoed across the entire training ground, once again revealing expressions of sheer astonishment on everyone's faces. How could this be? Lin Tianyang's eyes were filled with disbelief. At that moment, his head throbbed, his right cheek swollen like that of a pig, accompanied by a searing pain. Lin Tianyang, is this the extent of your prowess? How dare you covet my position in the Lin family? What gives you the audacity? Lin Tianfeng's gaze was icy, his tone laced with disdain. Lin Tianfeng, the outcome is not yet decided. Do not be so arrogant. Lin Tianyang bellowed, drawing his long sword and instantly swinging it towards Lin Tianfeng. You know not what you do. Lin Tianfeng snorted coldly, employing his ethereal movement technique, resembling a streak of white light as he swiftly delivered another slap to Lin Tianyang's face. Slap! Ah! Lin Tianyang cried out in agony, his body spinning in place as his left cheek also swelled significantly. Now you appear far more tolerable, Lin Tianfeng remarked with a teasing smile. Bastard, I will kill you. Lin Tianyang, completely consumed by rage, lunged at Lin Tianfeng once more, his demeanor akin to that of a madman. He simply could not accept this outcome. He had anticipated ascending to the position of family heir today, thereby reaching the pinnacle of his life. Yet, the two resounding slaps from Lin Tianfeng had utterly shattered his sanity. Chapter 15. Internal strife of the Lin family, as Lin Tianyong charged again. A contemptuous smile crept across Lin Tianfeng's lips. He moved with a ghostly grace, rushing forward to deliver a flurry of slaps to Lin Tianyong's cheek. Let us see you boast now. Let us see you slander me. With a series of crisp slaps, within moments, Lin Tianyong's face resembled that of a pig. His mouth distorted from the blows. I concede, Lin Tianyong began to utter, but before he could finish, Lin Tianfeng delivered yet another slap to his mouth. How can you still refuse to admit defeat at this point? Lin Tianfeng scoffed, continuing his relentless barrage. Lin Tianyong's eyes were filled with despair. At that moment, his mouth was so misshapen that even if he wished to concede, no sound would escape his lips. On the high platform, Lin Hao's expression was ashen, his gaze flickering with intense murderous intent. He could not fathom why Lin Tianfeng's combat prowess was so formidable. Just then, Lin Tianfeng abruptly raised his foot and kicked Lin Tianyong squarely in the dantian. Bang! Lin Tianyong spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes brimming with despair as his body was sent flying like a cannonball. He had never imagined that Lin Tianfeng would dare to cripple his dantian. Younger, Lin Hao's roared in a fit of rage, his form flashing as he caught Lin Tianyong's flying body. Lin Tianfeng, it is merely a family competition. Yet you resort to such brutality against a fellow clansman. Lin Hao's fury was palpable, his eyes filled with malice and venom. Elder, you cannot blame me for this. Tianyong, my cousin, refused to concede. I thought he was secretly preparing a formidable technique, which is why I delivered that kick, not realizing I had inadvertently struck his dantian. Lin Tianfeng feigned deep sorrow, his face etched with guilt. Alas, cousin Tianyong, I truly owe you an apology. In a moment of fury, Lin Tianyong spat forth a mouthful of blood and fainted on the spot. It was not that he was unwilling to concede. Rather, it was that his opponent had relentlessly struck him, rendering him incapable of voicing a single word. The audacity of his adversary to claim he refused to surrender was nothing short of shameless. Lin Tianfeng, you shall not use your silver tongue to maliciously harm our kin. Today, I will ensure your downfall. Lin Hao's voice dripped with chilling malice as he lunged fiercely towards Lin Tianfeng. Lin Hao, you seek your own demise. Lin Xiaotian roared, his figure moving like a phantom as he swiftly positioned himself before Lin Tianfeng, effortlessly neutralizing Lin Hao's assault with a wave of his hand. Lin Xiaotian, you indulge in the misdeeds of your grandson, a talent who brings ruin to our clan. Today, I, representing the Elder Council, shall strip you of your position as head of the family. Lin Hao's tone was icily indifferent, with his words lingering in the air. He cast a fierce glance at the elders behind him. In an instant, elders Lin Shihua, Lin Xiaojuan, Lin Muhua, Lin Xuetao, and Lin Yukai hurriedly positioned themselves behind Lin Hao's. At that moment, Lin Hao's resolved to sever all pretense. With his most exceptional grandson rendered powerless, he saw no reason to continue his forbearance. Simultaneously, elders Lin Jiping, Lin Kongjian, and Lin Xiaoquan aligned themselves beside Lin Xiaotian. Lin Hao's, betrayal of the family is a grave offense. I advise you to contemplate your actions carefully. Lin Xiaotian's voice was as frigid as frost, his gaze sweeping coldly over the gathered elders. As for you, esteemed elders, considering your past contributions to the family, if you choose to turn back now, I, the current head, shall refrain from pursuing charges of treachery against you. Lin Xiaotian, it appears you are oblivious to the reality. The majority of the elders support me. What grounds do you have to oppose me? Lin Hao's voice was devoid of warmth, his eyes radiating a fierce, killing intent. Lin Xiaotian chuckled derisively, his expression brimming with contempt. Lin Hao's, since you aspire to claim the position of family head, I am eager to witness your capabilities. As his words fell, an overwhelming aura surged from him, akin to a mountain crashing down. You have actually broken through to the third level of the profound realm. Lin Hao's eyes widened in disbelief, his face reflecting utter astonishment. He had assumed Lin Xiaotian's cultivation was on par with his own, both at the second level of the profound realm. With the backing of numerous elders, he believed securing the headship was practically assured. Yet, he never anticipated that Lin Xiaotian had attained the third level of the profound realm. Lin Hao's, if you self-destruct your dantian now, I may spare your life. Lin Xiaotian's gaze was sharp as a blade, exuding an air of formidable authority. To expect me to self-destruct my dantian? You are utterly delusional. Perish. Lin Hao's gritted his teeth, brandishing his blade and charging toward Lin Xiaotian. With events having escalated to this point, there was no retreat for him. The only path forward lay in slaying Lin Xiaotian for a glimmer of hope to turn the tide. Foolhardy, Lin Xiaotian let out a cold snort, his right hand sweeping violently, unleashing a torrent of ferocious energy that surged forth like a raging tide, crashing towards Lin Haoze in an instant. With a thunderous roar, Lin Haoze's formidable attack dissipated before Lin Xiaotian's overwhelming power. Immediately thereafter, Lin Haoze was sent flying like a kite with severed strings, crashing heavily to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth like a fountain. How is this possible? Lin Haoze's eyes widened in disbelief and sheer terror. He never anticipated that the chasm between him and Lin Xiaotian would be so vast. I offered you a chance just now, since you failed to recognize it. I shall send you on your way. Lin Xiaotian's gaze turned icy as he swept his hand again. A terrifying gust of wind akin to lightning struck towards Lin Haoze's head. With a resounding thud, Lin Haoze's skull shattered under the impact, blood splattering everywhere. The other elders watched in horror, their faces paling to a ghostly white, their legs trembling as if they were made of straw, all kneeling in desperate pleas for mercy. Spare us, master. We were all misled by Lin Haoze, momentarily bewitched. We implore your grace. Elder Lin Qihua stammered, his voice trembling with boundless fear. Master, we were all ensnared by Lin Haoze's schemes. We plead for your mercy this once. Elder Lin Xiaojuan pressed his forehead tightly to the ground, his body quaking incessantly. Master, we are willing to atone for our sins, Elder Lin Muhua hastily added. The remaining elders echoed their sentiments, continually bowing and admitting their faults, terrified that Lin Xiaotian might take their lives in a fit of rage. Lin Xiaotian's expression was stern as he coldly regarded the kneeling elders. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, In light of your past contributions to the family, I shall spare you this time. However, should you harbor any treachery in the future, I will not show mercy. Upon hearing this, the elders felt as if a great weight had been lifted from their shoulders, repeatedly expressing their gratitude. Thank you, Master. From now on, we shall remain utterly loyal and serve the family diligently. At that moment, discussions erupted around the martial arts arena, as none had anticipated that a family competition would devolve into such internal strife within the Lin family. The representatives from other families who had come to observe wore grave expressions. Although the Lin family had lost a senior elder, Lin Xiaotian's ascension to the third layer of the Transcendence realm was not welcome news for them. Subsequently, the representatives from various families departed from the Lin residence, eager to report this significant development back home. Following the exodus of the various family members, Lin Xiaotian unleashed a formidable purge against Lin Haoze's direct relatives. Those elders who had followed Lin Haoze were not spared either, facing appropriate repercussions. Their future salaries were withheld for the next 2 years, and they were stripped of their elder titles. Furthermore, it was explicitly stated that unless they could achieve great merit for the family, they would not be reinstated to their former positions. Once all matters were resolved, Lin Tianfeng personally dealt with Lin Tianyang. Regarding Liu Yanyun, she was brutally ravaged by him for an entire night. After their encounter, Lin Tianfeng crippled her dantian and discarded her onto the street. Consequently, the obsession that had lingered in his mind dissipated entirely. Lin Tianfeng held no interest in managing the affairs of the Lin family. After dealing with Lin Tianyang, he entered a state of cultivation. The Holy Heart sect was soon to arrive for disciple selection, and he aimed to elevate his cultivation level as much as possible before then, in hopes of securing a spot. Meanwhile, the events occurring within the Lin family swiftly spread throughout the entirety of Cold Moon City. Upon the announcement of this news, a tempest of discussion erupted, with countless individuals expressing their opinions. In the courtyard of the Wei family, Father, Lin Xiaotian, had ascended to the third layer of the Xian realm. Lin Tianfeng had also recovered to the second layer of the spirit gathering realm, and his ability to challenge those of higher rank was astonishing. Lin Tianyang had been nearly powerless against him. Wei Zihao recounted the events surrounding the Lin family in detail. That old man possesses formidable strength, Wei Mingyuan remarked, his brow furrowed and expression darkening. Father, does this mean that I and second brother will be unable to exact our vengeance? Wei Xingjin's gaze was filled with unwillingness. Now that this little wretch has reached the second layer of the spirit gathering realm, he will undoubtedly participate in the Holy Heart sect's disciple selection. After a moment of contemplation, Wei Mingyuan turned his gaze toward Wei Zihao. Zihao, do you have confidence in dealing with that lad? Though his strength is commendable, he currently poses no threat to me, Wei Zihao replied, his eyes shining with confidence. In his view, Lin Tianfeng's remarkable ability to challenge higher ranks was surely due to his former cultivation at the fifth layer of the spirit gathering realm. As Wei Zihao had already reached the sixth layer, he held absolute confidence in his own strength. Very well. This is the spirit gathering fruit that I entrusted to someone to procure for you. It is sufficient to enable your breakthrough to the 7th layer of the spirit-gathering realm. Should you encounter that lad in the selection competition, make certain to eliminate him. Wei Mingyuan said through gritted teeth, an icy killing intent lacing his voice. Rest assured, father, if that lad crosses my path, I will ensure he has no place to be buried, Wei Zihao declared resolutely. Father, what if that old man Lin Xiaotian goes mad? Wei Xingjin inquired anxiously. Fear not. The younger generation will engage in a fair contest. Even if that lad is killed, Lin Xiaotian will have no grounds for complaint. Moreover, this is the Holy Heart sect selection. He would not dare to intervene, even if given 100 chances, Wei Mingyuan thought. A chill of murderous intent flashing through his mind. As time quietly slipped away, the day of the Holy Heart sect's disciple selection arrived. Through diligent training during this period, Lin Tianfeng successfully advanced to the 3rd layer of the spirit-gathering realm. Simultaneously, his ethereal movement technique and the primordial sword technique had progressed from the basics to a minor completion stage. With the enhancement of his movement and sword skills, Lin Tianfeng's ability to challenge those of higher rank became increasingly formidable. Today, Cold Moon City buzzed with excitement, teeming with crowds. At this moment, a colossal arena had been erected in the central square, surrounded by throngs of spectators eager to witness the spectacle. Even the surrounding cities have seen numerous young individuals arriving to participate in the selection process. Although the Sacred Heart sect has only 3 slots available in this region, it does not deter the fervent enthusiasm that many harbor for it. The reason for this fervor is quite simple. Joining the Sacred Heart sect signifies a transformative leap into a path of immortality. For ordinary individuals wishing to alter their fate, the only recourse is to affiliate with prominent sects, as the techniques available to common families can only cultivate up to the profound realm. Beyond that, only the major sects possess the advanced methodologies. Consequently, countless youths are eager to align themselves with these powerful entities. The selection by the Sacred Heart sect has garnered significant attention from the prominent families of Cold Moon City. Even the city lord, Li Jingyao, has personally arrived to ensure order. This underscores the importance placed on the selection by various families. Fenger, we are counting on you in this selection, Lin Xiaotian said, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Grandfather, rest assured, I will secure one of the slots, Lin Tianfeng replied, his tone resolute. Given your strength, obtaining a slot should not pose a challenge. However, do not underestimate Su Shuyao or Wei Zihao if you encounter them, Lin Xiaotian cautioned with a serious demeanor. Do not worry, grandfather, they pose no threat to me, Lin Tianfeng declared, confidence radiating from his eyes. At that moment, Lin Tianfeng sensed 2 piercing gazes directed at him. He swiftly turned to see Wei Zihao and Wei Xingjin from the Wei family, their expressions rife with malice. Unfazed by the hostile glances of the Wei brothers, Lin Tianfeng remained composed. With his current prowess, even if Wei Zihao were to break through to the 7th level of the concentration realm, he would still not pose a threat. The only individuals worthy of his attention were likely Su Shuyao and Li Qinming. These 2 had once stood alongside him as the 3 prodigies of Cold Moon City, although he had been regarded as the foremost among them. The gap between them was not insurmountable. Just then, an exquisitely graceful figure swiftly approached from a distance, effortlessly landing upon the stage. It was a voluptuous and mature woman, her form alluringly curvaceous and exuding an air of elegance and nobility. Clad in a flowing lavender gown that perfectly accentuated her voluptuous figure, she appeared utterly captivating, evoking admiration from all. In an instant, the crowd fell silent, their eyes collectively fixed upon the woman on the stage, filled with awe and anticipation. The newcomer was none other than Elder Chen Shuya of the Sacred Heart sect. Chapter 17. Astonishment at the scene. Welcome, Elder Chen, to Cold Moon City for the disciple selection. Upon Chen Shuya's arrival, City Lord Li Jingyao promptly approached her with utmost respect. Elder Chen, I am here today to select disciples, and I would appreciate your assistance in maintaining order at the venue. Chen Shuya's voice was ethereal and melodious, reminiscent of celestial music, emanating a unique and refreshing aura, akin to a proud snow blossom, enchanting all who beheld her. Rest assured, Elder Chen, I will take care of it, Li Jingyao readily assured her with deference. Thank you for your assistance, City Lordly. Chen Shuya gently inclined her head, her figure graceful, her steps light, reminiscent of an ethereal fairy descending to the mortal realm. She gracefully approached the edge of the arena. I am Elder Chen Shuya of the Sacred Heart sect. The age limit for this new disciple selection is 18 years, and the cultivation level must not be below the spirit gathering stage. Her voice remained ethereal and melodious, her gaze sweeping slowly over the gathered crowd, exuding an air of dignified authority that did not require anger to command respect. The first round will test endurance, followed by a combat strength assessment in the second round. Only those who rank in the top 3 may join our Sacred Heart sect. As Chen Shiyue's words concluded, a stir arose among the crowd. Many young aspirants who did not meet the criteria shook their heads in dismay, their faces etched with disappointment. The first round of assessments begins now. Participants need only place their hands upon this stone and endure for 10 seconds to pass. Chen Shiyue elegantly raised her delicate hand, retrieving a massive stone from her storage ring and casually tossing it onto the arena. The moment the stone appeared, it emanated an overwhelming pressure that caused the souls of onlookers to tremble involuntarily. Soon, a serpentine line formed as individuals queued to undertake the test. Wang Lin, a first-layer spirit gathering cultivator aged 18, lasted only 8 seconds. Failure. Li Xuanhuan, also a first-layer spirit gathering cultivator aged 17, endured 5 seconds. Failure. Li Yuanhao, first-layer spirit gathering, aged 17, managed 3 seconds. Failure. Wei Zihao, a 7th-layer spirit gathering cultivator aged 18, triumphed with 30 seconds. Success. As Wei Zihao passed the assessment, the Wei family erupted in jubilation. Many families rushed to congratulate them. Wei Mingyuan, the head of the Wei family, wore a proud expression, as if he could already envision a splendid future for his clan. The first round of endurance testing continued, yet those who succeeded were few and far between. Soon, it was Su Shuyao's turn. Renowned as the most beautiful woman in Cold Moon City, she possessed a captivating figure and an unparalleled beauty that could enchant the world. Thus, the moment she appeared, all eyes were drawn to her, and the crowd was captivated. Su Shuyao, a 7th-layer spirit gathering cultivator aged 16, astonishingly endured for 99 seconds. Success. When her results were announced, a hint of admiration flickered across Chen Shiyue's face. Truly deserving of her title as the most beautiful woman in Cold Moon City, her talent was indeed extraordinary. At that moment, a wave of astonishment swept through the venue, with glances directed at Su Shuyao, filled with admiration and infatuation. Her eyes radiated pride and confidence as she gracefully walked toward the qualified area. Congratulations to the Su family for having such an exceptional daughter. Indeed, with such a remarkable daughter, the Su family is bound to soar to great heights. They must not forget to lift us along the way. In an instant, numerous families from Cold Moon City rushed to express their goodwill and congratulations to the Su family. Su Jinghao, the head of the Su family, could hardly contain his smile, eagerly engaging in lively conversation with members of various clans. Soon, it was Lin Tianfeng's turn to take the stage for the test. At this moment, all eyes in the audience were fixated on Lin Tianfeng. The expressions of the Lin family members were a mixture of anxiety and anticipation, silently praying for his success. Meanwhile, the members of the Wei, Su, and Li families observed Lin Tianfeng with palpable tension, harboring ulterior motives and secret calculations. Lin Tianfeng, possessing the 3rd layer of the concentration realm, was merely 16 years old, yet he managed to endure the willpower test for 200 seconds, achieving a passing mark. A glimmer of admiration flashed in Chen Shiyue's eyes. She had not anticipated that this young man would display such remarkable resilience, enduring the pressure of the testing stone for such an extended duration. Unbeknownst to her, 200 seconds was far from Lin Tianfeng's limit. He could easily maintain that effort for an entire day if he so desired. As the moment of his success registered, the crowd erupted in astonishment, their faces reflecting disbelief. How could this be? How could this young lad possess such formidable willpower? The members of the Wei family seethed with resentment, their faces dark and brooding, filled with jealousy and anger. At that instant, Su Shuya's expression was one of dismay. She had never imagined that Lin Tianfeng's tenacity would surpass her own. As noon approached, the grueling first round of testing finally concluded. Out of over 10,000 participants, only 40 emerged successful, each one a paragon of exceptional talent and unwavering resolve. Congratulations on advancing to the second round. Next, we will conduct a combat assessment, and all participants will draw lots. Chen Shiyue's announced with a voice as graceful as a flowing stream. As her words resonated, the successful candidates, filled with a mix of anxiety and anticipation, took to the stage to draw their lots. All eyes were glued to the drawn numbers, each participant hoping for a favorable position. Lin Tianfeng's fortune seemed to hold as he drew the number 2. Now, I invite the top 3 candidates to the stage for their challenges. If you can defend your position, you will become disciples of the Sacred Heart sect, Chen Shiyue's continued, her gaze sweeping solemnly over the gathered individuals. She then elaborated on the rules for the second round of the competition. Now, the candidate with the number 4 draw may step up to challenge. Upon her words, a tall and imposing youth, boasting the 5th layer of the concentration realm, ascended the arena. His gaze was resolute as he fixed his attention on the top 3 candidates, ultimately settling on Lin Tianfeng. I challenge number 2, the tall youth declared loudly. Among the top 3, Lin Tianfeng possessed the weakest cultivation, prompting the youth to select him without hesitation. It seemed imperative to establish dominance, lest he be relentlessly challenged thereafter. Lin Tianfeng pondered silently, then sprang into action, leaping gracefully into the center of the arena. You are merely at the third layer of the concentration realm. This ranking is not one you can claim. If you have any sense, vacate the stage immediately, or I shall not hesitate to strike you down, the youth warned menacingly. The tall youth displayed an air of arrogance, his expression tinged with disdain. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Tianfeng darted towards him like a bolt of lightning, his speed so astonishing that it was almost impossible to discern his movements. With a sharp and resounding slap, the towering young man was sent flying by Lin Tianfeng's strike. The force of that blow was remarkable, executed with precision and decisiveness. Chapter 18. The defeat of Wei Zihao. Lin Tianfeng's combat prowess was truly formidable. Someone couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Indeed, Yang Jian was the top genius from the neighboring Yang family in Tianshui City, and the fact that he was sent sprawling by a mere slap was astonishing. Another voice quickly chimed in, filled with profound shock. In that moment, the scene was engulfed in disbelief as everyone widened their eyes, their faces reflecting utter incredulity. Initially, the crowd had anticipated an intense and protracted battle. Yet, no one could have imagined that Lin Tianfeng would effortlessly send the fifth-layer condensation realm expert, Yang Jian, flying with a single casual slap. The young master has triumphed. The Lin family erupted in joyous cheers, their faces alight with excitement as they began to celebrate among themselves. Families allied with the Lin clan also stepped forward to convey their congratulations, creating a lively and jubilant atmosphere. The challenges continued to unfold. With Yang Jian dispatched by a swift slap, Lin Tianfeng demonstrated his astounding strength, causing most challengers to hesitate before daring to confront him. As time trickled by, the tension in the air intensified. Lin Tianfeng, prepare to meet your demise. Suddenly, a voice laced with malice rang out. Wei Zihao leapt into the air with an agile grace, landing firmly on the arena. His cold gaze was fixed intently on Lin Tianfeng, exuding a palpable aura of hostility. Since you are so eager to meet the King of Hell, allow me to facilitate your wish. Lin Tianfeng, unperturbed, unsheathed his sword in an instant, his figure flickering like a specter as he firmly alighted on the arena. Today, it is time to settle the grudge between our families. Wei Zihao's voice was chilling, his eyes revealing a chilling intent to kill. If you truly seek death, I am more than willing to grant it. Lin Tianfeng's tone was calm and indifferent, showing no signs of fear in the face of Wei Zihao's aggressive demeanor. What an arrogant brat. Today, I shall make it abundantly clear what the consequences of offending the Wei family entail. Wei Zihao's voice was frigid, his gaze sharpening with a frost-like murderous intent. Now at the seventh layer of the condensation realm, he stood among the elite geniuses of Hanyu City. In his view, even if Lin Tianfeng were to restore himself to his peak state, he could never hope to be his equal. Elder, this fellow is threatening to take my life. If I were to eliminate him, it shouldn't be considered a violation, right? Lin Tianfeng spoke with utmost respect, turning his gaze towards Qin Shuya atop the high platform. Our Sacred Heart sect only admits the most exceptional talents, as long as there is no poison or forbidden drugs involved. Even if you were to kill someone in this arena, I shall not intervene. Qin Shuya's voice was elegant and melodious, a faint smile gracing her lips. She felt a considerable curiosity towards Lin Tianfeng. This young man, whose cultivation was merely at the third layer of the spirit realm, had just triumphed over Yang Jian, who was at the fifth layer of the concentration realm. He now boldly declared his intent to slay Wei Zihao, who had reached the seventh layer of the concentration realm, stirring a flicker of anticipation within her heart. With your words, I am at ease. Lin Tianfeng respectfully bowed, his eyes radiating an unparalleled confidence. Do you believe Lin Tianfeng can defeat Wei Zihao? Someone could not help but ask, curiosity brimming in their heart. It's hard to say, but if I must choose, I think Wei Zihao's chances are likely greater. A man clad in black replied with a grave expression. I concur. Though Lin Tianfeng possesses formidable capabilities to challenge those of higher realms, Wei Zihao has already reached the seventh layer of the concentration realm. The disparity in their cultivation levels is simply too vast, a man in white echoed in agreement. At this moment, the arena was abuzz with excitement. All eyes fixated on Lin Tianfeng and Wei Zihao. Lin Tianfeng, for these past years, you have consistently overshadowed me. Today, I shall ensure your utter destruction, Wei Zihao snarled, his expression twisted with malice, his voice laced with a chilling murderous intent. Enough of this nonsense. If you wish to fight, make your move quickly. I have no interest in wasting time with a corpse, Lin Tianfeng retorted coldly, his gaze radiating unabashed contempt. You seek death. Wei Zihao's fury ignited instantly, his long sword slicing through the air, unleashing a blinding streak of sword light that hurtled towards Lin Tianfeng like a shooting star. Despite the several minor realms separating them, Wei Zihao dared not underestimate his opponent. He unleashed his ultimate technique from the outset. Faced with the ferocious sword light, Lin Tianfeng activated his ethereal movement, subtly shifting his form to effortlessly evade the fierce strike. If that is all you can do, I fear no one will save you today. A mocking smile curved upon Lin Tianfeng's lips. Take another strike from me. Seeing his initial attack miss, Wei Zihao's expression darkened further as he swung his longsword once more, unleashing a torrent of sword shadows that enveloped Lin Tianfeng. Primal chaos, no trace. Lin Tianfeng's gaze sharpened, his feet dancing with ethereal grace as he brandished his long sword like the wind, colliding with Wei Zihao's sword light in an explosive clash. Clang! The weapons collided violently in midair, sending forth dazzling sparks. The two were instantly engulfed in an intense battle, razor-sharp sword lights rampaging across the arena. The spectators below held their breath, not daring to utter a sound, their eyes glued to the fierce conflict unfolding atop the platform. Lin Tianfeng, meet your end. Wei Zihao's gaze was tinged with a hint of madness, as the spiritual energy within him surged like a frenzied tide. A ferocious sword light swept towards Lin Tianfeng. With a sharp glint in his eyes, Lin Tianfeng unleashed his own spiritual power without reservation, his longsword radiating a dazzling brilliance. Clang! The two sword lights collided fiercely, unleashing an invisible shockwave that rapidly expanded outward. Under the force of this overwhelming power, Wei Zihao was forced to retreat several meters, his complexion turning as pale as a ghost. How could this brat be so strong? A flicker of fear arose within Wei Zihao's heart. Die! In that instant of retreat, Lin Tianfeng gave him no respite, abruptly executing a devastating strike. As Lin Tianfeng charged again, despite the terror gripping his heart, Wei Zihao chose not to retreat. Hastily raising his sword to block, swoosh! Lin Tianfeng's sword struck with lightning speed and an exceptionally cunning angle, coupled with his ethereal and elusive movement. Wei Zihao barely had time to react before a fine line appeared across his neck. This is impossible. Despair and disbelief filled Wei Zihao's eyes, his pupils gradually losing focus as his body collapsed to the ground, breathless. He never anticipated that, in mere moments, he would meet his demise at the hands of Lin Tianfeng. Chapter 19. The letter of dismissal. Lin Tianfeng sheathed his sword and leaped gracefully, akin to a soaring eagle, landing steadily on the arena below, not even sparing Wei Zihao a glance. At that moment, the audience was engulfed in shock. Everyone widened their eyes, their faces etched with disbelief. Even Chen Shuya on the high platform flashed a moment of astonishment in her beautiful eyes. She truly did not expect to encounter such an exceptionally gifted young man in this small town of Hanyue. How despicable, to conceal oneself so deeply. Su Shuya furrowed her brow, her expression darkening like a stormy sky. She could not fathom how Lin Tianfeng's Dantian, which was supposed to be crippled, could have suddenly recovered, especially with such formidable combat prowess. Recalling her agreement with Lin Tianfeng, a twinge of regret began to rise within Su Shuya. She understood that her own strength was only marginally superior to Wei Zihao's. If she were to confront Lin Tianfeng, defeat would be inevitable. Should she lose, Lin Tianfeng would undoubtedly dismiss her before everyone, a fate she could not bear. At this moment, the Wei family seethed with rage, their eyes fixated on Lin Tianfeng with a murderous glare, as if they wished to tear him apart. Yet, they dared not act recklessly. After all, this was the selection site of the Sacred Heart sect. Any action taken now would be seen as a blatant provocation, the consequences of which would be dire. Moreover, given Lin Tianfeng's demonstrated strength, his entry into the Sacred Heart sect was practically assured. If tensions escalated further, the Wei family would find it exceedingly difficult to maintain their foothold in Hanyue. As he witnessed the demise of his most outstanding son in the arena, Wei Mingyuan's eyes brimmed with venom and resentment. Ultimately, he stormed away with the members of the Wei family, filled with indignation. Simultaneously, the prominent families of Hanyue City extended their congratulations to the Lin family, with many proposing alliances through marriage. In light of such developments, Lin Xiaodian could hardly contain his elation, his smile stretching from ear to ear. He had never anticipated that his grandson could undergo such a monumental transformation within a mere 2 months. The members of the Lin family were equally exhilarated, unable to restrain their excitement. With Lin Tianfeng poised to join the Sacred Heart sect, it heralded an inevitable rise to prominence for the Lin family. The challenges in the arena continued unabated, the intensity of the battles growing ever more exhilarating. Each fierce confrontation left the spectators on the edge of their seats, as if the tension could snap at any moment. Following Lin Tianfeng's triumph over Wei Zihao, who was at the 7th level of the concentration realm, No one dared to challenge him further. Ultimately, Lin Tianfeng successfully secured his second position, while Su Shuiyao claimed the first, and Li Chunming obtained the third. Congratulations on becoming disciples of the Sacred Heart sect. You have tonight to prepare. I shall await you here tomorrow, Chen Shuya declared before vanishing in an instant, leaving only a gentle breeze in her wake. Su Shuiyao, it is time to settle our grievances. Come forth for a duel, Lin Tianfeng announced. Leaping gracefully to the center of the stage, his gaze icy and penetrating, as if it could freeze anyone in its path. Tianfeng, I acknowledge my previous transgressions and wish to apologize. If you can find it in your heart to forgive me, we can return to our former camaraderie, Su Shuiyao said, her expression softening as she gazed affectionately at Lin Tianfeng. Enough of these hollow words. Should you emerge victorious today, I shall kneel and proclaim myself unworthy of you thrice. However, if you falter, I shall publicly sever our ties, Lin Tianfeng replied, his tone devoid of warmth, his visage as expressionless as a frigid statue. Tianfeng, we have grown up together, sharing so many years of bond. Can you truly be so heartless? Su Shuyao's eyes glimmered with unshed tears, exuding a pitiable aura that tugged at the heartstrings. Su Shuyao, I once traversed the Kanglin Mountains in search of the gathering yuan fruit to aid your cultivation, only to sacrifice my own dantian in the process. Yet, instead of gratitude, you chose to withdraw from our engagement when I was ensnared by treachery. Today, I shall end our engagement, and we shall henceforth be strangers, devoid of any connection, Lin Tianfeng declared, his countenance as frigid as frost, as he tossed the prepared divorce decree towards Su Shuiyao. The decree descended through the air like a merciless verdict. The spectators below murmured amongst themselves, their gazes laden with disdain as they regarded Su Shuiyao, who appeared to be excessively opportunistic. Lin Tianfeng, do not presume that your newfound strength renders you extraordinary. We shall see, Su Shuiyao retorted, biting her crimson lip, her expression darkening to an ominous hue, as if her very essence could weep. She understood that at this moment, she was no match for Lin Tianfeng. If one were to step onto the stage, it would serve no purpose other than to invite humiliation. Lin Tianfeng, do not delude yourself into thinking you are formidable. If you possess courage, face me in battle. Li Chunming, consumed by rage, erupted like a tempest, leaping onto the arena with fervor. Do you believe you are worthy? Lin Tianfeng chuckled lightly, his gaze laced with undisguised disdain, before turning to walk away from the stage. You fool, are you courting death? Infuriated by Lin Tianfeng's blatant disregard, Li Chunming raised his hand and struck with ferocity, unaware of his impending doom. Lin Tianfeng's eyes flashed coldly as he pivoted and unleashed a devastating punch. The force of his blow was overwhelming, propelled by raw power as it surged toward Li Chunming. With a resounding crack, the sound of bones fracturing echoed through the arena, as Li Chunming emitted a piercing scream, his body hurtling backward like a marionette with severed strings. In that moment, his arm lay broken, his complexion turning ashen, and he crashed heavily to the ground, stirring a cloud of dust. Li Chunming, if you wish to be a sycophant, no one will stop you, but it is prudent that you do not provoke me. Lin Tianfeng's voice was as frigid as frost, his gaze sharp as a blade. With that, he strode purposefully towards the area designated for the Lin family. The city lord, Li Jingyao, observed the scene with a resigned shake of his head, hastily instructing aides to assist Li Chunming and expedite his medical attention. In truth, he did not endorse his son's pursuit of Su Shuiyao. As the lord of the city, Li Jingyao could discern that Su Shuiyao was ill-suited, being a woman of stark realism, and it was apparent that his son would find it challenging to win her over. Despite his repeated counsel to his son, Li Jingyao felt helpless as his son remained obstinately deaf to his advice, which brought him considerable frustration. After descending from the arena, Lin Tianfeng was immediately surrounded by the members of the Lin family, their faces alight with uncontainable joy. At that moment, representatives from various families approached to extend their congratulations. Many even proposed to betroth their daughters to Lin Tianfeng, all of which he graciously declined. His sole focus was the pursuit of martial prowess, intent on elevating his cultivation. And he held high standards regarding women. Of course, if they were formidable and possessed a powerful background, that would be a different matter altogether. Chapter 20. Arrival at the Sacred Heart sect that evening. The Lin family was ablaze with light as they hosted an extravagant banquet. During this time, the family members gathered around Lin Tianfeng, raising their glasses in his honor and offering heartfelt blessings. Fenger, the Sacred Heart sect is a gathering place for prodigies. In circumstances where strength is lacking, one must strive to develop discreetly, Lin Xiaodian admonished gravely, his eyes filled with concern and care. Grandfather, you need not worry. Without your formidable support, I lack the resources to be ostentatious. Lin Tianfeng replied with a relaxed smile, nodding in agreement. Your grandfather does not mean for you to be subdued in all matters, Should the adversary truly cross the line, there is no need for mercy. When necessary, one should either refrain from action or strike with lethal precision, ensuring that no future troubles may arise, with one's own safety as the utmost priority. Lin Xiaoyan's gaze was resolute as he solemnly cautioned once more. Rest assured, I am not one to suffer losses easily, Lin Tianfeng quickly assured him, his eyes radiating confidence and determination. That's good to hear. Make sure to return and rest early. We must depart at dawn tomorrow. Do not forget the time. Lin Xiaoyan gently patted Lin Tianfeng's shoulder, his eyes betraying a hint of reluctance. Lin Tianfeng had been nurtured by him, and now, as he was set to journey to the Holy Heart sect, Lin Xiaoyan could not help but feel a twinge of sorrow. Grandfather, you too should rest early. Once I become an inner disciple, I will return to see you, Lin Tianfeng declared before turning to slowly make his way back to his quarters. It had been nearly 2 months since he had traversed to this realm, and now, as he prepared to depart from the Lin family, a sense of reluctance inevitably stirred within him. After all, the elder Lin had treated him well, and in his previous life, he had been an orphan, never having truly experienced familial affection. Moreover, his soul had fully merged with that of the former Lin Tianfeng, rendering them nearly indistinguishable. Thus, the Lin family had indeed become his home. On the following morning, as dawn broke and the first light of day crept forth, Lin Tianfeng rose early, meticulously grooming himself and donning a resplendent purple robe. Today he gathered his thick, long hair into a high bun, secured by an exquisite hairband, presenting himself with an air of gallant elegance. Accompanied by a contingent of high-ranking Lin family members, Lin Tianfeng arrived once more at the central square of the city. At this moment, the members of the Su and Li families had already been waiting on site for quite some time. Li Chenming, who had suffered a broken arm the previous day, though reattached, was still bandaged and appeared somewhat disheveled. Upon noticing Lin Tianfeng's arrival, his expression darkened instantly, eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. Meanwhile, Su Shuya cast a cold glance at Lin Tianfeng, saying little, yet her gaze revealed a complex array of emotions. Lin Xianji, you are all young, having grown up together. Do not let minor disputes weigh heavily on your hearts, Li Jingyao remarked with a smile. Mayorly, you are too courteous. Such trivial matters do not concern me, Lin Tianfeng replied calmly, his demeanor as tranquil as still water. He truly did not harbor any excessive grievances towards Li Chenming. After all, they were young, and rivalry was natural. As long as he was not provoked further, he would not dwell on it. The head of the Su family, Su Jinghao, also approached to exchange pleasantries, but Lin Tianfeng merely responded with casual remarks. Were it not for the Lin family's ongoing development in the Cold Moon City, necessitating the maintenance of a facade of harmony, he would have been disinclined to engage at all. Before long, a brilliant streak appeared in the distance, revealing a graceful figure descending as if a celestial being had graced the earth. Are you all prepared? Chen Shuyu's voice rang clear and cool, reminiscent of a mountain spring, carrying a refreshing chill. Elder Chen, they are all set. We appreciate your assistance along the way. Li Jingyao, Lin Xiaodian, and Su Jinghao all respectfully bowed, their demeanor exceedingly deferential. Chen Shuya gently waved her right hand, and a magnificent golden-winged eagle materialized in the square. The eagle, with its robust wings and imposing figure, emanated an air of majesty. All right, everyone, come aboard. With elegance reminiscent of a delicate butterfly, Chen Shuya gracefully alighted onto the intricately carved back of the eagle. Lin Tianfeng, Su Shuyao, and Li Chanming swiftly leaped up, akin to agile birds in flight, landing upon the eagle's back. The golden-winged eagle let out a resounding cry that echoed through the heavens, soaring high into the sky. Lin Tianfeng leaned back, nearly losing his balance, but his quick reflexes allowed him to grasp the feathers tightly. Su Shuyao and Li Chunming fared worse, having slid to the rear of the eagle. At that moment, they clung desperately to the feathers of the eagle's tail, struggling to ascend. Chen Shuya sat at the forefront with her eyes tightly shut, seemingly indifferent to her surroundings, offering no assistance whatsoever. After a brief interval, Su Shuyao and Li Chunming finally managed to crawl to the center of the eagle's back, their faces pale as ghosts, clearly shaken by fear. As cultivators of the condensed spirit realm, they lacked the ability to fly. A fall from such heights would undoubtedly result in their demise. The golden-winged eagle, enormous in size with a wingspan of 40 to 50 meters, did not feel cramped for the three of them. However, the eagle's incredible speed sent fierce winds whipping past, forcing them to huddle closely behind Chen Shuya. Hey, why are you holding on to me? Lin Tianfeng suddenly felt a pair of delicate hands encircle his waist. Turning to see, it was indeed Su Shuyao. Why so fierce? I've always held you like this, she said, her expression one of grievance. Let go, or I won't hesitate to push you off, Lin Tianfeng replied coldly, devoid of any tenderness. He had no desire to entangle himself with someone like Su Shuiyao. Despite her pure and beautiful appearance, she was exceedingly pragmatic. When one was powerful, she might remain by their side, but should they fall from grace, she would be the first to depart, and could even kick them when they were down. "You'll regret this, you scoundrel," Su Shuiyao fumed, her teeth clenched and lips trembling, yet she ultimately released Lin Tianfeng. She had mustered immense courage to embrace him, only to find him so heartless. In her view, her decision to withdraw from their engagement was entirely justified. After all, he had been rendered powerless and embroiled in scandal involving his sister-in-law. Her choice to end their engagement was perfectly reasonable. In a world that revered strength, she could not possibly marry someone deemed a waste. Seated at the back, Li Qinming's face twisted in rage, his expression resembling that of a predator ready to pounce. Lin Tianfeng chose to ignore Su Shuiyao, his gaze drifting to the horizon as the golden-winged eagle continued its rapid flight, the wind howling in his ears. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the golden-winged eagle arrived amidst a range of towering mountains, where peaks rose majestically, like swords piercing the sky. Surrounding them was an ethereal mist, evoking a dreamlike atmosphere. Between the towering peaks, waterfalls cascade like the Milky Way descending from the heavens, while exotic flowers and rare herbs blanket the landscape, each vying for attention in a vibrant display. Before long, the golden-winged eagle arrived at the ancient mountain gate. Everyone disembark. Chen Shuya gracefully stood, her light figure leaping down from the eagle first. Lin Tianfeng and the others followed suit, their feet barely touching the ground when they were greeted by a rich aura of spiritual energy, invigorating their spirits. Chapter 21. Talent Assessment. At this moment, the entrance of the Sacred Heart sect was bustling with activity, with over 2,000 young men and women gathered, their youthful exuberance radiating from their faces. Filled with uncontrollable excitement and anticipation, it was evident that these young disciples had been meticulously selected from hundreds of surrounding cities. Here are your identification tokens. Please wait patiently and do not wander off. Tomorrow, the elders will assess your talents. Those who do not meet the standards will have to start as auxiliary disciples. Chen Shuyua's voice was melodious and clear as she slowly produced 3 tokens from her robe, handing them to Lin Tianfeng and the others. After offering several more words of advice, she departed from the square. "Miss Shuiyao, I never expected to encounter you here." At that moment, a young man clad in elegant white silk and wielding a folding fan approached with graceful strides. The newcomer was named Dongfang Jianyun, the young lord of Jinshi City. "Oh, it is Master Dongfang. It has been quite a while," Su Shuiyao replied, her expression revealing surprise, a subtle and enigmatic smile playing at the corners of her lips. "Miss Shuiyao, who are these two?" Dongfang Jianyun, exuding charm and elegance, shifted his gaze towards Lin Tianfeng and Li Qinming. "This is Lin Tianfeng, the foremost talent of Hanyue City, and this is my dear friend, Li Qinming," Su Shuiyao introduced, her smile tinged with a hint of mischief. "Third layer of the gathering spirit realm, the top talent of Hanyue City." Dongfang Jianyun could not suppress a chuckle. "Miss Shuiyao, surely you jest. Master Dongfang, do not underestimate him. Although his current cultivation may be somewhat lacking, should you truly engage in combat, you might find it difficult to prevail," Su Shuiyao remarked, a faint smile gracing her features. "Since Miss Shuiyao holds him in such high regard, how about we spar a little, young Master Lin?" Dongfang Jianyun suggested nonchalantly, a hint of provocation glimmering in his eyes. "Shuiyao, I advise you not to provoke me further, or you shall bear the consequences," Lin Tianfeng retorted coldly, casting a glance at Su Shuiyao before turning away. He had no interest in associating with someone like Dongfang Jianyun, who reveled in pretentiousness. "Hey you, stop right there." Seeing Lin Tianfeng's blatant disregard, Dongfang Jianyun's expression darkened, his form darting in front of him like lightning. Dongfang Jianyun perceived the underlying conflict between Lin Tianfeng and Su Shuiyao. Nevertheless, he did not mind being used as a pawn by Su Shuiyao. After all, with her unparalleled beauty, even if he were merely a tool, the opportunity to be close to her was worth the risk. "Step aside." Lin Tianfeng's gaze suddenly turned icy, reminiscent of a flickering cold star, emanating a chilling aura that instilled fear. "You brat, Miss Shuiyao is a friend of mine. Apologize to her, and I shall not make things difficult for you today." Dongfang Jianyun's lofty demeanor was laced with a hint of disdain. "Go to hell." In an instant, Lin Tianfeng lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed squarely at Dongfang Jianyun's face. Caught off guard by this unexpected ambush, Dongfang Jianyun had no time to react. Bang! The blow struck him solidly, sending waves of pain coursing through his face, his head ringing. "Damn you for showing off." Seizing the advantage, Lin Tianfeng unleashed a flurry of relentless punches. Bang, bang, bang. Dongfang Jianyun found himself utterly defenseless, his face rapidly swelling and bruising. "You little bastard, how dare you ambush me?" he roared in fury. Attempting to retaliate proved futile as Lin Tianfeng's onslaught was overwhelming, leaving him no opportunity to counter. Before long, Dongfang Jianyun lay crumpled on the ground, bloodied and battered. If you wish to be a sycophant, no one will stop you, but do not provoke me, or I shall end you, Lin Tianfeng scoffed, his gaze filled with contempt. At that moment, Dongfang Jianyun was far from the elegant figure he once was. Both his eyes were swollen, resembling those of a panda, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The onlookers were astounded. None could have anticipated Lin Tianfeng's ferocity in daring to strike the young lord of Donglin City. Su Xueyao, too, was taken aback, her expression reflecting shock. Initially, she had intended to humiliate Lin Tianfeng through Dongfang Jianyun, never expecting such an outcome. You little brat. Just wait. I will make you pay dearly for this. Dongfang Jianyun seethed, a chilling malice flickering in his eyes. If you seek death, then by all means, provoke me. Lin Tianfeng retorted, a smirk of disdain gracing his lips as he turned to stride towards Su Xueyao. Lin Tianfeng, what are you planning? Su Xueyao felt a twinge of trepidation as he approached, her delicate form trembling slightly. Su Xueyao, I warn you, do not provoke me again, or I shall take what is mine. Lin Tianfeng fixed her with a cold stare, his eyes reflecting a sinister glint. If that is your stance, then I shall provoke you all the more, Su Xueyao replied, a slight smirk curving her lips, hinting at defiance. With Lin Tianfeng's dantian restored and his handsome visage, she found herself unperturbed by the prospect of a closer entanglement. Lin Tianfeng, at a loss for words, turned and melted back into the crowd. One day, I will make you kneel and lick my toes, Su Xueyao vowed silently to herself. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she sensed a change in Lin Tianfeng. The once refined and gentle Lin Tianfeng had transformed into a free-spirited, decisive individual, exuding an irresistible allure. She pondered what could have transpired to instigate such a profound shift in his character. Nevertheless, she was determined to bring this man to heel beneath her skirts. At that moment, not far away, Li Chunming wore a look of astonishment. He had not anticipated that Lin Tianfeng possessed such formidable strength, capable of defeating even Dongfang Jianyun, a practitioner at the 8th level of the concentration realm. The following day, as dawn broke, the atmosphere in the square before the Sacred Heart Sect's mountain gate was tense, yet brimming with anticipation. Over 2,000 new disciples had gathered early, their whispers and anxious breaths permeating the crowd. At this juncture, an elderly man clad in a gray robe ascended the high platform of the outer gate square. His expression was stern, his gaze penetrating, exuding authority without a hint of anger. Silence, he commanded softly, yet his voice resonated clearly in every ear, and the square fell into an immediate hush. I am Liu Qingshan, the elder of the outer sect, and I shall preside over this aptitude test. Now, please form a line for the assessment. Liu Qingshan spoke with utmost gravity, stating, simply place your hand upon this spirit stone and infuse a trace of spiritual energy. It will reveal your aptitude grade, which ranges from 1 to 9. Higher grades signify greater talent. As his words faded, several outer sect stewards removed a massive stone and placed it upon the high platform. At that moment, the atmosphere was fraught with tension, with eager anticipation and trepidation reflected in the eyes of the crowd. Chapter 22. The Proud Su Xueyao. As the testing commenced, the young men and women present experienced a stark contrast of emotions. Some were elated, while others wore expressions of despair. If one's aptitude reached the 3rd grade, they would ascend to become outer sect disciples, while those below the 3rd grade would be relegated to the status of servant disciples. A slender youth stepped hesitantly onto the high platform, gently placing his hand upon the spirit stone. The stone flickered slightly, emitting a rather dim glow. Liu Qingshan cast a cursory glance and stated flatly, 2nd grade aptitude, servant disciple. Upon hearing his aptitude result, the pallor of the young man's face turned ashen, as if his very spirit had been drained, and he stumbled off the platform. Next, a fair-skinned girl approached for her test. Cautiously, she placed her hand on the spirit stone, which brightened slightly, revealing a faint yellow hue. 2nd grade aptitude, servant disciple. Though she received the news, a subtle glimmer of disappointment flickered in her eyes. As one new disciple after another stepped up for their assessments, most exhibited aptitudes fluctuating around the 3rd grade. It was then that Li Chunming confidently ascended the high platform. Taking a deep breath, he placed his hand upon the spirit stone. The stone radiated a soft azure light, which, while not blindingly brilliant, was far from dim. Liu Qingshan nodded slightly and proclaimed, 4th grade aptitude, outer sect disciple. A smile of unbidden joy crept upon Li Chunming's face as he descended from the platform. Shortly thereafter, Dongfang Jianyun strode up to the high platform with unwavering confidence. With his arms crossed, he arrogantly placed his hands on the spirit stone. Instantly, the stone erupted in a deep blue glow. a dazzling brilliance that nearly illuminated the entire venue. Elder Liu Qingshan proclaimed loudly, 7th grade talent, inner sect disciple. Dongfang Jianyun's lips curled into a smug smile. His gaze provocatively directed towards Lin Tianfeng. At long last, it was Su Shuiyao's turn. She gracefully ascended the high platform, her demeanor slightly tinged with nervousness, before gently placing her hand upon the spirit testing stone. In an instant, the stone erupted in an exquisite display of violet radiance, shooting skyward and illuminating the entire square like a fantastical dreamscape. To everyone's astonishment, it was a 9th grade talent. A flicker of barely contained excitement danced across Elder Liu Qingshan's face. As Su Shuyao beheld the dazzling violet glow, her tension dissipated completely. She slightly raised her chin, her eyes gleaming with an intangible sense of superiority, resembling an imperious swan. At that moment, several formidable auras surged from afar, swiftly landing upon the mountain gate square. Little girl, if you were to become my disciple, I would surely cultivate you into a formidable force. An elder exclaimed eagerly, his eyes fixated on Su Shuyao, filled with desire and anticipation. Humph, Tian Yunzi, your cultivation method is far too aggressive. It is wholly unsuitable for this girl. Allow me to instruct her instead. Another elder interjected, his tone resolute. Enough of your disputes. Let me be the one to teach this young disciple. A poised Taoist maiden, holding a whisk, suddenly appeared in the square, her expression urgent. In that moment, the senior members of the sect vied fervently for her attention, none willing to concede an inch. Enough. Let me personally take charge of her education. Just then, a voluptuous, graceful woman with a mature demeanor materialized in the square. It was none other than Liu Shiqing, the Grand Elder of the Sacred Heart sect. Grand Elder, what brings you here? Upon her arrival, the gathered elders respectfully bowed, their faces reflecting a sense of regret. Child, do you wish to take me as your master? Liu Shiqing gazed at Su Shuyao with warmth in her eyes. Overjoyed, Su Shuyao hurriedly knelt in gratitude, proclaiming, Disciple Su Shuyao pays her respects to master. Excellent. From this moment forth, you shall be my disciple. Liu Shiqing nodded slightly, a satisfied expression gracing her features. After rising, Su Shuyao cast a haughty glance at Lin Tianfeng, her eyes brimming with pride and challenge. In that instant, every gaze upon Su Shuyao was filled with envy. It was well known that the Grand Elder was the most powerful elder in the Sacred Heart sect. To become her disciple meant an ascent to greatness. With an unfathomable future ahead, the talent assessments continued. Before long, it was Lin Tianfeng's turn to take the stage. With an air of calm and composure, he confidently approached the high platform, placing his hands steadily and unhurriedly upon the spirit testing stone. However, to everyone's astonishment, the stone exhibited no response whatsoever, neither shimmering with light nor displaying any change. Strange, why is there no great? Elder Liu Qingshan couldn't help but furrow his brow. A deep sense of bewilderment etched upon his face. It is noteworthy that even with a feeble spiritual root, there should still be some indication on the spirit testing stone. However, this young man placed his hand upon it and received no response whatsoever. Young man, your talent cannot be discerned, for now. You shall serve as a disciple of the miscellaneous category. Should you manage to break through to the transcendence realm, you may still become an inner sect disciple. Liu Qingshan stated with a grave expression in a solemn tone. The disciple understood. Lin Tianfeng clasped his fists and descended the testing platform with an air of neither humility nor arrogance. Deep within, he was acutely aware that he was not devoid of talent. Rather, the quality of the spirit testing stone was insufficient to reveal his true potential. Nevertheless, whether he was to be an outer sect disciple or a miscellaneous one did not particularly concern Lin Tianfeng. Do not pay heed to his status as a miscellaneous disciple, for he will join a women's peak as a laborer, he thought, firmly believing that his innate abilities would soon elevate him to the ranks of an inner sect disciple. The crowd erupted into uproarious laughter, deriding him for failing to even reach the lowest tier of talent. The gazes directed at Lin Tianfeng were imbued with unmistakable disdain and mockery. Lin Tianfeng, I had thought you were a genius. It appears you are merely a worthless being of no rank, laughed Dongfang Jianyun, his eyes gleaming with unrestrained scorn. Li Chenming also regarded Lin Tianfeng with a hint of contempt. Undeterred by the derisive stares surrounding him, Lin Tianfeng maintained a tranquil demeanor as he quietly made his way to the area designated for miscellaneous disciples. Su Shuyao furrowed her brow slightly, evidently taken aback that Lin Tianfeng possessed such a lack of talent. However, this revelation held little significance for her. In her eyes, the paths of her future and Lin Tianfeng's were destined to diverge dramatically. She was now a disciple of the Grand Elder of the Sacred Heart sect, while Lin Tianfeng remained a mere miscellaneous laborer. Their statuses were simply not on the same level. Before long, the testing for over 2,000 young men and women concluded. Ultimately, only 800 were accepted as outer sect disciples, while the remainder fell into the category of miscellaneous disciples. At that moment, Su Shuiyao approached Lin Tianfeng. Her voice icy as she said, "Lin Tianfeng, I wish to convey something to you." "What is it?" Lin Tianfeng replied, his tone indifferent. "We are destined to inhabit different worlds. I do not wish to hear any rumors concerning us within the Sacred Heart sect in the future." Su Shuiyao's voice was soft, yet exceedingly cold and rigid. "I am not a gossip monger. I shall not speak of it indiscriminately," Lin Tianfeng retorted coolly. "That is all I need to hear," Su Xiao huffed, turning away with an air of haughty superiority as she strode back toward the testing platform. As a disciple of the Grand Elder of the Sacred Heart sect, her every action drew the attention of countless onlookers, leaving her little time to linger with Lin Tianfeng. Chapter 23. Joining the Lingxiu Peak with the talent assessment concluded, the higher-ups of the Sacred Heart sect promptly began the selection of disciples. At this juncture, several elders arrived at the miscellaneous area, intending to choose some agile laborers to take back with them. Just then, a graceful and enchanting figure sped in from the distance, swiftly landing in the vicinity of the miscellaneous disciples. "Behold, Elder Qin Shuya has arrived. How exquisite she is! Could it be that she is here to select the servant disciples?" This is an obvious statement. Why else would she come here if not for that purpose? Qin Shuya is the esteemed master of Lin Tianfeng. If I could be accepted as a servant disciple there, I would willingly sacrifice years of my life in exchange. Do not harbor such delusions. Lin Tianfeng only admits female disciples, and even the servants must be women. In that instant, the atmosphere buzzed with fervent discussions. All the servant disciples cast eager glances at Qin Shuya, their hearts brimming with hope to be chosen. "Lin Tianfeng, how could your talent possibly lack a grade?" Qin Shuya glided gracefully towards Lin Tianfeng. Perhaps the disciple's talent is so exceptional that an ordinary spirit stone cannot measure it. Lin Tianfeng wore a calm demeanor, a subtle smile gracing his lips, his eyes shimmering with confidence. "Our Lin Tianfeng is in need of a servant. If you do not mind, come with me." Qin Shuya's voice was melodious and enchanting as she gazed at Lin Tianfeng. "Thank you, Elder Qin." Lin Tianfeng hurriedly bowed respectfully. "Let us depart." Qin Shuya gently took Lin Tianfeng's hand, her figure soaring elegantly into the air, speeding away like a bolt of lightning. "Goodness! This lad's fortune is extraordinary to be favored by Elder Qin Shuya." As they watched Lin Tianfeng and Qin Shuya gradually fade into the distance, the expressions of the other servant disciples betrayed a blend of envy and jealousy. Lin Tianfeng, the only female peak of the Sacred Heart sect. To gain entry to this peak signifies stepping into a garden of blossoms. Surely, no man could resist such temptation. Under Qin Shuya's guidance, Lin Tianfeng arrived at a picturesque, magnificent peak. This mountain resembled a celestial paradise, crowned with ancient buildings exuding classical charm. As he gazed around, he saw numerous pure and beautiful women. Observing the groups of fair and lovely female disciples on the peak, Lin Tianfeng felt as though he had entered a realm of women. These disciples donned flowing white garments, their silken hair dancing in the wind, each one radiating purity and beauty, akin to celestial beings descending to earth. At this moment, these female disciples wielded long swords, gracefully dancing in the open space, their swordplay light and agile, their figures enchanting and graceful, each movement showcasing a blend of agility and elegance. Lin Tianfeng, although you are merely a servant now, with diligence and outstanding performance, there lies a future opportunity for you to ascend to an inner disciple. Qin Shuya's voice was soft and melodious, pleasing to the ears. "I understand," the disciple replied, nodding respectfully. "Over there is a wooden cabin, which will be your dwelling." Qin Shuya gestured towards a simple, rustic cabin nearby and continued, "On ordinary days, you need only accompany the female disciples in their sword practice and ensure the cleanliness of the peak. The rest of your time is yours to allocate as you please." "I will fulfill my duties diligently," Lin Tianfeng responded respectfully once more. "This is the martial arts and techniques of Lingxiu Peak. Take it and practice diligently. Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to seek my guidance." Qin Shuya presented 2 sets of techniques to Lin Tianfeng. "Thank you, Peak Master." Lin Tianfeng expressed his gratitude. He could sense that the techniques bestowed upon him by Qin Shuya were of a notably high caliber, one that ordinary disciples would never have the fortune to acquire. "There is one matter I must solemnly warn you about. All disciples of Lingxiu Peak are female, and you must not act recklessly here," Qin Shuya admonished with a serious and earnest tone. "Rest assured, Master. I pledge my integrity that I will never do anything to tarnish the reputation of the female disciples of Lingxiu Peak," Lin Tianfeng assured with heartfelt sincerity. Subsequently, Qin Shuya summoned a female steward to guide Lin Tianfeng in familiarizing himself with his duties. The steward led Lin Tianfeng on a tour around the peak. emphasizing the areas that required pruning and those that needed to be kept tidy. Following this, the steward introduced him to the area designated for the outer disciples of Lingxiu Peak. Allow me to introduce you. This is Lin Tianfeng, a servant disciple from our 3 peaks. You may request his assistance with any tasks you require. Of course, if you need a sparring partner for sword practice, he is available for that as well. The steward addressed the surrounding female disciples with a serious demeanor. Upon hearing the steward's words, excitement illuminated the faces of the outer female disciples. After all, they had never encountered a male disciple at Lingxiu Peak in all these years. The sudden appearance of such a handsome and dashing male disciple was undeniably thrilling for them. Lin Tianfeng harbored no objections to the role of sparring partner. With his current low level of cultivation, practicing swordplay with the female disciples was an excellent opportunity for him to enhance his skills. In the days that followed, Lin Tianfeng lived quite comfortably. Aside from tidying up and sparring with the female disciples, he dedicated the remainder of his time to cultivation. As time quietly passed, the news of a male servant disciple at Lingxiu Peak spread throughout the entire mountain. The presence of a strikingly handsome male servant disciple sparked whispers among the female disciples. Initially, they were somewhat reserved and hesitant to approach Lin Tianfeng for practice. However, as some took the initiative, the number of female disciples seeking to train with him increased daily. Some bolder disciples would occasionally cast flirtatious glances his way. A few even took liberties under the pretense of sparring, leaving him both enchanted and helpless. On one occasion, while trimming branches in a secluded corner, he was suddenly seized by a female disciple who sought to engage him in a more intimate conversation. Fortunately, other female disciples passed by, and the young lady reluctantly released him. Otherwise, he might have truly faced an unfortunate fate. However, recalling Qin Shiyan's stern warning, Lin Tianfeng dared not act recklessly, which only intensified his internal struggle. After all, he was a normal, spirited youth. Presently, Lin Tianfeng resembled a powerful magnet, captivating the attention of countless female disciples. Consequently, many sought him for sparring sessions from dawn until dusk. To the astonishment of many, despite being merely at the 3rd level of the concentration realm, Lin Tianfeng exhibited formidable combat prowess that left many outer sect female disciples unable to match him. Chapter 24. Encountering Dongfang Jianyun in the blink of an eye. Half a month had elapsed. After this period of dedicated cultivation, Lin Tianfeng successfully advanced to the 4th level of the concentration realm. On this day, he conceived the idea of undertaking tasks, for it was the only means to swiftly accumulate contribution points. Within the Sacred Heart sect, one must rely on contribution points to exchange for martial arts, techniques, spirit stones, or spiritual herbs. Although the miscellaneous disciples could earn a modest amount of contribution points through diligent labor each month, such a meager sum was but a drop in the ocean for him. After greeting the steward of the Lingxiu Peak, Lin Tianfeng made his way to the task hall without pause. Upon entering the grand hall, he meticulously sifted through the tasks displayed on the task wall. Each task was clearly detailed, outlining the requirements and the contribution points to be earned upon completion. To rapidly amass enough contribution points, Lin Tianfeng intended to accept tasks suitable for those at the 9th level of the concentration realm. With sufficient contribution points, he could exchange for spirit stones, thereby facilitating a swift enhancement of his cultivation. Confident in his own strength, Lin Tianfeng believed he could triumph even against ordinary practitioners at the 9th level of the concentration realm, despite currently being at the 4th level. After careful consideration, he discovered a task at the top of the wall that involved slaying a ground demon dragon. The power of the ground demon dragon typically resided at the 9th level of the concentration realm, boasting combat capabilities that surpassed those of many human practitioners at the same level. Thus, the contribution points for this task were significantly higher than those of others. After a brief moment of hesitation, Lin Tianfeng resolved to accept this task. He then selected a few additional high-value tasks before slowly exiting the task hall. Lin Tianfeng, let us see where you can run this time. A cold and furious voice echoed in his ears shortly after he left the task point. He turned to find Dongfang Jianyun approaching him. With a 7th grade talent, he had successfully become a disciple of an inner-sect elder. After a period of dedicated cultivation, he had reached the 9th level of the concentration realm. Today, Dongfang Jianyun has just emerged from seclusion, preparing to embark on a mission while simultaneously accruing some contribution points. To his astonishment, he unexpectedly encounters Lin Tianfeng at this location, igniting a volcanic fury within him. For some time, he has sought Lin Tianfeng to avenge the humiliation he suffered on that fateful day. Unfortunately, Lin Tianfeng has remained at Lingxiu, leaving Jianyun with no opportunity to confront him, which has exacerbated his frustration. Is your face itching again, Dongfang scoundrel? Lin Tianfeng's lips curved into a faint, cold smile. You little wretch, you are courting death. Dongfang Jianyun's countenance darkened to the utmost degree. As he spoke, he swung his hand, delivering a swift slap that struck with such rapidity that it left no time for reaction. Isn't this servant-disciple too arrogant? How dare he provoke Dongfang Jianyun, a rising genius of the outer sect, reputed to possess 7th-grade talent and a disciple of Elder Liu? Many passing disciples displayed expressions of astonishment, their gazes toward Lin Tianfeng tinged with profound pity. At the very moment the slap was about to land, Lin Tianfeng slightly shifted his body, effortlessly evading the vicious blow. Is that all you can do? A hint of derision flickered in Lin Tianfeng's eyes. Such arrogance! I must render you incapacitated today. Enraged and humiliated, Dongfang Jianyun suddenly unleashed a punch. A ferocious wind howled forth, laden with a terrifying energy that surged toward Lin Tianfeng. Yet, Lin Tianfeng remained undaunted, channeling his internal spiritual energy to meet Jianyun's fist head-on. The two were instantly ensnared in a fierce battle, their fists colliding, feet striking with intensity, and spiritual energy dispersing in all directions. Damn it! How can this brat's ability to challenge beyond his level be so formidable? Dongfang Jianyun felt an escalating sense of dread. He had never anticipated that Lin Tianfeng, merely at the 4th level of the concentration realm, could withstand him for so long. However, Lin Tianfeng grew increasingly emboldened, his techniques becoming more ferocious, gradually gaining the upper hand with the aid of his agile footwork. Suddenly, Lin Tianfeng evaded a palm strike from Dongfang Jianyun and retaliated with a powerful kick. Bang! The kick landed solidly against Dongfang Jianyun's chest, sending him hurtling backward. Coughing up blood, Dongfang Jianyun crashed heavily to the ground, appearing exceedingly disheveled. How is this possible? This ability to challenge beyond one's level is utterly outrageous. The surrounding disciples stood in stunned silence, unable to articulate their shock. They had originally believed this servant disciple would be easily vanquished by Dongfang Jianyun. Yet the outcome was entirely unexpected. Dongfang Jianyun, if you wish to be a sycophant, no one will hinder you, but I advise you to refrain from provoking me again. Otherwise, each encounter shall result in your defeat. Lin Tianfeng stood over Dongfang Jianyun, casually patting his face with a hand, his gaze filled with disdain. Lin Tianfeng was quite knowledgeable about the rules of the Sacred Heart sect. As long as no one is severely injured or has their cultivation base destroyed, the higher echelons of the sect generally refrain from intervening. This is a world where only the fittest survive, a harsh realm of cultivation. Within the sect, it is the same. Only the most exceptional disciples can stand out and garner the attention of the sect. Lin Tianfeng declared, I will not rest until you are utterly vanquished. As he stood over Dongfang Jianyun, the latter's visage contorted, his eyes glinting with a chilling, murderous intent. In that moment, he resolved silently to repay the humiliation he suffered today 100-fold, exacting a toll on Lin Tianfeng that would cost him his life. Foolish mortal. Lin Tianfeng's foot came down heavily upon Dongfang Jianyun's chest. The sound of a bone cracking echoed in the air, followed by a heart-wrenching scream from Dongfang Jianyun, whose ribcage had caved in, presenting a scene of utter despair. I had thought you were someone of substance. It appears you are merely a mindless fool. Reduced to this pitiful state, yet you still dare to act pretentiously. With your intellect, should you be stripped of your families and sex protection, you would likely perish without even understanding how. Lin Tianfeng shook his head, his gaze filled with disdain. With that, he seized Dongfang Jianyun's storage bag and turned to depart the scene. You wretched brat, I shall see to your demise. Dongfang Jianyun's eyes were imbued with a cold malice. He could not fathom how one could possess such extraordinary capabilities to challenge those above their rank. He himself had recently broken through to the 9th level of the concentration realm, a power that placed him among the elite within the outer sect. Yet, even in the face of Lin Tianfeng, he found himself utterly powerless, a source of immense frustration and rage. Chapter 25, The Maiden in White. At this moment, Lin Tianfeng felt an overwhelming sense of elation. He had discovered 10 spirit stones within Dongfang Jianyun's storage bag. While it may seem a mere 10 stones for Lin Tianfeng, they were sufficient to facilitate a breakthrough to a minor realm. However, he had no intention of refining them immediately, as he had only just recently achieved a breakthrough. Continuing to refine at this juncture might jeopardize the foundation of his cultivation. After departing from the Sacred Heart sect, Lin Tianfeng made his way swiftly towards the mountains behind the sect. The Sacred Heart sect is nestled at the edge of a vast and boundless mountain range, a region enveloped in mist, with layers of peaks rising and falling, rich in spiritual energy. The sect chose this location primarily to provide its disciples with convenient access to training. After all, the mountains are rife with fierce beasts and a plethora of spiritual herbs, making it an ideal crucible for honing disciples. Throughout his journey, Lin Tianfeng exercised caution, resolutely engaging any beast he deemed conquerable in direct confrontation. Should he encounter a beast far beyond his capabilities, he would tactfully circumvent it. Along the way, he also harvested numerous spiritual herbs. Amidst a relentless bloodbath, Lin Tianfeng's mastery of the primal sword technique and the ethereal movement technique has become increasingly adept and fluid. Particularly, his ethereal movement technique allows him to leap forth several dozen meters in an instant. This technique not only confers a formidable advantage in combat, but also proves effective for swift escapes. 7 days have elapsed. After a week of fervent training, Lin Tianfeng has successfully completed all his tasks. During this period, he has also gathered a plethora of rare herbs. On one fateful morning, as Lin Tianfeng prepared to embark on his journey back to the Sacred Heart sect, a thunderous roar from a beast erupted behind him. He quickly turned to investigate. A young maiden, adorned in an exquisite white gown and possessing a youthful visage and ample bosom, was racing towards him with astonishing speed. Behind her, a colossal lizard, measuring over 10 meters in length, pursued closely. My goodness, a silver-scaled lizard. Lin Tianfeng gasped in astonishment, swiftly retreating into the depths of the forest. He recognized that the lizard's strength had reached the pinnacle of the earth-profound realm, far beyond his current capabilities. Just as he plunged into the thicket, the white-gowned maiden flickered and followed suit. Why on earth is this woman trailing me? Lin Tianfeng thought, overwhelmed with frustration, and quickly changed direction. Darting toward the left side of the trees, the formidable silver-scaled lizard posed an insurmountable threat. If caught, he would surely meet a grim fate. Yet, to his dismay, as he dashed into the left thicket, the maiden followed closely behind. The silver-scaled lizard let out a ferocious roar, its massive tail sweeping through the air, unleashing a torrent of violent energy throughout the mountains. Before Lin Tianfeng could react, he was struck by the powerful shockwave, hurtling him against a nearby ancient tree. He coughed up blood, his vision blurring as he lost consciousness. Faced with such peril, he resolutely feigned death, suppressing his aura and slipping into a state of pretense. Beast, perish! The maiden cried out, brandishing her sword and lunging at the silver-scaled lizard. At this juncture, she understood that if she did not slay the lizard today, her escape would be exceedingly difficult. Thus ensued a fierce battle between the maiden and the silver-scaled lizard, waves of terrifying energy radiating outward. With unwavering determination in her eyes, she unleashed a flurry of slashing strikes, brilliant sword lights aimed at the creature's head. The silver-scaled lizard emitted a series of frenzied roars, its enormous form twisting violently as its lengthy tail lashed out like a steel whip, stirring up a tempest. The maiden, light and graceful, danced like a celestial being, deftly evading the lizard's onslaught. Suddenly, she seized the opportunity, leaping onto the back of the silver-scaled lizard, her long sword plunging down with ferocity. The creature writhed in agony, desperately twisting its body in an attempt to dislodge the girl. Yet, she clung tenaciously to her sword, stirring within its flesh with relentless determination. After a fierce struggle, the silver-scaled lizard succeeded in throwing the girl off, and in an instant, both parties engaged in a renewed and intense confrontation. The surrounding trees were battered by the lizard's onslaught, collapsing in disarray, while the ground was marred with deep, unfathomable craters. As the battle raged on, the girl's breath became increasingly erratic, her white garments stained crimson with blood. Despite this, her gaze remained resolute and unwavering, steadfastly restraining the silver-scaled lizard. However, after more than an hour of combat, both the girl and the lizard were left battered and bruised, their energies waning from their earlier vigor. At that moment, the lizard, driven by a frenzied rage, unleashed a torrent of scalding venom, causing the surrounding temperature to soar. The girl hastily conjured a protective shield, but was still struck fiercely by the lizard's massive tail, sending her hurtling through the air. With a splatter of blood, the girl crashed heavily to the ground not far from Lin Tianfeng, her complexion pale as a ghost, clearly devoid of combat capability. It seemed a desperate gamble was necessary. Lin Tianfeng felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, yet remained motionless on the ground, resembling a lifeless corpse. Recognizing that he must intervene or risk the girl's demise, which would likely lead to their own, he understood the gravity of the situation. Under normal circumstances, his strength would render him no match for the silver-scaled lizard, but after the exhausting battle, the creature's stamina was nearly depleted, its combat effectiveness reduced to a mere fraction. Thus, a surprise attack now held a chance of success. Moreover, the lizard's inner core would be immensely beneficial to him, potentially allowing him to transcend to a higher realm. It was for this reason that Lin Tianfeng resolved to take the risk. With a thunderous roar, the silver-scaled lizard lunged at the girl, its gaping maw wide open. In that instant, Lin Tianfeng, who had been lying still, surged to life, executing the primal technique with a sudden thrust. A dazzling sword light, as swift as lightning, shot towards the lizard's eyes. The creature, sensing Lin Tianfeng's assault as it lunged for the girl, swiftly swung its massive claw to intercept the strike. The collision between the lizard's claw and Lin Tianfeng's sword emitted a piercing metallic clang, sending sparks flying. The tremendous force propelled Lin Tianfeng back several paces. Yet he quickly regained his footing and swung his sword once more. Chapter 26. I can take responsibility. You beast, perish! Lin Tianfeng roared, his long sword slicing through the air again, unleashing a flurry of relentless strikes upon the silver-scaled lizard, akin to a tempest. The silver-scaled lizard was thoroughly enraged, thrashing its massive body in a frenzy, its colossal tail relentlessly striking back at Lin Tianfeng. In this moment, the silver-scaled lizard was filled with unparalleled fury. It could not fathom that a mere human, at the level of condensation, would dare to initiate such a bold assault against it. Had it not been for its grievous injuries, leaving it with a fraction of its former strength, it would undoubtedly have torn this audacious human to shreds. Lin Tianfeng executed an ethereal and agile technique, deftly evading the lizard's violent onslaught while meticulously searching for a weakness. At last, he discovered a wound on the lizard's lower abdomen, inflicted earlier by a young woman in white. With this realization, Lin Tianfeng's form flickered like a specter as he surged towards the injury, plunging his sword without hesitation. The silver-scaled lizard emitted a heart-wrenching howl of agony, writhing in a desperate struggle, yet Lin Tianfeng gripped the hilt of his sword with unwavering determination, twisting it with force. The lizard let out a final, despairing roar. In its dying moments, it expelled a stream of scorching vital blood. Lin Tianfeng had no time to evade. The searing blood splattered onto his own wound. Instantly, an extraordinary heat surged from within his body, spreading rapidly throughout him. He felt an unbearable burning sensation, as if a raging inferno had ignited within his very being. Panic seized him. In a rush, he activated the primordial art, attempting to suppress the encroaching heat. However, no matter how fervently he tried to expel the poison, his efforts proved futile, and the heat intensified. In an instant, an overwhelming desire surged from the depths of his soul. At that moment, the young woman in white, weak and weary, managed to sit up and spoke. The vital blood of the silver-scaled lizard is a potent aphrodisiac. You must return to your sect and seek the elder, or you will perish. Yet, Lin Tianfeng had already lost his senses, his fiery gaze fixated upon the young woman. He strode towards her with alarming speed, his eyes betraying a mix of fervor and malevolence. What do you intend to do? The young woman felt a chilling premonition rise within her as Lin Tianfeng's unwavering gaze bore down upon her. However, he paid her no heed, lunging forward instead. In that moment, he resembled a fierce, untamed beast, and in his eyes, she appeared as a vulnerable lamb awaiting slaughter. Lin Tianfeng frantically tore at the fabric of the young woman's garments. She resisted with all her might, but due to her severe injuries, her clothing was soon reduced to tatters. You wretched scoundrel, if you dare lay a finger on me, you will meet your end, she cried out, a single crystalline tear cascading from her exquisite eyes. Yet Lin Tianfeng remained oblivious to her words. He had succumbed to madness, akin to a frenzied bull rampaging through the fields. Time hastily passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 hours had elapsed. What on earth am I doing? Lin Tianfeng gradually awakened, his face adorned with a perplexed expression. You scoundrel, let go of me. Upon witnessing Lin Tianfeng's sudden awakening, the once entranced maiden in white immediately transformed, her countenance becoming as frigid as ice. Could you perhaps release me first? Lin Tianfeng said, embarrassment painting his features. You scoundrel. Just wait until I deal with you. The white-clad maiden swiftly comprehended his words and promptly withdrew her hand from his waist. At that moment, she felt a wave of regret wash over her for inexplicably embracing this man. Lin Tianfeng hastily rose to his feet and donned a garment. To his astonishment, he discovered that his injuries had completely healed. To his further surprise, his cultivation had even advanced, leaving him utterly astonished. The maiden in white also hurriedly donned a piece of clothing and approached Lin Tianfeng with an unfriendly demeanor. I sincerely apologize, it was not my intention. The fierce glare from the white-clad maiden caused Lin Tianfeng's heart to race with trepidation. He could perceive that her injuries had mended, and her aura was even more formidable than before. Scoundrel, today I shall not let you escape unscathed. The maiden shouted furiously, delivering a resounding slap to Lin Tianfeng's face. The impact left him feeling as though struck by lightning, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his left cheek swelling grotesquely. You scoundrel! Today I shall ensure you are rendered incapable. The maiden unleashed a relentless barrage of punches and kicks upon him. Lin Tianfeng emitted a series of agonized cries, desperately shielding his groin with one hand while the other defended his face. Time slipped by, and Lin Tianfeng found himself battered and bruised, his body marred with injuries. Yet, he continued to protect himself, curled up on the ground. "Take your hands away, you little brat," the maiden exclaimed, fuming with anger. "Senior sister, let us speak civilly. I truly did not mean it. I will take responsibility if necessary." Lin Tianfeng replied, exasperation evident in his voice. He certainly did not wish to be rendered a eunuch. For living without purpose held no allure. "Responsibility? You think you are worthy?" A hint of disdain flickered in the maiden's eyes. A mere servant at the spirit gathering stage. Daring to speak of responsibility to her, a holy maiden of the Sacred Heart sect, struck her as utterly ludicrous. "I may not be worthy at present, but I assure you that in the future, I shall possess the strength to match yours," Lin Tianfeng asserted with unwavering seriousness. "Such an arrogant boy. Do you know what my cultivation level is?" The maiden retorted coldly. "I care not for your cultivation level. Grant me 2 years, and I shall undoubtedly attain a status worthy of you," Lin Tianfeng replied resolutely. "Such hubris. I shall not deny you an opportunity. Within 2 years. If you can become the foremost among the younger generation of the Sacred Heart sect, I might consider granting you a chance. However, should you fail, I will personally ensure your incapacitation." The girl in white spoke with a voice as frigid as ice, her gaze briefly flashing with a piercing aura of killing intent. Just moments ago, she had harbored the desire to eliminate this young man in one swift strike. However, she ultimately restrained herself. After all, her first experience had already been claimed by this man, and killing him would not restore her loss. Of course, the most significant reason was that Lin Tianfeng was undeniably handsome and possessed a rather unique physique. Taking all these factors into account, the girl in white decided to grant him a single opportunity. Chapter 27. Viciously beating Dongfang Qing. "It is settled," Lin Tianfeng declared earnestly. "What is your name? And on which peak do you serve as a servant?" The girl in white turned to gaze at Lin Tianfeng. "I am Lin Tianfeng, currently serving as a servant on Lingxi Peak," he replied candidly. "I shall remember you. I hope you do not disappoint me." The girl in white cast a lingering look at Lin Tianfeng before gracefully vanishing into the dense forest. "Hey, what is your name?" Lin Tianfeng called out loudly towards the direction she had disappeared. "Nangong Yinran." A melodious and ethereal voice drifted back from afar. "Nangong Yinran. Indeed a fitting name for my woman. It is quite beautiful," Lin Tianfeng murmured to himself, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He then extracted the inner core of the silver-scaled lizard and made his way towards the direction of the Holy Heart sect. Although Nangong Yinran had given him a thorough beating, it was merely superficial injuries, and he would recover after a day of rest. Lin Tianfeng felt quite satisfied with this experience. Through the battle with the beasts, both his agility and swordsmanship had seen significant improvement. Moreover, thanks to Nangong Yinran, his cultivation had successfully advanced to the 5th level of the spirit concentration realm. Upon returning to the Holy Heart sect, Lin Tianfeng reported back at the task hall before returning to Lingxi Peak. In the inner courtyard of the Holy Heart sect, an elegant and tranquil setting awaited. "Sister, you have finally emerged from your seclusion. This time, you must help me take revenge," Dongfang Jianyun exclaimed, her face a mask of fury. "What happened? Who provoked you?" inquired a woman of graceful stature and alluring charm. "There was a servant disciple, utterly arrogant. He even broke my rib," Dongfang Jianyun recounted, growing increasingly agitated as she detailed the events concerning Lin Tianfeng. "How is it that you, possessing a 7th-grade talent, cannot handle a mere servant?" The woman's expression darkened. Her tone icy. "Sister, that young man possesses an outrageous ability to challenge those above him. I truly cannot contend with him. You must help me take revenge." Dongfang Jianyun's face was filled with helplessness, her eyes pleading. "That young man is a servant of Lingxi Peak. It would not be prudent for me to confront him directly." The woman pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Here's what we will do. Have someone keep an eye on him. If he dares to leave Lingxi Peak, I will assist you in teaching him a lesson." "Thank you, sister. I will arrange for someone to watch him immediately," Dongfang Jianyun exclaimed, her face lighting up with excitement as she hurriedly left the courtyard. Time flew by, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Lin Tianfeng remained on Lingxi Peak, diligently honing his skills. His cultivation abruptly ascended to the 6th level of the concentration realm. This rapid breakthrough was primarily attributed to the 10 spirit stones contained within Dongfang Jianyun's storage pouch, as well as the inner core of the silver-scaled lizard. Feeling the surging and powerful spiritual energy within him, Lin Tianfeng's face illuminated with a hint of excitement. Having successively advanced 2 minor realms in a short span, his combat prowess had also increased significantly. Now, even when faced with a practitioner at the 1st level of the profound realm, he felt confident in his ability to triumph. After his cultivation breakthrough, Lin Tianfeng departed from his residence, heading towards the Spirit Medicine Pavilion. having recently completed several tasks and accumulated a substantial amount of contribution points. He intended to exchange them for medicinal herbs, allowing him to refine pills independently. Lin Tianfeng, let us see where you can flee this time. As he approached the vicinity of the Lingyao Pavilion, a chilling and furious voice suddenly reached his ears. Dongfang Jianyun, accompanied by a group of followers, approached with an imposing demeanor. At the center of the group was a captivating young woman, exuding an alluring aura, named Dongfang Qing, who was an inner disciple of the Sacred Heart sect and the sister of Dongfang Jianyun. At that moment, numerous disciples had gathered outside the Spirit Medicine Pavilion, maintaining a safe distance, unwilling to become collateral damage in the impending confrontation. Dongfang Jianyun, is your face itching again? Lin Tianfeng replied with a steely expression. You are the one who injured my brother? Dongfang Qing's demeanor was as frosty as ice, her gaze imbued with an air of superiority. Senior sister, as an inner disciple, do you not find it beneath your dignity to confront a mere outer disciple like me? Lin Tianfeng retorted, his eyes icy and unafraid. Boy, do not presume that I am bullying you just because you are an insignificant outer disciple. Just kneel and apologize to my brother, and I may let you go. Before Dongfang Qing could finish her sentence, Lin Tianfeng launched himself into the air, delivering a swift kick that connected with her abdomen. The strike was executed with such speed that there was scarcely time for a reaction. Dongfang Qing emitted a piercing scream, her body flying backward like a kite with its string severed. You arrogant woman, let me teach you a lesson. After landing a successful blow, Lin Tianfeng quickly retrieved an iron rod, moving with the swiftness of a wraith, unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes upon Dongfang Qing. Bang, bang, bang. Her screams echoed as the assault continued. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tianfeng had left Dongfang Qing's face unrecognizable, her once enchanting features now swollen and grotesque. You insolent wretch, you seek death. Dongfang Jianyun, regaining his senses, furiously brandished an iron rod, aiming a fierce blow at Lin Tianfeng. Simultaneously, the followers who accompanied him drew their own weapons, joining the fray with fierce determination. Do you truly believe I am easy to bully? Lin Tianfeng's eyes glinted with cold defiance as he wielded the iron rod, darting into the crowd like a flash of lightning, weaving through them with the speed of the wind. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Tianfeng surged into the fray like a tiger amidst a flock of sheep, wielding his staff with a blend of cunning and ferocity. Wherever he went, cries of anguish echoed as foes fell before him. In mere moments, those outer sect disciples who had dared to assail him found themselves vanquished, left broken and wailing in agony. Lin Tianfeng had ascended to the 6th level of the Spirit Condensation Realm, his true combat prowess rivaling that of the 1st level of the Profound Realm. The outer sect disciples, merely at the 9th level of the Spirit Condensation Realm, stood no chance against him. You audacious wretch, how dare you ambush me? Dongfang Qing seethed with rage, her once beautiful eyes now marred by dark circles, her arm broken, presenting a pitiful sight. You insolent woman, you've overstepped. Lin Tianfeng retorted mercilessly, charging at Dongfang Qing and delivering a vicious kick, forcefully pressing her head into the ground. Chapter 28. The Mysterious Identity of Chen Shuya. Vile woman, should you dare provoke me again, you shall sing in submission on your knees. Lin Tianfeng's gaze burned with a fierce intensity, his voice icy. With that, he yanked the storage pouch from Dongfang Qing and sent it flying with a swift kick. You dare strike my sister. Dongfang Jianyun's eyes glinted with malice. Dongfang Jianyun, consider yourself fortunate that we are within the sect, otherwise, you would already be a lifeless corpse. Lin Tianfeng's gaze was sharp as a blade as he sent Dongfang Jianyun sprawling with a single slap. Upon finishing his words, he repeated the act, stripping the other disciples of their storage pouches before swaggering into the Spirit Herb Pavilion. This is utterly absurd. A mere 6th level Spirit Condensation Realm servant has defeated the inner sect disciple Dongfang Qing. Indeed, Dongfang Qing possesses the cultivation of the 2nd level of the Profound Realm, and yet she has been so thoroughly bested. This lad has stirred up a hornet's nest. Dongfang Qing is a paragon of beauty among the inner sect, with countless suitors, many of whom are core disciples. He has wounded her, his fate will surely be dire. At that moment, the outer sect disciples surrounding the scene displayed expressions of shock. No one had anticipated that a mere 6th level Spirit Condensation Realm servant could so decisively overpower Dongfang Qing, a 2nd level Profound Realm disciple, and dispatch a crowd of outer sect disciples. Meanwhile, within a nearby tower, a graceful and elegant woman, possessing a pure and exquisite beauty, wore an expression of astonishment. This woman was none other than Chen Shuya, the master of Lingxiu Peak. Master, do you know this young man? Wu Qingda, the sect leader of the Sacred Heart sect, inquired respectfully. Indeed, I know him well. He is the one I retrieved, Chen Shuya replied coolly. Master, given his exceptional talents? Why allow him to remain a mere servant? Wu Qingde asked, curiosity evident in his tone. Young people require tempering. Starting as a servant is beneficial for him. Chen Shuya responded with a hint of detachment. She held a vivid impression of Lin Tianfeng, recalling that when she first arrived in Hanyu City, he seemed to have barely reached the first level of the spirit condensation realm, in just a brief span of 1 month. The other party astonishingly reached the 6th level of the concentration realm, a talent that truly left her in awe. Master, this fellow possesses remarkable potential. Shall I take him as my disciple? Wu Qingde's face bore a hint of anticipation. Chen Shuya furrowed her brows slightly, shaking her head as she replied. Let him develop freely for now, but keep a close watch on him. Ensure he encounters no troubles. Rest assured, within the sect, I will guarantee his safety. Wu Qingde promptly responded with respect. Have you heard? A mere servant-disciple brutally beat Dongfang Qing, and the scene was utterly horrific. It is said that even Dongfang Jianyun and his gang of underlings had their limbs broken. Are you certain this isn't a jest? A servant-disciple overpowering an inner-sect disciple? Even storytellers would hesitate to fabricate such a tale. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. This news has spread throughout the outer sect, and the servant-disciple is reportedly at the 6th level of the concentration realm. This is utterly ludicrous. How could a concentration realm practitioner possibly defeat an inner sect disciple? Simultaneously, the news of Lin Tianfeng's thrashing of Dongfang Qing swept through the outer sect like a tempest, provoking countless discussions. In the core disciple area, atop a mist-shrouded, picturesque mountain, a young man clad in deep blue finery smashed his teacup onto the ground. This individual was none other than the core disciple Chen Tianhao. Chen, that fellow is named Lin Tianfeng, a servant disciple from Lingxi Peak. An inner sect disciple spoke up. Lingxi Peak? How could that be? Isn't Lingxi Peak exclusively for female servant disciples? A look of confusion crossed Chen Tianhao's face. It is said that this lad was personally brought back by the master of Lingxi Peak. Due to his poor talent, he was taken in as a servant disciple. The inner sect disciple explained. A mere servant disciple dares to treat my woman in such a manner. He is truly oblivious to his own mortality. A glint of icy malice flashed in Chen Tianhao's eyes. Li Jun, you shall go personally and break his limbs. Yes, Brother Chen, Li Jun replied respectfully. Upon returning to his dwelling, Lin Tianfeng laid out all the belongings he had seized, uncovering a full 100 spirit stones. Robbing resources is indeed swift. A look of exhilaration adorned Lin Tianfeng's face as he gazed upon the 100 spirit stones. Normally, a servant disciple could exchange their earned contribution points for only a single spirit stone in a month. To suddenly acquire 100 was a fortune beyond measure for Lin Tianfeng. Typically, a practitioner at the concentration realm could refine a maximum of 3 spirit stones per day. However, due to Lin Tianfeng being the legendary Primordial Sacred Body, he faced no restrictions in refining such resources. Theoretically, as long as sufficient resources were available and without endangering his foundation, he could continuously enhance his cultivation. It seems I must hasten my cultivation. A gleam of determination shone in Lin Tianfeng's eyes. He was acutely aware that his recent rapid ascension in cultivation had left his foundation somewhat unsteady. In order to sustain his progress, he understood the necessity of continuous combat and refinement. Consequently, Lin Tianfeng spent each day at Lingxi Yufeng, practicing sparring sessions with the female disciples. However, due to his overwhelming prowess, the outer female disciples had become virtually incapable of providing him with a worthy challenge. Reluctantly, he found himself requesting sparring matches with several of the inner female disciples, who were more than delighted to oblige him. After all, who could possibly resist the charm of such a strikingly handsome and graceful youth? As time slipped away, a month passed in the blink of an eye. Through fervent training over the past 2 weeks, Lin Tianfeng successfully broke through 2 minor realms, attaining the 8th layer of the spirit concentration realm. To enhance his combat capabilities, he diligently sought out a soul technique from the recesses of his mind. This technique, known as the Soul Slayer Blade, could deliver a devastating blow to an adversary's soul, rendering them momentarily stunned. For those with weaker spiritual fortitude, it could even reduce them to a state of idiocy. In preparation for unforeseen circumstances, Lin Tianfeng crafted a smoke poison pill. Although its potency was modest, it proved effective in obscuring an opponent's vision, making it a prudent choice for evasion. Following his breakthrough in cultivation, Lin Tianfeng tidied up Lingxi Yufeng and proceeded towards the mission hall. He intended to venture forth to seek battles with demonic beasts, while simultaneously earning contribution points. As his cultivation continued to rise, he found that each breakthrough now demanded substantial resources. Relying solely on the meager contribution points for menial tasks would no longer suffice to support his training. Chapter 29. The Shock of Su Shuiyao Young Man. You are Lin Tianfeng. Just as Lin Tianfeng stepped out of Lingxi Yufeng, a voice, cold and piercing like a blade, unexpectedly reached his ears. Suddenly, a youth clad in the robes of an inner disciple, with eyes sharp as a hawk, radiating a chilling aura, blocked his path. This individual was none other than the inner disciple. Li Jun, may I inquire why you have chosen to obstruct my path, senior brother? Lin Tianfeng spoke with a tone that was neither servile nor arrogant, maintaining a calm demeanor while heightening his vigilance. Foolish boy. Junior sister Qing'er is the object of senior brother Chen's affections. How dare you lay a hand on her? Today, I shall sever your limbs as a punishment. Li Jun's expression was one of unyielding arrogance, and a glimmer of bone-chilling malice flickered in his eyes. How shameful it is for a distinguished inner disciple to act as a lackey. Lin Tianfeng replied with a cold smirk, his gaze betraying unmistakable disdain. You insolent brat. You court death. Infuriated by Lin Tianfeng's mockery, Li Jun unleashed a swift slap, imbued with a terrifying force, aimed directly at Lin Tianfeng's cheek. Soul Slayer Blade. In response to Li Jun's sudden attack, Lin Tianfeng immediately unleashed a soul assault. At the same moment, he activated the ethereal movement technique and delivered a powerful kick to Li Jun's chest. A resounding boom echoed as Li Jun felt an excruciating pain deep within his soul. As if it were being torn apart, the once formidable strike he had prepared suddenly slowed. In this critical moment, Lin Tianfeng's foot struck fiercely against Li Jun's chest. With a sharp thud, Li Jun's body was propelled away like a cannonball. Daiyu. Lin Tianfeng's form flickered like a specter as he charged towards Li Jun. Wielding an iron rod with ferocity, a series of bone-chilling screams erupted in an instant. Within mere moments, Li Jun's head became grotesquely swollen, resembling that of a pig. You little bastard, I will kill you. Li Jun roared in fury, his eyes ablaze with rage as he drew his longsword and engaged Lin Tianfeng in a fierce battle. After all, Li Jun was a practitioner at the 5th level of the profound realm, and his combat prowess was evidently a tier above Lin Tianfeng's. Had it not been for his momentary lapse in the attack on his soul, Lin Tianfeng would have been no match for him. Fool. Next time I will surely maim you, Lin Tianfeng scoffed, his figure rapidly flickering as he instantly appeared 30 meters away, then swiftly fled into the distance. You coward. Don't run if you have the guts. Li Jun, seething with rage, pursued Lin Tianfeng, his face dark and brooding as if it could drip with water. However, in terms of speed, Li Jun was no match for Lin Tianfeng. Within just a few breaths, he was left far behind. Is this still a mere outer disciple? His combat ability is simply outrageous. Indeed, Li Jun was an inner disciple at the 5th level of the profound realm, and it was astonishing that he had been reduced to such a state. At this moment, several passing disciples displayed expressions of utter shock. No one expected Lin Tianfeng's ability to challenge those above his rank to be so absurdly powerful. You little bastard, I will break your limbs. Hearing the murmurs of the outer disciples around him, Li Jun's face darkened to an extreme, his eyes glinting with cold, merciless intent. Since entering the sect, he had never been so humiliated. Thus, he silently vowed to make Lin Tianfeng pay a heavy price. After accepting a multitude of tasks at the mission point, Lin Tianfeng hurried towards the back mountain of the sect. Simultaneously, news of Lin Tianfeng's defeat of Li Jun spread like wildfire throughout the entire Sacred Heart sect. At Qingluo Peak, within an elegant and tranquil pavilion, Li Chunming inquired, how has Lin Tianfeng been recently? Sister Shuiyao, that kid is now a prominent figure outside. Not only is his cultivation progressing at an astonishing rate, but his ability to challenge higher ranks is also exceedingly formidable, Li Chunming replied without any hesitation, recounting in detail the events surrounding Lin Tianfeng's recent exploits. How can this be? Was he not a waste with no spiritual roots? How could his cultivation improve so rapidly? A glimmer of incredulous astonishment flickered in Su Shuiyao's beautiful eyes. Ever since she became the disciple of the Grand Elder, she had devoted herself to seclusion and rigorous training. With the ample resources provided by the Grand Elder, she successfully advanced to the 2nd layer of the profound realm. Su Shuiyao had initially believed that Lin Tianfeng, lacking spiritual roots and relegated to a menial position, would inevitably fall far behind her. Yet, to her utter disbelief, Lin Tianfeng not only broke through to the 8th layer of the spirit-gathering realm, but also defeated Li Jun, who was at the 5th layer of the profound realm, leaving him utterly humiliated. This was truly beyond her comprehension. Damn it! I possess a 9th-grade talent. I refuse to believe I cannot surpass you. A resolute determination flashed in Su Shuiyao's gaze. In that moment, she silently vowed to diligently train, ensuring that Lin Tianfeng would not surpass her. Meanwhile, Lin Tianfeng was fervently honing his skills in the mountains. He relentlessly sought out demonic beasts to engage in combat, aiming to refine his martial techniques and agility. Within the Sacred Heart sect, Contribution points could be earned not only through task completion, but also by hunting demonic beasts and gathering medicinal herbs. After all, many parts of demonic beasts could be utilized to concoct medicinal materials, each piece holding immense value. Thus, he continuously vanquished demonic beasts and spared no opportunity to collect herbs. To diversify his combat techniques, Lin Tianfeng resolved to practice several martial arts forms. At present, his martial skills were rather singular, limited to merely one sword technique and one movement technique. This left him somewhat passive during battles. After meticulously sifting through his memories, he finally discovered a set of techniques, the sky-soaring staff technique and the war heaven fist technique. Subsequently, he sought a spacious area and retrieved an iron staff from the primordial space, intending to commence his training in the sky-soaring staff technique. Taking a deep breath, he began to slowly wield the staff in accordance with the technique's principles. Initially, Lin Tianfeng's movements were somewhat clumsy, lacking rhythm and appearing quite awkward. However, he did not succumb to despair. Instead, he continuously recalled the techniques in his mind, practicing them repeatedly. Gradually, his movements became more fluid, the iron staff slicing through the air with a whooshing sound, each strike imbued with a measure of force. Although each swing looked formidable, he understood that this was far from enough. Lin Tianfeng recognized that to truly master the sky-soaring staff technique, he must flawlessly merge his spiritual power with the staff techniques to unleash their maximum potential. He attempted to channel his spiritual energy into the iron staff. However, due to improper control, the energy surged chaotically within the staff, nearly causing him to drop it. No, I cannot be too impatient. Lin Tianfeng quickly steadied his mind and adjusted his state. After numerous attempts, he finally managed to inject his spiritual energy smoothly into the staff. At that moment, the staff radiated brilliance, its power significantly enhanced. After completing his training in the staff technique, Lin Tianfeng proceeded to contemplate the war heaven fist technique. Clenching his fists, he began to strike, adhering to the principles of the technique. At first, his punches were slow and lackluster, but through relentless practice, his speed increased exponentially, and the ferocity of his strikes grew ever more formidable. In an effort to amplify the power of his martial arts, Lin Tianfeng began to concentrate spiritual energy into his fists. Yet, this was no simple task. The energy refused to evenly envelop his hands, causing his force to dissipate upon impact. He tirelessly adjusted the output of his energy and the rhythm of his strikes. Finally, after countless failures, Lin Tianfeng succeeded in condensing the spiritual energy within his fists. At that moment, despite being utterly exhausted, a satisfied smile graced his face. He recognized that he had taken a crucial step forward in his martial training. In the following days, Lin Tianfeng continued his dedicated practice in the mountains. During this period, he engaged in fierce battles with various beasts, skillfully applying the Qingtian staff technique and the Zhantian fist technique in real combat. One evening, by a crystal-clear stream, he caught several plump fish and eagerly began to roast them. He was a man who understood the joys of life, particularly when it came to culinary delights. He never deprived himself of such pleasures. Suddenly, without warning, the sky erupted with thunder and lightning, the sound reverberating like a deafening roar, as if it could shatter the very fabric of the earth. Bolts of lightning snaked through the air like monstrous serpents, threatening to rend the heavens apart, sending a chill of fear through him. At that moment, a brilliant streak of light, dazzling to the point of being blinding, cut across the sky, plummeting towards the mountains at an astonishing speed. I have done nothing to deserve this. Please do not let it strike me, Lin Tianfeng thought, his heart racing at the sight of the meteor hurtling towards the mountains. With a thunderous crash, the entire mountain range trembled violently, as if an earth-shattering quake had occurred. Could this be a fallen treasure from the heavens? A glimmer of excitement flashed in Lin Tianfeng's eyes. Without hesitation, he activated his movement technique, propelling himself towards the site of the meteor's impact with the swiftness of an arrow released from a bow. Lin Tianfeng understood that such a magnificent celestial phenomenon would surely herald the presence of precious treasures. If he could obtain some otherworldly stones, his cultivation would undoubtedly experience a significant enhancement. Concurrently, some disciples of the Sacred Heart sect, who were honing their skills in the mountains, also sensed the anomaly and hurried towards the site of the meteor's descent. Lin Tianfeng moved with remarkable speed, and as the location of the meteor was not far from him, he arrived at the scene in mere moments. Upon his arrival, he was confronted with a colossal crater that left him utterly astounded. The pit was immense, measuring several hundred meters in diameter and plunging to a depth of several hundred meters. At that moment, thick black smoke billowed from the crater, and the surrounding trees had been flattened to the ground, their remnants consumed by the fierce flames. Lin Tianfeng exhibited no hesitation as he hurriedly approached the depths of the pit. He was acutely aware that such a commotion would inevitably attract more attention. and he had to act swiftly to secure the precious item. Upon reaching the bottom of the pit, a white crystal, roughly the size of a football, appeared before him like a resplendent pearl. This crystal radiated a mysterious and enchanting glow, exuding an overwhelming aura of spiritual energy that enveloped the surroundings. An extraterrestrial crystal. Lin Tianfeng's face reflected shock and disbelief. He had anticipated merely finding some ordinary extraterrestrial stones, never imagining he would encounter the legendary extraterrestrial crystal. With little time to ponder, he carefully stowed the crystal away. At that very moment, a sharp sound of air being sliced through echoed from a distance, and several figures materialized above the pit. The leader was a strikingly handsome young man clad in an opulent white robe, emanating a formidable aura, Liu Yanyun, the holy son of the Sacred Heart sect. Beside him stood a breathtakingly beautiful young woman, tall and exuding an air of aloof elegance. Upon recognizing her, surprise flickered across Lin Tianfeng's face. This enchanting figure was none other than his former fiancée, Su Xueyao. Hand over the item. Liu Yanyun's voice was chillingly indifferent. For the sake of our shared sect, I shall refrain from pressing too hard. The oppressive aura radiating from him was terrifying, and his piercing gaze instilled a sense of dread that extinguished any thought of resistance. Senior brother, I was merely training in the vicinity, and upon hearing the commotion, I hastened here, but I found nothing, Lin Tianfeng replied, maintaining a composed demeanor. The extraterrestrial crystal had been secured within his primal space. Unless his adversary were to kill him, it would be impossible to locate. Humph, you possess quite a boldness. Do you not realize the consequences of deceiving me? Liu Yanyun scoffed, an invisible pressure instantly enveloping Lin Tianfeng, bearing down upon him like a tempest. Faced with this overwhelming force, Lin Tianfeng coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling to that of parchment, and his legs trembled slightly. Had it not been for his unyielding willpower, an ordinary practitioner at the concentration realm would likely have succumbed to their knees, quaking in fear. You insolent brat, do not provoke my authority with your worthless life. I shall grant you one last chance to surrender the item. Otherwise, you shall face certain death. Liu Yanyun's gaze pierced through Lin Tianfeng like a shard of ice, cold and unyielding. Lin Tianfeng, you would do well to relinquish the item. Considering our shared origins, I might persuade Liu Yanyun to spare your life. Su Xueyao remarked with an air of superiority, her eyes glinting with disdain. Xueyao, do you know him? Liu Yanyun inquired, a hint of surprise gracing his features. He and I hail from the same place, though I am not well acquainted with him, she replied. Su Xueyao spoke with an air of indifference. Senior brother, I have only just arrived here and truly have seen nothing. Here is my storage bag. If you do not believe me, feel free to search it. Lin Tianfeng's demeanor was marked by utmost respect as he promptly tossed the storage bag towards Liu Yanyun. He could perceive that Liu Yanyun's strength far exceeded his own. In the presence of such a formidable figure, any hint of dissatisfaction could lead to dire consequences. Upon receiving the storage bag, Liu Yanyun meticulously examined its contents. However, he found only a few ordinary spirit stones and nothing of significant value. Ayu, please conduct a thorough search. Liu Yanyun directed a glance at a young man beside him. Yes, senior brother Liu. Son Ayu replied respectfully and approached Lin Tianfeng to search him carefully. After a brief moment, Son Ayu returned to Liu Yanyun and spoke with deference. Senior brother Liu, this fellow possesses nothing. He too must have just arrived here. Considering your shared hometown with Sister Xueyao, I shall spare you this time. But do extend your gratitude to Sister Xueyao. Liu Yanyun's expression remained impassive as he cast a cold glance at Lin Tianfeng. Thank you, Sister Xueyao, Lin Tianfeng said, cupping his fists respectfully. He was a remarkably rational individual, fully aware that he could not risk his safety for a fleeting moment of pride. Begone. Su Xueyao dismissed him with an arrogant wave of her hand. Lin Tianfeng's face darkened as he turned to leave the scene. Given the abundance of spiritual energy here, there should logically be valuable items. Could it be that someone has already claimed them? Son Ayu expressed a hint of confusion. Search again and see if there are any treasures left, Liu Yanyun said as he flew into the pit and began to examine the area meticulously. Soon, he discovered some fragments of extraterrestrial crystal at the pit's bottom. Though merely small remnants, they exuded an exceptionally rich spiritual energy. A mere shard of crystal contained such pure spiritual essence, it seemed evident that the larger pieces had been taken. Liu Yanyun's countenance darkened. Earlier, when the meteor fell, he and Su Xueyao had been nearby training, yet he had arrived a moment too late. Chapter 31. Strengthening the bond with Chen Shuya, you wretched cur. I shall surely eliminate you. Lin Tianfeng, having fled a considerable distance, hastily sought refuge in a concealed cave, subsequently entering the vast wilderness space. The overwhelming pressure exerted by Liu Yanyun had left his body and soul severely injured, a burden he vowed to avenge at any cost. Fortunately, this endeavor was not without reward, The extraterrestrial crystals he acquired were undoubtedly a pleasant surprise. Enduring the pain, Lin Tianfeng calmed his mind and began to circulate the ancient wilderness technique. Instantly, a mysterious and potent force began to flow steadily within him, akin to a roaring river. Immediately thereafter, Lin Tianfeng carefully cradled the extraterrestrial crystal stone in his palm, fully concentrating as he channeled the spiritual energy within him to gradually envelop the crystal. Initially, the extraterrestrial crystal emanated a potent force of resistance, akin to a formidable fortress, attempting to thwart the infiltration of his spiritual energy. Yet, with gritted teeth and veins protruding from his forehead, Lin Tianfeng intensified the output of his energy and pushed the Honghuang Ju to its utmost limit. As time trickled by, the resistance of the crystal gradually waned, and pure, ethereal spiritual energy began to flow from the crystal into his meridians through his palm. This spiritual energy was exceptionally pure and assertive. Once it entered Lin Tianfeng's body, it rampaged like a wild stallion, nearly driving him to the brink of unconsciousness. With an ironclad will, Lin Tianfeng endured the excruciating pain, striving to guide the tumultuous energy towards his dantian. Subsequently, he once again mobilized his internal energy, commencing a gradual process of compression and refinement. The energy, which had already reached its limits, underwent a remarkable transformation under the powerful impact of the extraterrestrial crystal's energy. In an instant, Lin Tianfeng's aura surged, his meridians and dantian expanding, while his bones, nourished by the spiritual energy, grew as steadfast as rock. Ninth layer of the concentration realm. At long last, after enduring a torment akin to purgatory, Lin Tianfeng successfully transcended to the ninth layer of the concentration realm. However, this was far from the end. The spiritual energy from the extraterrestrial crystal continued to pour in like a relentless tide. Lin Tianfeng dared not slacken his efforts, continuing to refine the energy with unwavering determination. At this moment, the spiritual energy within his dantian became increasingly dense, as if it were on the verge of becoming tangible. Around Lin Tianfeng, a colossal vortex of spiritual energy suddenly formed, voraciously absorbing the essence from the extraterrestrial crystal. Soon, his aura surged once more, successfully breaking through to the pinnacle of the ninth layer of the concentration realm. Upon reaching this realm, Lin Tianfeng did not cease his endeavors. Rather, he persistently refined the residual spiritual energy of the extraterrestrial crystal, resolute in his ambition to advance to the profound realm. At this juncture, Lin Tianfeng's body began to tremble involuntarily, sweat cascading down like a waterfall, yet his gaze remained increasingly resolute, akin to an unquenchable flame. Through his relentless perseverance, the spiritual energy within his dantian finally underwent a qualitative leap. Break for me. Lin Tianfeng unleashed a low, thunderous roar, channeling all his internal energy for a final surge. Boom. First layer of the profound realm, accompanied by a crisp sound resonating through his meridians and dantian. Lin Tianfeng finally succeeded in breaking through to the first layer of the profound realm. He slowly opened his eyes, a sharp brilliance flashing within them, radiating an immensely powerful aura. Following his breakthrough, Lin Tianfeng did not dare linger, hastily making his way towards the Sacred Heart sect. With his cultivation having reached the profound realm, he could finally shed the identity of a mere outer disciple and ascend directly to an inner disciple. In the Sacred Heart sect, the disparities in status among the miscellaneous disciples, outer disciples, and inner disciples are nothing short of monumental. The miscellaneous disciples bear the weight of arduous tasks each month, yet the treatment they receive is lamentably meager. In contrast, the outer disciples enjoy comparatively lighter responsibilities. Although the sect occasionally assigns tasks, their rewards are vastly superior to those of the miscellaneous disciples. Furthermore, the techniques accessible to outer disciples are of a higher caliber. As for the inner disciples, their privileges far exceed those of the outer disciples. They not only reside in more luxurious and comfortable abodes, but also receive a more abundant supply of cultivation resources monthly. Even the revered library, a sanctuary for esoteric techniques, is accessible to inner disciples without charge. Additionally, inner disciples have the opportunity to be mentored by elders, benefiting from their attentive guidance. Within the Sacred Heart sect, there are as many as 30,000 miscellaneous disciples, over 10,000 outer disciples, while the inner disciples number a mere 2,000, with the core disciples being a scant 100. This stark contrast underscores the vast differences in treatment among disciples of varying statuses within the sect. After a day had passed, Lin Tianfeng finally returned to Lingxi Peak. To ascend to the ranks of the inner disciples, he naturally needed to inform Peak Master Qinshiya. Thus, Lin Tianfeng made his way to the summit of Lingxi Peak. "You managed to break through to the profound realm so swiftly," Qinshiya remarked, her beautiful eyes betraying a hint of astonishment. Clearly, she had not anticipated that Lin Tianfeng could achieve such a milestone in such a brief span of time. It is entirely due to your nurturing, master. Lin Tianfeng replied respectfully. Do not flatter me. Your rapid advancement to the profound realm is solely attributable to your innate talent, bearing no relation to my influence. Chen Shuya responded, her voice melodious and graceful, akin to a mountain spring flowing gently, soothing to the ears. I must express my gratitude for bringing me to Lingxi Peak. Had I remained a miscellaneous disciple elsewhere, I would not have had nearly as much time to cultivate, Lin Tianfeng said sincerely. His gaze filled with genuine appreciation for Chen Shuya. There is no need for an assessment for inner disciples. I shall ensure that your identity token is delivered to you shortly. A smile of admiration graced Chen Shuya's face. From this day forth, you shall be the first male inner disciple in the history of Lingxi Peak. Thank you, Master, Lin Tianfeng replied promptly, bowing respectfully, his heart brimming with joy. Remaining at Lingxi Peak was indeed a fortunate turn of events for him, as he had long since grown accustomed to life there. This is the cultivation method and martial techniques of our Lingxi Peak lineage. Take them and practice. Should you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask me. Chen Shuya said, a gentle smile illuminating her features as she retrieved 2 sets of techniques from her storage ring and delicately handed them to Lin Tianfeng. She held a favorable view of this young man. Otherwise, she would not have made an exception to accept him. Over the years, Lingxi Peak had never admitted a male disciple, nor had there been any male miscellaneous disciples. In the ensuing days, Lin Tianfeng dedicated himself to profound cultivation at Lingxi Peak. Chen Shuya imparted her martial arts techniques and skills to him, which he diligently practiced. Although these methods could not compare to the profound techniques residing in his mind, they were, after all, a manifestation of Chen Shuya's heartfelt intentions. Thus, alongside his training, he occasionally paid visits to Chen Shuya to offer his respects and inquire about various aspects of cultivation. Naturally, with the insights he possessed, there was little he truly needed to ask her. However, given Chen Shuya's kindness, it was essential for him to occasionally check in on her. Understanding the intricacies of human relationships is crucial, and establishing a good rapport with Chen Shuya, the esteemed leader of Lingxi Peak, would undoubtedly serve Lin Tianfeng well. In response to Lin Tianfeng's earnestness and thirst for knowledge, Chen Shuya patiently elucidated various concepts. As their interactions deepened, she came to realize that Lin Tianfeng was exceptionally gifted. With a remarkable capacity for comprehension, many things he grasped with mere hints. Unbeknownst to them, their relationship grew considerably closer. On occasion, Chen Shuya would even suppress her own cultivation to spar with Lin Tianfeng on the mountain. Lin Tianfeng, adept in social niceties, would always bring exquisite medicinal cuisine or personally brew tea for Chen Shuya during his visits. With his memories from the formidable Xinyuan Hong, he was indeed a connoisseur in the culinary arts. After tasting Lin Tianfeng's tea and medicinal dishes, Chen Shuya was left astounded. As the revered leader of Lingxi Peak, she had sampled numerous delicacies, yet none could rival the perfection of Lin Tianfeng's creations. Consequently, having experienced his culinary prowess, her interest in other dishes waned significantly. Witnessing Lin Tianfeng's exceptional abilities, Chen Shuya had entertained thoughts of taking him as her disciple. However, for reasons unbeknownst to her, that notion was swiftly dismissed. Observing this unfolding situation, several elders expressed subtle surprise. In all these years, they had never seen the peak leader so invested in a single disciple. Chapter 32. To strike Dongfang Qing again in the Xiantian Great World, atop a mysterious peak, a middle-aged man with a profound aura spoke. Are you saying she is concealed within a small realm known as the Holy Heaven Continent? Indeed. She utilized a space-time passage to reach a small realm called the Holy Heaven Continent. That object should be in her possession, replied a young man, his expression darkened. Where's the space-time passage? The middle-aged man inquired urgently. The space-time passage has been destroyed by that wretched woman, the young man responded solemnly. Repair it promptly. I must personally retrieve her, the middle-aged man declared, his gaze glinting with determination. Understood, the young man replied respectfully. On that day, Lin Tianfeng departed from his residence, his strides resolute as he headed towards the intersex combat ranking arena. His cultivation had now reached the Tongxian realm, and he felt inclined to engage in battle at the arena, seizing the opportunity to test his practical combat skills. After training alongside Chen Shuya for some time, Lin Tianfeng distinctly sensed a remarkable enhancement in his combat capabilities. Previously, he possessed the strength to contend against opponents 6 minor realms above his own. However, as Lin Tianfeng cultivated the Hongluang Ju to the minor achievement stage, coupled with the elevation of his skill level, his ability to challenge opponents beyond his realm had reached an astonishing level of invincibility among his peers. It was precisely for this reason that Lin Tianfeng resolved to confront the Tongxian ranking. The Tongxian ranking is a challenge list specifically established for the inner sect disciples. On this arena, each victory earns 1 corresponding spirit stones or contribution points. This challenge list was created primarily to stimulate the fighting spirit and combat prowess of the disciples. For a sect to thrive and expand, the disciples it nurtures must possess a wolf-like ferocity and determination. Only those disciples who are exceptionally powerful and unafraid of challenges are entitled to acquire more precious resources. Just as flowers meticulously nurtured in a greenhouse are destined to wither and fail to flourish, survival of the fittest is the harsh, yet genuine principle of existence. Thus, the challenge of the Tongxian ranking has become the ultimate honor in the hearts of the inner sect disciples. Lin Tianfeng's decision to partake in the Tongxian ranking challenge was primarily to refine his combat skills while simultaneously acquiring some cultivation resources. For him, this was undoubtedly a beneficial endeavor that served dual purposes. Lin Tianfeng understood that only by continuously forging ahead through combat and breaking through his own limits could he enhance his ability to challenge beyond his capabilities. Merely secluding oneself for cultivation might improve one's cultivation level, but it would not allow for the accumulation of practical combat experience. However, shortly after Lin Tianfeng stepped out of Lingxiu Peak, he unexpectedly encountered Li Yanyun, Dongfang Qing, and Dongfang Jianyun once more. "You little bastard. This time, I shall see where you can run," Li Yanyun hissed, his eyes filled with a venomous glint as he coldly fixed his gaze upon Lin Tianfeng. Ever since being ambushed and turned into a laughingstock by Lin Tianfeng last time, he had become the subject of ridicule among the inner sect. Igniting a furious blaze within him, he swore silently to make Lin Tianfeng pay a heavy price. Therefore, during this time, Li Yanyun had been lurking beneath Lingxiu Peak, solely waiting for an opportunity to take revenge on Lin Tianfeng. "Are you 3 fools feeling particularly rash?" Lin Tianfeng's voice was icily indifferent, a glimmer of bone-chilling coldness flashing in his eyes. He had never been one to instigate trouble, yet he was never one to shy away from it. The incessant provocations from these individuals had indeed ignited a flicker of murderous intent within him. "Lin Tianfeng, you had better kneel and apologize, or else I shall break your legs." Dongfang Qing glared menacingly at Lin Tianfeng, her expression suggesting she wished to slice him into pieces. "Kneeling to apologize? That is something I simply cannot do. Perhaps you could demonstrate?" Lin Tianfeng retorted coldly, his face awash with disdain. "You insolent brat, since you refuse to do so, I shall personally break your legs." Li Yanyun snorted coldly, his right leg sweeping out fiercely. A terrifying gale of leg wind surged forth like a raging tide, instantly sweeping toward Lin Tianfeng's knee. Seeking death, a flash of cold light ignited in Lin Tianfeng's eyes as he suddenly unleashed a formidable leg wind, striking heavily against Li Yanyun's right leg. With a resounding crack, the sound of a bone breaking echoed in the air. A heart-wrenching scream escaped from Li Yanyun's lips, his face turning as pale as a sheet, as Lin Tianfeng delivered a devastating kick that shattered his right leg. Those lacking ability should refrain from embarrassing themselves. Lin Tianfeng scoffed, lifting his leg for another ferocious strike to Li Yanyun's chest. A sickening crack echoed as Li Yanyun cried out once more, his body resembling a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily several meters away, rendering him unconscious. Dongfang Qing and her brother stood in stunned silence. They could hardly fathom the extent of Lin Tianfeng's newfound combat prowess. Initially, they had merely intended to visit Li Yanyun and see if Lin Tianfeng had descended from the mountain, never anticipating such an unexpected encounter. At first, they believed Lin Tianfeng would surely face a grim fate, considering Li Yanyun's formidable cultivation at the 5th level of the profound realm, while Lin Tianfeng had only been a 6th-level practitioner of the concentration realm just over a month ago. "Lin Tianfeng, do not act recklessly. If you dare to harm me, you will have no place in the Sacred Heart sect," Dongfang Qing warned, her voice trembling as she instinctively took a few steps back, fear evident in her expression. "Vile woman, I shall teach you to speak boldly," Lin Tianfeng retorted, his form flashing forward to stand before Dongfang Qing, unleashing a tempest of slaps upon her. The sound of dozens of resounding slaps left her face unrecognizable before he sent her flying with a powerful kick. "You are doomed, Lin Tianfeng," Dongfang Jianyun exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock as he hastily issued a threat. He had never imagined that Lin Tianfeng possessed such overwhelming strength, not only maiming Li Yanyun, but also transforming his sister into a grotesque figure. "Dongfang Jianyun, you truly are an ungrateful wretch. Today, I shall impart upon you a lesson you will never forget," Lin Tianfeng declared, his form blurring once more as he delivered a crushing blow to Dongfang Jianyun's groin. A sharp, sickening sound echoed as his face contorted in agony, a cry reminiscent of a slaughtered pig escaping his lips. At that moment, he curled up on the ground, trembling, his eyes filled with despair and terror. This is merely a minor lesson. Should you provoke me again, the consequences shall be yours to bear, Lin Tianfeng warned, sending Dongfang Jianyun sprawling away with a kick before turning resolutely towards the arena of the profound ranking. Is he even human? In just 2 months, he has reached the profound realm, murmured the onlookers in disbelief. Indeed, reaching the profound realm is one thing, but his capacity to challenge opponents of significantly higher levels is astonishing. At that moment, numerous disciples passing by engaged in fervent discussions, their faces reflecting shock and incredulity. They found it unfathomable that one individual could possess such extraordinary capabilities to challenge opponents across multiple levels. Throughout history, those who could surpass even a single minor realm were deemed geniuses, while those who could surpass 2 were regarded as extraordinary talents. Yet Lin Tianfeng had astonishingly transcended 4 minor realms, an ability so exaggerated it sent shivers down their spines, a truly terrifying feat, however. They remained unaware that Lin Tianfeng's capacity for challenging those beyond his level was, in fact, far greater than they could imagine. Chapter 33, The Challenge of the Tongxian Ranking. Moments later, Lin Tianfeng finally arrived at the arena designated for the Tongxian ranking within the inner sect. This arena was nestled within a deep, secluded gorge, teeming with people and exuding an atmosphere of fervent excitement, akin to boiling water. At this moment, 2 inner disciples were engaged in an intensely fierce battle upon the stage, each strike and maneuver imbued with both power and finesse, while the surrounding crowd fervently cheered them on, their voices rising in a cacophony reminiscent of an underground fighting arena. Elder, I wish to participate in the challenge, Lin Tianfeng stated briskly as he approached the registration desk. Young one, given your cultivation level, the likelihood of sustaining injuries in the Tongxian ranking challenge is considerably high. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Elder Qin Jielong inquired with a serious demeanor, his gaze filled with scrutiny and concern. I am certain, Lin Tianfeng replied, his tone resolute and unwavering, devoid of any hesitation or trepidation. Very well, I shall register you, Qin Jielong acknowledged, recognizing the firmness of Lin Tianfeng's resolve, and proceeded with the registration process. Upon completion, he inquired, by the way, you may either use your real name or a pseudonym while participating in the Tongxian ranking challenge. Which do you prefer? I shall use a pseudonym, Lin Tianfeng decided. And what pseudonym will you choose? Yan Shuangying, he replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. All right, please wait over there. When your name is called, you may ascend the stage for your challenge, Qin Jielong instructed. Lin Tianfeng nodded, retrieving a mask from his pocket and donning it before making his way to the preparation area. The reason for adopting a pseudonym was primarily to avoid drawing unnecessary attention to himself. Finding a tranquil corner, he settled down and quietly observed the ongoing battles in the arena. After an hour of watching, he noted that the challengers who ascended the stage generally possessed cultivation levels that had reached the late stages of the Tongxian realm. Individuals like Lin Tianfeng, who were merely at the first level of Tongxian, were exceedingly rare, akin to a phoenix among sparrows. Next match, Yan Shuangying versus Wen Tailai. At that moment, Lin Tianfeng finally heard his pseudonym being called. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped forward with the grace of a soaring eagle, landing firmly upon the arena stage. Could it be? This fellow, merely at the first level of Tongxian, dares to challenge? Who grants him such audacity? Murmured the crowd, astonished and perplexed. Indeed, Wen Tailai has reached the second level of Tongxian. This lad is in for a tough time, others echoed, their expressions reflecting a mixture of shock and disbelief. Bet on Yan Shuangying at 5-1, bet on Wen Tailai at 1-5. Those wishing to place bets, do so quickly. A booming voice rang out, as a tall, fierce-looking young man called out with enthusiasm. I purchased 10 spirit stones from Wen Tai. A tall and confident youth proclaimed loudly. I too buy 10 spirit stones from Wen Tai, a slender boy echoed, his face radiating determination. By heavens, this is a pure profit welfare bureau. I shall acquire 100 spirit stones from Wen Tai. This time, I intend to reclaim all my previous losses. A small-eyed man shouted excitedly, his expression brimming with anticipation, as if victory were already within his grasp. At that moment, the arena was alive with fervor as the crowd began to place frenzied bets. However, it was evident that the majority of wagers were on Wen Tai, with scarcely a soul betting on Yan Shuangying. Why is everyone betting on Wen Tai? The young man presiding over the bets grew restless, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Do you think us foolish? Wen Tai's thunderclap is no trifling matter. Few in the same realm can withstand it. This time, we shall ensure you suffer a monumental loss. The small-eyed man's excitement was palpable, greed sparkled in his eyes. Wen Tai had achieved the second level of the profound realm, while Lin Tianfeng was merely at the first. To all present, This was undoubtedly a battle devoid of suspense. Lin Tianfeng had no hope of triumphing over Wentai. Furthermore, the crowd's preference for betting on Wentai was largely influenced by Lin Tianfeng's decision to wear a mask. After all, to the spectators, those who hide their identities often possess less credibility and strength. I wager 20 spirit stones on myself, Lin Tianfeng declared without hesitation, placing all his remaining stones on his own capabilities. Has this fellow lost his mind, exhibiting such confidence? Some in the crowd displayed expressions of astonishment and confusion, utterly baffled by Lin Tianfeng's audacity. Good brother, I believe in you. Do not falter, the young man presiding over the bets urged. At this moment, he could only silently pray for Lin Tianfeng's victory, otherwise he would suffer a total loss. You audacious brat! How dare you challenge the profound rankings with your mere first level of the profound realm? Wentai sneered, his eyes glinting with disdain, as if regarding an insignificant ant. He held firm confidence in his prowess, never doubting his superiority over others in the same realm. Upon learning that his opponent was merely a first-level practitioner, he decisively wagered all his spirit stones on himself. Enough with the chatter, let us commence. Lin Tianfeng responded with a calm demeanor, his tone icy, devoid of any trace of fear. You arrogant little wretch, today you shall experience the might of my thunderclap. Wentai roared, propelling himself into the air like a cannonball, launching a powerful palm strike toward Lin Tianfeng. The speed of this palm was astonishing, the fierce gust of wind it generated howling through the air like an approaching sandstorm, instilling fear in those who bore witness. In the face of Wentai's aerial assault, a sharp light flickered in Lin Tianfeng's eyes. At the moment when Wentai's palm wind approached him, he abruptly pivoted, skillfully sidestepping the fierce strike. Simultaneously, Lin Tianfeng swiftly gathered strength in his right leg, delivering a kick to Wentai's abdomen with a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. This kick, infused with Lin Tianfeng's formidable spiritual energy, was both fierce and domineering, causing the very air to tremble and emit a low, resonant boom. Before Wentai could react, a wave of unbearable pain surged through his abdomen. Instantly, his body was propelled backward uncontrollably, crashing heavily onto the arena floor and kicking up a cloud of dust before he lost consciousness on the spot. In that moment, the entire venue fell into a profound silence. Spectators gaped, their expressions frozen in shock, bewilderment, and disbelief. Those who had confidently bet on Wentai's victory now stood with mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg inside. They could hardly comprehend that this enigmatic figure, Yan Shuangying, at the first level of the profound realm, had effortlessly sent the second-level Wentai flying with a single kick. The atmosphere was thick with silence, broken only by the sound of the wind, as everyone remained immersed in the unexpected turn of events, unable to regain their composure for a long time. All eyes were fixed intently on the masked figure standing tall in the arena, hearts brimming with astonishment and curiosity. Chapter 34. Chun Tianhao's Revenge. My goodness, what a bloodbath. Where on earth did this guy come from? His combat prowess is utterly outrageous. After a moment of stunned silence, a chorus of lamentations arose from the crowd, each face reflecting the pain of their losses. Yet, Lin Tianfeng felt an extraordinary sense of elation. Following the recent fierce battle, he had earned a staggering 100 spirit stones, a windfall that felt like a divine gift. After a brief respite, it was soon Lin Tianfeng's turn to challenge again. This time, the elder overseeing the arena had arranged for him to face an opponent at the third level of the profound realm. This time, I must reclaim all that I lost last time. Indeed, I shall place a substantial bet. I refuse to believe he can win again. Undoubtedly, Dongfang Wudi is a formidable contender at the late stage of the third level of the profound realm, truly an extraordinary talent among his peers. This lad cannot possibly triumph over him. Around the arena, spectators began to stir with excitement once more, eager to place their bets. Bet on Yan Shuangying at 5-1, and on Dongfang Wudi at 1-5. Those wishing to wager should act quickly. The previous young bookmaker raised his voice to call out again. I bet 200 spirit stones on Dongfang Wudi. I bet 10 spirit stones on Yan Shuangying. You fool. Why are you betting on Yan Shuangying? What can I do? I lost big on the last round, and now I only have these 10 spirit stones left. Even if I bet on Dongfang Wudi, I would only gain 2. I might as well take a chance on Yan Shuangying. Come on, you're not seriously considering borrowing, are you? Betting those 10 spirit stones on Yan Shuangying is surely a futile endeavor. Soon, all the bettors had placed their wagers, with the majority opting for the formidable Dongfang Wudi, while only a pitiful few chose to back Yan Shuangying. It was evident that those who supported Yan Shuangying were likely desperate, their pockets nearly empty of spirit stones, willing to stake everything on a last-ditch gamble. In this round, Lin Tianfeng confidently bet on his own victory, unequivocally staking 100 spirit stones. As the battle commenced, Elder Qin Jielong, presiding over the arena, spoke with a grave tone. Young man, I must concede, you are indeed surprising. However, facing me, your defeat is inevitable. Dongfang Wudi's eyes betrayed a hint of disdain, exuding an air of assuredness as if victory was already in his grasp. Having participated in numerous bouts on the Tongxian ranking, he had never tasted defeat against opponents of his caliber. Therefore, he harbored no doubts that Lin Tianfeng could surpass him. Make your move. Lin Tianfeng stood proudly, his tone utterly unperturbed, as if his opponent was beneath consideration. Initially, he had intended to challenge the more formidable competitors directly, but upon reflection, he chose a different path, realizing that by progressing through the ranks, he could amass even greater spirit stones. What an arrogant young man. It seems I must teach you a lesson. Dongfang Wudi scoffed, brandishing his spear with a swift motion that summoned a fierce gale, lunging towards Lin Tianfeng with astonishing speed. A faint smile graced Lin Tianfeng's lips. In the instant the spear was about to strike, he evaded the fierce assault with an ethereal grace. Following this, Lin Tianfeng channeled his spiritual energy, gathering it ceaselessly in his right hand, where his fist glimmered with radiant light, emanating a potent wave of force. Observing his initial strike miss, Dongfang Wudi prepared to alter his approach, only to find Lin Tianfeng had already closed the distance, like a specter. Prepare to fall, Lin Tianfeng declared with a cold voice, unleashing a powerful punch. The fierce and dazzling energy of his strike surged forth like a tempest towards Dongfang Wudi. The speed was akin to lightning, and the force was extraordinary. Dongfang Wudi had no time to react. With a thunderous crash, Dongfang Wudi's spear flew from his grasp, and his body was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing down beneath the arena. Blood erupted from his mouth as his complexion turned as pale as a ghost, disbelief flooding his eyes. He could hardly fathom that he had been defeated by someone of a lower tier, and in just a single move. At that moment, silence enveloped the arena, as spectators stood agape, utterly astonished by Lin Tianfeng's formidable prowess. My goodness, this fellow is astonishing, exclaimed one bettor, his eyes wide and mouth agape, large enough to fit a fist. It's over, it's all gone, lamented another. Despair etched across his face as he pounded his thigh in frustration. Who on earth is this young man? He defeated Dongfang Wudi with a single strike. Unbelievable, someone exclaimed, their voice brimming with astonishment. Goodness, that fellow actually won. The man who had previously bet on Lin Tianfeng displayed an expression of sheer exhilaration. I'm infuriated. Had I known, I would have wagered on his victory as well. At that moment, those who had placed their bets on Dongfang Wudi wore gloomy faces, consumed by utter dejection. In stark contrast, the supporters of Yan Shuangying radiated excitement, as though they had struck a jackpot. In a core area shrouded in mist, atop a picturesque mountain, Chun Tianhao seethed with indignation. What audacity! How dare anyone lay a hand on the woman I have chosen? He slammed his palm heavily onto the table, his eyes glinting with a chilling, murderous intent. Senior brother Chun, that little brat is exceptionally powerful, far exceeding the norm. I am no match for him, Li Jun lamented from the stretcher, his face etched with resignation. Reflecting on his encounter with Lin Tianfeng, a flicker of undeniable fear surfaced in his gaze. In the sect, he had witnessed many so-called geniuses, yet none could surpass a single minor realm in combat. The exaggeration of Lin Tianfeng was simply unheard of. Where is he now? Chun Tianhao asked coldly, his tone seeming to freeze the air around them. That kid has gone to the Xianbang Challenge platform, under the alias Yan Shuangying, Li Jun quickly responded, urgency lacing his voice. Excellent, I shall personally confront him. I am keen to discover who possesses the audacity to harm my woman. Chun Tianhao's eyes glinted with venom as he spoke. With that, he vanished, making his way towards the Xianbang arena. In the solemn palace of Yulin Peak, Elder Sun inquired, Elder Liu, what is the status of Jianyun? Elder Liu Jinxian's expression was serious. Elder Liu, this young man's life force is severely compromised. It is likely he will never engage in intimacy again, Elder Sun replied, his brow furrowed with concern. Is there truly no other recourse? Liu Jinxian's countenance darkened further. It is nearly shattered. I am powerless to assist, Elder Sun sighed, shaking his head as he exited the room. What a ruthless young man. His subordinates are equally merciless. Liu Jinxian's eyes glinted with a cold light. Master, shall I take action to teach that boy a lesson? A tall woman suggested. Han Shi, let us return suffering upon him in kind. Let him experience this pain firsthand. Liu Jinxian replied icily. Understood, Master, Chun Hanshi responded respectfully. Fool. From now on, focus on your cultivation. If revenge is what you seek, let it be through your own merit. Liu Jinxian cast a cold glance at Dongfang Jianyun. Yes, Master, Dongfang Jianyun nodded earnestly. Rest well, Liu Jinxian said with a resigned shake of his head before turning to leave. Initially, he harbored a sliver of hope for Dongfang Jianyun. but the latter's displayed temperament left him profoundly disappointed. Chapter 35, Defeating Su Shuiyao. The next match, Yin Shuangying versus the divine maiden Xianyao. Upon hearing his name called, Lin Tianfeng did not hesitate for a moment. He leaped once more, landing gracefully and steadily on the stage. Simultaneously, a captivating and enchanting figure descended like a celestial being, elegantly and lightly alighting on the platform. This was a young woman adorned with a mask, her silhouette alluring and her aura extraordinary. Despite the mask obscuring much of her face, Lin Tianfeng keenly sensed a familiar presence emanating from her. To his astonishment, it was none other than his former fiancée, Su Shuiyao. Having grown up together, the sense of familiarity was deeply ingrained within him. Even though Su Shuiyao concealed most of her visage, Lin Tianfeng could still discern that familiar essence from her delicate chin and expressive eyes. A nearby onlooker exclaimed, "This is my chance. I must reclaim all that I have lost before." Indeed, Goddess Tianyao is a practitioner at the pinnacle of the fourth layer of the transcendence realm. It is said that many inner disciples at the sixth layer are no match for her, remarked a young man dressed in white. Why wait? Let us quickly borrow some spirit stones and aim to win back everything in this round. At that moment, the atmosphere was electrifying, with excitement palpable as everyone wore expressions of exhilaration. Betting on Yin Shuangying pays 2-1, while betting on Goddess Tianyao pays 1-2. Place your bets quickly, shouted the youth managing the stakes. Come forth, Yin Shuangying. I shall grant you 3 moves, Su Xiao stated coldly, her demeanor radiating an unmatched pride and confidence. Since becoming a disciple under the Grand Elder, she had received focused training, with only the finest techniques and resources bestowed upon her. Consequently, her cultivation had soared like a rocket, enhancing her challenge capacity by an astonishing 2 minor realms. This filled her with immense pride, further elevating her arrogance. Are you certain you wish to grant me 3 moves? Lin Tianfeng replied, his voice icy, a hint of mockery flickering in his gaze. Enough of your chatter, Su Shuiyao retorted, her expression haughty and dismissive, clearly underestimating Lin Tianfeng. Very well, be cautious then, Lin Tianfeng smirked coldly, his figure transforming into a streak of light as he darted towards Su Shuiyao with lightning speed. How can he be so fast? Su Shuiyao thought, startled and hastily attempting to evade. However, her reaction was a moment too slow, as Lin Tianfeng's right foot struck her chest with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, Su Shuiyao felt a searing pain in her chest, her body propelled like a kite severed from its string, sent flying away. Who are you? Su Shuiyao managed to flip in midair, struggling to land at the edge of the stage, perilously close to falling off. At this moment, Su Shuiyao was utterly astonished. She had always harbored considerable confidence in her combat prowess, having scarcely encountered a rival of her caliber within the same realm. Yet, the masked man before her had transcended 2 minor realms to defeat her, leaving her in a state of disbelief. Are we still fighting? Lin Tianfeng's voice was cold, his expression remaining indifferent. Su Shuiyao trembled with anger, a mixture of shame and fury coursing through her as she turned and descended from the arena. After their recent clash, she was acutely aware that she could not match Lin Tianfeng's strength. Moreover, after receiving a kick from him, she felt a searing pain in her chest, as if it might explode. Were it not for the crowd's presence, she would have wished to strip off her clothing to thoroughly assess her injuries. Oh my heavens! May lightning strike this scoundrel, she lamented, feeling that she had suffered a tremendous loss. At that moment, the atmosphere was rife with astonishment. The spectators wore expressions of shock. Those who had placed losing bets were grumbling incessantly, venting their frustrations. The battle on the stage continued unabated. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tianfeng had achieved 10 consecutive victories, with his opponents progressively ascending from the 2nd to the 8th layer of the Enlightenment realm. Throughout this period, the bettors had refrained from wagering on Lin Tianfeng, as they believed that his opponents, becoming increasingly formidable, would mark the limits of his capabilities. However, the eventual outcome left them in utter despair. Not only had they lost everything, going bankrupt, but many also found themselves burdened with debts, some even wagering their partners in the process. Such is the nature of gamblers. When Lin Tianfeng's opponent reached the 7th layer of the Enlightenment realm, they were convinced he would surely face a crushing defeat, prompting them to place their bets on his adversary. As the opponent ascended to the 8th layer, they once again glimpsed a glimmer of hope, believing victory was within reach. Yet, the result once more shattered their hopes. In this moment, Lin Tianfeng was the one filled with elation. He had amassed over 6,000 spirit stones during this time. As he continued to triumph, the young man overseeing the bets decisively lowered the odds against him. Who is this man? Why is his fighting capability so formidable? Su Shuiyao's brow furrowed, her countenance darkening. Ever since becoming a disciple of the Grand Elder, she had perceived herself as the pride of this world. Yet, this sudden upstart, with mere first-layer enlightenment realm cultivation, had so effortlessly bested her, delivering an unprecedented blow to her self-confidence. At that moment, not far from the enlightenment ranking arena, Chun Tianhao was grimly fixated on Lin Tianfeng. "Senior brother Chun, this brat is Lin Tianfeng. Someone saw him enter earlier," Li Jun said, his face pale as parchment, his tone strained. "You should return to recuperate." "I will handle this scoundrel," Chun Tianhao replied coldly, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. "Senior brother, I wish to witness you deal with him personally." Li Jun's eyes flickered with resentment, his bitterness difficult to quell. "Very well, find a place to sit down. It will not be too late to deal with that fellow after he leaves," Chun Tianhao remarked coldly. "Brother Chun, you must help me take revenge this time. It would be best if you could incapacitate him," came the plea. At that moment, a woman wearing a wide-brimmed hat and a veil approached. It was Dongfang Qing. Despite her battered appearance, she resolutely arrived at the scene, demonstrating the depth of her animosity towards Lin Tianfeng. To avoid appearing too disheveled, Dongfang Qing decisively donned a hat and veiled her face, concealing her looks thoroughly. "Do not worry, Sister Qing. I shall ensure he pays a heavy price," Chun Tianhao assured her gently. Dongfang Qing nodded coldly, her gaze fixed icily on Lin Tianfeng atop the arena, as if she wished to pierce him with her stare. Chapter 36. The battle against Liu Wutian's sister Yanran. Who would have thought such an exceptional talent existed within the inner sect? His ability to challenge those beyond his level is simply terrifying. "A girl in a pink dress, with an adorable and pure visage," exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. This fellow's capability to challenge beyond his rank is indeed extraordinary. From the combat prowess he has displayed thus far, it is evident that this is not his full strength, remarked another girl clad in white finery, her youthful appearance accentuated by her striking features. As she closely observed the figure in the arena, her expression tinged with seriousness. "Could it be that he is an invincible existence across great realms? That seems rather exaggerated." The girl in pink gasped, incredulous. "Given his current demeanor, it is likely he will continue to challenge. I expect Elder Qin will send forth a disciple at the pinnacle of the Tongxian realm next," the girl in white said, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and anticipation. "I find myself rather eager to see if this young man can indeed triumph over a disciple of the 9th level of the Tongxian realm," the girl in pink admitted, a glimmer of expectation gracing her features as her hands instinctively clenched. At that moment, Elder Qin Jielong, the presiding enforcer, was equally astonished. He never anticipated that a mere first-level disciple of the Tongxian realm could unleash such formidable combat prowess. It was utterly astonishing. Having witnessed countless talented disciples as the guardian of the arena, Qin Jielong had never encountered someone with such outrageous capabilities for challenging beyond their level. Historically, those with such extraordinary abilities were always formidable figures transcending their era. The emergence of such a super talent within the Sacred Heart sect was indeed a monumental blessing. Contemplating this, Qin Jielong resolved to arrange for Lin Tianfeng to face a disciple of the 9th level of the Tongxian realm in the next match. Eager to ascertain the limits of his abilities. "Next, Yan Shuangying will battle Liu Wutian," Qin Jielong announced. As his words echoed through the arena, a wave of excitement swept over the crowd, anticipation etched on every face. "I refuse to believe he can win again. Liu Wutian is among the top 10 geniuses of the inner sect. If this young man manages to prevail, I shall renounce gambling henceforth." A disciple among the onlookers gritted his teeth and spoke resolutely. "Indeed, I have decided to stake everything on this round. Life and death hinge upon this match. I shall first approach young Master Wabe to borrow some resources. This time, I must reclaim all that I have previously lost." The atmosphere was electric, as everyone fervently sought to borrow spirit stones, hoping to recover their earlier losses in the forthcoming fierce battle. "Those wishing to place bets, hurry. Liu Wutian pays 1 to 2, and Yan Shuangying pays 1 to 2. Don't miss out," shouted the young man, overseeing the wagers once more. "Yan Shuangying, I never anticipated that you, with merely the first layer of the profound realm, could reach this stage," remarked Liu Wutian, surprise etched on his face, his gaze scrutinizing and wary. "In this world, nothing is beyond possibility," Lin Tianfeng replied calmly, determination glimmering in his eyes. "You are correct, however. I shall exert my utmost effort from this point forward." "I hope you do not disappoint me," Liu Wutian declared, his eyes ablaze with fierce resolve. "Please wait a moment. I shall place my own wager first." Lin Tianfeng clasped his hands together and turned to the young man managing the bets. "Here are 5,000 spirit stones. I wager everything on myself." "Very well," the young man replied, a resigned expression on his face. For some reason, he felt an unsettling sense of dread at Lin Tianfeng's confidence. Yet, he could not refuse the bet. After all, as the house, if he rejected a wager, who would dare bet with him in the future? Quite the audacious lad, You are indeed confident, Liu Yanyun remarked, his brow furrowed. Yet he began to regard Lin Tianfeng's self-assurance with increased respect. Regardless, these spirit stones were one fair and square, Lin Tianfeng said nonchalantly, his demeanor relaxed. Then I shall make my move. With a swift motion, Liu Yanyun summoned a black spear into his grasp. He thrust the spear forward with a sudden flick. Its tip gleaming coldly as it aimed straight for Lin Tianfeng's throat, the speed of the strike as swift as lightning. Employing the ethereal movement technique, Lin Tianfeng transformed into a fleeting shadow, deftly evading the ferocious thrust, his movements fluid and unencumbered. In the next moment, he brandished his long sword, executing the ancient desolate's absolute strike, unleashing a sword aura that surged forth like a rainbow, piercing through the sun, imbued with boundless power directed at Liu Yanyun. Liu Yanyun's expression turned grave as he wielded his spear, creating a barrier of spear light that intercepted the sword aura. In an instant, the clash of spear and sword echoed, reverberating with thunderous roars. What an exceptional sword technique! Liu Yanyun exclaimed, sweeping his spear horizontally, unleashing a tempestuous force that caused the air to howl under its pressure. Rather than retreat, Lin Tianfeng advanced, executing the ancient desolate slaughtering sword technique. The clash of sword and spear resounded with a piercing metallic ring, sparks flying in all directions. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, neither side yielding an inch. Liu Yanyun's spear techniques were sharp and unpredictable, each strike infused with formidable power, as if they sought to rend apart all obstacles in their path. With Lin Tianfeng's ethereal agility and the exquisite intricacies of the primordial sword technique, he repeatedly neutralized Liu Yanyun's assaults while launching counterattacks, maintaining an unwavering advantage. Primordial blade. Lin Tianfeng's gaze sharpened, and a brilliant light erupted from his sword, casting a colossal shadow that descended upon Liu Yanyun. The very air was cleaved apart in the wake of the sword's arc. Witnessing this, Liu Yanyun dared not exhibit the slightest negligence. He swiftly brandished his spear, propelling forward with a surge of formidable power emanating from the weapon. The clash of spear and sword reverberated throughout the arena, sending tremors through the ground and slicing through the surrounding air, creating a disconcerting resonance. Each combatant was thrust back several meters by the immense recoil. Exhilaration surged through Liu Yanyun as he grew more invigorated with each exchange, his eyes alight with excitement. Conversely, Lin Tianfeng wore a serious expression, resolutely employing his ethereal movement technique to close the distance with Liu Yanyun once more. Following this, he unleashed the primordial celestial strike, aiming a powerful blow at Liu Yanyun with unstoppable momentum. Liu Yanyun braced himself with his spear. The clang of their weapons echoed sharply, the tremendous backlash once again forcing them apart, leaving fissures in the ground beneath them. Despite the intensity of their confrontation, neither combatant gained the upper hand. Unyielding, they resumed their ferocious assault, weapons clashing as they advanced towards one another once more. The onlookers were awestruck, especially those who had wagered on Liu Yanyun's victory, their hearts racing with anxiety as they clenched their fists. Chapter 37. Shun Tianhao causes trouble. Sister Yanran. This lad is truly extraordinary, matching Liu Yanyun blow for blow. The voice of the girl in pink trembled slightly, her astonishment unmistakable. Strange, why does this lad's movement seem so familiar? Nangong Yanran furrowed her brow, a hint of confusion crossing her face. Do you know him? The girl in pink asked, her curiosity piqued. He somewhat resembles someone I know, Nangong Yanran replied thoughtfully. When did you meet such a low-level practitioner? The girl in pink inquired with unabashed curiosity. I met him while on a mission some time ago, Nangong Yanran responded casually. Lin Tianfeng's visage unconsciously surfacing in her mind. Is he handsome? The girl in pink teased, blinking playfully. He is passable, Nangong Yanran replied nonchalantly. The memory of Lin Tianfeng's striking features made her feel weak. That day's encounter had left a lasting impression, one that she might never forget. Let us have him remove his mask later, and see if he is the person you know, the girl in pink suggested eagerly. Perhaps it's best not to. Since he chose to wear a mask, it would be unkind to expose him. Nangong Yanran maintained her focus on the arena. At that moment, the battle on the stage intensified further. Liu Yanyun wielded his spear like a dragon, each thrust imbued with the ferocity of a tempest, as if seeking to obliterate everything in his path. Lin Tianfeng's long sword danced like an agile serpent, deftly countering Liu Yanyun's fierce onslaught. The swordplay was a kaleidoscope of movements, elusive and bewildering. In the blink of an eye, the shadows of spears and swords intertwined, their brilliance dazzling, as both combatants pushed their techniques to the limit, leaving the audience spellbound. As the battle raged on, their spiritual energy rapidly depleted, beads of sweat cascading down their garments. Yet their gazes remained resolute, unwavering in their fervor. In no time, They exchanged blows in a fierce flurry of hundreds of strikes. Seizing upon a slight opening in Liu Wutian's defense, Lin Tianfeng's sword suddenly shifted, striking with an exquisitely angled thrust, swift as lightning. Liu Wutian attempted to mount a defense, but was too late. With a whoosh, the blade pierced through Liu Wutian's shoulder, blood gushing forth and staining his robes crimson. "I concede," Liu Wutian said, his complexion pale, a hint of resignation in his eyes, yet his demeanor remained dignified. "Brother Liu, your skill is commendable. I merely had the fortune to prevail," Lin Tianfeng replied, sheathing his sword and bowing with humility. Defeat was but defeat. Liu Wutian was not one to shy away from it. A broad smile graced his face, exuding a noble poise. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the two descended from the arena. Following this intense confrontation, Lin Tianfeng felt a twinge of fatigue and had no inclination to continue challenging further. Meanwhile, the onlookers were utterly astonished, mouths agape in disbelief. How is this possible? Liu Wutian has lost. What manner of creature is Yin Shuangying? Defeating a 9th layer practitioner with a mere 1st layer prowess. Oh dear, this is truly disastrous. I now owe several thousand spirit stones. What do you mean? I even wagered my partner with Old Wang and owe a few thousand spirit stones as well. Had I known, I would never have gambled. This is a perilous game. The atmosphere was rife with commotion as spectators voiced their opinions, some lamenting, others marveling, while many expressed their helplessness. Those who had bet on Liu Wutian were particularly despondent, lamenting their misfortune with clenched fists and regret. After stepping down from the stage, Lin Tianfeng sought out the young man overseeing the bets, successfully collecting his well-earned spirit stones. What a splendid windfall. Lin Tianfeng's face radiated with excitement, barely concealing his joy within. He felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction from this challenge on the Transcendence rankings. Not only had he engaged in a fierce battle with a prodigy of the inner sect, enriching his experience, but he had also amassed a staggering 16,000 spirit stones. To put it into perspective, 16,000 spirit stones were an astronomical figure for a mere outer disciple. A servant disciple could scarcely earn 1 or 2 spirit stones a month through menial tasks. Outer disciples, through missions and sect benefits, might accumulate a few dozen spirit stones monthly. Even ordinary inner disciples only garnered 200 or 300 spirit stones each month. Upon returning to the preparation area, Lin Tianfeng removed his mask and quietly departed from the Transcendence rankings arena. "You little rascal, you are Lin Tianfeng," a chilling voice suddenly echoed. A young man clad in a pale purple robe adorned with gold trim approached with piercing eyes. Following closely behind him was Li Jun, bandaged, along with Dongfang Qing, who wore a conical hat and a veil that obscured her face. "My dear senior brother, it seems we harbor no animosity towards each other, do we?" Lin Tianfeng spoke with a calm demeanor, yet a sense of caution brewed within him. "You audacious brat, how dare you repeatedly lay hands on Qing?" Chun Tianhao's gaze was icy, emanating an aura of formidable menace. "Not only have I not bullied you, but if you were to cripple yourself and kneel before Qing'er to slap your face 100 times, I might grant you mercy today. Is this how a core disciple should behave? To come and bully a newcomer like me? Does that give you a sense of accomplishment?" Lin Tianfeng's face bore a slight mocking smile, devoid of fear. "You foolish wretch," Chun Tianhao scoffed coldly, raising his hand to strike Lin Tianfeng with a powerful blow. Aware of the velocity of the impending strike, Lin Tianfeng met it head-on. Knowing evasion was futile, his only recourse was to endure the impact. With a resounding crash, Lin Tianfeng felt his arm go numb as the overwhelming energy collided with his chest, propelling him backward. He coughed up blood, managing to roll and land awkwardly on the ground. "You have one more chance. Cripple your own legs, kneel, and slap yourself 100 times. And I might spare you today." Chun Tianhao's eyes glinted with a chilling resolve, radiating immense pressure. "If you dare, let us battle on the life and death stage in 2 months. To bully a mere novice like me now, don't you feel ashamed?" Lin Tianfeng's eyes blazed with intensity, a powerful fury emanating from him. At that moment, he was completely enraged. Despite his attempts to remain low-key after joining the sect, trouble had persistently sought him out. Has this fellow lost his mind? How dare he challenge Chun Tianhao to a life-and-death duel? Indeed, Chun Tianhao was a core disciple at the 3rd level of the Earth Profound Realm and the grandson of the Tianyang Peak Master. For this young man to challenge him was akin to courting death. Does anyone else find this young man somewhat familiar? I feel he resembles Yin Shuangying. This is indeed the same Yin Shuangying from earlier. A crowd had gathered, intrigued by the unfolding drama. No one had expected that this young novice, merely at the 1st level of the Profound Understanding Realm, was actually Yin Shuangying. Even more astonishing was Lin Tianfeng's audacity to challenge Chun Tianhao. In a nearby location, Su Shuiyao furrowed her brow tightly. Her delicate features were marred by indignation as her gaze fixated on Lin Tianfeng, as if attempting to see through him. Just moments ago, she had sensed a hint of familiarity in Yan Shuangying's presence. Now, as she witnessed Lin Tianfeng emerge from the profound understanding stage, realization dawned upon her. What an arrogant young man, daring to challenge me to a life-and-death duel. Do you believe you possess the qualifications for such an endeavor? A profound disdain flickered across Chen Tianhao's face, his expression replete with scorn and derision. With that, he swung his hand fiercely, delivering a swift palm strike imbued with a fierce gale, aimed directly at Lin Tianfeng with unrelenting ferocity. Within the Sacred Heart sect, core disciples wield an unparalleled authority. Even if they were to incapacitate one or two inner disciples, the most they would face is a trivial reprimand. After all, this is a ruthless world that reveres strength. How could the sect possibly burden a core disciple of great potential and formidable background for the sake of an inner disciple who might be rendered useless? Just as Chen Tianhao's formidable palm was about to descend, a strikingly graceful figure appeared before Lin Tianfeng, an enchanting maiden, possessing both youthful beauty and alluring curves. Akin to a fleeting specter. With a gentle flick of her sleeve, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted forth, crashing against Chen Tianhao's palm strike like a tidal wave. The immense shock wave exploded forth like a tempest, forcing Chen Tianhao to stagger back several meters, barely managing to regain his footing. Nangong Yanran, I have not provoked you. Have I? Upon seeing the sudden appearance of the maiden, Chen Tianhao's fury ignited, his eyes wide with rage, almost bulging from their sockets, as he growled through clenched teeth. And have I provoked you? Nangong Yanran's voice was chillingly cold, her gaze as frigid as a starry night, fixed intently upon Chen Tianhao. Who is this boy to you? Chen Tianhao's eyes blazed with an inferno of anger. He is a friend of this holy maiden. To lay hands upon him is to lay hands upon the holy maiden herself. Nangong Yanran's expression was as frosty as winter, her tone icily resolute, stating that not only would the holy maiden refrain from granting him mercy, but if he were to cripple himself and kneel, delivering 100 slaps to his own face, she might consider sparing him, for the moment. The bystanders gasped in disbelief, their mouths agape, unable to fathom the revelation that Lin Tianfeng was, in fact, a friend of Nangong Yanran. It is common knowledge that she is renowned in the Sacred Heart sect as an ice-cold beauty, possessing enviable youthful features and a figure that has rendered her an unattainable goddess in the eyes of countless male disciples. The notion that Lin Tianfeng, a mere fledgling at the first level of the profound realm, could befriend Nangong Yanran was utterly astonishing. Nangong Yanran, do not go too far. Chen Tianhao erupted in fury at her words, trembling with rage, his eyes seemingly ready to unleash flames. The demand to cripple himself and slap his own face was precisely the taunt he had directed at Lin Tianfeng moments earlier. Now, with Nangong Yanran countering him with the same words, he felt an unprecedented surge of wrath, his pride severely wounded. Chen Tianhao, even as a core disciple, do you not feel ashamed to bully a new inner disciple who has just joined? At that moment, a pure and charming young girl clad in a flowing pink dress gracefully emerged from the crowd. Zhou Yuner, you need not concern yourself with my affairs, Chen Tianhao seethed, his voice strained and filled with ire. While I may be indifferent to your bullying of others, targeting a friend of Sister Yanran is tantamount to assaulting a friend of mine. If I do not teach you a lesson today, where shall I place my dignity? With a cold snort, Zhou Yuner swiftly waved her right hand, unleashing a fierce gust of wind that struck Chen Tianhao's face with the swiftness of lightning. The sharp crack of a resounding slap echoed, and his left cheek immediately swelled, 5 distinct finger marks appearing, rendering him utterly disheveled. Zhou Yuner, this is far from over. Chen Tianhao trembled with rage, his eyes glinting with malice, glaring at Zhou Yuner like a ferocious wolf. Throughout his life, he had never endured such humiliation. Were it anyone else, he would undoubtedly seek revenge by any means necessary. Yet, Zhou Yuner and Nangong Yanran were revered disciples of the sect, far surpassing him in both status and rank. Still not finished? Do you believe you are worthy? Zhou Yuner scoffed, raising her hand once more. This time, her strike was even more formidable, moving with the swiftness of a gale, leaving a distinct afterimage in the air as it landed on the other side of Chen Tianhao's face. Another crisp slap resounded, and his other cheek swelled instantly. Both sides now symmetrically bruised. He appeared exceedingly wretched, devoid of any semblance of the core disciple's grandeur. Sisters, this is my grudge to settle. Allow me to handle it myself. Lin Tianfeng managed to stand, suppressing the intense pain within him. His face was pale, yet his tone remained icy. Chen Tianhao, you merely boast due to your several additional years of cultivation. If you truly possess courage, let us meet on the death arena 2 months from today. Lin Tianfeng was known for his vengeful nature, and having suffered such a significant humiliation today, He had no intention of letting it slide. Boy, since you insist on courting death, I shall oblige. Chen Tianhao shot Lin Tianfeng a cold glance before turning to leave. He understood that with Nangong Yanran and Zhou Yuner present, he could not inflict harm on Lin Tianfeng today. Hey, Chen Tianhao is at the third level of the Earth Profound Realm. Do you comprehend the consequences of challenging him? Zhou Yuner remarked, her eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. Regardless of his cultivation level, I shall slay him 2 months hence, Lin Tianfeng declared with unwavering resolve, confidence radiating from his gaze. Since you say so, I find myself quite intrigued. Do not disappoint us then, Zhou Yuner replied, a glimmer of anticipation gracing her features. She was eager to witness what miracles this obstinate youth could conjure. Thank you both for today. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Lin Tianfeng said, clasping his hands together in gratitude, his eyes brimming with appreciation. He had not anticipated that it would be Nangong Yanran who came to his aid. Upon recalling the experiences he shared with her, Lin Tianfeng felt a stirring in his heart. Nangong Yanran was undeniably beautiful. Her graceful figure and stunning visage were truly of the highest order. Yet, this innocent young maiden had shared a unique encounter with him, which stirred an inexplicable sense of achievement within him. Chapter 39. The agreement changed to 1 year. Lin Tianfeng, I never imagined your cultivation would advance so swiftly. Henceforth, our agreement shall be altered to 1 year. A subtle smile graced Nangong Yanran's lips, hinting at a fleeting joy. 1 year it shall be. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Tianfeng responded decisively. He now possessed 16,000 spirit stones, and should he refine them all, it would suffice to propel him to the 6th level of the profound realm in a short time. This is what you stated. Do not disappoint me then. Nangong Yanran cast a deep glance at Lin Tianfeng before elegantly departing from the scene. She truly did not anticipate that Lin Tianfeng could break through to the profound realm so swiftly, and moreover, possess combat prowess rivaling that of the 9th level. Such a terrifying rate of advancement and astonishing ability to challenge those beyond his level was simply incredulous. It was precisely for this reason that Nangong Yanran condensed the time frame of their agreement to 1 year. She was eager to witness whether this man could continue to create miracles. Observing this, Zhou Yuner hastened to follow, whispering, Yanran, what exactly is the agreement between you and this fellow? Oh, it's nothing. Nangong Yanran's gaze drifted toward the horizon, her eyes slightly unfocused, as if contemplating something significant. Am I oblivious? There must be something between you two, Zhou Yuner retorted, her tone slightly irritable. Come on, spill it. Stop imagining things. There's nothing going on. A faint blush crept onto Nangong Yanran's face. Yanran, we've grown up together. I have no secrets from you. If you don't come clean, our sisterhood may be at stake. Zhou Yuner playfully shook Nangong Yanran's shoulders, her expression one of charming insistence. I can share it, but you must promise not to divulge it. Nangong Yanran spoke with a serious tone. Rest assured, Yanran, I will not breathe a word. Zhou Yuner quickly assured. Her eyes filled with sincerity. The situation is as follows. Nangong Yanran recounted the events that transpired between her and Lin Tianfeng in brief. Yanran, did he truly violate you? Zhou Yuner's eyes widened. Disbelief etched across her face. Yes. Nangong Yanran nodded helplessly, yet he did not act with intent. Yanran, how does it feel? Zhou Yuner inquired with curiosity, her eyes sparkling with gossip. Also, is he formidable in that regard? You naughty girl, what are you saying? Nangong Yanran's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, slightly exasperated. Let us chat. I am genuinely curious. A glint of mischief flickered in Zhou Yuner's eyes as she persistently probed. If you wish to know, perhaps you should try for yourself. Nangong Yanran shot her a glare, her face displaying a touch of playful annoyance. That is what you said. I shall try to seek him out another day. Zhou Yuner smiled slightly, her expression imbued with a hint of mischief. Can't you find someone else? Nangong Yanran replied, her face expressing exasperation at Zhou Yuner's words. Sister Yanran, we are good friends after all. What harm is there in borrowing him for a while? Zhou Yuner pouted adorably. Very well, as long as you do not mind, feel free to use him. Nangong Yanran shook her head in resignation. Sister Yanran, this lad does possess notable talent and exhibits a remarkable ability to challenge those beyond his level. Do you think he might be the person predicted by Master Zhuge? A flicker of curiosity danced in Zhou Yuner's eyes. That possibility cannot be entirely dismissed, Nangong Yanran replied. In a contest of equals, who do you believe is stronger, him or Huangfu Tianming? Zhou Yuner inquired. Although Lin Tianfeng's talent is commendable, there remains a discernible gap when compared to Huangfu Tianming. Nangong Yanran mused after a moment's contemplation. For a top-tier genius to flourish, they require an abundance of resources and must endure countless trials. The variables in such a journey are utterly unpredictable. This world is not devoid of geniuses, yet only a scant few truly ascend, Nangong Yinran articulated. But who exactly is the individual Master Zhuge predicted? Zhou Yun'er's brow furrowed slightly. Who it is has become inconsequential. In this lifetime, I have no intention of returning. Nor do I wish to be a pawn in a family alliance. Nangong Yinran sighed in resignation. Yet, we may evade them for a time, but not for eternity. They will inevitably find us, Zhou Yun'er observed, her gaze darkening. Let us address that when it comes to pass, Nangong Yinran replied. Have you heard? That former servant disciple, Lin Tianfeng, has now ascended to the rank of inner disciple and has defeated Liu Wutian in battle on the Tongxian list. Is that true? Are you certain you are not jesting? This is no jest. That fellow, with the cultivation of the first layer of Tongxian, vanquished Liu Wutian of the 9th layer. I was there, witnessing it firsthand, and afterward, he challenged core disciple Chen Tianhao to a life-and-death duel. Goodness, do they take us for fools? Do you think we would believe such tales? What he said is indeed true. I was present as well, and his combat prowess is astonishingly formidable. However, the duel with Chen Tianhao is scheduled for 2 months hence. You two aren't conspiring to deceive us, are you? A first-layer Tongxian defeating a 9th layer? Who would believe such absurdity? The news has already spread. Many witnesses were present at the scene, and that lad is indeed a friend of Saintess Yinran. This is utterly outrageous. Could he truly be defying the heavens? At that moment, the news of Lin Tianfeng challenging Chen Tianhao to a life-and-death duel spread like wildfire throughout the entire Xingxin sect. Simultaneously, tales of Lin Tianfeng's exploits rapidly circulated, igniting fervent discussions among countless individuals, with the entire sect immersed in the astonishing revelations. At this juncture, Lin Tianfeng had returned to Liu. Tianfeng, you are truly remarkable. In just a brief span of 2 months, you have ascended to the realm of Tongxian and even triumphed over Liu Wutian. A graceful female disciple gazed at Lin Tianfeng with admiration, her eyes brimming with infatuation. Indeed, Tianfeng, now that you have become an inner sect disciple, will we still have the opportunity to practice against you? A voluptuous female disciple remarked coyly, her voice laced with seduction. Of course. Lin Tianfeng replied with an air of resignation. He was quite popular at Liu, often receiving food from female disciples, who would assist in cleaning or seek him out for practice. Were it not for Chen Shi's warning, he might have succumbed to the attention long ago. After conversing with the female disciples for a while, Lin Tianfeng withdrew to the Honghuang space to recuperate. The earlier strike from Chen Tianhao had inflicted significant injury upon him, necessitating swift healing to restore his strength. At Yulin Peak, within a grand palace, Liu Jingxian displayed a hint of astonishment. How could that boy, with the cultivation of the first layer of Tongxian, defeat Liu Wutian of the 9th layer? Master, this is indeed true. And that boy even challenged Chen Tianhao to a life-and-death battle. Chen Hanqi quickly relayed the news of Lin Tianfeng's exploits. This child possesses terrifying talent, Liu Jingxian thought, disbelief evident in his eyes. Master, should we not eliminate him? Chen Hanqi inquired. Since he dares to initiate a life-and-death battle, he must have some confidence. And with his rapid cultivation growth and extraordinary capability to challenge beyond his level, it is hard to believe he harbors no hidden secrets. A glimmer of greed flickered in Liu Jingxian's gaze. What is your intention, master? Chen Hanqi respectfully asked Liu Jingxian. Hanqi, you have been nurtured by me. And now I entrust you with an important task, Liu Jingxian stated with a serious countenance. Please instruct me, master, Chen Hanqi replied dutifully. You are to keep a close watch on that boy. If he leaves the sect, you must capture him alive, Liu Jingxian commanded. Rest assured, master. I will ensure his capture, Chen Hanqi affirmed with a respectful nod. Chapter 40. Pursued in the area designated for inner sect disciples, within an elegant courtyard. Dongfang Jianyun expressed his deep resentment. I cannot accept this. I must kill that little brat. His eyes were filled with bitterness, his words tinged with profound hatred. Do not worry, he will undoubtedly perish in the life-and-death battle 2 months from now, Dongfang Qing replied coldly. There is something sinister about this fellow. I fear that even Chen Tianhao may not emerge victorious against him in the impending battle. Dongfang Jianyun's brow furrowed as a sense of foreboding crept into his heart. His expression troubled. Chen Tianhao is the grandson of the Tianyang Peak Master. Regardless of the outcome, Lin Tianfeng faces certain doom. Dongfang Qing's demeanor remained impassive, her gaze devoid of emotion. That is indeed the case. It is a pity I cannot exact my revenge with my own hands, Dongfang Jianyun lamented, his eyes filled with unfulfilled desire and deep regret. At that moment, he was consumed by remorse, wishing he had never provoked Lin Tianfeng. All that he currently endures is a consequence of Su Xueyao, yet during this period, she has never once gazed upon him. If destiny granted him a chance to relive his past, He would unequivocally choose to avoid any conflict with Lin Tianfeng for her sake. In the ensuing days, Lin Tianfeng retreated to Lin Tianfeng, dedicating himself to profound cultivation. In his quest for rapid advancement, he often sought out inner disciples for sparring, thereby honing his combat skills and refining his foundational cultivation. However, after engaging in combat for a while, Lin Tianfeng discovered that these inner disciples were no match for him. In desperation, he turned to Qin Shuya, hoping she would suppress her cultivation to spar with him. Observing Lin Tianfeng's industriousness and ambition, Qin Shuya graciously accepted his request. From that moment onward, the two practiced together almost daily atop the peak, exchanging insights on cultivation and weaponry. To her astonishment, Qin Shuya found that not only did Lin Tianfeng possess remarkable talent, but his comprehension ability was equally astounding. He grasped concepts effortlessly and offered unique and profound insights. A month slipped by unnoticed. Through relentless cultivation during this time, Lin Tianfeng successfully ascended to the 4th layer of Tongxian. This breakthrough, spanning 3 minor realms, had cost him an immense sum of 10,000 spirit stones. Such a substantial expenditure left him feeling somewhat pained. Due to his unique constitution, although he could refine resources without limit, the resources consumed during each breakthrough were several times greater than those of ordinary cultivators. Following his advancement, Lin Tianfeng departed from Lin Tianfeng. Making his way toward the mountain gate, he realized he had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation, and remaining within the sect would likely yield little progress. Thus, he resolved to wander and relax his mind. Upon exiting the sect, he headed towards the city at the foot of the mountain. Unbeknownst to him, the moment he left the sect, a tall, shadowy figure cloaked in black stealthily followed in his wake. Approximately half an hour later, Lin Tianfeng arrived at a secluded bamboo grove. Suddenly, he encountered a woman clad in a black bodysuit and a conical hat, her face concealed by a veil, riding a fiery red horse, approaching him at a measured pace. The newcomer was none other than Qin Hanshi. Lin Tianfeng's brow furrowed slightly, and a sense of vigilance stirred within him. "Are you Lin Tianfeng?" Qin Hanshi's gaze was as frigid as the coldest stars, fixed intently upon him. "Miss, you must have mistaken me for someone else," Lin Tianfeng replied with a calm demeanor, his expression betraying no hint of alarm. "You arrogant boy, do you truly believe I wouldn't recognize you?" A smirk of mockery curled at the corners of Qin Hanshi's mouth, her eyes brimming with disdain. "Then why pose such a question?" Lin Tianfeng responded nonchalantly, his gaze unwaveringly locked onto Qin Hanshi, devoid of any fear. Despite her cultivation reaching the 3rd layer of the Earth profound realm, the outcome of a confrontation remained uncertain. "Boy, if you surrender willingly, I shall spare you. But should you dare to resist, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Qin Hanshi's demeanor was frigid, emanating an aura of chilling menace, as if she intended to freeze Lin Tianfeng in place. "If you truly wish to force yourself upon me, I shall not resist, and I will cooperate fully," Lin Tianfeng remarked with a sly grin, deliberately mocking her. "Seeking death?" Qin Hanshi snorted coldly, her figure flickering as she leapt from the crimson steed, moving with lightning speed to seize Lin Tianfeng by the neck. In her estimation, her cultivation at the 3rd level of the earthly profound realm would easily subdue a mere novice in the initial stage of the profound realm. Lin Tianfeng reacted swiftly, evading Qin Hanshi's grasp with a sidestep while countering with a punch directed at her. However, Qin Hanshi's strength far surpassed his expectations. In just one exchange, she knocked him back several paces. "What the hell? This woman's fists are incredibly strong." A serious expression crossed Lin Tianfeng's face, astonishment brewing within him. "Lin Tianfeng, I never imagined your strength would grow so rapidly, yet today you shall not escape my grasp." Qin Hanshi snorted once more and lunged at him, her fists and feet striking like the wind, each move laced with lethal intent. "You foul woman, if you truly wish to play, I shall oblige. But must you strike so fiercely?" Lin Tianfeng retorted with a cold snort, employing the battle heaven fist technique to resist with all his might. Beads of sweat adorning his forehead. After several dozen exchanges, Lin Tianfeng found it increasingly difficult to defend himself, suffering several blows that left him bleeding from the corner of his mouth. It was evident that Qin Hanshi was a prodigious talent, her prowess ranking among the very best within their realm. Seeing that barehanded combat would not yield favorable results, Lin Tianfeng decisively drew his long sword and swung it towards Qin Hanshi. She effortlessly sidestepped his attack and, in one fluid motion, unsheathed her own sword, unleashing a fierce wave of sword energy aimed at Lin Tianfeng. He hastily raised his sword to parry, but was met with the overwhelming force of her strike, leaving his arm numb. "You dare resist with such meager skills?" A mocking smile played on Qin Hanshi's lips, her assault growing increasingly ferocious, her eyes glinting with disdain. Lin Tianfeng gritted his teeth, desperately fending off her relentless attack. As the battle wore on, his swordplay became disordered, and he gradually found himself at a disadvantage. This woman is slightly stronger than I. I must lure her into the mountains, Lin Tianfeng contemplated, seizing an opportunity to turn and dash into the depths of the thicket. Trying to escape? Not so easy, Chen Hanshi called out, relentlessly pursuing him. Lin Tianfeng zigzagged through the bamboo forest, not rushing to shake off his pursuer. Chen Hanshi followed closely, like a shadow at his heels. You vile woman, I shall make you pay dearly, a wicked thought flickered in Lin Tianfeng's mind. He was no paragon of virtue, especially when dealing with an enemy. He never showed mercy. As he sprinted, he remained vigilant of his surroundings. Suddenly, he spotted a valley ahead, and an idea took shape in his mind. He was somewhat familiar with this area and knew of a concealed cave further ahead. Moreover, some time ago, while undertaking a task outdoors, he had spent a night in that secluded cave. This cave not only offered concealment, but also housed countless small chambers, in which an unfamiliar person could easily lose their way. Chapter 41. The fury of Chen Hanshi. Lin Tianfeng dashed into the valley, swiftly entering the hidden cave like a flash of lightning. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Hanshi followed closely behind him, also stepping into the cave. The interior was shrouded in darkness, permeated by a heavy, damp atmosphere. Relying on his clear recollection, Lin Tianfeng deftly navigated into a small cavern. As soon as Chen Hanshi burst in, she realized that Lin Tianfeng had vanished from sight. Brat, come out! Chen Hanshi's voice echoed furiously within the cave, reverberating with a deafening intensity. Lin Tianfeng held his breath, meticulously suppressing his presence, blending seamlessly with the surrounding air. Chen Hanshi scanned her surroundings with heightened vigilance, every subtle movement imbued with caution as she searched ahead. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Lin Tianfeng had silently maneuvered to a position not far behind her. This cunning brat, Chen Hanshi thought, her expression darkening as if it could drip with water, her anger reaching a boiling point. Originally, she had anticipated easily capturing Lin Tianfeng, but she had never imagined his speed would be so formidable. After a moment of deep contemplation, she resolved to guard the cave entrance to prevent him from slipping away. Just as Chen Hanshi turned around, Lin Tianfeng sprang into action, delivering a powerful punch to her back. Chen Hanshi winced in pain, letting out a muffled groan, and swiftly retaliated with a sword strike. However, the narrow confines of the cave severely restricted her movements. Lin Tianfeng dodged her attack with agility, seizing the opportunity to kick her in the abdomen, forcing her into a corner. You little brat, if you have the guts, come out and fight me. Chen Hanshi glared fiercely, her eyes ablaze with fury, and launched another assault. Yet, Lin Tianfeng, more acquainted with the cave's environment, skillfully evaded her strikes while occasionally countering her attacks. At last, Lin Tianfeng discovered an opportune moment to unleash a mysterious soul technique. Chen Hanshi felt an unbearable pain piercing her soul, and in an instant, darkness enveloped her vision as her body involuntarily swayed. Seizing the chance, Lin Tianfeng charged forward and struck her neck with a swift chop, causing Chen Hanshi to finally succumb and collapse to the ground. As Lin Tianfeng gazed at the unconscious Chen Hanshi, a glimmer of malevolence flickered in his eyes. He gently lifted her and swiftly sealed her cultivation. After a brief interval, Chen Hanshi gradually regained consciousness. At that moment, she realized her powers had been entirely sealed, leaving her utterly powerless. Speak, who sent you to assassinate me? Lin Tianfeng's gaze was imbued with a chilling coldness. Lin Tianfeng, I advise you to release me. Slaughtering one's own sect members is a grave offense, Chen Hanshi replied, her tone icy. In this dire situation, do you still dare to put on airs before me? Do you truly believe I lack the resolve to deal with you? Lin Tianfeng's voice was frigid, laced with a chilling aura of murderous intent. If you dare to lay a hand on me, you will undoubtedly meet a grim fate. Chen Hanshi, feeling the malicious gaze of Lin Tianfeng, could not help but feel a wave of panic surge within her. I shall grant you one final chance. If you confess obediently, I will spare your life. If you remain obstinate, do not blame me for being ruthless. Lin Tianfeng's tone was icy, as though it emanated from the depths of the abyss. My master is Liu Yanyun, an elder of Yulin Peak. He sent me here, and you would do well to release me. Otherwise, you will meet a most dreadful end. Chen Hanshi retorted coldly. How audacious, even at this juncture. You dare to threaten me? Lin Tianfeng's sword was unsheathed in an instant, unleashing a terrifying aura of violence. Do not kill me. Chen Hanshi's heart trembled slightly. Ultimately, she chose to plead for mercy. I shall ask you but once. Do you wish to live or die? Lin Tianfeng's voice was piercingly cold, his gaze imbued with a chilling menace. I wish to live. As long as you spare me, I shall comply with any request, Chen Hanshi hastily replied. She recognized that Lin Tianfeng had already harbored intentions of murder. If she provoked him further, her demise would be inevitable. young and with a bright future ahead. She did not wish to meet an untimely end within this cave. Anything at all. A hint of mockery danced in Lin Tianfeng's eyes. If you release me, I shall acquiesce to your every desire. Chen Hanqi bit her lip resolutely. You proposed this willingly. I did not coerce you. Lin Tianfeng remarked with a faint smile playing on his lips. If you let me go, I shall be yours today, Chen Hanqi declared through gritted teeth. Since my senior sister has come to this point, it would be rather disrespectful for me to refuse. I have indeed been somewhat fervent in my recent training. I would appreciate your assistance, Lin Tianfeng added, his robes slipping away to reveal his striking physique before Chen Hanqi. Witnessing Lin Tianfeng's tall stature and well-defined muscles, Chen Hanqi felt her breath quicken. Ultimately, she let go of her prideful dignity, recognizing that she had been ensnared. If she failed to please Lin Tianfeng today, he would not hesitate to end her life. Fortunately, Lin Tianfeng was undeniably handsome, which compelled her to offer herself in exchange for a chance at survival. At this moment, Chen Hanqi was exceedingly proactive, the atmosphere within the cave growing increasingly intimate and heated. 2 hours later, Lin Tianfeng coldly stated, "Return and inform Liu Yanyun, that old fool. To prepare himself, I will eventually take his head as a trophy." With that, he donned his clothing and exited the cave. Cursed fiend, this is not over between us. Chen Hanqi roared in anger before retrieving fresh water to rinse her mouth. At that moment, her hair was disheveled, her makeup smudged, and her clothing torn asunder. From childhood, ever since she joined the sect, she had always been the exalted daughter of heaven, never having endured such humiliation. After Lin Tianfeng departed from the cave, he hurriedly made his way down the mountain towards the grand city of Shengxin. Shengxin City is the largest city within the jurisdiction of the Shengxin sect. Upon entering Shengxin City, Lin Tianfeng took a room at the most luxurious inn within the city. Subsequently, he strolled to the hall on the second floor, ordering a lavish and delectable spread to reward his weary self. It was said that a mysterious cave had appeared in the Ghost Valley, rumored to be filled with an unimaginable richness of spiritual energy. A man in a pristine white robe, seated by the window, spoke with palpable excitement. I have heard of this as well. It is said that many disciples from the 4 major sects have ventured to explore it, likely a remnant of ancient times. Chimed in another man clad in purple. Why don't we join in the excitement? The man in white displayed an eager countenance. Let us not. The man in purple responded, shaking his head repeatedly. With our meager cultivation, even if there are treasures to be found, they would not fall to us. We might even become fodder for others. You make a valid point. Our cultivation is indeed too low, and going would likely be a fruitless endeavor. The man in white conceded, a hint of helplessness crossing his face. At that moment, Lin Tianfeng, not far away, suddenly had a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes. As a plan took shape within his mind, the fears that deterred others from venturing forth did not apply to him. As a cultivator, if one were to be overly cautious and hesitant, the achievements one could attain in life would undoubtedly be limited. The path to becoming an unparalleled powerhouse is invariably fraught with bloodshed and storms, accompanied by various opportunities and threats. To expect a smooth ascent is nothing short of a fantasy. Having lived a second life, Lin Tianfeng naturally yearned to stand atop the continent, surveying all beings beneath him. Thereafter, he procured a map within the city, and after confirming the precise location of Ghost Valley, he resolutely departed from Shengxin City. Chapter 42. The Mysterious Cave. After 7 days of relentless travel, Lin Tianfeng finally arrived amidst a range of undulating mountains. According to the map in his possession, Ghost Valley lay deep within this mountain range. Upon entering the area, he noticed a significant increase in the number of cultivators surrounding him. Groups of 3 or 5 gathered, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Clearly, they had all come in pursuit of the mysterious cave. From their attire, it was easy to discern that among them were solitary wanderers, as well as disciples from various major sections. The 4 major sects of the Eastern Xian domain are the Burning Fire sect, the Cold Sky Gate, the Yinsha Palace, and the Shengxin sect. Lin Tianfeng's arrival did not attract much attention, as his current cultivation had only reached the 4th layer of the Tongxian realm, a far cry from those who had come to explore. After several hours, Lin Tianfeng finally arrived at the entrance of the mysterious cave in Ghost Valley. At this moment, the scene was already bustling with thousands of people, gathered in small groups, fervently whispering amongst themselves, creating an atmosphere of extraordinary excitement. Lin Tianfeng cautiously observed the cave, from which mysterious tendrils of black mist emanated incessantly. This black mist harbored an incredibly potent corrosive power, accompanied by a faint aura of darkness. It was rumored that a mysterious great formation concealed the cave's perimeter, and without dismantling it, entry would be impossible. Wouldn't that render our efforts futile? Someone mused. Not necessarily. Have you not seen the elders of the 4 major sects already attempting to break the formation? Once it is dispelled, we shall have our chance to enter. That is indeed a valid point. Let us patiently wait here, and when the time comes, we can slip in amidst the chaos. Who knows? We might stumble upon valuable treasures and strike it rich. At that moment, the crowd buzzed with lively exchanges, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Lin Tianfeng settled into an inconspicuous corner, biding his time for the higher-ups of the four sects to dismantle the formation. In truth, he possessed the ability to easily dismantle the mysterious defensive formation at the cave entrance. However, as merely a humble disciple of the Sacred Heart sect, proclaiming such a capability would likely invite skepticism. Moreover, drawing too much attention to himself would not serve his interests. Just then, Lin Tianfeng spotted several familiar figures not far from the cave. They were Nangong Yanran, Zhou Yuner, Liu Yanyun, Su Shuiyao, and a strikingly handsome young man. Lin Tianfeng secretly speculated that this young man must be Liu Tianfeng, another saintly disciple of the Sacred Heart sect. Initially, he contemplated approaching them for a greeting. But after much consideration, he ultimately abandoned the idea. After all, Nangong Yanran and Zhou Yuner were renowned beauties and prodigies of the Sacred Heart sect, surrounded by countless admirers. If he were to approach them recklessly, he would undoubtedly attract hostility from many. Time passed silently, and soon a day had slipped by. With the concerted efforts of the formation masters from the four major sects, the defensive formation surrounding the cave was finally dismantled. At that moment, an elderly man clad in a gray robe slowly emerged from the cave. His gaze was authoritative, sharp as an eagle, as he surveyed the crowd around him. In a booming voice, he declared, "This mysterious cave is believed to conceal an ancient relic. Now that the formation has been breached, any disciple of the four major sects may enter for exploration. However, before proceeding, I must caution you. There exists a powerful pressure within this cave that restricts entry. Anyone over the age of 25 must refrain from stepping inside, or they will face annihilation by the laws governing this place." The old man's tone was grave and solemn, his piercing gaze imbued with a profound warning. Upon hearing his words, the crowd erupted in a flurry of discussion. Those cultivators exceeding the age of 25 wore expressions of bitter resignation and helplessness. The eligible young individuals eagerly rubbed their hands together, their eyes gleaming with excitement and anticipation. Furthermore, heed the passage of time. The cave, now that the formation has been disrupted, can only endure for a fortnight at most. Should you fail to emerge within this period, the cave is likely to collapse. The consequences of such an event are clear to you, though I shall not elaborate. The gray-robed elder cautioned solemnly. At this moment, the crowd began to orderly queue to embark on their adventure within the cave. However, the entrance was firmly controlled by the four major factions, leaving no room for rogue cultivators to enter. Faced with this predicament, the scattered cultivators wore expressions of resignation. Though they too yearned to enter, they were acutely aware that they could not contend with the might of the established powers. Forcing their way in would yield grave repercussions. Lin Tianfeng followed closely alongside the disciples of the Sacred Heart sect, joining the line as they approached the cave's mouth. After a thorough verification of identities, Lin Tianfeng successfully stepped into the cave. Instantly, an ancient and decayed odor assaulted his senses, and the cave shimmered with an eerie luminescence, rendering the entire space hauntingly sinister. At this juncture, the crowd cautiously advanced forward. A glimmer of anticipation and excitement shone in Lin Tianfeng's eyes. He could distinctly sense that treasures awaited within. The air was thick with a dense aura of dark spiritual energy. Along the path, various human remains were strewn about, evoking a chilling sensation. Nevertheless, the sheer number of people present deterred anyone from opting to abandon the expedition. After all, danger often accompanies opportunity, and none wished to relinquish such a rare chance for adventure. The group proceeded with utmost caution, refraining from loud conversations, fearful of disturbing some dreadful entity. Finally, after half an hour, they arrived at the innermost recess of the cave. Before them loomed a vast black void, exuding a heavy miasma of darkness, with a potent corrosive aura seeping forth. This mysterious chasm emanated an uncanny glow, within which obscure runes flickered, causing anyone who dared to glance upon it to feel dizzy. Moreover, the enigmatic dark spiritual energy surged forth like a colossal vortex from the depths of this abyss. In light of this situation, the members of the four major sects unanimously halted, their faces betraying a grave expression. "Esteemed colleagues, what course of action shall we pursue in light of these circumstances?" inquired a dashing young man clad in white silk, wielding a folding fan. This was Mu Xiaobai, the prodigious son of the Flamefire sect. "Mu Xiaobai, have you not always boasted of being the foremost talent among the four sects? Why not take the lead?" said Liu Yanyun, his tone nonchalant. "Liu Yanyun, spare us your sarcasm. If you possess the courage, why not step forward yourself?" Mu Xiaobai retorted coldly. "Liu Yanyun, are you not usually fond of being in the spotlight? Do not shy away from this crucial responsibility. In the Shadow Palace, the Saint's son Yu Qianyu chuckled. You should refrain from your incessant prattle, Chen Xiulong. The Saint's son of the Cold Sky sect. If you possess the audacity, why not proceed? At that moment, the Saint's sons and daughters of the four major sects engaged in a fervent debate, neither side daring to take the initial step into the enigmatic black hole. Chapter 43. The Earth Spirit's Sacred Fruit. Observing the heated argument among the Saint's sons of the four sects, Lin Tianfeng felt a profound sense of exasperation. He keenly discerned that this unfathomable black hole was merely an entrance. What lay within was likely an entirely different realm, perhaps even an ancient and mysterious sanctuary. After a thorough discussion, the Saint's sons and daughters of the four sects ultimately resolved to send several spirit beasts to explore within. Each released a spirit beast into the mysterious black hole. Moments later, a sense of unease crept over them as they realized they had lost contact with the beasts. Fortunately, they could sense that the creatures were not dead. They had merely lost connection for the time being. Since none of you are willing to take the lead, allow me to do so, Mu Xiaobai declared, his determination evident as he leapt decisively into the black hole. Observing this, Yu Qianyu, unwilling to be outdone, followed suit without hesitation. Despite the potential dangers lurking within, he understood that if he did not enter soon, the opportunity to acquire precious treasures would slip away. As Mu Xiaobai and Yu Qianyu plunged into the black hole, the others, too, were unwilling to lag behind and rushed in one after another. Lin Tianfeng, swept along with the throng, hastily approached the black hole. The instant he crossed the threshold, a blinding light enveloped him entirely. He soon felt his body spinning, as if traversing a passage through time and space. In the span of mere breaths, Lin Tianfeng found himself amidst a tranquil bamboo grove. Indeed, it was a secluded space of its own. A glimmer of uncontainable joy sparkled in his eyes. The atmosphere here was somewhat dim, permeated by a heavy aura, and the spiritual energy was far denser than that of the outside world. Moreover, the laws of this realm were distinctly different from those beyond, indicating a truly independent space. At this moment, many faces around him radiated excitement and anticipation, with some bolder individuals already eager to begin their search. Lin Tianfeng cast a glance back at the black hole's exit before resolutely dashing away into the distance. Having arrived in this mysterious domain, he was determined to explore thoroughly, hoping to uncover some rare and valuable treasures. As he sped through the space like a flash of lightning, Lin Tianfeng encountered numerous wondrous beasts, markedly different from those found in the outside world. Their prowess surpassed that of practitioners at the same level by considerable margins. After a fierce and bloody battle, Lin Tianfeng successfully vanquished a dozen demon beasts of equal rank, meticulously extracting their inner cores. To his astonishment, the energy contained within these cores far surpassed that of the demon beasts found in the outside world. Elated by this revelation, Lin Tianfeng embarked on a frenzied rampage within the secret realm. Following an almost maniacal slaughter, he found himself stained with the blood of the demon beasts. After a brief respite, he pressed onward, delving deeper into the unknown. Before long, Lin Tianfeng arrived at a tranquil and secluded valley. As he stepped into the valley, he was immediately greeted by the sounds of fierce combat and the resounding clashes of spiritual energy. Cautiously, he approached, only to witness an enormous earth flame demon dragon engaged in a fierce struggle with two extraordinary women. The dragon was engulfed in roaring flames, its massive body causing the very ground to tremble with each movement. It opened its gaping maw, unleashing torrents of searing fire, seemingly intent on reducing everything in its path to ashes. The two women were strikingly beautiful, rare even in the mortal realm. One donned a form-fitting pink attire, her skin as fair as freshly fallen snow, with brows resembling distant mountains and eyes that sparkled like brilliant stars, exuding determination and courage. Her graceful figure possessed an elegance that was complemented by a spirited aura, as she wielded a black whip that sent waves of heat rippling through the air. Each strike against the earth flame demon dragon ignited dazzling sparks. The other woman, clad in a flowing white dress, possessed a captivating beauty, her features delicately sculpted as if by an artisan's hand. Her eyes, imbued with a lively spirit, seemed to convey a myriad of unspoken words. Light and ethereal, she brandished an exquisitely sharp longsword, her movements fluid and dynamic, reminiscent of a celestial dancer, yet carrying a lethal threat. At that moment, the two women coordinated their efforts, striving to bring down the ferocious earth flame demon dragon. The woman in pink tirelessly lashed her whip to restrain the dragon's movements, while the woman in white seized the opportunity to strike at the dragon's vulnerabilities with her sword. The dragon roared in fury, its colossal tail sweeping through the air, stirring up a tempest. The two women nimbly evaded its onslaught, simultaneously launching fierce counterattacks. Concealed behind a massive boulder, Lin Tianfeng meticulously observed the intense confrontation. Suddenly, he caught sight of a resplendent earth spirit fruit nestled in a crevice behind the earth flame demon dragon. In that instant, Lin Tianfeng comprehended the reason behind the women's desperate assault on the dragon. Evidently, their objective was this very fruit. Excitement surged within him. For the earth spirit fruit was an exceedingly rare treasure that could elevate a practitioner of the earth profound realm by an entire minor level. For those at the pinnacle of the earth profound realm, consuming it bore a significant chance of breaking through to the heavenly profound realm. Although Lin Tianfeng's cultivation level is merely at the transcendence realm, his unique physique allows him to refine heavenly materials and earthly treasures without restraint. Should he acquire the earth spirit sacred fruit, it is highly likely that he would break through to the 6th layer of the transcendence realm in one fell swoop. At that point, his combat prowess would soar to unprecedented heights, enabling him to effortlessly crush Qin Tianhao in a life-and-death battle. However, obtaining the earth spirit sacred fruit is far from an easy endeavor. The two women possess cultivation levels that have already reached the pinnacle of the earth profound realm. And coupled with the earth flame demon dragon, which is also at the peak of the earth profound realm, Lin Tianfeng would surely meet a grim fate if he dared to charge recklessly into the fray. After much contemplation, Lin Tianfeng ultimately decided to remain hidden. If the two women and the earth flame demon dragon were to mutually inflict grave injuries upon one another, he would seize the opportunity to take advantage. If no opportunity arose, he would seek a chance to retreat. Chapter 44. Liu Yanyun and Xia Yinshi. The battle within the valley raged on. The earth flame demon dragon, frustrated by its inability to secure victory, grew increasingly agitated, unleashing torrents of flames that painted the entire valley in a crimson hue. The woman in pink wielded her whip with increased urgency, each strike accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, clashing violently with the surging flames. The woman in white struck with her sword, swift as lightning, each thrust precisely targeting the demon dragon's vital points. With a thunderous crash, the massive tail of the earth flame demon dragon swept across, sending the woman in pink sprawling hundreds of feet away. "Die, beast!" the woman in white exclaimed, her sword radiating brilliance as it lunged toward the dragon's eye. The piercing sword energy, as swift as a flash of lightning, plunged into the demon dragon's pupil. With a heart-wrenching roar, the dragon thrashed its head wildly, its enormous tail sweeping back again. The two women exchanged a glance, seemingly in perfect sync. The woman in pink soared into the air, her whip ensnaring the dragon's neck. The woman in white leapt atop the dragon's head, driving her sword deep into its flesh. The earth flame demon dragon let out a final furious roar, struggling desperately to break free from its bindings. Yet, the two women would not relent, continuously channeling their spiritual energy and launching relentless attacks against the beast. At last, after an intense and grueling battle, the movements of the earth flame demon dragon slowed, and its colossal body collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. The two women, however, were not unscathed. The woman in pink bore tattered clothing and numerous burns, her breath erratic. The woman in white appeared pale as a ghost, her steps unsteady, nearly losing grip on her short sword. Clearly, after enduring such a fierce confrontation, they too bore heavy injuries. Upon successfully slaying the earth flame demon dragon, the two women simultaneously turned their gaze toward the earth spirit sacred fruit not far away, their eyes glinting with a fervent desire and urgency. Without the slightest hesitation, they darted forth like two streaks of light, racing toward the coveted fruit. The woman in the white dress moved with astonishing speed, her toes barely grazing the ground as she glided forward like a delicate bird, swiftly approaching the earth spirit sacred fruit. "Liu Yanyun, you shall not devour it alone." A voice rang out, filled with fury. The woman in pink brandished her long whip with a sudden flourish, sending a fierce shadow of the lash slicing through the air, aimed directly at the woman in white. "Xia Yinshi, I have already set my sights on the earth spirit sacred fruit. I strongly advise you not to test my patience." Liu Yanyun swiftly sidestepped, but this momentary delay allowed the woman in pink to close the distance between them. "If you relinquish the earth spirit sacred fruit to me, I will grant you the corpse of the earth flame demon dragon and compensate you with 10,000 spirit stones." "What do you say?" Xia Yinshi's tone was frigid. "You dream too grandly. Why should I hand it over to you for a mere 10,000 spirit stones?" Liu Yanyun retorted, equally icy. "Since you are unwilling to cooperate, let us settle this with our strength." Xia Yinshi scoffed, and with a sudden whip of her arm, she lashed out at Liu Yanyun. "Do you think I fear you?" Liu Yanyun exclaimed, her short sword gleaming as it met Xia Yinshi's whip. In that instant, the shadows of their weapons intertwined, producing a dazzling array of sparks. Their figures danced through the valley, each strike imbued with lethal intent. Xia Yanqi's expression darkened as she wielded her whip with relentless precision, transforming it into an immense net, intent on ensnaring Liu Yanyun. Yet, Liu Yanyun moved with an ethereal grace, weaving through the whip's shadows, her sword darting out to force Xia Yanqi to retreat repeatedly. Xia Yanqi, the Earth Spirit's sacred fruit, is mine, Liu Yanyun declared, her resolve unwavering as her spiritual energy surged, illuminating her sword with brilliance. Unleashing a sharp wave of sword energy towards Xia Yanqi. If you wish to compete with me, let us see if you possess the prowess. Xia Yanqi gritted her teeth, swinging her whip with all her might to collide with the sword energy. The sheer force of their clash sent both women reeling back several dozen feet. Liu Yanyun quickly regained her footing and charged once more toward the Earth Spirit sacred fruit. You vile creature, you shall not succeed. Xia Yanqi shouted defiantly, her whip sweeping toward Liu Yanyun once again. The two engaged in another fierce encounter, unleashing terrifying energy that radiated outward. Liu Yanyun, the Earth Spirit sacred fruit is destined to be mine. If you dare to contest me, we shall not rest until one of us lies lifeless. Xia Yanqi's face bore a frost, her gaze glinting with lethal intent. Not resting until one of us is dead. Do you truly believe this holy maiden fears you? Liu Yanyun scoffed. Vile wretch, perish. Xia Yanqi shouted, her spiritual energy surging once more as her whip glowed with blinding light, launching a more ferocious assault against Liu Yanyun. Seeing Xia Yanqi's renewed onslaught, Liu Yanyun did not dare to be careless, hastily raising her sword to defend. The sound of clashing weapons echoed, the powerful waves of spiritual energy causing the surrounding rocks to shatter. My, that is rather ample, I assentee it. Lin Tianfeng concealed himself among the trees, quietly relishing the spectacle of the two women's fierce battle. It must be said that the physiques of these two women are indeed remarkable. The intensity of their confrontation exudes a palpable tension, which escalates with each passing moment of battle. Initially, Lin Tianfeng had abandoned the notion of seizing an opportunity, recognizing that the formidable strength of these women rendered any chance of doing so utterly futile. However, he could scarcely have anticipated that they would engage in combat, a development that ignited a flicker of anticipation within him. Consequently, he meticulously suppressed his aura, stealthily concealing himself amidst the foliage, awaiting the opportune moment to take advantage of the situation. At this juncture, the conflict between the two women had reached a fever pitch, each blow nearly fatal, neither willing to cede an inch. Their cultivation had already ascended to the pinnacle of the earthly profound realm, a mere step away from the heavenly profound realm. Should they acquire the earthly spirit saint fruit, their chances of breaking through to the heavenly profound realm would be substantially enhanced. Harlot, since you were so aggressive, do not blame me for being ungracious. Liu Yanyun gritted her teeth, her sword radiating an increasingly fierce brilliance. You think I fear you? Xia Yanqi's expression turned frosty, her eyes glinting with a chilling, murderous intent. In the blink of an eye, the two had battled for half an hour. Both women were now battered and breathless, yet their eyes remained locked on each other, brimming with defiance and fury. Liu Yanyun and Xia Yanqi glared at one another, simultaneously channeling their entire essence into their weapons, preparing to unleash a final, devastating strike. Liu Yanyun's long sword blazed with light, resembling a blazing sun as it swung violently towards Xia Yanqi. Xia Yanqi snorted coldly, her whip shimmering with an eerie glow, akin to the cold moon on a wintry night, defiantly meeting Liu Yanyun's assault. With a thunderous clash, the sword and whip collided, erupting with a cataclysmic force. The tremendous shockwave sent both women flying backward. Upon landing, they fixed their gazes on each other, now reluctant to act recklessly. Clearly, their combat prowess had diminished significantly, both sustaining grave injuries. Chapter 45. The forceful acquisition of the earthly spirit, Saint Fruit witnessing the scene before him. Lin Tianfeng's figure flickered, and, like a bolt of lightning, he surged toward the earthly spirit Saint Fruit. He understood full well that the combat capabilities of Liu Yanyun and Xia Yanqi were nearly depleted, and it was imperative not to delay any longer. Otherwise, should other powerful entities arrive, his chance to seize this opportunity would vanish entirely. Lin Tianfeng's speed reached its zenith, nearly ephemeral, as he instantly appeared beside the crevice harboring the earthly spirit Saint Fruit. Without a moment's hesitation, he decisively plucked the fruit and swiftly cast it into the primal space. You insolent brat, you seek death. Almost simultaneously, as Lin Tianfeng seized the earthly spirit Saint Fruit, Liu Yanyun and Xia Yanqi became acutely aware of his actions, launching an exceedingly fierce assault against him. Observing this, Lin Tianfeng hastily employed his extraordinary agility to flee desperately into the distance. However, Liu Yanyun and Xia Yanqi had evidently anticipated his intentions, swiftly blocking any potential escape routes. In that instant, the three engaged in a fierce and tumultuous battle. Confronted with the simultaneous onslaught from Liu Yanyun and Xia Yanqi, Lin Tianfeng was overwhelmed by an immense pressure. Despite their severe injuries rendering them incapable of unleashing even a fraction of their power, the two women remained formidable peak experts of the Earth Profound realm. Their profound foundations unwavering. Liu Yanyun's whip struck like a venomous serpent, weaving through the air with a sharp, whistling sound as it lunged towards Lin Tianfeng's back. Meanwhile, Xia Yanqi's long sword gleamed with a chilling and piercing light, relentlessly thrusting towards Lin Tianfeng's chest. In a moment of haste, Lin Tianfeng spun around, desperately attempting to evade these lethal attacks. Yet, he was a heartbeat too slow. The whip lashed mercilessly against his shoulder, and the searing pain forced him to gasp sharply. Goodness, these two women are ferocious. Lin Tianfeng cursed under his breath. Before he could react further, Xia Yanqi's sword carved a deep gash across his arm. Desperately rolling on the ground, Lin Tianfeng sought to increase the distance between himself and the two women. However, Liu Yanyun and Xia Yanqi were relentless, their assaults growing increasingly fierce and violent, each strike imbued with lethal intent. Lin Tianfeng understood that if this continued, he would surely meet his demise. Gritting his teeth, he bore the agony coursing through his body, channeling all his spiritual energy to execute the ethereal movement technique. Evading Liu Yanyun and Xia Yanqi's attacks while anxiously searching for an opportunity to flee. Just then, he detected a slight opening in their defense. With a sudden burst of movement, he dashed out of the valley. "You little rascal, you won't escape." Liu Yanyun and Xia Yanqi, though severely injured, refused to relent. Closely pursuing Lin Tianfeng, Liu Yanyun's whip lashed through the air, each strike accompanied by a deafening whistle, narrowly missing Lin Tianfeng as it shattered nearby trees and rocks into fragments. Xia Yanqi, wielding her long sword, moved with the swiftness of lightning, unleashing a flurry of razor-sharp sword chi that carved deep, bottomless gorges into the ground. Lin Tianfeng stumbled forward in a frantic escape, his garments torn by the whip and sword chi, new wounds blooming across his body, blood staining his attire and rendering him a pitiful sight. As Lin Tianfeng fled desperately, the two women relentlessly pursued him. "You little brat, I will flay you alive," Liu Yanyun shouted furiously, her eyes ablaze with murderous intent. She could not fathom that a mere youth at the Profound Realm dared to take such a risk before two peak experts of the Earth Profound Realm. "Catch me if you can. In your current state, be careful not to lose your precious buns." Lin Tianfeng could not help but utter a mocking remark before hastening his pace, frantically fleeing deep into the woods. As his speed increased, Liu Yanyun and Xia Yanqi's expressions turned ashen, their internal energy growing increasingly chaotic. After a prolonged pursuit, the two women reluctantly abandoned the chase. Following the intense confrontation, their spiritual powers had been utterly depleted. Persisting in the pursuit could very well lead to their downfall. Once Lin Tianfeng had created a safe distance, he stealthily entered the primordial space. Although this fortunate encounter had been perilous, the rewards were exceptionally bountiful. If he were to refine the Earth Spirit Sacred Fruit, it could elevate him by 2 minor realms, reaching the 6th layer of the Profound Realm. It was indeed a tremendous gain. With the Earth Spirit Sacred Fruit cradled in his hands, an uncontrollable joy spread across Lin Tianfeng's face. He then swallowed the fruit whole and commenced frantically refining it using the primordial technique. As soon as he ingested the Earth Spirit Sacred Fruit, an immensely violent surge of spiritual energy erupted within him. This energy rampaged through his dantian and meridians like a wild stallion. Lin Tianfeng let out agonizing cries, his once handsome visage contorted by excruciating pain, veins bulging on his forehead, and beads of sweat cascading down like rain. Goodness, this energy is overwhelmingly domineering. Lin Tianfeng gritted his teeth, attempting to control the tumultuous force. However, the energy was beyond his grasp, wreaking havoc within him. At that moment, he felt as though his body might be torn asunder, every inch of skin and every bone enduring unimaginable torment, his body trembling uncontrollably. Under the onslaught of this terrifying energy, Lin Tianfeng's consciousness began to blur, darkness enveloping his vision, seemingly poised to consume him entirely. "No, I must endure. There are countless beauties awaiting me in this world." With clenched teeth, Lin Tianfeng fervently urged the primordial technique, exerting every ounce of effort to refine the spiritual energy within. As the technique continued to operate, the intense pain gradually subsided, and the once rampant energy was slowly brought under his control. Time passed slowly, and his cultivation began to ascend steadily. Breakthrough. Lin Tianfeng released a low, thunderous roar, and a powerful force surged forth from within him. In that instant, he successfully broke through to the 5th layer of the Profound Realm, a formidable energy coursing freely through his body. Lin Tianfeng slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of surprise illuminating his gaze. Yet, he did not allow himself to feel complacent. He continued to refine the remaining energy of the earth's spirit, sacred fruit within him. By the following morning, Lin Tianfeng's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the 5th layer of the profound realm, mere steps away from the 6th layer. At that moment, he summoned all the spiritual energy within him, akin to tumultuous waves, surging fiercely towards the barrier of the 6th layer of the profound realm. With a resounding crash, a series of crisp sounds echoed from his meridians and dantian, and a brand new, powerful force radiated from him. The 6th layer of the profound realm. Lin Tianfeng suddenly opened his eyes, a confident smile gracing his lips. Having attained the 6th level of the profound realm, his combat prowess rivaled that of an ordinary 5th-level Earth realm practitioner. With such strength, he felt absolute confidence in effortlessly overpowering Qin Tianhao. Chapter 46. The terrifying talent of Su Shuyao. After his breakthrough, Lin Tianfeng exited the primordial space and continued his exploration of this enigmatic realm. Along the way, he encountered numerous ferocious beasts, all of which he easily vanquished with his formidable might. As he engaged in battle, Lin Tianfeng gradually adapted to his newly enhanced cultivation, gaining a more profound mastery over his abilities. Several hours later, Lin Tianfeng arrived at a decrepit and dilapidated ancient city. The air was thick with a sense of ancient desolation, and the crumbling city walls bore the scars of countless years of erosion by the elements. Upon reaching the city gates, he noticed a group of dozens of cultivators gathered around a massive stone tablet. Intrigued, Lin Tianfeng approached the stone monument. However, as he drew near, he was struck by an overwhelming and mysterious pressure emanating from it. This force made him involuntarily shudder, causing his legs to nearly buckle beneath him. Quickly, Lin Tianfeng activated his cultivation technique, bracing himself against the oppressive weight, then focused his mind to comprehend the profound essence contained within. His instincts told him that this stone tablet was no ordinary object, but rather concealed secrets yet to be uncovered. At that moment, a familiar voice reached Lin Tianfeng's ears with clarity. He turned to see Su Xiao gracefully approaching from a distance. Surprise flickered across Lin Tianfeng's face. He had not expected to encounter her here. To his astonishment, Su Xiao had achieved the 8th level of the profound realm. Clearly, this woman possessed extraordinary talent and had encountered fortuitous events, allowing her cultivation to ascend at such an impressive rate. I never imagined your cultivation would advance so swiftly, she remarked, her eyes scanning Lin Tianfeng with evident astonishment. During this time, she had experienced several serendipitous encounters that significantly enhanced her own strength. She had assumed that she would leave Lin Tianfeng far behind, yet here he was, having reached the 6th level of the profound realm. I wish to comprehend the essence of the stone tablet. If you have no urgent matters, please do not disturb me, Lin Tianfeng replied coldly, devoid of any emotion. As his words fell, he closed his eyes, immersing himself in the understanding of the tablet's profound meaning. Seeing Lin Tianfeng dismiss her so readily, Su Shuyao's brows furrowed slightly, a chill of frost appearing on her countenance. As a direct disciple of the Grand Elder, she was someone whom many within the Sacred Heart sect sought to curry favor with. Yet this young man repeatedly ignored her, which struck a severe blow to her confidence. Determined, she too focused her mind, diligently seeking to grasp the essence of the stone tablet. Su Shuyao was a woman of remarkable tenacity. Although there once existed a romantic connection between Lin Tianfeng and Su Shuyao, that is now a matter of the past. With their engagement terminated, she naturally harbors no desire to witness his cultivation surpass her own, for it would reflect poorly on her discernment. Lin Tianfeng was entirely absorbed in that unique realm, continually resisting the oppressive force emanating from the stone tablet. As time quietly slipped away, he gradually entered a state of deep meditation. Before long, he grasped some of its profound mysteries and achieved a sublime harmony with his inner self. Seizing this fleeting moment of inspiration, he summoned the spiritual energy within, setting it into fervent motion as torrents of energy surged through his meridians towards his dantian. In an instant, Lin Tianfeng successfully broke through to the 7th layer of the enlightened realm. An overwhelming aura radiated from him, captivating the attention of those around him. While the crowd marveled at Lin Tianfeng's breakthrough, Su Shuyao also experienced a stirring. At this moment, her spirit was utterly immersed in the enigmas of the stone tablet. It was as if she were enveloped in a tranquil and resplendent starlit sky, with countless mysterious energies twinkling like brilliant stars. She attentively comprehended the essence and principles contained within, and simultaneously, her own cultivation began to ascend rapidly. Boom! Su Shuyao's aura surged dramatically, her cultivation soaring by an entire minor realm to the 9th layer of the enlightened realm. How could this woman's talent be so extraordinary? Is she the reincarnation of the legendary empress? Lin Tianfeng silently marveled, a flicker of astonishment crossing his gaze. He had always considered his own talent commendable. Yet he was taken aback to discover that Su Shuyao was not only his equal, but also possessed an equally formidable capacity for comprehension. Pretty boy, how did you comprehend the essence of this stone tablet? A tall young man clad in a green long robe approached Lin Tianfeng, a hint of arrogance in his demeanor. The essence here must be grasped individually. Even if I were to tell you, it would be of no avail, Lin Tianfeng replied coldly, his tone laced with disdain. Enough of your nonsense. Detail for me your method of comprehension, and if I cannot grasp it today, you shall not depart, the tall young man declared. His expression haughty and his gaze icy, brimming with menace. Fool, Lin Tianfeng muttered under his breath, turning to walk away, disinterested in engaging with such a conceited individual. What an arrogant brat, daring to insult me, Liu Yanyun, the tall young man bellowed, brandishing his sword with a swift motion that sent a fierce beam of sword light slicing towards Lin Tianfeng. How audacious! Lin Tianfeng executed an ethereal movement technique, his figure transforming into a streak of light as he swung his sword with vigor, unleashing a dazzling arc of sword energy aimed directly at the towering youth. Confronted with Lin Tianfeng's terrifying strike, Liu Yanyun's expression shifted to one of alarm. In that critical moment, he swiftly swung his sword, forming a solid protective shield before him. Boom! The tremendous forces collided, and Liu Yanyun felt a sharp ache in his arm, his body propelled backward for several paces. Die! He screamed in fury. Lin Tianfeng let out a cold snort, his figure darting forward like a bolt of lightning, charging swiftly towards Liu Yanyun. In that moment, he executed his swordsmanship to its utmost limit, unleashing a relentless barrage of sharp sword beams that sliced towards his opponent with an overwhelming momentum. Liu Yanyun, realizing he was at a disadvantage from the very first strike, seethed with anger and bellowed, "Kill this little brat." Upon hearing this, several of his subordinates drew their weapons and converged upon Lin Tianfeng. In an instant, the air was filled with the clash of blades, and Lin Tianfeng found himself encircled by numerous foes. Yet, he remained undaunted, a fierce battle spirit igniting in his eyes. Having just achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation, he craved continuous combat. It was through relentless fighting that he could swiftly master his newly acquired strength. Lin Tianfeng moved like the wind, nimbly weaving through the crowd, his longsword dancing in a manner that rendered it nearly impenetrable. Each strike emanated a piercing intent, compelling his assailants to hesitate in their approach. You dare lay a hand on young master you? Today, you shall undoubtedly perish. One of the subordinates shouted arrogantly, swinging his blade viciously at Lin Tianfeng. With a deft sidestep, Lin Tianfeng evaded the attack and retaliated with a swift thrust of his sword. The subordinate hastily raised his guard, but still, the fierce sword energy grazed his shoulder, causing blood to spatter. However, as the battle raged on, Lin Tianfeng gradually felt the mounting pressure. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Yanyun launched another ferocious assault, aiming his longsword directly at Lin Tianfeng's vital points. Though Lin Tianfeng fought valiantly to defend himself, another subordinate took advantage of the chaos and struck from behind, leaving a long gash on his back that stained his clothes crimson. Despite the injury, there was no hint of fear in his eyes. He transformed into an unyielding machine of slaughter, launching frenzied attacks at those encircling him. As the battle wore on, several of Liu Yanyun's subordinates soon fell beneath Lin Tianfeng's sword, meeting their untimely demise. Chapter 47. Zhou Yuner poisoned, witnessing his men fall one after another. Liu Yanyun became increasingly frantic, wielding his sword with fervor as he directed a relentless onslaught towards Lin Tianfeng. His subordinates surged forward once more. The clash of weapons erupted again, the air shimmering with cold light. Lin Tianfeng bore new, deep wounds upon his body, blood staining his garments. In the face of the frenzied assault from the group, Lin Tianfeng's counterattacks grew ever more fierce. His form was agile, his sword in hand like a swimming dragon, each swing infused with resolute power. At that moment, he swung his sword with great force, unleashing a powerful wave of sword energy that swept through the air, sending several subordinates reeling backward, crashing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Tianfeng flickered forward, his longsword shimmering with a dazzling cold light as it struck towards Liu Yanyun. Startled, Liu Yanyun quickly raised his sword to block. Lin Tianfeng's strikes flowed like the wind, each one potentially fatal, imbued with an unparalleled might. His swordsmanship was exquisite and unpredictable, leaving Liu Yanyun struggling to keep up. As the brilliance of Lin Tianfeng's technique unfolded, Liu Yanyun found himself increasingly unable to cope, sweat beading on his forehead as his breath turned rapid. In a fleeting moment, Lin Tianfeng suddenly discerned a flaw in Liu Yanyun's defense. With a swift motion, his longsword sliced through the air, and a piercing beam of sword light swiftly severed Liu Yanyun's arm. A chilling scream erupted as blood gushed forth. The excruciating pain contorted his face into a grimace, his features twisted in anguish. Simultaneously, others brandished their swords, launching an assault towards Lin Tianfeng. The glimmering blades intertwined in the air, forming a deadly web of impending doom. Faced with this perilous situation, Lin Tianfeng executed a flicker of movement, employing his ethereal technique to transform into a fleeting shadow, rapidly darting away into the distance. At this moment, he bore significant injuries. Continuing the battle would only plunge him into an even more precarious predicament, a decision devoid of wisdom. Chase, do not let him escape, Liu Yanyun roared in fury, enduring the agonizing throb in his severed arm. He could hardly fathom that a mere novice at the Enlightenment realm had managed to sever the arm of a formidable cultivator at the 6th level of the Profound realm. Should this news circulate, it would be a tremendous disgrace. The few subordinates, witnessing the scene, hastily pursued Lin Tianfeng, their teeth clenched in rage, yearning to shred him into pieces. However, Lin Tianfeng's speed was astonishing. In mere moments, he vanished from their sight. After chasing for a while, those subordinates could not catch a glimpse of Lin Tianfeng and were left with no choice but to return in disappointment. Observing Lin Tianfeng's formidable prowess, Su Xiao stood some distance away, her mouth slightly agape, disbelief reflected in her eyes. She had never anticipated that Lin Tianfeng's talent could reach such a terrifying level. Lin Tianfeng, no matter how exceptional your talent is, I shall not fall behind, Su Xiao declared, gritting her teeth, her gaze resolute, before turning away from the scene. As Lin Tianfeng sprinted, the wind howled past him, his breaths coming in rapid, labored gasps. Only when he confirmed that no one was pursuing him did he come to a halt, panting heavily. He retrieved several energy restoration pills from his pocket and consumed them without hesitation. Subsequently, Lin Tianfeng found a secluded spot, entered the primal space, and began to devote himself to healing his wounds. After a day of tending to his injuries, Lin Tianfeng's condition finally improved, his once pale complexion gradually regaining its vitality. Thus, he resumed his training within this realm. He engaged in fierce battles with various formidable beasts, continually enhancing his combat experience and skills. 7 days swiftly passed. Following this period of relentless fighting, Lin Tianfeng's cultivation stabilized, and his combat prowess exhibited a notable enhancement compared to when he first broke through. During this time, he also accumulated a wealth of monster core resources. The cores of these beasts contained abundant energy, crucial for his cultivation advancement. One day, while traversing a dense forest, Lin Tianfeng suddenly spotted 2 graceful figures emerging from the thicket. He promptly turned to gaze at them, and upon recognizing their identities, a hint of surprise graced his countenance. Senior Sister Yanran, Senior Sister Yuner, what brings you here? Seeing the 2 senior sisters in a state of panic, Lin Tianfeng hastily inquired, what is happening? Someone is pursuing us. We need your help to provide cover, Nangong Yanran replied, pulling Zhou Yuner into the nearby thicket. Observing their distress, Lin Tianfeng furrowed his brow, contemplating the identity of the person chasing them, whose presence had so unnerved the sisters. Just as he pondered how to assist them, a tall, imposing young man approached swiftly, his gaze sharp and menacing. Have you seen 2 women pass this way? He demanded, his eyes piercing through Lin Tianfeng, radiating a palpable threat. I just saw 2 women in white go that way. Lin Tianfeng pointed to the left. With a sudden, violent motion, the young man struck, unleashing a fierce gust that collided with Lin Tianfeng's chest. The impact felt like a thunderbolt, causing excruciating pain to ripple through his body. Blood spewed from his mouth as he was propelled like a missile into a nearby ancient tree, losing consciousness instantly. The young man, dismissing Lin Tianfeng entirely, sped off in pursuit of the sisters, believing that a mere practitioner of the profound realm like Lin Tianfeng would surely perish under his assault. His lethal intent stemmed from a desire to keep the matter concealed. After all, Nangong Yanran and Zhou Yuner were revered as the saintesses of the Sacred Heart sect, and any exposure of this incident would bear grave consequences. At that moment, Nangong Yanran and Zhou Yuner emerged from the thicket. Lin Tianfeng, are you all right? Seeing him battered and sprawled on the ground, Nangong Yanran was filled with guilt, realizing that he had suffered greatly for their sake. I will be fine. Just need to rest for a while, Lin Tianfeng murmured as he gradually regained consciousness, enduring the agony to consume a healing pill before succumbing to unconsciousness once more. Despite his state of oblivion, his internal cultivation began to operate instinctively, channeling spiritual energy into his body to mend his wounds. Yanran, we must take him away quickly, or we will face trouble when Situ Tiancheng returns, Zhou Yuner urged, her face flushed and appearing exceedingly distressed, evidently suffering from some form of poison. Nangong Yanran nodded, swiftly carrying Lin Tianfeng away into the distance. Soon, The three found refuge in a concealed cave. To avoid detection, they felled some trees to block the entrance and set up defensive traps. Yanran, I'm struggling to hold on, Zhou Yun'er gasped, feeling an uncontrollable blaze within her, making her condition unbearable. What should we do? Nangong Yanran's anxiety mounted as she witnessed Zhou Yun'er's discomfort, feeling helpless and uncertain. Could I perhaps borrow him for a moment? Zhou Yun'er turned her gaze towards the unconscious Lin Tianfeng, her eyes glimmering with hope. But he is gravely injured. Nangong Yanran replied, her expression filled with helplessness. What shall we do then? A fleeting look of panic crossed the face of Zhou Yun'er. Be gentle. Please don't kill him. I'll keep watch outside, she urged. After a moment of hesitation, Nangong Yanran ultimately turned and stepped outside. Situ Tianqing had originally intended to drug her. Who could have anticipated that Zhou Yun'er, in her carefree manner, would inadvertently shield her from the poison? Sister Yanran, wait. Zhou Yun'er called out to the departing Nangong Yanran. What is it? Nangong Yanran inquired. How can I proceed when he is completely still? Zhou Yun'er said, both embarrassed and anxious. You have experience, could you teach me? Upon hearing her request, Nangong Yanran's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she shared some of her knowledge. Will this work? Zhou Yun'er gazed at her delicate hands with exasperation. It should be fine, as long as he is not dead, Nangong Yanran responded before leaving the cave. Once Nangong Yanran was gone, Zhou Yun'er could no longer contain herself and walked directly towards Lin Tianfeng. Her heart raced with urgency as she looked at Lin Tianfeng lying motionless on the ground. Carefully, she began to gently remove his clothing. This was her first encounter with a male body, and she felt weak all over, her breath quickening. Lin Tianfeng, I truly cannot bear this. You must not die. She removed her own garments and tenderly caressed Lin Tianfeng's handsome face. Gazing at his still form, she hesitated for a moment before extending her hand. The urgency of the situation left her no room for modesty. Meanwhile, despite his grave injuries, Lin Tianfeng was lost in a splendid dream where Nangong Yanran was not only his woman, but also treated him with tenderness and unwavering obedience. Time seemed to slip away, and gradually, Lin Tianfeng's consciousness began to stir. Suddenly, he sensed a presence resting in his arms. To avoid an awkward situation, he carefully opened his eyes just a crack. Upon realizing it was Zhou Yun'er, shock washed over his face. He had expected it to be Nangong Yanran, never imagining it would be Zhou Yun'er instead. At this moment, Lin Tianfeng's injuries had healed nearly 50%, though he was still significantly wounded, fortunately not affecting his capabilities in other respects. After a moment of internal deliberation, he gently embraced Zhou Yun'er. Ah, you're awake. Zhou Yun'er exclaimed in extreme embarrassment. If I hadn't awakened, I would have to be dead for you to be behaving this way. Lin Tianfeng's gaze scrutinized her without reservation. Close your eyes quickly. The poison within me hasn't been fully cleared yet, Zhou Yun'er said, her face flushed with shyness and urgency. The toxins she had been exposed to were not entirely resolved, and Lin Tianfeng's direct stare made her feel exceedingly awkward. Don't rush, take it slow. Lin Tianfeng gradually closed his eyes, yet his hands remained firmly clasped around Zhou Yun'er. Time passed swiftly, and 3 hours slipped by in the blink of an eye. Zhou Yun'er donned her clothes hastily and exited the cave. Is he all right? Nangong Yanran inquired anxiously, her face etched with concern. I'm sorry, Zhou Yun'er replied, her expression downcast. Feigning sorrow. He can't possibly be dead, can he? Nangong Yanran's countenance shifted dramatically as she dashed back into the cave. At that moment, Lin Tianfeng was cleansing himself. Upon seeing Nangong Yanran burst in, an awkward expression instantly graced his face. The sight of him in such a state made Nangong Yanran's cheeks flush crimson, and she hurriedly turned to leave. You little vixen, how dare you deceive me? Nangong Yanran exclaimed, irritation evident in her voice. Sister Yanran, I was merely jesting. This fellow is quite robust and not easily dispatched, Zhou Yun'er replied, a faint blush tinging her cheeks. Are you all right? Nangong Yanran asked, her concern palpable. The poison has been purged, though walking is still a bit troublesome. A moment's respite should suffice, Zhou Yun'er responded, a hint of embarrassment in her tone. Then let us rest here for the day and set forth tomorrow, Nangong Yanran suggested. Moments later, Lin Tianfeng emerged from the cave. His complexion had regained a hint of color, yet he still appeared somewhat haggard. The atmosphere grew awkward upon his arrival, particularly for Zhou Yun'er, whose head drooped low. Sister Yun'er, are you hungry? Would you like me to prepare something to eat? Lin Tianfeng broke the oppressive silence. You can cook? Nangong Yanran's expression softened slightly. Of course, just give me a moment, he replied. Lin Tianfeng retrieved ingredients from the primal space and set up a barbecue, meticulously crafting exquisite medicinal dishes and roasted meat. How have you improved your cultivation so rapidly? Nangong Yanran asked, curiosity flickering in her eyes. I've had a bit of good fortune lately, which has facilitated my swift advancement. Lin Tianfeng answered with a humble tone. I never expected you to be so modest, Nangong Yinran remarked, a rare smile gracing her features. Sister Yuner, who was that fellow yesterday? Lin Tianfeng inquired. His name is Situ Tiancheng, one of the 2 saintly sons of the Sacred Heart sect. He tried to poison me with spring poison. Fortunately, Yuner shielded me from disaster, allowing you to benefit, Nangong Yinran replied, her expression filled with indignation. Sister Yuner, I was on the brink of death. How could you bear to intervene? Lin Tianfeng teased, a playful smile on his face. You little rascal, are you teasing me? Zhou Yuner playfully scolded. Sister Yuner, regardless of the circumstances, you ultimately took advantage of me. So you must take responsibility, Lin Tianfeng stated earnestly. If you wish for me to take responsibility, then ensure you eliminate Situ Tiancheng and win over Sister Yanran, and I shall hold myself accountable. Zhou Yuner responded with a gentle smile. Very well, it's a pact. Lin Tianfeng nodded slightly in agreement. Soon, a table laden with delectable medicinal dishes and barbecued meats was set before them. As the 3 indulged in wine and engaged in cheerful conversation, the atmosphere was remarkably harmonious. Upon tasting the medicinal cuisine and barbecue prepared by Lin Tianfeng, both ladies displayed expressions of profound astonishment. Throughout their lives, they had savored numerous culinary delights. Yet they had never encountered such exquisite medicinal dishes and barbecued meats. Hey, where on earth did you learn your culinary skills? How can you make medicinal dishes taste this divine? Zhou Yuner inquired, her curiosity palpable. I have been delving into these arts since childhood, so naturally, I can create delightful dishes. If you enjoy them, I shall make them for you often in the future, Lin Tianfeng casually replied. His techniques for preparing the barbecue and medicinal cuisine stemmed from the memories of Xianyuan Hong. As a premier alchemist in the divine realm, Xianyuan Hong possessed numerous recipes for medicinal dishes, many of which were of the highest caliber. Regular consumption could provide exceptional assistance in cultivation. That is a promise, then. From now on, our meals will be entrusted to you, Zhou Yuner exclaimed with excitement and joy. Of course, no problem at all, Lin Tianfeng responded with a smile. He felt quite content with Nangong Yanran and Zhou Yuner. Both in looks, stature, and talent, they were indeed top-tier individuals. After the medicinal feast, the bond among the 3 deepened considerably. However, it seemed that achieving a scenario where the 3 could share a bed together was still a distant goal. Chapter 49. Blocked in the blink of an eye, another 10 days had elapsed. During this time, the trio trained together, each day brimming with fulfillment. Nangong Yanran and Zhou Yuner were profoundly astonished by the talent displayed by Lin Tianfeng. Initially, they believed that although Lin Tianfeng possessed formidable capabilities to challenge those of higher levels, his relatively low cultivation would eventually hinder his ability to continue such feats as his cultivation progressed. However, after 10 days of companionship, they completely overturned their previous assumptions. Lin Tianfeng's ability to challenge others far beyond his level showed no signs of diminishing. Instead, it remained as potent as ever. How can your ability to challenge others be so extraordinarily strong? Zhou Yuner blinked, her lively eyes filled with curiosity and perplexity. What can I say? It's simply because I'm a genius, Lin Tianfeng replied, his expression brimming with pride and a hint of arrogance. All right, you are a genius. But you must also double your efforts in cultivation. If you wish to be our man, your current level is still insufficient, Zhou Yuner retorted playfully. Could you perhaps give me a little incentive? That way, I would be even more motivated, Lin Tianfeng chuckled, a mischievous glint in his eyes. What kind of incentive do you desire? Zhou Yuner teased, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. We're all so familiar with each other now. Let us just have a bit of fun together, Lin Tianfeng said with a sly smile. Bang! Nangong Yanran suddenly slapped Lin Tianfeng on the head, exclaiming, perverted rogue. Sister Yanran, are you thinking inappropriately? I merely meant a small game. Lin Tianfeng protested. Lin Tianfeng wore a helpless expression and hurriedly began to defend himself. Surrounded by 2 stunningly beautiful women all day long, yet not even allowed a mere touch, left him feeling both tormented and subtly exhilarated. You little rascal. Do you really think I'm oblivious to your thoughts? Nangong Yanran chided playfully. In truth, she too felt a stir of emotions within her. After all, she was a normal woman, and Lin Tianfeng's handsome demeanor, coupled with their already substantial relationship, made it impossible for her to claim indifference. However, being a woman, she could not easily allow Lin Tianfeng to have his way, lest she appear too frivolous. Thus, she resolved to test Lin Tianfeng thoroughly, hoping he would swiftly elevate his cultivation. In contrast to Nangong Yanran's subtlety, Zhou Yuner exuded a more vibrant and lively spirit. Had it not been for Nangong Yanran's presence, she would likely have succumbed to Lin Tianfeng's charm long ago. The half-month mark is nearly upon us. This space is on the brink of collapse. We should make our exit, Zhou Yuner declared. Then let us return. The precious treasures have likely been seized by others. So remaining here serves little purpose. Lin Tianfeng nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the trio hastily made their way towards the exit. What are you two up to? Nangong Yanran suddenly turned around, only to find Lin Tianfeng and Zhou Yuner holding hands behind her. You brat, why are you holding my hand? Zhou Yuner exclaimed playfully, shaking off Lin Tianfeng's grip. Lin Tianfeng felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, while Zhou Yuner's cheerful disposition suggested she would be easier to win over. Nangong Yanran's reserved nature implied that he would need to surpass her in strength to earn her affection. Approximately 2 hours later, the three arrived at the previous black hole's exit. You little rascal, you finally made it out. I wonder where you think you can run now. Liu Yanyun and Xia Yanqi approached them as they reached the exit, accompanied by several young men who were evidently members of their sect. Liu Yanyun, Xia Yanqi. What do you want? Zhou Yuner's expression turned frigid, her tone sharp. Zhou Yuner, Nangong Yanran. This brat stole our belongings, and today I will ensure his downfall. Liu Yanyun's voice was icy, her gaze filled with malice as she fixed her stare on Lin Tianfeng. He stole your belongings? How is that possible? A flicker of surprise crossed Nangong Yanran's face, and she turned to Lin Tianfeng, inquiring, what exactly transpired? It happened like this. I discovered the earth spirit fruit and picked it. These two women insisted I hand it over, but I refused. They attempted to forcibly take it from me, but fortunately, I managed to escape. Lin Tianfeng recounted earnestly, his demeanor serious. Liu Yanyun, Xia Yanqi, you are utterly shameless. Zhou Yuner retorted angrily, her expression icy. The audacity of this rascal to speak so recklessly. It was clearly the two of us who vanquished the earth flame dragon. And while we were both wounded, you seized the earth spirit's sacred fruit, yet you dare to claim that we forcibly took it. It seems I must incapacitate you today. Xia Yanqi was seething with rage, her eyes seemingly ready to unleash flames. Treasures of heaven and earth rightfully belong to the virtuous. Besides, I did not snatch it from your hands. You simply lack the ability to acquire it. Who can you blame for that? Lin Tianfeng replied coldly, his tone unyielding. Such arrogance. Today, this holy maiden shall ensure your downfall. A glimmer of icy murderous intent flashed in Xia Yanqi's eyes, her entire demeanor exuding a perilous aura. If you wish to challenge him, you must first contend with us. Nangong Yanran unsheathed her sword without hesitation, radiating a fierce and chilling killing intent. Zhou Yuner, not to be outdone, swiftly drew her weapon, positioning herself protectively behind Lin Tianfeng. What is happening? Just then, several figures suddenly soared in from the distance. The holy sons of the four major sects had arrived. Brother Mu. This scoundrel took advantage of the moment when Xia Yanqi and I were both injured to steal our earth spirit sacred fruit. Today he must pay a steep price. Liu Yanyun recounted the events in detail. You certainly possess remarkable audacity. Mu Xiaobai cast a cold glance at Lin Tianfeng, his eyes brimming with menace. Nangong Yanran, I advise you to hand over this despicable fellow. Otherwise, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. Chen Xiolong, the holy son of the Hantian sect, stated with a frigid expression and a firm tone. Brother, it was this scoundrel who severed my arm. Today, I shall ensure his demise. Yu Qianjun glared at Lin Tianfeng, his eyes filled with hatred. Daring to harm the brother of Yu Qianyu, no one shall save you today. Yu Qianyu, the holy son of the Yinsha Palace, stepped forward, his gaze icy as he regarded Lin Tianfeng, emanating a powerful pressure. How many enemies have you made? Nangong Yanran remarked with exasperation, a look of helplessness on her face. I was also forced into this. This fellow insisted on provoking me. Lin Tianfeng quickly detailed the events that led to Yu Qianjuan's ire. Yu Qianyu, your brother is at fault here. Unable to comprehend the essence of the steel, he sought to force others to teach him. His ruin is entirely deserved. Zhou Yuner stated coldly, her tone laced with disdain for Yu Qianjun. Chapter 50. Escape from the scene, you have not perished. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed from afar. The crowd turned to see the figure of Situ Tianqing appearing not far away. Situ Tianqing could hardly fathom that his earlier formidable palm strike, potent enough to incapacitate any ordinary practitioner of the earth-profound realm, had failed to claim the life of this mere acolyte of the transcendental realm. This left him astounded and incredulous. Situ Tianqing, should you dare to poison me, I shall certainly report you to our master. Nangong Yanran glared at him, her eyes ablaze with fury. Sister Nangong, one must speak with evidence. I assure you, I have not administered any poison to you. A faint smile graced the face of Situ Tianqing, his eyes betraying a hint of insincerity and malice, evoking a sense of revulsion in those who beheld him. Upon hearing Situ Tianqing's words, Nangong Yanran furrowed her brows slightly, her delicate features tightening with concern. She lacked concrete evidence regarding the matter at hand. Even if she voiced her suspicions, it was highly likely that Situ Tiancheng would escape unscathed. You despicable cur. I shall not let this rest, she thought to herself, as Zhou Yun'er, brimming with indignation, tightened her grip on her weapon, her knuckles turning pale from the exertion. Junior sister Zhou, I understand your grievances towards me, yet must you resort to such baseless accusations? Situ Tiancheng sneered, his gaze directed at Lin Tianfeng, imbued with a chilling intent. At that moment, he had discerned that Zhou Yun'er had been poisoned that day, undoubtedly to the advantage of Lin Tianfeng. The mere thought filled him with a seething rage, wishing nothing more than to see Lin Tianfeng utterly destroyed. It was known that both Nangong Yanran and Zhou Yun'er were youthful and resplendent, akin to celestial beings, possessing captivating figures that many men dreamed of. However, given the current predicament, it seemed probable that Lin Tianfeng had already won their favor, for they were fiercely defending him. Unbeknownst to Situ Tiancheng, when he initially unleashed the spring poison, it had only affected Zhou Yun'er. Nangong Yanran had remained untouched. So it was you. I never imagined that in just a few months, your cultivation would advance so remarkably. You must have taken the treasures from the site of the meteor's descent. A cold voice suddenly resonated. The crowd turned to see Lu Gonghan and Su Shuiyao approaching with deliberate strides. Lu Gonghan recognized Lin Tianfeng, recalling that he was the first to arrive at the scene of the meteor's fall. At that time, Lin Tianfeng was merely an 8th-level practitioner of the spirit concentration realm. Yet in just over 2 months, he had ascended to the 7th level of the profound realm. Such a prodigious leap was virtually unheard of, verging on miraculous. Consequently, Lu Gonghan surmised that the valuable items within the meteor pit had certainly fallen into Lin Tianfeng's possession. A glint of icy malice flickered in Lu Gonghan's eyes at this realization. Junior brother Lu, do you know this fellow? Situ Tiancheng inquired with curiosity. Of course, I know him. The lad is quite cunning and pilfered items right under my nose, Lu Gonghan replied, his voice laced with coldness. Tianfeng, find an opportunity to slip away. We shall provide you with cover, Nangong Yanran whispered, her tone resolute. And what of you? Lin Tianfeng responded softly, concern evident as he furrowed his brow. Do not worry. They will not dare to harm us, for there are many disciples of the Sacred Heart sect present, Nangong Yanran assured him, her gaze calm and unwavering. Very well. Then do take care, Lin Tianfeng cautioned, fully aware that his presence would only complicate matters for Nangong Yanran and Zhou Yun'er. By leaving the scene, he believed they would be rendered somewhat safer. You fools, just wait. I shall ensure your demise, he muttered in a low voice. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Lin Tianfeng's eyes, and he swiftly transformed into a fleeting shadow, rushing towards the exit. Where do you think you're running off to? You little rascal? Yu Qianyu was the first to react, darting forward like lightning, her speed astonishing. You won't escape. Xia Yinshi brandished her longsword, the blade shimmering as she executed a fierce kick towards Lin Tianfeng. Simultaneously, Lu Yiren, Gomu Xiaobai, and others charged at Lin Tianfeng with great fervor. Seeing this, Nangong Yanran and Zhou Yun'er hurriedly brandished their swords to block their path. In an instant, the scene descended into chaos, with flashing blades and surging spiritual energy dazzling the onlookers. Yu Qianyu, with remarkable swiftness, was on the verge of catching up to Lin Tianfeng, but was forced back by Nangong Yanran's sharp sword strike. Nangong Yanran, get out of my way, Yu Qianyu shouted, her face flushed with anger. As long as I am here, you shall not pass. Nangong Yanran stood her ground, her beautiful eyes filled with determination, her posture as straight as a pine tree. At this moment, Xia Yinshi's longsword was blocked by Zhou Yun'er's weapon, leading to a stalemate between the two, neither willing to yield. Zhou Yun'er, don't meddle in affairs that don't concern you. Xia Yinshi glared at her, rage evident in her eyes. Humph. If you wish to move against Lin Tianfeng, you must first get past me. Zhou Yun'er replied with unwavering resolve, her gaze resolute. Despite their determined resistance, the two women soon found themselves in a precarious position against the Group S assault. Fortunately, Lin Tianfeng's speed was remarkable, and within moments, he burst out of the cave. Witnessing this, the expressions of the others darkened considerably, as if the very atmosphere had thickened with tension. However, they refrained from continuing their attack on Nangong Yanran and Zhou Yun'er. After all, the two were esteemed saintesses of the Sacred Heart sect, and injuring them would have dire consequences. Nangong Yanran, Zhou Yun'er, you may have protected him for now, but you cannot shield him forever. When we next encounter that brat, I will ensure he meets a gruesome end. Yu Qianyu spoke coldly, her words laced with menace. Today he is merely fortunate, but should I cross paths with him again, I will see to it that he suffers 1,000 cuts. A glint of icy resolve flickered in Lu Yiren's beautiful eyes as she gritted her teeth. When we next meet, none of you will be able to stand against him, Zhou Yun'er replied, a hint of disdain on her face, her tone dripping with scorn. At this moment, Situ Tianqing and Liu Gonghan wore exceptionally grim expressions. As disciples of the Sacred Heart sect, they had refrained from joining the assault against Lin Tianfeng earlier. However, witnessing him escape so easily left them with a lingering dissatisfaction. Yet, they could not overtly attack a fellow disciple, after all, as the sect's chosen ones. It would be disgraceful to engage in such actions against their own. With Lin Tianfeng having escaped, the others lost interest in remaining and gradually exited the cave. Chapter 51. The ambiguity of Chen Shuanya. Upon leaving the cave, Lin Tianfeng set forth with unrelenting speed towards the direction of the Sacred Heart sect. Along the way, he continuously sought out demonic beasts, engaging in fierce battles to hone the strength he had recently acquired. Time flies swiftly, and before one realizes, 10 days have elapsed. On this day, Lin Tianfeng finally returned to the Sacred Heart sect. Upon his arrival, he made his way directly to the residence of Chen Shuya. The two engaged in a spirited sparring session, followed by Lin Tianfeng, showcasing his culinary skills, meticulously preparing an array of delectable medicinal dishes and fragrant barbecued meats. They leisurely sipped wine while enjoying an amiable conversation. Chen Shuya had always held a favorable view of Lin Tianfeng, as she had never encountered a young individual as extraordinary as him. In just a few short months, Lin Tianfeng had remarkably ascended to the 7th tier of the profound realm, an astonishing rate of progress that left her incredulous. I never expected your cultivation to advance so rapidly. You must have acquired quite a few treasures during your time away. A glimmer of surprise sparkled in Chen Shuya's beautiful eyes. The disciple recently ventured into a mysterious ancient ruin during his training, where he obtained a sacred fruit of Earth Spirit. Additionally, he gleaned profound insights from an inscription, which greatly enhanced his cultivation. Lin Tianfeng spoke humbly, pouring Chen Shuya another glass of his personally brewed spiritual wine. With your ability to challenge those beyond your current level and such remarkable progress, it won't be long before you possess the strength to contend with the Saint's Son. Chen Shuya exclaimed in admiration. One can challenge the position of the Saint's Son? A look of astonishment crossed Lin Tianfeng's face. Indeed, the position of Saint's Son is attained through fair competition within our Sacred Heart sect. As long as you possess sufficient strength, you may naturally assume the role, Chen Shuya explained with a smile. Ah, I see. Then the position of Saint's Son shall surely be mine, Lin Tianfeng declared with resolute confidence. He had long since resolved to defeat Situ Tianqing, and with the opportunity to challenge the Saint's Son, he was determined to confront him. Tianfeng, tomorrow marks the day of your life and death battle with Chen Tianhao. Do you possess complete confidence? Chen Shuya inquired gently. With my current strength, defeating him would be as effortless as slaying a mere hound, Lin Tianfeng replied, his gaze exuding unwavering self-assurance. That is good to hear. Chen Shuya elegantly crossed her legs, reclining lazily in her chair, her posture exuding a captivating charm that was irresistibly beautiful. Peak Master, have you perhaps overexerted yourself in training? Lin Tianfeng, captivated by Chen Shuya's languid and alluring figure, felt his heart race involuntarily. I am indeed a bit fatigued, Chen Shuya admitted, a rare hint of allure gracing her features. Peak Master, would you allow me to give you a massage? Lin Tianfeng inquired with a smile, his tone laced with a touch of playful curiosity. As time passed, the relationship between the two began to subtly evolve. Lin Tianfeng harbored a fondness for Chen Shuya, yet he hesitated to express such feelings, aware that she was the esteemed master of the Lingxiu Peak and already in her 30s. Do you possess skills in massage as well? In Chen Shuya's enchanting gaze, a hint of surprise flickered. The disciple had acquired some techniques of acupressure from ancient texts, and if the Peak Master did not mind, he would be willing to offer his services. Lin Tianfeng steadied his emotions and spoke earnestly. In that case, I would be grateful for your assistance. Chen Shuya cast a deep glance at Lin Tianfeng, a subtle, alluring smile playing on her lips. As the master of a peak, she was well aware of the thoughts swirling in Lin Tianfeng's mind. Yet, for reasons unknown, instead of feeling repulsed, a flicker of anticipation arose within her. Upon hearing Chen Shuya's response, Lin Tianfeng's heart raced. Chen Shuya, with her exquisite figure, grace, and beauty, was truly a paragon. While Nangong Yanran and Zhou Yuner embodied youthful vitality, Chen Shuya represented a mature, voluptuous, and sensuous allure. Moreover, she exuded an intoxicating charm that captivated the senses. It was precisely this allure that had prompted Lin Tianfeng to impulsively offer his assistance. To his astonishment, Chen Shuya did not refuse him, leaving him both exhilarated and anxious. Lin Tianfeng cautiously approached Chen Shuya from behind, his hands trembling slightly as they rested on her shoulders. The moment he made contact, he felt the softness and elasticity of her skin, the warmth of her body palpable through the delicate fabric of her attire. Chen Shuya gently closed her eyes. Biting her lip, her graceful neck and delicate collarbone fully exposed. The light lavender dress she wore perfectly accentuated her enchanting curves. Standing behind her, Lin Tianfeng found himself drawn to the alluring neckline that revealed a generous and inviting glimpse before him. In that instant, his breath quickened, and an impulse surged within him to explore further. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to compose himself and began to gently knead Chen Shuya's shoulders. The moment his hands made contact, Chen Shuya's body quivered slightly, as if electrified, her heartbeat quickening in response. "I never expected you to be quite adept at this," she teased, her voice a melodious delight that entranced him. Whether intentional or not, she leaned gently into Lin Tianfeng's embrace. "Peak Master, your physique is truly remarkable," Lin Tianfeng blurted out, unable to restrain himself. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted them. They seemed rather ambiguous, and he feared provoking her ire. "I didn't realize you had such a sweet tongue. I suppose you often charm the female disciples?" Chen Shuya kept her eyes closed, yet a playful smile curled at the corners of her lips. "I am solely devoted to my cultivation. I have no time to pursue female disciples," Lin Tianfeng replied with a resigned smile. As time gradually passed, his courage steadily grew bolder, his fingers slowly tracing down Chen Shuya's shoulder, gliding across her back. This young man's audacity was truly remarkable, Chen Shuya mused inwardly, her body involuntarily shuddering. Though she had lived countless years, her form had never been touched by a man. Yet here was this audacious youth, daring to extend his hand to her back. Nevertheless, she did not deter him. Instead, a flicker of excitement and anticipation arose within her. Unbeknownst to them, the atmosphere became increasingly intimate, and Lin Tianfeng's breath quickened. Gazing upon this enchanting woman, his desires began to swell. Chen Shuya, though her eyes were closed, could sense Lin Tianfeng's breath becoming more rapid. In this charged moment, neither spoke. They simply reveled in the rare and exquisite time together. When Lin Tianfeng eventually departed, he did so hunched over, looking exceedingly disheveled. Observing his disarray, a smug smile crept upon Chen Shuya's lips. Upon returning to his abode, Lin Tianfeng first took a cold shower, then began practicing his cultivation techniques. He had barely managed to restrain himself moments ago, relying on his formidable willpower to prevail. After all, Chen Shuya was the peak master, her strength immeasurable. Provoking her could lead to dire consequences. Chapter 52. The eve of life and death battle within the grand and resplendent palace of Yulin Peak. "Hanshi, did I not instruct you to capture that young man?" Liu Jingxian inquired, his expression dark and cold. "Master, Lin Tianfeng's strength is simply too formidable. I am no match for him," Chun Hanshi quickly replied. "Not even you. How is that possible?" Liu Jingxian furrowed his brow tightly, shock evident on his face. "Master, this young man's rate of cultivation is astonishingly rapid, and his ability to challenge those beyond his level is outrageously powerful. Not only am I unable to contend with him, but I was also captured and had my body taken from me." Chun Hanshi hastily recounted her capture by Lin Tianfeng and the subsequent violation of her body. Upon hearing this, Liu Jingxian immediately grasped Chun Hanshi's wrist and pulled back her sleeve. As expected, the mark symbolizing her purity had vanished. "Damn it!" Liu Jingxian, incensed, slammed his palm onto the table, his expression darkening. In that moment, he was so enraged he felt he might vomit blood. Chun Hanshi had been nurtured by him since childhood. He had planned to use her to break through his cultivation bottleneck. He never anticipated that Lin Tianfeng would seize her. Observing Liu Jingxian's reaction, a chill crept into Chun Hanshi's heart, yet she maintained her respect, saying, "Master, that young man asked me to relay a message to you." "What did he say?" Liu Jingxian gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely. "He said that one day, he would sever your head to use as a chamber pot." Chun Hanshi spoke in a hushed tone, treading carefully with her words. Upon witnessing Liu Jingxian's furiously enraged expression, she suddenly found herself reconciling with the notion of having lost her innocence to Lin Tianfeng. It no longer seemed so unbearable. Though Liu Jingxian had raised her, she had long been aware that he merely regarded her as a vessel. Such audacity! Liu Jingxian was seething with rage, his fury erupting like a tempest, his eyes flashing with an icy, lethal glare. At Tianyang Peak, within a serene and tranquil pavilion, Dongfang Qing slowly began, "Brother Chun, I have heard that the lad recently ventured into the Ghost Valley's secret realm, and his cultivation has now ascended to the 7th layer of the Tongxian realm. How could this youth's cultivation progress so rapidly?" Chen Tianhao furrowed his brow slightly. "He is indeed fortunate. It is said he has acquired numerous valuable treasures within, which has facilitated his swift advancement," Dongfang Qing explained. "There exists a formidable chasm between the Tongxian and the Dijuan realms. Moreover, I have already broken through to the 5th layer of the Dijuan realm," Chen Tianhao declared, his eyes radiating a fierce confidence. In this battle of life and death, he was certain of victory. Brother Chun, do not underestimate him. This lad is exceedingly cunning and possesses an extraordinary capacity for challenging those beyond his level. Dongfang Qing cautioned softly. Rest assured, within the same realm, Chun Tianhao has never been bested. Besides, I possess a spirit explosion pill that will elevate my cultivation by one minor level for a short duration. Regardless of how strong that lad may be, he is destined to perish in this encounter. Chun Tianhao's gaze shimmered with a chilling intent. That is splendid news. Dongfang Qing sighed in relief upon witnessing Chun Tianhao's unwavering confidence. She harbored a deep-seated hatred for Lin Tianfeng, yet, acknowledging his formidable prowess and astonishing rate of growth, she could only place her hopes for revenge in Chun Tianhao. After all, she was merely the daughter of a minor noble from a small city, and seeking vengeance through her family was patently unrealistic. The following morning, the fateful battle between Lin Tianfeng and Chun Tianhao was finally upon them. At that moment, the area surrounding the life and death platform of the Sacred Heart sect was abuzz with activity, thronged by numerous disciples who had gathered early, whispering and speculating amongst themselves. Lin Tianfeng is truly overestimating himself by daring to challenge Chun Tianhao. One disciple shook his head in disbelief. Indeed, Chun Tianhao is a core disciple of the Dijuan realm, and his grandfather is the peak master of Tianyang Peak, undoubtedly possessing numerous hidden trump cards. Lin Tianfeng's challenge is nothing short of a death wish, another disciple concurred. I believe Lin Tianfeng is merely seeking attention, attempting to show off. He is bound to pay with his life, someone scoffed disdainfully. One cannot dismiss it so easily. Lin Tianfeng's ability to challenge those of higher realms is well recognized, another voice chimed in. You must understand, the Tongxian and Dijuan realms are entirely disparate levels, and the gap between them is as vast as the heavens and the earth, someone cautioned. Indeed, while there may be individuals capable of challenging those above their level in the realm of Tongxian, such occurrences become exceedingly rare upon reaching the realm of Dijuan. At this moment, around the life and death arena, numerous disciples fervently engaged in discussions regarding this impending battle. Each expressed their opinions, sharing their perspectives. Yet it was evident that the majority favored Chun Tianhao, with scarcely any support for Lin Tianfeng. Simultaneously, Su Shuyao, Liu Gonghan, and Situ Tianqing arrived at the scene. Shuyao, is that young man truly as formidable as you claim? Liu Gonghan inquired. Brother Liu, you must not underestimate him. His capacity for challenging those above his level is astonishing. Currently, his cultivation has reached the 7th layer of Tongxian, and I suspect that Chun Tianhao may not stand a chance against him. Su Shuyao replied. Chun Tianhao is the grandson of the Lord of Tianyang Peak. Regardless of the outcome, his fate seems sealed, Liu Gonghan remarked with a tone of indifference. Will the Lord of Tianyang Peak really intervene in this life and death contest among disciples? Su Shuyao's curiosity surfaced. The Lord of Tianyang Peak is notorious for his protectiveness. Should Chun Tianhao fall on the arena, he would undoubtedly seek retribution, Liu Gonghan stated, a hint of arrogance gleaming in his eyes. This could prove to be quite interesting. Su Shuyao said, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Not far off, Nangong Yanran and Zhou Yuner also arrived at the scene. Sister Yanran, why do you appear utterly unconcerned? Zhou Yuner's face bore deep worry. What is there to worry about? Given his current strength, Chun Tianhao could never be his match, Nangong Yanran responded calmly and nonchalantly. I am well aware that Chun Tianhao poses little threat to him, yet my concern lies with that old fool, Chen Dongqi, Zhou Yuner said, her brow furrowing with anxiety. Indeed, that presents a troublesome predicament. We shall petition the sect leader together to see if we can secure Lin Tianfeng's safety, Nangong Yanran spoke slowly, her lips parting gently. It seems we have no other choice. Zhou Yuner sighed in resignation, her expression laden with helplessness. Yuner, do you truly harbor feelings for him? Nangong Yanran asked with a playful smile, her interest piqued. Is it not perfectly normal to like him? Zhou Yuner replied with a sweet smile. Do not tell me you feel nothing for him at all. Well, he is quite presentable. Nangong Yanran nodded slightly, speaking softly. That being said, he is indeed handsome and possesses remarkable physical prowess, qualities I find appealing, Zhou Yuner said with a playful smirk. You little rascal, how have you become so mischievous? Nangong Yanran chided lightly. Sister Yanran, do you think Lin Tianfeng could ever reach the level of Huangfu Tianming? Zhou Yuner asked curiously. The gap between them is immense, both in status and talent. Huangfu Tianming surpasses Lin Tianfeng by a significant margin, Nangong Yanran shook her head in response. Despite their disparate backgrounds, Lin Tianfeng possessed an extraordinary ability to challenge those of higher rank, and his rate of cultivation advancement was remarkably swift. Given sufficient time, he might indeed have the potential to catch up to Huangfu Tianming, Yanner remarked. However, while Lin Tianfeng's capacity for surpassing levels is commendable and his progress rapid, one must not overlook a crucial point. A prodigy requires innumerable resources to flourish. In a small realm like Hengyue Kingdom, he would be unable to acquire such resources. And for a formidable individual to rise, they must endure countless battles and tribulations, introducing numerous uncertainties where many talents are often stifled in their infancy. Nangong Yanran spoke with a grave tone. Your argument holds merit. This world is never short of geniuses, yet the truly successful few are exceedingly rare. Without the protection of a powerful faction and lacking ample resources, surpassing Huangfu Tianming would indeed be akin to scaling the heavens, Yin'er sighed softly. It appears that the individual Mr. Zhuge predicted is not he, Nangong Yanran said with resignation. When shall we depart? Yin'er inquired. I find this place rather entertaining. We shall leave once our family discovers our absence, Nangong Yanran replied with a gentle sigh. Aside from Lin Tianfeng, it seems there is little else of interest, Yin'er commented. You wouldn't have developed feelings for him, would you? Nangong Yanran teased with a smile. Perhaps just a little, Yin'er confessed, a hint of melancholy gracing her features. Unfortunately, we must leave eventually, Sai. Chapter 53. The Great Battle of Chun Tianhao. At that moment, Chun Tianhao strode toward the life and death arena. Enveloped by a throng of admirers and flatterers, exuding an air of arrogance and pride. With his arrival, the atmosphere surged to a peak, and all eyes were drawn to him. Given the current situation, where could Lin Tianfeng possibly be? Someone, unable to contain their impatience, asked anxiously. Do you think he might be too timid to show up? An inner sect disciple remarked skeptically. Lin Shidi will undoubtedly arrive, and he shall surely emerge victorious today. A female disciple from Lingxi Peak stated confidently. Look, Lin Tianfeng is coming. Just as the crowd was debating Lin Tianfeng's appearance, a commotion erupted in the distance. They turned to see Lin Tianfeng approaching the life and death arena with a steady and resolute stride. He stood tall and proud as a pine, his expression unwavering. Naturally emanating a powerful and confident aura, Lin Tianfeng certainly possesses an impressive demeanor, quite handsome indeed. But what uses good looks? Just wait. He will surely meet a tragic end. As Lin Tianfeng made his entrance, the crowd erupted like boiling water, buzzing with fervent discussion. Lin Shidi, go for it. At that moment, many female disciples from Lingxi Peak cried out passionately from below the stage. Seeing his fellow disciples cheering for him, Lin Tianfeng smiled and waved gently. Sister Yanran, how can this scoundrel be so popular? We must keep a close watch on him, remarked Zhou Yun'er, her cheeks flushed with indignation. Naturally, my man, Nangong Yanran, cannot possibly be captivated by just one woman, she replied with a tone as tranquil as water. Sister Yanran, your heart is truly immense, Zhou Yun'er exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. Exceptional men are never devoid of admiration from women, and as for those mediocre and inept men, do you think I would ever deign to look their way? Nangong Yanran continued in her calm demeanor. That does seem somewhat reasonable, Zhou Yun'er nodded thoughtfully. At that moment, Lin Tianfeng had ascended the stage. You little brat, you truly have some nerve, but since you dare to come here, you shall not leave this platform alive today. Chun Tianhao's gaze was as frigid as ice, fixed intently on Lin Tianfeng, emanating a chilling aura of murderous intent. Cherish the little time you have left. And let us hope you can still smile afterward, Lin Tianfeng said, the corners of his mouth curling into a slight smirk, revealing a hint of disdain. Just then, a middle-aged man clad in the robes of an elder, with a robust and profound aura, appeared on the stage. Are you both truly determined to engage in this life and death battle? The speaker was none other than Qin Jielong, the enforcing elder of the Holy Heart sect. Indeed. And it shall be a battle to the bitter end, Chun Tianhao replied, his voice sharp and deliberate. Lin Tianfeng, Chun Tianhao's cultivation far surpasses yours, should you decline. He has no authority to force you onto this life and death platform, Qin Jielong stated with a grave tone and solemn expression. Elder Qin, this life and death duel was indeed proposed by the disciple himself, Lin Tianfeng said with a hint of apology. Lin Tianfeng, I am aware of your exceptional ability to challenge those of higher rank, but you must consider carefully. Chun Tianhao is a core disciple whose cultivation has reached the 5th layer of the earth profound realm. If you wish to retract your decision, it is not too late. Qin Jielong cautioned, his expression serious and filled with concern. Thank you for your kindness, Elder Qin. I shall never regret this. The life and death battle must proceed. Lin Tianfeng replied with resolute determination, clasping his fists firmly. In that case, you may sign the life and death contract, Qin Jielong said, seeing that Lin Tianfeng heeded not his advice. He produced a life and death contract and presented it to both Lin Tianfeng and Chun Tianhao. Without hesitation, Lin Tianfeng and Chun Tianhao swiftly inscribed their names upon the document. The life and death battle not only determines superiority but also seals fate. Once commenced, surrender is prohibited, Qin Jielong declared with an authoritative voice, resonating like a mighty bell. As soon as his words fell, he leapt off the stage. Now then, those wishing to place bets, hurry. Bet on Lin Tianfeng at 3-1. And Chun Tianhao at 1-3. The young man who had presided over the platform previously shouted loudly once more. Last time, I lost so much. This time, I must win it back. I bet 500 spirit stones on Chun Tianhao. You call that a sizable wager for a mere 200 spirit stones? I bet 1,000 on Chun Tianhao. I too wager 1,000 on Chun Tianhao. At this moment, the crowd began to place their bets, with the vast majority opting to wager on Chun Tianhao. I bet 6,000 spirit stones on myself to win. Lin Tianfeng declared loudly to the youth sitting at the betting table below. No problem, the youth replied with a nod, well acquainted with Lin Tianfeng, who had previously brought him considerable fortune during the Tongxian ranking competition. What an arrogant brat, Chun Tianhao scoffed, discreetly swallowing the explosive spirit pill in his mouth. Instantly, his aura surged like a volcanic eruption, ascending to the earth profound realm. Look, Chun Tianhao's aura has skyrocketed. Quick, place 2,000 spirit stones on Chun Tianhao for me. I'll also bet an additional 1,000 on Chun Tianhao. At this moment, the surrounding disciples eagerly increased their bets, all placing their hopes on Chun Tianhao. You little brat. Prepare to meet your demise. Chun Tianhao sneered, his black spear slicing through the air like lightning toward Lin Tianfeng. Seeing the attack, Lin Tianfeng did not dare to be careless. He swiftly executed his ethereal footwork, transforming into a blurred afterimage that easily evaded the fierce thrust of the spear. Indeed, you possess some skill, but today you shall still meet your end. Chun Tianhao's eyes glinted with a chilling murderous intent as he wielded his spear with increasing ferocity, raining down attacks like a tempest upon Lin Tianfeng. Lin Tianfeng's gaze sharpened. With a powerful push from his feet, he leaped into the air, swinging his staff to unleash the primordial rod technique, sending forth an immensely powerful gust of rod wind. The clash of rod wind and spear shadows erupted with a deafening roar. Chun Tianhao, even if you have taken forbidden substances, you are still no match for me. Lin Tianfeng sneered, his eyes filled with deep disdain. You little wretch, do not be so arrogant. Chun Tianhao's expression darkened to the extreme as he swung his spear once more, launching an aggressive assault toward Lin Tianfeng. Lin Tianfeng, like a specter, flickered and dodged the fierce strikes, then executed the primordial annihilation, targeting the gaps in Chun Tianhao's defenses with precise attacks. Chun Tianhao's internal spiritual energy surged wildly, the brilliance of his spear shining forth like a roaring dragon, as he launched another ferocious attack at Lin Tianfeng. In this moment, the two engaged in a fierce battle, waves of terrifying energy rippling outward in all directions. The onlookers displayed expressions of utter shock, especially those who had wagered on Chun Tianhao, their hearts rising to their throats. As the battle raged on, Chun Tianhao grew increasingly alarmed. He had initially believed that defeating Lin Tianfeng would be a trivial matter, effortless even, and had taken the explosive spirit pill for good measure. Yet, despite this, he found himself at a disadvantage, awakening a sense of fear within him. Meanwhile, Lin Tianfeng, refusing to underestimate his opponent, executed his ethereal footwork to perfection, delivering a relentless barrage of rod shadows toward Chun Tianhao. Primordial slaughter. Lin Tianfeng let out a thunderous roar, his staff radiating a blinding brilliance, its momentum resembling an army of thousands charging forth, imbued with an unending murderous intent as it surged towards Chun Tianhao. Upon witnessing this, Chun Tianhao's pupils dilated in alarm, yet he did not retreat. Instead, he gritted his teeth and valiantly wielded his spear in defense. Boom. The two combatants' techniques clashed violently once more, the immense shockwave causing the entire arena to tremble. The power of these two warriors was astonishing. Indeed, one could only hope that Chun Tianhao would prevail, otherwise, the consequences would be dire. The onlookers below gaped in astonishment, utterly speechless. Seizing the moment, Lin Tianfeng relentlessly pursued, swinging his staff to unleash the primordial strike. A colossal shadow of the staff manifested, as if it sought to rend the very fabric of space, hurtling towards Chun Tianhao with the force of a tempest. Chun Tianhao felt an overwhelming pressure, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. He poured every ounce of his spiritual energy into his spear, bracing himself against the oncoming assault of the staff shadow. Bang! With an earth-shattering roar, a deafening sound echoed as Chun Tianhao was thrown back by the force, a trickle of crimson blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Soul Slayer. In an instant, Lin Tianfeng unleashed a secret soul technique. An invisible wave of soul energy surged into Chun Tianhao's mind like a bolt of lightning. In that fleeting moment, Chun Tianhao's gaze grew vacant, his thoughts dissipating into oblivion. Die! Lin Tianfeng vanished in a flash, transforming into a swift afterimage, and with a fierce swing of his staff, He aimed a brutal strike at Chun Tianhao's throat. In this life-threatening moment, Chun Tianhao reacted instinctively, raising his spear in defense. Crack! The sharp sound of bone fracturing filled the air as Chun Tianhao's arm was shattered, blood instantly staining his garments. Chun Tianhao let out a heart-wrenching scream, his eyes reflecting profound terror. How could this be possible? Meanwhile, the spectators below wore expressions of utter shock. Chun Tianhao, get up and fight him, someone shouted hoarsely, unable to contain their desperation. My spirit stones. That is my entire fortune. You must rise and confront him. Those who had wagered on Chun Tianhao's victory fidgeted anxiously, cursing him as if they were ants on a hot stove. They had believed this battle to be a certain win, only to find the outcome far beyond their expectations. Lin Tianfeng, you have triumphed. Chun Tianhao clenched his teeth, ultimately resigning himself to defeat. After uttering those words, he swiftly retreated from the arena. He understood that continuing the fight would be futile. He could never match Lin Tianfeng's prowess and might even lose his life. Thus, he made the decisive choice to flee. Though retreating was a matter of disgrace, it was preferable to losing his life altogether. To think he would still attempt to escape when death loomed so close. Lin Tianfeng let out a cold snort as his ethereal movement technique activated abruptly, propelling his body like a bolt of lightning towards Chun Tianhao, striking him with a staff. Crack! The speed of Lin Tianfeng's strike was akin to a flash of lightning, the ferocious wind from the staff crashing heavily against Chun Tianhao's legs. As excruciating pain radiated through his legs, Chun Tianhao emitted a series of wails akin to a slaughtered pig. At that moment, his leg bones had been utterly shattered, and he collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with despair and terror. Lin Tianfeng, you cannot kill me. My grandfather is the lord of Tianyang Peak. If you dare to harm me, your demise is certain. Fear was palpable in Chun Tianhao's eyes, and his body began to tremble involuntarily. Do not think that your grandfather's status as the lord of Tianyang Peak holds any weight. Even if he were the Buddha himself, it would be futile. Lin Tianfeng's expression remained impassive as he swung his staff, unleashing a tempest of blows upon Chun Tianhao. Bang! 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 Crack! A cacophony of bone-crushing sounds filled the air, sending chills down the spine. In mere moments, Chun Tianhao's limbs had been reduced to a state of utter ruin. Even his third leg was shattered by a single strike from Lin Tianfeng. At this point, Chun Tianhao was rendered unrecognizable, his body a grotesque mass of blood and flesh. A sight too horrific to behold. Lin Tianfeng, you wretched brat, you will die. My grandfather will never spare you. Chun Tianhao's anguished cries echoed, a glint of cold malice emanating from his eyes. Even facing death, you dare to threaten me? Lin Tianfeng's eyes burned with murderous intent as he swung his staff down heavily onto Chun Tianhao's head. With a resounding crack, Chun Tianhao's head burst like a watermelon, brain matter splattering everywhere. The spectators, witnessing such a gruesome and brutal scene, collectively gasped in shock, their hearts trembling. What overwhelming bloodlust, murmured Situ Tiancheng, a hint of cold malice flickering in his gaze. Such individuals rarely live long. Mark my words, once Dongfang Qi emerges, this boy is as good as dead, remarked Liu Gonghan coldly. Such audacity to kill the grandson of Chun Dongqi. At that moment, a furious roar echoed from a distance. Shortly after, an imposing elder clad in a gray robe, his countenance severe and gaze chilling, rushed towards Lin Tianfeng on the stage. This individual was none other than Chun Dongqi himself. Not long ago, he had heard of his grandson's life and death duel with a practitioner of the transcendence realm. However, due to the opponent's perceived weakness, he had dismissed it entirely. In Chun Dongqi's view, no matter how strong the adversary, they could never overcome his grandson. Today, having found himself with some free time, he decided to observe the tournament, only to witness his grandson being brutally killed, igniting an overwhelming surge of murderous intent within him. Upon the sudden approach of Chun Dongqi, Lin Tianfeng's expression turned gravely serious. At this moment, it was clear that evasion was no longer an option. Furthermore, the adversary had firmly ensnared him, leaving him utterly devoid of any capacity to resist before such a formidable presence. In this moment of peril, a graceful and ethereal figure appeared before Lin Tianfeng like a wraith. The woman possessed unparalleled beauty, her skin as pristine as snow, with eyes that sparkled like the most brilliant stars. Dressed in flowing white garments that danced with the wind, she exuded an enchanting and voluptuous allure. It was none other than Chen Shuya. She stood there silently, yet emanated an incomparable and potent aura, effectively countering Chun Dongqi's oppressive force. Chapter 55, Chun Shuya's Dominance. Chun Dongqi, as the master of a peak, do you not fear the disgrace of bullying the weak? Chun Shuya's crimson lips parted, and a commanding presence radiated from her exquisite visage, rendering others hesitant to meet her gaze. That boy has slain my grandson. This enmity is irreconcilable. No one shall save him today, and if you are wise, you will step aside immediately, or I shall not hesitate to show you no mercy. Chen Dongqi's eyes were filled with an icy fury, exuding an overwhelming and suffocating murderous intent that seemed to solidify the very air around him. I will ensure his safety. If you dare to dispute this, then test your strength, Qin Shuya replied, her tone as frigid as frost, devoid of any fear. At this moment, the onlookers, disciples surrounding them, wore expressions of shock. No one had anticipated that the usually enigmatic and aloof master of Lingxiu Peak, Qin Shuya, would confront Chen Dongqi for the sake of a male disciple. Seeing Qin Shuya's unwavering stance, Chen Dongqi bellowed, Qin Shuya, if you remain obstinate, do not blame me for being unkind. With that, a flash of light ignited in Chen Dongqi's hand, revealing a gleaming long knife, its blade radiating with spiritual energy, exuding a terrifying aura that sent shivers down spines. Grasping the long knife with both hands, Chen Dongqi swung it violently, unleashing a razor-sharp flash of blade energy that surged towards Qin Shuya. The very air was mercilessly torn apart in its wake, producing a sharp and ear-piercing explosion. Unaware of your own peril, yet, Qin Shuya remained undaunted. With a delicate lift of her hand, a white silk ribbon soared from her sleeve, akin to a spirited white dragon, charging forth with unyielding momentum to meet the oncoming blade energy. Boom! A thunderous clash erupted as the blade energy collided fiercely with the silk ribbon, generating immense waves of energy that caused the entire arena to tremble violently, as if it might collapse at any moment. Chen Dongqi, if this is the extent of your strength, you are hardly worthy of my consideration, Qin Shuya exclaimed, her tone laced with disdain. As she spoke, she waved her hand gently, and the silk ribbon danced in the air, transforming into countless shimmering streaks that darted towards Chen Dongqi like meteors, their speed dizzying. Chen Dongqi's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily brandished his long knife to defend himself. However, the silk ribbon moved with astonishing swiftness and cunning angles, effortlessly breaching his defenses and catching him off guard. Bang! A sharp pain surged through Chen Dongqi's chest, akin to being struck by a heavy hammer, forcing his body to involuntarily retreat several paces. How can your strength be so formidable? A flicker of astonishment crossed Chen Dongqi's face, his widened eyes brimming with disbelief. It is not my strength, but your utter weakness, Qin Shuya coldly retorted, raising her right hand once more. The white silk radiated a brilliant light, charged with a ferocious energy that surged violently towards Chen Dongqi, as if intent on obliterating everything in its path. Awash with a despairing force, Chen Dongqi's countenance darkened to an extreme pallor. Desperately, he infused his long blade with spiritual energy, striving to withstand this lethal blow. Yet, the might of the white silk was overwhelmingly potent, shattering his defenses as if they were mere illusions. With a sickening sound, Chen Dongqi spat forth a mouthful of blood, staining his garments crimson. His visage turned as pale as a sheet, devoid of any color. Qin Shuya's gaze hardened, and the white silk, akin to a flash of lightning, pierced through Chen Dongqi's defenses, delivering a resounding strike to his chest. A heart-wrenching scream escaped Chen Dongqi's lips, echoing with despair as his body flew backward like a marionette severed from its strings, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. How is this possible? Chen Dongqi struggled to rise, disbelief etched across his face, his body swaying precariously as if it might collapse at any moment. He could not fathom how Qin Shuya, of equal status, possessed such terrifying combat prowess, rendering him utterly defenseless. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence, as all present were rendered speechless by the spectacle, as if time itself had come to a halt. Elder Qin's power was astonishing. He had defeated Chen Dongqi in merely 3 moves. It was utterly unbelievable. It seemed they had all underestimated Elder Qin's strength. A collective awe filled the onlookers' eyes as they regarded Qin Shuya with reverence, as though gazing up at an insurmountable peak. Lin Tianfeng, too, was taken aback, his clear eyes wide with astonishment. He had not anticipated Qin Shuya's strength to be so formidable, powerful enough to leave one astounded. Qin Shuya retracted the white silk, casting a cold glance at Chen Dongqi as she spoke. Chen Dongqi, Lin Tianfeng is a disciple of Lingxiu Peak. I will not interfere with the challenges of the younger generation, but as a senior member of the sect, if you dare to lay a hand on him again, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. With that, she turned to Lin Tianfeng, her tone softening. Tianfeng, let us depart. Her voice was gentle, a stark contrast to her earlier icy demeanor. Peak Master, please wait a moment. I shall retrieve my spiritual stones, Lin Tianfeng said, stepping over to the young man overseeing the stakes to collect his winnings. Subsequently, he followed Qin Shuya away from the arena, leaving behind a crowd still immersed in disbelief. It was hard to fathom that Elder Qin would oppose Chen Dongqi for the sake of a male disciple. One onlooker's face reflected utter shock. You may not know, but Lin Tianfeng is Elder Qin's prized pupil. They often train together at Lingxiu Peak and share a remarkably close bond. Is that true? Another inquired, uncertainty lacing their tone. I am not entirely sure. I heard it from some of the female disciples at Lingxiu Peak. It is said that Elder Qin frequently accompanies Lin Tianfeng to practice swordsmanship on the mountain and occasionally shares tea with him. Indeed, their relationship appears to be very intimate. Do you think they could be in that kind of relationship? This should be impossible. Elder Qin is likely in his mid-30s, while Lin Tianfeng is merely 16 or 17. The age difference is rather substantial. Do you think they are mere mortals? For practitioners like us, an age gap of several years is quite commonplace. Furthermore, Lin Tianfeng possesses a rather delicate appearance. Perhaps Elder Qin has a penchant for such looks. Otherwise, how could he have made an exception to take him to Lingxiu? That does seem to hold some truth. And just now, Elder Qin's gaze upon Lin Tianfeng was imbued with a tenderness akin to flowing water. At this moment, the atmosphere was rife with speculation, and those fond of gossip began fervently discussing the relationship between Lin Tianfeng and Qin Shuya. The most sullen faces belonged to Liu Yanyun and Situ Tianqing. Initially, they believed Lin Tianfeng was doomed, yet they never anticipated that Qin Shuya would intervene to save him. Sister Yinran, how could Elder Qin be so kind to Lin Tianfeng? Zhou Yuner furrowed her delicate brows, her beautiful countenance filled with confusion. It must be that Elder Qin sees great potential in him, Nganjinran replied. In truth, she sensed an unusual dynamic between the two. For Qin Shuya's gaze towards Lin Tianfeng was indeed distinct from how she regarded others. Before others, Qin Shuya exuded an aura of coldness and an unassailable sanctity. Yet, in Lin Tianfeng's presence, she appeared unpretentious, her voice imbued with a gentle warmth. In the blink of an eye, 2 months hastily passed. During this period, Lin Tianfeng's cultivation experienced a meteoric rise, breaking through to the 9th layer of the Tongxian realm with remarkable speed. His rapid advancement was chiefly attributed to the demon beast's inner core he had previously acquired, along with a substantial supply of spirit stones. However, upon reaching this level of cultivation, the resources in his possession had been utterly depleted. I cannot believe your cultivation has progressed so swiftly. It is indeed surprising. At that moment, a melodious and clear voice resonated. Qin Shuya appeared, graceful and ethereal, descending upon Lin Tianfeng's residence like a celestial being. Today, she donned a resplendent white attire, intricately embroidered with exquisite patterns. Coupled with her alluring and mature figure, she created a striking visual impact. What are you staring at? Noticing Lin Tianfeng's unwavering gaze upon her, Qin Shuya playfully chided, her heart racing, a faint blush gracing her enchanting visage. Master Feng, you look stunning, Lin Tianfeng remarked, his tone tinged with a hint of awkwardness. You cheeky boy, daring to tease me, Qin Shuya responded playfully, casting him an exasperated glance. Master Feng, what brings you here? Lin Tianfeng smiled lightly, promptly inviting Qin Shuya to sit within the pavilion of the courtyard, thoughtfully pouring her a cup of fragrant tea. I haven't seen you for some time, so I came to check on you. I didn't expect you to have broken through to the 9th layer of the Tongxian realm. Qin Shuya exclaimed, her beautiful eyes brimming with astonishment. During this period, Lin Tianfeng had been in seclusion, diligently honing his skills, which prevented him from seeking her out. This absence instilled within her a subtle feeling of anxiety and uncertainty. Unbeknownst to her, she found herself inexplicably drawn to Lin Tianfeng's residence. For someone of my talent, is it not quite ordinary to break through 2 minor realms? A faint smile of self-assurance graced Lin Tianfeng's face. After spending several months together, their relationship had grown increasingly intimate, allowing Lin Tianfeng to occasionally jest with Qin Shuya. You are rather conceited, yet your talent is indeed commendable, Qin Shuya remarked. Taking a delicate sip of tea, her charming smile radiating an indescribable warmth. In 2 months, the day of the Hengyue Grand Competition will arrive. During this time, you must strive to elevate your cultivation. Achieving a commendable rank in the competition would present you with a remarkable opportunity. Qin Shuya's eyes glimmered with anticipation. The Hengyue Grand Competition? Lin Tianfeng inquired with curiosity. Could you elaborate on the specifics? The Hengyue Grand Competition is a grand event jointly organized by the Hengyue Kingdom and the 4 major sections. Qin Shuya succinctly and clearly outlined the rules, participation requirements, and rewards associated with the competition. With my current strength, claiming the championship may not be so simple, Lin Tianfeng said solemnly. Even if you do not secure the championship, merely gaining exposure will be beneficial for you, Qin Shuya responded. That is a valid point. I shall participate in this grand competition, Lin Tianfeng nodded. He recognized that relentless seclusion was not the solution. Only through engaging with those exceptional talents could he enhance his own power. Participating in the Hongyue Grand Competition is no simple feat. Our sect has only 10 slots available. If you wish to compete, you must earn your place through strength. A faint smile appeared on Chen Shuya's face. With my abilities, securing a spot in 2 months is not an issue. Winning the championship is also within the realm of possibility, Lin Tianfeng affirmed confidently. You are quite self-assured, Chen Shuya teased with a radiant smile. If I lack confidence, how could I aspire to be your man in the future? Lin Tianfeng replied earnestly, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Shuya. Impudent boy, do you understand what you are implying? Chen Shuya's expression turned frosty, her eyes narrowing as she regarded Lin Tianfeng. Faced with Lin Tianfeng's deep and melancholic gaze, her heart raced like a startled deer, though she maintained an outward facade of indifference. Sister Shuya, I adore you. I wish to be your man. Lin Tianfeng summoned his courage and grasped Chen Shuya's hand firmly. Impudent boy, I regard you as a junior, and you dare to harbor such thoughts toward me? Chen Shuya's voice was laced with authority, her expression stern. You may see me as a junior, but I do not regard you as my elder. Today, you must either defeat me or obediently become my woman, Lin Tianfeng declared resolutely, suddenly embracing Chen Shuya and kissing her tender, luscious lips. For this mature and alluring woman, he harbored a profound affection deep within his heart. Moreover, Lin Tianfeng could sense that Chen Shuya harbored a modicum of interest in him as well. Otherwise, he would not have dared to risk a confession. Chen Shuya was momentarily taken aback, astonished by Lin Tianfeng's audacity to kiss her so boldly. In her state of bewilderment, she felt her jaw unexpectedly forced open. Almost immediately, a pair of fervent hands roamed over her body. You rascal, cease at once. Chen Shuya could not help but cry out, though her voice had transformed into something exceedingly sultry. At that moment, she felt utterly weakened, unable to muster any strength. She never anticipated being so thoroughly dominated by a mere youth. Just as she prepared to push Lin Tianfeng away with all her might, he enveloped her in his arms and swept her into the room like a gust of wind. Once inside, Lin Tianfeng's fervor intensified, and Chen Shuya's delicate form trembled slightly in his embrace. He unabashedly explored her, kissing from her lips down to her neck and beyond. At this moment, Chen Shuya felt utterly powerless, her heart racing uncontrollably. You naughty boy, stop. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly intimate and suggestive, Chen Shuya suddenly pushed Lin Tianfeng away with great force. I don't care, I want this today. Lin Tianfeng lunged forward once more, holding Chen Shuya tightly. I practiced the profound Yin technique. I cannot lose my purity now, she gasped, her voice tinged with urgency. Her eyes reflected a mixture of anger and an inexplicable complexity of emotions. What should I do now? Lin Tianfeng glanced downward, then back up at Chen Shuya. His expression one of helplessness. Figure it out yourself. Chen Shuya shot him a glance, her face instantly flushing crimson, before she fled the room in a hurry. Once outside, she quickly tidied her clothes, striving to calm her tumultuous emotions, and then discreetly departed from Lin Tianfeng's residence. This rascal, how utterly wicked. Observing her torn dress, a barely perceptible smile graced Chen Shuya's lips. She never imagined that Lin Tianfeng would possess such audacity to treat her in that manner. For reasons unknown, she found herself not only unoffended by his bold actions, but even secretly delighted. What am I to do now? Lin Tianfeng glanced at his own body, a look of resignation crossing his face. Subsequently, he entered the primal space to take a cold shower, attempting to regain his composure. Although he had not succeeded in winning Chen Shuya over, his spirits remained high, for he was confident that she harbored feelings for him. Otherwise, she would have slapped him away long ago. It is worth noting that Chen Shuya was the esteemed leader of Lingxi Peak, renowned throughout the Sacred Heart sect as the epitome of an icy beauty. The thought that he had begun to melt this mature and cold beauty piece by piece was exhilarating in itself. Chapter 57. The Hongyue Grand Competition the following morning. Lin Tianfeng deliberately picked some exquisite, dew-kissed flowers and, filled with anticipation, arrived at Chen Shuya's residence. You rascal, how dare you come here? Chen Shuya's gaze was icy as she shot Lin Tianfeng a fierce glare. Why shouldn't I come? Lin Tianfeng replied with a gentle smile, his demeanor tender as he extended the flowers toward her. You think a few flowers can win me over? A hint of a charming smile crossed Chen Shuya's face. What must I do to become your man? Lin Tianfeng asked earnestly, his eyes filled with deep affection as he looked at her. You little scoundrel. It's not entirely impossible for you to become my man, but you must possess the formidable strength to surpass me, Chen Shuya responded, a faint smile gracing her lips. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianfeng felt a surge of joy and quickly inquired, then what is your current cultivation level? It's too early to tell you now. What you need to do is diligently cultivate. If one day you can become the strongest in the Holy Sky continent, what woman could you not win over? Chen Shuya said leisurely. Becoming the strongest in the Holy Sky continent is a goal I will certainly achieve. You can look forward to being my woman. Lin Tianfeng declared with unwavering determination. You better not disappoint me at the Hongyue Grand Competition, Chen Shuya said, a subtle smile appearing on her face, tinged with expectation. I am determined to claim the championship at the Hongyue Grand Competition, Lin Tianfeng said, confidence gleaming in his eyes as he gazed ardently at Chen Shuya. But I wish to know, do you truly like me? There is a hint of affection, but if you wish to be my man. Your current strength is far from sufficient, Chen Shuya replied, gently hooking her finger under Lin Tianfeng's chin, a flirtatious smile gracing her lips. Can we at least start dating? Lin Tianfeng stated with unwavering resolve. Isn't this already considered dating? Chen Shuya responded with a playful smile. If this is indeed dating, then could you grant me something? Lin Tianfeng's expression turned mischievous. You little rascal. It's not that I wouldn't want to give it to you, but my cultivation method is quite unique. Your current level is too low. If we were to truly be together, you might face dire consequences, Chen Shuya said earnestly. A hug should be acceptable, right? Lin Tianfeng embraced Chen Shuya naturally. One cannot deny that Chen Shuya's figure was nothing short of perfection. Not only was she alluring and voluptuous, but the enchanting charm she exuded created an irresistible allure. You scoundrel, let go of me, or someone might see. Chen Shuya's delicate face flushed slightly. After all, they were atop the peak in a pavilion, often frequented by other disciples, which made her somewhat anxious. However, despite her words, Chen Shuya did not push Lin Tianfeng away. Instead, she leaned gently against his embrace. Shuya, your figure is truly remarkable, Lin Tianfeng couldn't help but exclaim. You little rascal. I didn't expect you to be so wicked at such a young age. Quickly take your hands away, Chen Shuya playfully admonished. Shuya, I am planning to return home. Why don't you accompany me? I would like to introduce you to my grandfather, Lin Tianfeng expressed with eager anticipation. Chen Shuya was the first woman he had developed feelings for since his arrival in this world, and naturally, he yearned to bring her along to meet his grandfather. Although Nangong Yanran and Zhou Yuner had also crossed paths with him, their connections were merely circumstantial. Furthermore, his time with the two was brief, and they had yet to fully accept him. Very well, I happen to have no pressing matters, so I shall accompany you, Chen Shuya replied with a slight nod. Upon hearing her agreement, a flicker of excitement illuminated Lin Tianfeng's face. Excellent, let us depart then. However, I will follow discreetly behind you, Chen Shuya stated after a moment of contemplation. Why? Lin Tianfeng inquired, bewildered by her response. Given the number of enemies you have made, leaving the sect without caution could bring you harm. I will shadow you, and should anyone dare to lay a hand on you, I will ensure they regret ever stepping into this world, Chen Shuya declared, her tone gentle at first but transforming into one filled with an icy ferocity by the end. Shuya, your kindness overwhelms me, Lin Tianfeng said, deeply touched by her words, and he embraced her tightly. You rascal, you're too familiar. Chen Shuya shot him a playful glare, yet she did not push him away. That's a normal reaction, Lin Tianfeng replied, somewhat embarrassed. They lingered in each other's warmth for a while before he reluctantly departed from Lin Tianfeng. Rascal, Chen Shuya muttered as she retreated to her chamber, changing into a fresh pair of undergarments. After leaving the Sacred Heart sect, Lin Tianfeng hurriedly made his way towards Hanyue City. At that moment, his heart was filled with myriad reflections. He recalled his initial days at the Sacred Heart sect, where his cultivation was merely at the first level of the concentration realm. And now he had ascended to the 9th level of the profound realm. Such strength, in the quaint confines of Hanyue City, would undoubtedly render him a being of immense power. As he raced forth, having been away from Hanyue City for several months, he found himself missing the elder. Meanwhile, at the very instant of Lin Tianfeng's departure, a middle-aged man clad in a black robe stealthily followed from a secluded corner outside the Sacred Heart sect. This man was Chen Dongqi, the leader of Tianyang Peak. He had been waiting outside the Sacred Heart sect, intent on tracking Lin Tianfeng. With his beloved grandson having been slain by Lin Tianfeng, he could not let the matter go unpunished. Within the confines of the sect, Lin Tianfeng was shielded by Chen Shuya, making it inconvenient for Chen Dongqi to act, as her strength far surpassed his own. The last encounter had left him grievously injured after just 3 exchanges, thus any plan to eliminate Lin Tianfeng required meticulous strategizing, ensuring that no trace was left behind. It is precisely for this reason that Chen Dongqi chose to personally guard the mountain gate, awaiting Lin Tianfeng's departure, so that he could strike him down in one fell swoop. Chen Dongqi's extreme actions stem from the truth that Chen Tianhao is not his grandson, but rather his illegitimate son. Unbeknownst to them, a day has passed. At this moment, Lin Tianfeng arrives at the edge of a waterfall. He pauses, sets up a barbecue grill, and prepares to indulge in a delightful feast while awaiting the arrival of Chen Shiyuan. Little brat, You certainly know how to enjoy yourself. A chilling voice suddenly pierced the air. Immediately, a man clad in black descended from above, landing firmly before Lin Tianfeng. Elder Chun, despite being a peak master, how can you stoop so low as to ambush Amir Jr.? Don't you feel ashamed? Lin Tianfeng's heart began to stir with caution. Little brat, dare to kill my son Tianhao? No one can save you in this world. Today, I shall tear you apart to appease my son Tianhao's spirit in the afterlife. Chun Dongqi's eyes brimmed with malice, instilling a bone-chilling terror. Chapter 58. Terrifying power of Chun Shuyuan. Wait, isn't he your grandson? When did he become your son? I see now, old man, you are quite the trickster, even placing a green hat on your own son. Lin Tianfeng could not suppress a laugh. Seeking death. Chun Dongqi snorted angrily, his right hand sweeping forth with the fury of a thunderclap, aiming to grasp Lin Tianfeng's neck with deadly intent. Chun Dongqi, you truly possess audacity to disregard my words. At that critical moment, a graceful figure appeared like a wraith. Chun Shuyuan, clad in a delicate lavender gown, her skirt fluttering gently in the wind, exuded an enchanting grace, resembling a celestial being descending into the mortal realm. Her stunning visage was as cold as ice, emanating an overwhelming pressure that seemed to freeze the very air around, rendering it difficult to breathe. The instant she appeared, Chun Dongqi felt his body ensnared by a mysterious and powerful force, rendering him utterly immobile. Chun Shuyuan, how did you come to be here? A flicker of fear crossed Chun Dongqi's face, his voice trembling uncontrollably. He had never anticipated that Chun Shuyuan would remain by the side of a disciple, far exceeding his expectations. Chun Dongqi, how do you wish to meet your demise? Chun Shuyuan's lips parted slightly, her voice imbued with boundless authority, reminiscent of a judgmental decree from the heavens. Chun Shuyuan, I am the master of Tianyang Peak. You cannot kill me, or the sect leader will assuredly seek retribution. Chun Dongqi's complexion drained of color, fear radiating from his gaze, his body trembling from sheer terror. Daring to disregard my words. There is no one in the entire Holy Heaven continent who can save you. With a delicate wave of her jade-like hand, Chun Shuya unleashed a formidable surge of spiritual power that erupted with breathtaking intensity, akin to a tumultuous tsunami. Chun Dongqi was struck as if by a heavy hammer. His body propelled backward to collide violently with a nearby boulder, blood gushing from his mouth and staining the ground crimson. How could this be? How could your strength be so immense? His eyes were filled with astonishment and disbelief. He could hardly fathom that Chun Shuya possessed such terrifying prowess, rendering him utterly defenseless before her. In my eyes, you are not even worth a mere ant, Chun Shuya remarked, her gaze laced with disdain. As she spoke, she gracefully lifted her hand, releasing a mysterious energy that shot forth with dazzling brilliance, striking Chun Dongqi's dantian in an instant. You wretched woman, you have ruined my dantian. Chun Dongqi's eyes were filled with despair and venom. He never anticipated that Chun Shuya would be so resolute as to incapacitate his dantian entirely. Tianfeng, this old fool's cultivation is shattered. Dispose of him as you wish, Chun Shuya said gently, her eyes brimming with concern as she looked at Lin Tianfeng. Sister Shuya, please wait a moment. Let me deal with this old fool first before I prepare a meal for you, Lin Tianfeng declared, picking up a stick and striding toward Chun Dongqi with a grim expression. As a series of bone-cracking sounds echoed through the air, Chun Dongqi let out a heart-wrenching wail of agony. In less than a moment, Lin Tianfeng had shattered all four of his limbs, leaving him a mere heap of flesh upon the ground. Having completed this grim task, Lin Tianfeng sprinkled some substances that attracted serpents and rodents over Chun Dongqi's body and then cast him deep into the mountains. With his dantian destroyed, limbs broken, and body covered in enticing powders, it wouldn't be long before he was devoured by the beasts of the wild, reduced to mere bones. After dealing with Chun Dongqi, the two enjoyed a delightful meal by the waterfall, taking in the breathtaking scenery. Sister Shuya, the water here is so clear, let us swim after shedding our clothes. Lin Tianfeng exclaimed excitedly, stripping off his garments until only his shorts remained. Dream on, Chun Shuya playfully chided, unable to suppress a teasing remark. Watching Lin Tianfeng clad only in his shorts made her heart race uncontrollably. His physique was impressive, standing tall and confident before her. It was impossible for her not to feel a flutter of nervousness. As Chun Shuya declined to join him in swimming, Lin Tianfeng swam a few laps alone in the pool. The pair continued their journey, stopping intermittently to admire the beautiful landscapes they encountered. Over this time spent together, their relationship gradually warmed, despite Lin Tianfeng's concurrent discomfort and exhilaration. His discomfort stemmed from the limitations of their affection. They could only share embraces and kisses, while deeper intimacy remained elusive, for Lin Tianfeng understood that Chun Shuya had not deceived him. She practiced the profound Yin technique, a power that men of lesser cultivation simply could not withstand. Lin Tianfeng, however, was curious. After all, he was the legendary Primordial Sacred Body. What level of cultivation could possibly render him incapable of bearing such force? Though he was equally intrigued by Chen Shuya's abilities, her silence left him in the dark. Yet, his intuition whispered that she possessed a strength that was almost unfathomable. Tianfeng, perhaps you should return alone? I could wait for you at an inn in Hanyu City. What do you think? Chen Shuya said, her expression tinged with anxiety. Despite having lived for countless years, she had never met her elders, and the prospect of Lin Tianfeng bringing her home made her somewhat apprehensive. Come now, you are a formidable figure. Are you truly afraid of my grandfather? Lin Tianfeng replied with a teasing smile, his eyes sparkling with humor. Not afraid, just a tad nervous, Chen Shuya admitted, a hint of blush gracing her cheeks. Shuya, grant me this favor. After all, I am the peak master of the Sacred Heart sect, and bringing you back would certainly reflect well on me. Lin Tianfeng laughed heartily, anticipation illuminating his face. Are you bringing me back solely for your own reputation? Chen Shuya said playfully, lightly punching Lin Tianfeng on the shoulder. Certainly not. You are the woman of Lin Tianfeng, and thus, I must bring you back to meet my grandfather, he stated, wrapping his arms gently around her waist with unwavering sincerity. Tianfeng, if one day I journey far away, would you come in search of me? Chen Shuya murmured, leaning against his chest. Her voice soft and tinged with melancholy as she gazed up at his handsome face. Where would you go? Lin Tianfeng inquired, a slight frown creasing his brow. Just a hypothetical. If one day I ventured to a distant land, would you seek me out? She asked gently, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of hope. Of course, I would bring you back. You are the woman of Lin Tianfeng, and no matter where you wander, I will find you. Though my cultivation is presently modest, I assure you that in the future, I shall be formidable. This mere sacred heaven continent cannot possibly be my final destination, Lin Tianfeng declared, confidence radiating from his gaze. He possessed the memories of Xianyuan Hong and understood that the sacred heaven continent was merely a lower plane. I am actually much older than you. Would you find me too old? Chen Shuya tilted her head slightly, staring intently at Lin Tianfeng, her eyes betraying a hint of anxiety. You are so beautiful. You are not old in the slightest. Whoever dares to say otherwise shall face my wrath, Lin Tianfeng said, planting a gentle kiss on her forehead, his tone imbued with authority. But what if my age surpasses that of your ancestors? Would you still accept me? Chen Shuya gazed intently at him, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. Older than my ancestors? Lin Tianfeng expressed surprise, then earnestly replied, I care not how old you are. In this lifetime, you shall forever be my woman. You cheeky boy, you certainly know how to charm. Chen Shuya's face lit up with a sweet smile as she nestled closer to Lin Tianfeng, reveling in this rare moment of tranquility and warmth. Sister Shuya, I'm feeling a bit unwell, Lin Tianfeng finally spoke up. I understand, but the cultivation method I practice simply does not permit such behavior. Chen Shuya said with a hint of difficulty. Gazing at Chen Shuya's luscious crimson lips, Lin Tianfeng could not help but display a mischievous smile. He then leaned closer to her ear and whispered, You can be so brazen. How delightful it is to imagine. Chen Shuya playfully thumped his chest in response. Chapter 59. Shock in Cold Moon City. 2 hours later, Chen Shuya gracefully approached the water's edge to wash her face, her tone laced with playful reproach. I never anticipated that someone so young could harbor such wicked thoughts. It was hard for her to fathom that one day she would find herself compromising in front of a younger man. Such a notion was something she would never have dared to consider in her long past. Sister Shuya, you look truly beautiful just now, Lin Tianfeng beamed with pride. How shameless. Chen Shuya's face revealed a rare charm. We should hasten our departure to return home sooner, Lin Tianfeng suggested, steering the conversation elsewhere. Let us ride the golden-winged eagle. It will expedite our journey, Chen Shuya declared, releasing her majestic mount. Then, the two of them, with graceful agility, leaped onto the back of the golden-winged eagle and soared towards Cold Moon City. At that moment, Lin Tianfeng was filled with myriad emotions. Just months ago, Chen Shuya was an untouchable goddess, revered from afar. Back then, he could only silently sit upon the back of the golden-winged eagle, lacking the courage to approach her. Now, this woman, admired by countless individuals, was entirely his, even bowing her once imperious head to please him. As they sat closely together on the back of the golden-winged eagle, they admired the picturesque scenery below. Time slipped by unnoticed, and before they realized it, 7 days had passed. On this day, they finally arrived at Cold Moon City. When Lin Tianfeng and Chen Shuya descended on the golden-winged eagle, the city erupted in unprecedented commotion. The enormous and majestic figure of the golden-winged eagle obscured the sky. emanating a powerful and awe-inspiring aura that compelled the townsfolk to gaze upward in astonishment and shock. When they caught sight of Lin Tianfeng and Chen Shuya's atop the golden-winged eagle, their jaws dropped in disbelief. Isn't that Lin Tianfeng? How did he return? Someone exclaimed, recognition dawning with astonishment in their voice. That woman beside him is stunning, exuding an extraordinary aura. Who is she? Fool. That is Elder Chun of the Sacred Heart sect. She was here last time to select disciples, a legendary figure. Did you not notice? Lin Tianfeng seems quite close to Elder Chun. Indeed, could it be that this young man has caught Elder Chun's eye? It appears the Lin family is poised for greatness. At that moment, the entire Cold Moon City was alive with excitement, bustling with chatter. The news of Lin Tianfeng's return spread swiftly through the streets like a tempest, as people flocked to witness the grandeur of this esteemed figure. In the bustling streets, whispers filled the air as people engaged in animated discussions, their words imbued with astonishment and speculation regarding the recent event. The prominent families of Hanyu City were equally stirred by this unexpected news, with the higher-ups hastily making their way to the Lin residence to extend their congratulations. The golden-winged eagle soared above the Lin family estate before gracefully descending onto the martial arts arena. "Look, the young master has returned," exclaimed one onlooker. "Isn't that Elder Chun from the Sacred Heart sect? I can't believe she is here too." Quickly, informed the family head. Upon the appearance of Lin Tianfeng and Chen Shuya, the attention of the Lin disciples was immediately captured. Many of them rushed forward, offering respectful greetings. In response to their warm welcome, Lin Tianfeng reciprocated with generosity, distributing precious elixirs to each of them. "Thank you, young master." The Lin family members, ecstatic beyond measure at receiving the elixirs, expressed their gratitude and bowed deeply, their faces glowing with appreciation and joy. "Welcome, Elder Chun." At that moment, Lin Xiaodian hurriedly approached from a distance, bowing respectfully with a demeanor full of reverence. "Grandfather, why would you bow to your own granddaughter-in-law?" Lin Tianfeng swiftly grasped his grandfather's arm. "What are you saying, Fenga?" Lin Xiaodian replied, utterly bewildered as he turned to Lin Tianfeng in disbelief. "From today onward, she is your granddaughter-in-law. It is unusual for a grandfather to bow to his own granddaughter-in-law." Lin Tianfeng remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips. "You little rascal, you must be joking." Lin Xiaodian exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock, seemingly unable to process the information. "Shuya, come here and greet grandfather," Lin Tianfeng urged as he led Chen Shuya before Lin Xiaodian. "Greetings, grandfather," Chen Shuya said, slightly bowing with grace and poise. "Excellent, excellent. Please rise. Someone, prepare the banquet," Lin Xiaodian exclaimed, his face alight with joy. At that moment, his heart was tumultuous, filled with disbelief as he struggled to comprehend the situation. After all, Chen Shuya was a significant figure from the Sacred Heart sect, and the fact that his grandson had brought her home was utterly astounding. The elders and clansmen of the Lin family stood with mouths agape, their faces reflecting disbelief as if caught in an extraordinary dream. Soon, the Lin family's banquet was ready, the grand hall adorned with exquisite delicacies that perfumed the air. Leaders from the various families of Hanyu City arrived, laden with lavish gifts, eager to pay their respects. After all, forging a connection with someone of Chen Shuya's stature could illuminate the path for their families. "Congratulations, congratulations. Who would have thought your grandson could forge such a wonderful bond with Elder Chun?" said City Lord Li Jingyao, his face beaming with envy. "Indeed, the Lin family is destined for greatness. We hope you will look after us in the future," Su Jinghao chimed in. Although his daughter had called off her engagement with Lin Tianfeng, the latter's newfound relationship with Chen Shuya drastically altered his standing, compelling him to swallow his pride and offer his congratulations. In response to the congratulations from various esteemed families, Lin Xiaodian smiled graciously, his heart brimming with pride and contentment. Even the Wei family, with whom the Lin family had passed grievances, sent representatives to extend their felicitations. At this juncture, they were acutely aware that the prospect of vengeance was nearly futile in this lifetime. Rather than dwell in the bitterness of the past, it was more prudent to seek reconciliation and carve out a sliver of hope for their clan. Lin Tianfeng welcomed the Wei family's overtures with open arms. The two families were no longer on the same tier. Thus, Lin Tianfeng had no inclination to trouble them, demonstrating a commendable sense of perspective. During the banquet, Lin Tianfeng and Chen Shuya sat closely together, their affection for one another unmistakably evident. The members of the Lin family observed this with great anticipation and yearning for the future of their lineage. Young Master Lin was truly talented, and to earn Elder Chen's favor was a blessing for the Lin family. Indeed, Elder Chen, with her enchanting grace and beauty, was a perfect match for young Master Lin. The praises from the gathered guests were ceaseless, while Lin Tianfeng and Chen Shuya merely smiled and nodded in elegant acknowledgement. As the evening concluded, The relationship between Lin Tianfeng and Qin Shuya elevated the Lin family's standing in Cold Moon City to unprecedented heights. Prominent families vied for goodwill, seeking collaboration. Meanwhile, the love story of Lin Tianfeng and Qin Shuya inspired various tales among the residents of Cold Moon City. Some claimed Lin Tianfeng was merely living off Qin Shuya, while others suggested he was merely her vessel for cultivation. Regardless of the rumors, the Lin family was no longer a target for anyone to provoke lightly. Chapter 60. Selection of quotas. In the ensuing tranquil passage of time, Lin Tianfeng accompanied Qin Shuya on leisurely strolls throughout Cold Moon City. Their sweet footprints were imprinted in every bustling market and serene alley, each corner bearing witness to their companionship. During this period, Lin Tianfeng remained attuned to the development of his family, meticulously selecting and imparting various cultivation techniques to his kin. He also left behind numerous precious resources for cultivation. It is worth noting that the techniques he shared were acquired through fortunate circumstances elsewhere, not derived from the divine realm. After all, the cultivation methods from the divine realm were exceedingly profound. Leaving such knowledge within the family could attract unforeseen calamities, akin to a tempting morsel inviting disaster. That night, under the silvery moonlight that bathed the Lin family courtyard, Lin Xiaodian discreetly summoned Lin Tianfeng to his quarters. After ensuring their privacy, he inquired softly, "Feng, could it be that you are merely her vessel for cultivation?" "Grandfather, what are you implying?" "Our love is genuine and steadfast," Lin Tianfeng replied, exasperation evident on his face. He felt a mixture of helplessness and bemusement at his grandfather's peculiar notion. "That is reassuring," Lin Xiaodian sighed in relief, a smile of contentment gracing his features. "You, just like your father, have chosen a truly exceptional woman." "Grandfather, I have never heard you mention my father. Where exactly has he gone?" In an instant, Lin Tianfeng's gaze was filled with curiosity and longing. "Your parents are in a distant place. As long as you persistently dedicate yourself to cultivation and continuously enhance your strength, there will come a day when you will reunite." Lin Xiaoyan's face radiated a tender and warm smile, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of hope for Lin Tianfeng's future. "Very well." Lin Tianfeng shook his head helplessly, though a tinge of disappointment inevitably surged within him. Yet, he understood that his grandfather might bear unspeakable burdens. Some matters perhaps were not yet ripe for revelation. "Fenger, your parents love you deeply. Their absence for so many years is due to circumstances beyond their control. Please do not harbor resentment towards them." Lin Xiaoyan's tone was laced with concern, his eyes revealing affection and worry for Lin Tianfeng. "Rest assured, grandfather. What son would ever resent his parents?" Lin Tianfeng replied with a smile, his eyes brimming with unwavering resolve. "That's good to hear. Now, return and rest, gather your energy." Lin Xiaodian chuckled gently, speaking with warmth. "Very well, grandfather, I shall take my leave." Lin Tianfeng bowed respectfully, turning with steady steps towards his residence. This child has finally grown up. Lin Xiaodian watched as Lin Tianfeng's figure gradually receded, a mysterious and gratifying smile unconsciously curling at the corners of his mouth. After enjoying a pleasant month in Cold Moon City, Lin Tianfeng and Qin Shuya embarked on their journey home, returning together to the Sacred Heart sect. During this fulfilling month, Lin Tianfeng, through his own diligence and innate talent, achieved a remarkable leap in cultivation, successfully ascending to the Earth profound realm and attaining the second layer of that realm. "Tianfeng, you must prepare well. Tomorrow the sect will host a crucial selection. If you can stand out and place in the top 10, you will qualify to participate in the grand competition in the Hanyue Empire. This is a rare opportunity you must seize," Qin Shuya said with a gentle and concerned tone. "Fear not, Sister Shuya. With my current strength, I am confident I can triumph even against the holy son of the Sacred Heart sect," Lin Tianfeng declared, his eyes shining with steadfast confidence. "While confidence is commendable, you must still take this time to cultivate diligently, striving to elevate your cultivation by another small realm before the competition. This will significantly increase your chances of victory," Qin Shuya advised earnestly. "Sister Shuya, the time before the competition is limited, and to elevate my cultivation in such a short span may prove challenging," Lin Tianfeng said awkwardly, understanding that progress in cultivation is not achieved overnight, despite his yearning for advancement. "This is Earth Spirit Liquid. Once your cultivation stabilizes, it will aid you in breaking through two small realms," Qin Shuya said, carefully retrieving a delicate vial from her bosom. Within the vial, the Earth Spirit Liquid shimmered with a mysterious and alluring glow, seemingly containing boundless energy. "Sister Shuya, you are truly kind to me." Lin Tianfeng's eyes brimmed with emotion as he, unable to restrain himself, embraced Qin Shuya and gently kissed her cheek, conveying his heartfelt gratitude. "You mischievous boy. Getting all hands on again," Qin Shuya remarked playfully. In response to Lin Tianfeng's intimate gesture, she exhibited no signs of resistance. Instead, she wrapped her arms around his neck, her face radiating a blissful smile. The two savored this tender moment together, relishing the warmth and sweetness of their shared time. Eventually, Lin Tianfeng reluctantly returned to his residence. Having only recently achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation, his foundation was still somewhat unsteady. Thus, after careful consideration, he decided to forego refining the earth spirit liquid for the time being, opting instead to solidify his current realm. The following morning, as the dawn light graced the land of the Sacred Heart sect, Lin Tianfeng, guided by Chen Shuya, stepped into the Sacred Heart sect's main peak for the first time. Filled with anticipation and curiosity, the scenery of the Sacred Heart sect's main peak was truly breathtaking, unfolding like a magnificent painting before his eyes. Everywhere he looked, stately halls imbued with classical charm and grandeur loomed tall. These magnificent structures, with their soaring eaves and intricate carvings, seemed to narrate the illustrious history and glorious past of the Sacred Heart sect. Before long, they arrived at the expansive square before the main hall of the sect. At that moment, the elders of the Sacred Heart sect, along with the talented disciples of the younger generation, had gathered like stars around the moon. The square was bustling with people, the atmosphere both fervent and tense, as if a storm were imminent. As Lin Tianfeng entered the square, his distinctive aura and extraordinary presence instantly captivated many gazes. Curious eyes turned towards him, as onlookers speculated about the origins of this young man. Just then, a middle-aged man clad in a gray robe, exuding an imposing demeanor, strode confidently onto the high platform. This man was none other than Wu Qingde, the sect master of the Sacred Heart sect. He stood tall, his gaze profound, emanating an innate authority that inspired respect and reverence. At this year's Hengyue Grand Competition, our Sacred Heart sect is fortunate to have secured 10 slots for participation. Today, I shall personally designate these 10 slots. If anyone harbors discontent regarding this decision, you are welcome to challenge, Wu Qingde declared, his voice resonating like a thunderclap throughout the square, each word clear and impactful. He then unhesitatingly announced the 10 designated slots. Among them, the Holy Son and Holy Maiden, owing to their exceptional prowess, claimed for slots, while the remaining 6 slots were undeniably awarded to the top 6 core disciples. The slots have been duly announced. Anyone who feels aggrieved may step forward to challenge, Wu Qingde asserted with authority, casting a sweeping glance over the crowd. What is there to challenge? One core disciple thought, a look of resignation and frustration crossing his face as he recognized the vast chasm separating him from these elite talents. Indeed, both the Holy Son and Holy Maiden have reached the profound realm of Tianxian, while the other 6 have attained the pinnacle of the earthly realm. Given our current strength, it is utterly inconceivable for us to succeed in a challenge. Another disciple echoed this sentiment, his tone laden with resignation and sighs. At this moment, the dozens of core disciples present fell into a profound silence. Despite their inner reluctance, none dared to step onto the stage to confront such formidable opponents, fearing they would become the subject of ridicule. However, among these disciples, there were a few who were unwilling to settle for mediocrity, harboring grand ambitions. With a resolve reminiscent of a last desperate gamble, they chose to ascend the platform and challenge their adversaries. Yet, the chasm of disparity in strength proved insurmountable, and without exception, they all faced defeat. Just then, a graceful figure, akin to a streak of white lightning, soared into the air, landing lightly upon the arena. This woman was none other than Su Shuiyao. Her arrival stirred the atmosphere like a pebble cast into a tranquil lake, instantly creating ripples. How has this woman trained? A look of astonishment crossed Lin Tianfeng's face. He could hardly believe that within just a few short months, Su Shuiyao had broken through to the 6th layer of the earthly realm. Her rapid enhancement of strength was truly remarkable. Su Shuiyao, whom do you wish to challenge? Elder Qin Jielong inquired. I wish to challenge core disciple Wang Feng. Su Shuiyao replied with unwavering determination and a serious tone. Is this for real? Su Shuiyao is exceedingly bold to challenge senior brother Wang Feng. Indeed, senior brother Wang Feng is the closest to the Holy Son. Though Su Shuiyao possesses commendable talent, her cultivation level is still too low. She is likely no match for him. As expected, upon Su Shuiyao's declaration, the venue erupted in astonishment. Whispers filled the air as everyone exchanged incredulous glances. No one had anticipated that Su Shuiyao would dare to challenge the foremost core disciple, Wang Feng. Clearly, most spectators held little faith in Su Shuiyao. After all, Wang Feng was the pinnacle among core disciples and stood among the elite talents of the entire Xingxin sect. His strength well acknowledged. Upon hearing Su Shuiyao's challenge, a confident smile graced Wang Feng's lips as he leapt into the air, akin to a majestic eagle. appearing on the arena in an instant. Su Shuiyao, armed with her long sword, was both graceful and formidable, clad in flowing white garments that danced in the wind. She resembled a celestial being, ethereal, yet radiating an aura of aloofness. Her gaze was sharp and resolute, as if capable of discerning every flaw in her opponent. Wang Feng, gripping his battle spear tightly, emanated a fierce energy, the weapon glinting coldly in the sunlight. His tall and robust stature resembled a towering mountain, exuding an air of indomitable strength. Junior Sister Su, while your talent is extraordinary and your reputation within the sect is illustrious, I fear you may find it challenging to contend with me at this moment, Wang Feng declared, his voice dripping with arrogance, confidence evident in his demeanor. Senior Brother Wang, only through competition can we truly discern who is stronger or weaker. Su Xiao exuded an air of haughty confidence, her gaze shimmering with an unmistakable brilliance. You had better tread carefully, lest you find me merciless, Wang Feng bellowed, his figure suddenly leaping forth as he wielded his battle spear with the might of a thunderbolt, thrusting it towards Su Xiao with ferocious intent. The spear sliced through the air, emitting a sharp, piercing shriek akin to a demon's roar, instilling fear in the hearts of onlookers. Though Su Xiao possessed an ethereal beauty, reminiscent of flowers blooming in the spring, evoking a sense of pity, Wang Feng dared not underestimate her in the slightest. After all, she was a direct disciple of the Grand Elder, endowed with extraordinary talent, and her remarkable prowess in cultivation was well known. It was said that her ability to challenge opponents beyond her level was formidable, already becoming a celebrated tale within the sect. Thus, Wang Feng unleashed his full potential, sparing no effort, for the opportunity to compete in the Hengyue Great Competition was of paramount importance, determining his future path in cultivation and standing within the sect. He would not allow himself to falter in this contest. Yet, in the face of Wang Feng's relentless assault, Su Xiao remained unperturbed. Her form danced like a butterfly, gracefully evading the lethal strike with an elegance that resembled a breathtaking performance on stage. Gentle breeze caressing the willows, she exclaimed, her voice ringing out like a yellow oriole's song, clear and melodious. Simultaneously, her sword wove a tapestry of resplendent blossoms, each strike a vibrant flower rushing towards Wang Feng with relentless speed. Each sword stroke carried a fierce energy, akin to a razor's edge, aimed directly at his vulnerable points. Wang Feng, undaunted, swiftly brandished his spear in defense. In an instant, the spear clashed with the sword, sending forth dazzling sparks that illuminated the air. The crisp sound of metal clashing resonated throughout, as the two engaged in a relentless exchange of strikes, their duel echoing like a rousing battle symphony. Su Xiao's swordplay was fluid and unpredictable, akin to a lively stream meandering through the mountains, at times as swift as a tempest, catching opponents off guard, and at other moments, as gentle as a babbling brook, concealing lethal intent that was difficult to discern. In contrast, Wang Feng's spear was a force of sheer might, each blow infused with tremendous power, unparalleled in ferocity. With a graceful shift, Su Xiao leapt into the air, resembling a phoenix soaring high, her sword tracing a stunning arc through the sky, an arc that glimmered with a chilling brilliance, aimed directly at Wang Feng's face. Reacting with remarkable speed, Wang Feng arched back, nimble as a monkey, raising his spear just in time to deflect the deadly strike. In that fleeting moment, their formidable energies clashed, creating ripples in the air that were visible to the naked eye. The spectators were left in awe, their eyes wide as saucers, disbelief etched across their faces. Su Xiao's prowess was astonishing. Her swordsmanship was nothing short of transcendent. A disciple could not contain his astonishment, his words filled with admiration and respect for Su Xiao. Indeed, she was the direct disciple of the Grand Elder, often remaining inconspicuous, yet concealing such formidable strength. Another disciple wore an expression of disbelief. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, the battle between Su Xiao and Wang Feng intensified. The entire arena was enveloped by their overwhelming presence, distorting the surrounding air. Their aura resembled a colossal vortex, captivating the spectators and rendering them unable to divert their gaze. As the stalemate persisted, Wang Feng's anxiety grew palpable. Beads of sweat began to surface on his forehead, and his breath quickened. As time wore on, his techniques became increasingly chaotic, losing their original form and rhythm. Su Xiao, with keen perception, noticed Wang Feng's shift. Seizing the moment, she darted like a wraith, swiftly maneuvering behind him. In an instant, her sword lunged unhesitatingly toward his back, her movements clean and precise, akin to a flash of lightning. Wang Feng, taken aback, hurriedly turned to deflect with his war spear. However, Su Xiao offered him no respite, accurately striking his wrist with a swift kick. Clang! The war spear slipped from Wang Feng's grasp, clattering to the ground. Brother Wang, I concede, Su Shuiao exclaimed, her voice ringing clear and bright, as if heralding her victory. Simultaneously, her sword abruptly positioned itself against Wang Feng's throat. The cold tip of the blade emanated a chilling aura reminiscent of the Grim Reaper's scythe. Wang Feng's complexion turned ashen, his eyes filled with reluctance and despair. He bit his lip and resignedly uttered, Su Shuiao, you truly are formidable, I admit defeat. Observing his state, Su Shuiao smiled gently, sheathing her sword. She then leaped gracefully into the air, like a delicate petal dancing in the breeze, landing elegantly on the ground beneath the arena. Her poised demeanor was enchanting, akin to a celestial being descending to earth, eliciting a chorus of awe from the onlookers. In that moment, the atmosphere was charged with astonishment. All present widened their eyes and gaped, utterly unprepared for the revelation that Su Shuiao, a mere female disciple who had joined the sect just a few months prior, could vanquish the seasoned prodigy Wang Feng. This outcome left them in a state of disbelief. The subsequent challenges persisted, yet all challengers met with failure. Those who dared to confront the established victor seemed to strike against stone with eggs, unable to shake their standing. Just as the crowd remained engrossed in the shock of Su Shuiao's victory, a figure sprang onto the arena like a bolt of lightning. The speed was astonishing, leaving only an afterimage in its wake. This individual was Lin Tianfeng. He stood tall, his gaze resolute, exuding an aura of unwavering confidence. Lin Tianfeng, whom do you wish to challenge? Qin Jilong inquired, his eyes scrutinizing. I challenge Situ Tianqing, Lin Tianfeng declared, his voice booming and unwavering. Gasps of disbelief rippled through the crowd. Is Lin Tianfeng out of his mind? How dare he challenge senior brother Situ? The atmosphere erupted in astonishment. Expressions of astonishment adorned the faces of the onlookers. Some gaped in disbelief, while others widened their eyes, as if they had just heard the most outrageous jest. No one anticipated that Lin Tianfeng would dare to challenge Situ Tianqing. After all, Situ Tianqing held a position of immense authority within the sect, his strength unfathomable. A foolhardy endeavor indeed. Initially lounging in the spectator's seat, Situ Tianqing's demeanor shifted abruptly upon hearing Lin Tianfeng's challenge. His countenance darkened, and a glint of cold ruthlessness and disdain flickered in his eyes. He then rose to his feet, his form akin to a great rock taking flight. And in an instant, he alighted upon the arena. Lin Tianfeng, do not presume that your modest prowess grants you the right to challenge me, the Holy Sun. I advise you to reconsider your opponent. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences of your folly. His voice carried an icy chill, and a formidable aura emanated from him. Situ Tianqing, the strike you delivered that day nearly claimed my life. Today, I challenge you to a battle of life and death. Do you dare accept? Lin Tianfeng's gaze betrayed no fear, exuding a fierce fighting spirit. Lin Tianfeng, if you seek death so eagerly, I shall oblige you, Situ Tianqing replied, his expression chillingly cold. He had not anticipated Lin Tianfeng would audaciously challenge him to a life-and-death duel, inciting within him a surge of anger and contempt. Utter nonsense. Who grants you the right to initiate a battle of life and death? Qin Jilong bellowed, his expression darkening with indignation. Elder Qin, according to sect rules, disciples possess the right to challenge one another to a battle of life and death, Lin Tianfeng asserted, his tone resolute and unwavering. Since this fool insists on courting death, let it be so. At that moment, an ancient voice resonated, seemingly emanating from a distant realm, yet distinctly echoing in the ears of the gathered crowd. A venerable elder clad in gray robes, his countenance exuding authority, approached with great swiftness. His figure resembled a bolt of gray lightning, landing effortlessly upon the plaza of the sect's main hall. The newcomer was none other than the esteemed elder Shao Zhenan of the Sacred Heart sect, radiating an aura both mysterious and formidable, akin to an unfathomable mountain, invoking reverence. Elder, what brings you here? Upon his arrival, all the elders bowed respectfully. Master. Situ Tianqing also bowed with respect, his tone markedly different from the arrogance he previously displayed. Master, these two insist on engaging in a battle of life and death. What is your opinion? Qin Jilong shifted his gaze toward the sect leader, Wu Qingda's. Since they desire a life and death battle, let us grant them that wish. Wu Qingda's voice remained calm, devoid of any emotion. Lin Tianfeng, I had no intention of holding you accountable, but since you seek death today, I shall fulfill that desire. Situ Tianqing, with a folding fan in hand, regarded Lin Tianfeng with contempt and disdain. Enough with the idle chatter. If you intend to fight, do so swiftly. I have no interest in engaging in a battle of words with a corpse. Lin Tianfeng's gaze was as sharp as a blade. He unsheathed his long sword, pointing it directly at Situ Tianqing, the sword's aura emanating fiercely. Humph! Situ Tianqing scoffed. his golden folding fan flicking open with a sudden flourish, the golden patterns on its surface shimmering to life, radiating a dazzling brilliance. A formidable surge of spiritual energy radiated outward from him, resembling the tumultuous waves of the sea, crashing upon the surrounding space in relentless succession. Lin Tianfeng, today marks your demise. The words of Situ Tiancheng barely left his lips when he approached like a specter, his folding fan trailing a golden arc of light, slicing towards Lin Tianfeng's throat with the swiftness of a lightning bolt. The fan appeared as a lethal blade imbued with a sense of annihilation, instilling dread in all who beheld it. Chapter 62. The enigmatic Qinshuya, with your meager abilities, you lack the qualification. Lin Tianfeng's gaze sharpened, and his footwork transformed into the fluidity of a serpent, deftly sidestepping the ferocious strike at an ingeniously calculated angle. In that instant, he abruptly brandished his longsword, eliciting a clear and resonant sound that reverberated throughout the heavens and earth, the blade shimmering with brilliance, faintly echoing the roar of a dragon. Seizing the momentum, Lin Tianfeng swung the sword fiercely towards Situ Tiancheng's arm, the sword aura intertwining with a fierce intensity, as if it could ruthlessly cleave through the very fabric of space. Situ Tiancheng, however, remained composed, nonchalantly positioning his folding fan before him. The seemingly fragile fan's surface transformed into an impenetrable barrier of steel, clashing violently with the longsword, producing a deafening sound akin to a thunderous roar. The resounding echo reverberated across the sky as two immense forces collided, the invisible shockwave surging outward like a tidal wave. Both Lin Tianfeng and Situ Tiancheng were propelled backward several dozen paces, leaving deep impressions in the ground, resembling startling ravines. Indeed, you possess some skill. Prepare to receive my next strike. Situ Tiancheng bellowed, his voice echoing to the clouds as he rapidly spun the folding fan in his hand. The golden light intensified, forming a petite golden vortex in the air. Countless golden wind blades howled forth from this vortex, sweeping toward Lin Tianfeng like an apocalyptic tempest. Lin Tianfeng's expression turned grave, as the spiritual energy within him surged wildly like a stampede of wild horses. His longsword danced rapidly before him, transforming into an impenetrable curtain of blades. Clang! The wind blades collided relentlessly against the sword curtain, erupting in a cascade of dazzling sparks and layers of spiritual ripples. Lin Tianfeng felt a wave of soreness and numbness in his arms, yet he gritted his teeth, resolutely enduring the onslaught of this ferocious attack. Situ Tiancheng, if this is all the strength you possess, then your demise is inevitable today. Seizing the surge of momentum, Lin Tianfeng leaped high into the air, raising his longsword above his head. The blade radiated an extraordinary brilliance, coalescing into an immense spectral dragon of sword light, exuding an aura of cataclysmic terror as it descended upon Situ Tiancheng with fierce intent. A flicker of unmasked astonishment flashed in Situ Tiancheng's eyes as he forcefully swung his folding fan, conjuring an instant golden barrier that appeared from thin air, adorned with shimmering runes and flowing light. Boom! The sword dragon collided violently with the luminous barrier, producing a sound that shook the very foundations of the earth. In an instant, a dazzling radiance illuminated the surroundings, rendering it impossible to open one's eyes, while a deafening roar resounded, echoing like a chorus of thunder. A potent wave of energy surged outward, causing the spectators encircling the arena to retreat in panic, their faces etched with fear. As the light gradually dissipated, Lin Tianfeng and Situ Tiancheng stood poised in the center of the stage. At this moment, both were in tatters, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. Yet their eyes blazed with an indomitable fighting spirit, akin to two fierce flames. Below the stage, Nangong Yanran and Zhou Yuner exchanged glances, worry flickering in their beautiful eyes. Meanwhile, Su Shuiao wore an expression of profound shock, clearly taken aback by Lin Tianfeng's formidable combat prowess. The battle on stage raged on, quickly escalating into a state of intense confrontation. Lin Tianfeng, growing ever more valiant, exhibited a murderous intent in his gaze, unleashing a continuous barrage of exquisite sword energy upon Situ Tiancheng. Unyielding, Situ Tiancheng wielded his folding fan with fervor, the violent spiritual energy clashing incessantly with Lin Tianfeng's sword strikes. How could this young man possess such strength? Situ Tiancheng was astounded. Although he had heard of Lin Tianfeng's remarkable ability to challenge opponents beyond his level, he was utterly unprepared for the extent of his power. Just as the two engaged in their fierce duel, Lin Tianfeng suddenly released a soul-reaping blade. This intangible spiritual assault surged into Situ Tiancheng's mind like a bolt of lightning. A piercing pain shot through his skull, rendering his gaze vacant and slowing his movements dramatically. Die! Lin Tianfeng sneered, his figure transforming into an elusive shadow as he swung his sword with lethal intent, the blade radiating a blinding light as it aimed directly at Situ Tiancheng's neck. Yet, as a formidable expert at the celestial Xian realm, Situ Tiancheng reacted swiftly, raising his arm in a desperate attempt to shield himself just as the lethal strike descended. With a sharp crack, his arm was severed, blood instantly staining his garments. A chilling scream escaped Situ Tiancheng's lips, his face turning as pale as a ghost. In that moment of peril, he suddenly surged forward, fleeing towards the edge of the stage. To think he could escape from death. Lin Tianfeng scoffed, his figure darting forth, the sword in his grasp slicing through the air with a terrifying brilliance as it aimed for Situ Tiancheng's back. Halt! Elder Xiao Zhenan bellowed, an overwhelming pressure emanating from him. In the face of Elder Zhao's command, Lin Tianfeng chose to disregard it entirely, his sword piercing through Situ Tiancheng's back and directly into his heart. With a sickening thud, blood erupted from Situ Tiancheng's mouth as he slowly turned his head. Disbelief etched across his face. He could scarcely fathom that he would meet his end at the hands of a mere second-tier Earth Xian realm youth. How could I possibly meet my demise here? Situ Tiancheng's eyes were filled with reluctance and despair. Gradually, his body slumped to the ground, completely devoid of the breath of life. How audacious, to dare slay a disciple of Xiao Zhenan. Today, I shall ensure your body is torn asunder. Xiao Zhenan let out a roar filled with unbridled rage, his figure darting forward like a ghostly apparition, charging fiercely towards Lin Tianfeng. You old fool, you seek death. Just as Xiao Zhenan lunged at Lin Tianfeng, and everyone believed Lin Tianfeng was doomed, a chilling, melodic voice rang out. In an instant, Chun Shuyua's figure flickered, appearing before Lin Tianfeng like a specter. With a gentle wave of her hand, an invisible yet immensely powerful force surged forth. Bang! Xiao Zhenan barely had time to react before he was violently struck by this force. In the horrified gaze of the onlookers, Xiao Zhenan's body was instantly transformed into a mist of blood, dissipating into the air. Chapter 63. Arrival at the Hanyue Empire. How could this be possible? An elder's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of shock. Chen Shuya had actually slain the Grand Elder in a single strike. Another elder's legs weakened, nearly causing him to collapse. The disciples below were utterly stunned, their faces drained of color, rendered speechless as if ensnared by a petrifying spell. Devoid of any capacity for thought. The Grand Elder has perished just like that? Am I dreaming? Indeed, this is simply too incredible. At this moment, the entire square seemed engulfed in a deathly silence, devoid of any sound. Everyone was rendered speechless by this sudden turn of events, as if turned to lifeless statues. Particularly Lu Gonghan, whose complexion had turned as pale as a sheet of paper. In this moment, he could not help but silently rejoice that Lin Tianfeng had not challenged him. Otherwise, he too might have met a similar fate on the arena. In this instant, the gazes of the crowd towards Chen Shuya were laden with profound fear and reverence. Meanwhile, the sect leader, Wu Qingda, maintained a calm demeanor, showing no trace of discontent. Lin Tianfeng stood frozen, utterly astonished by Chen Shuyua's formidable prowess. This soft life is truly delectable. Henceforth, who would dare provoke me? Lin Tianfeng reveled inwardly. Chen Shuya, with her graceful and enchanting stride, slowly approached Lin Tianfeng and gently inquired, "Are you all right?" "Sister Shuya, I am fine," Lin Tianfeng replied with a smile. "That's good to hear." Chen Shuya sighed in relief before turning to descend the arena. "Well, since no one else challenges, the slots are confirmed. Now, everyone follow me onto the Xianzhou." Upon finishing, Wu Qingda waved his right hand gently, and an enormous Xianzhou materialized on the square. This vessel, spanning dozens of yards, was meticulously crafted from black mysterious iron, its hull shimmering with enigmatic runes. Subsequently, the senior members of the Holy Heart sect led the participating disciples in an orderly fashion onto the Xianzhou. As soon as they stepped aboard, they were deeply awestruck by the opulence within. The Xian boat is remarkably spacious, adorned with unparalleled opulence, capable of accommodating hundreds and traveling at astonishing speeds. Naturally, its consumption of spirit stones is immense. Under ordinary circumstances, most sects would hesitate to utilize it. Upon entering the Xian boat, Lin Tianfeng accompanied Chen Shuya, the beautiful sect leader, into a private chamber. The sight of them entering together sparked envy among onlookers. Wu Qinglei skillfully maneuvered the Xian boat, transforming it into a streak of light as it soared toward the Hanyue Empire. Throughout the journey, Lin Tianfeng and Chen Shuya relished their time together in their intimate sanctuary. As a couple in the throes of romance, they indulged in affectionate gestures. Although they refrained from taking the final step, Chen Shuya made several concessions at Lin Tianfeng's request, greatly satisfying his vanity. After all, Chen Shuya is no ordinary woman. Her beauty is breathtaking, and her strength is unfathomable. To have such a woman bow to him is a privilege akin to ancestral blessings. Time slipped by unnoticed, and in the blink of an eye. Half a month had passed. After their swift journey, the Shengxin sect finally arrived at the Hanyue Empire. Meanwhile, thanks to the assistance of the Earth Spirit Liquid, Lin Tianfeng's cultivation had ascended to the fourth layer of the Earth Profound Realm. Hanyue City, the imperial capital of the Hanyue Empire, is a magnificent sight, exuding grandeur and majesty, surrounded by a continuous range of mountains. The city walls, constructed from incredibly sturdy Xian stone, evoke a sense of invulnerability and impregnable strength. From a distance, it resembles a majestic dragon, coiled and exuding an awe-inspiring aura. As they approached the city, the Xian boat gradually came to a halt outside the city limits. Flight within the imperial city is strictly forbidden. Trespassing into the airspace of the royal city is considered a provocation against the Hanyue Empire, with dire consequences. Thus, Wu Qinglei parked the Xian boat at a distance and led the group on foot into Hanyue Royal City. The city is bustling with prosperity, showcasing classical architecture, vibrant streets, a continuous flow of people and powerful dancers, all of which reflect its uniqueness. Lined along the streets are numerous shops, offering a dazzling array of treasures essential for cultivators, leaving onlookers in awe. Under Wu Qinglei's guidance, the Shengxin sect arrived at a refined and elegant residence known as Shengxin Manor, the sect's sole stronghold in Hanyue City. The manor spans a vast area, containing over 100 rooms of various sizes. With only 7 days remaining until the Hanyue Grand Tournament, you are free to explore during this time, but please refrain from causing trouble. Should you encounter any difficulties, you may contact me via sound transmission. Wu Qinglei, with a solemn expression, earnestly advised, handing out his sound transmission talismans to 10 participating contestants. He then meticulously explained the rules of the upcoming tournament to everyone. The Hanyue Grand Competition comprises 4 major factions: the Flame Fire Sect, the Cold Sky Sect, the Insha Palace, and the Holy Heart Sect. Each sect sends 10 disciples to participate in the competition, ultimately determining the top 10. The top 10 competitors from the 4 sects will then face off against the 10 prodigies of the Hanyue Empire to crown the ultimate champion of this grand event. Lin Tianfeng learned from Chen Shuya that the Holy Heart sect has consistently found itself at the bottom in previous competitions. Thus, the path to victory is fraught with challenges for Lin Tianfeng. Most contestants from the other 3 sects have already reached the second level of the Celestial Profound Realm, while the Hanyue Empire's participants possess even greater strength, nearly all having attained the 4th level of the Celestial Profound Realm. Nevertheless, Lin Tianfeng's ambition remains unwavering. He aspires to claim the championship. Afterward, everyone returned to their respective chambers. Lin Tianfeng indulged in a relaxing bath and donned a fresh set of attire. He intended to take a stroll and savor the sights of Hanyue City. However, upon opening his door, he was greeted by the sight of Nangong Yanran and Zhou Yun'er standing at his threshold. Sister Yanran, Sister Yun'er, what brings you here? Please, come in. Lin Tianfeng said courteously, swiftly gesturing for them to enter. Tianfeng, we were just about to head out, and we thought you could accompany us as our flower protector. Zhou Yun'er remarked with a playful smile, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Of course, I was just thinking of asking you both to join me. Lin Tianfeng replied with a calm smile. That's wonderful. Let us be on our way, Zhou Yun'er exclaimed, her face lighting up with excitement. Subsequently, the trio bid farewell to Wu Qingda and departed the courtyard. Chapter 64. Accompanying 2 ladies on a shopping excursion as they strolled through the bustling and vibrant Hanyue Imperial City, they quickly attracted the attention of numerous passers-by. Lin Tianfeng, strikingly handsome and elegantly poised, resembled an exquisite jade gentleman, exuding an irresistible charm. Nangong Yanran and Zhou Yun'er, both youthful and enchanting, bore a resemblance to celestial beings descended to the mortal realm, their breathtaking beauty rendering onlookers nearly breathless. Typically engrossed in diligent training at the Holy Heart sect, they seldom had the opportunity to explore such a grand city. Thus, on this outing, they fully embraced their feminine nature, flitting about like joyful birds, eagerly exploring every nook and cranny with uncontainable excitement. Meanwhile, Lin Tianfeng followed behind the 2 ladies, dutifully fulfilling the role of their devoted escort. By the way, Tianfeng, what is your relationship with Elder Chen? Zhou Yun'er inquired with curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Naturally, it is the bond between a sect leader and his disciple. Lin Tianfeng responded. Yet, I sense there is something more to your relationship. Do confess, is there something special between you 2? Zhou Yun'er pressed, her expressive eyes wide with inquisitiveness. Let us not delve into that topic. If you truly wish to know, why not come to my room tonight? And I shall whisper the details to you? Lin Tianfeng said, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. How dare you? I have no intention of going. Zhou Yun'er replied irritably. Lin Tianfeng, stop pretending. You have been in the private room of Xianzhou for the past 2 weeks, and the glances you exchange with each other are undeniably unusual. Who would believe that there is no ambiguous relationship between you two? Nangong Yanran retorted sharply. Sister Yanran, my relationship with Elder Chun is entirely innocent. During this time, I have been seeking her guidance on cultivation matters, which is why I've been in the private room. Lin Tianfeng replied with a serious expression. Did you not see that my cultivation has already broken through to the 4th layer of the Earth Profound Realm? How on earth did you manage to break through 2 minor realms? Nangong Yanran's face displayed astonishment. There are 2 reasons for my breakthrough. First, I am a prodigy of extraordinary talent. Second, it is undoubtedly due to Elder Chen's meticulous guidance, Lin Tianfeng said with a smile. Are you truly not involved with her in that way? Nangong Yanran pressed again. I swear by the heavens, there has absolutely been no such relationship with Elder Chun. Lin Tianfeng said with a serious demeanor and earnest tone. In truth, he wished to publicly acknowledge his feelings for Chen Shuyuan, for he genuinely cherished her. However, Chen Shuyuan had sternly warned him that doing so would bring considerable danger, thus forbidding any public declaration. Very well, I believe you. Nangong Yanran's tone softened, and a hint of a smile crept onto her lips. During this time, Lin Tianfeng had been accompanying Elder Chun, and she felt somewhat discomfort. After all, her first experience had been taken by this man, who was now spending time with another woman. To claim she felt no jealousy would be a blatant lie. By the way, Sister Yanran, Sister Yun'er, do you remember our agreement from back then? Lin Tianfeng cleared his throat and said. What agreement? Zhou Yun'er asked, her face filled with confusion. You once stated that if I wished to become your man, I would have to defeat you. I wonder if this agreement still holds. Lin Tianfeng's eyes glimmered with anticipation and excitement. Did I say that? Nangong Yanran blinked her beautiful eyes, questioning. You did. Lin Tianfeng quickly replied. I don't recall. A teasing smile appeared on Nangong Yanran's face. I don't remember either. Zhou Yun'er chuckled in agreement. If you are going to be so uncooperative, this is rather disappointing. Lin Tianfeng said, looking quite dejected. After a brief moment, the 3 arrived at the Lingbao Pavilion. The Lingbao Pavilion is the largest trading establishment in Hanyue country, with branches scattered throughout the nation. It is said that the power behind it belongs to the royal family of the Hanyue Empire. Young master, how may I assist you today? As soon as Lin Tianfeng and the others stepped into the Lingbao Pavilion, a young lady in a flowing blue gown approached them with great enthusiasm. I require some medicinal herbs. Lin Tianfeng promptly handed over the prepared list of herbs. Upon arriving at the illustrious Hanyue Imperial City, it is only natural to procure some medicinal herbs to expedite the enhancement of one's cultivation. Presently, aspiring to claim victory in the grand competition seems almost unattainable. However, should one achieve a breakthrough of 1 or 2 minor realms, the outcome could be entirely different. Esteemed young master, please hold on for a moment while I prepare your request, said the maidservant with a respectful demeanor and a warm smile. Subsequently, she handed a list to the steward. After a brief interval, several stewards from the Spirit Treasure Pavilion delivered all the requested herbs. Do you have any Tianqing grass available? At that moment, a melodious voice rang out. A young lady, clad in a flowing white gown and exuding an air of elegance, gracefully entered the room. Behind her followed a poised young man dressed in resplendent purple attire, exuding an impressive presence. Miss, the Tianqing grass has already been sold to this young master. If you require it, we can arrange for other merchant associations to procure it for you, though it will take 3 days, the maidservant replied with utmost respect. Young man, I demand the Tianqing grass. Name your price, the white-gowned maiden said, her brows slightly furrowed, her tone frosty. Not for sale, Lin Tianfeng replied, his expression calm and his tone indifferent. After uttering these words, he turned to leave the Spirit Treasure Pavilion with Nangong, Yanran, and Zhou Yun'er. Stop right there. As the trio stepped out of the pavilion, a voice filled with icy authority thundered, echoing in their ears. The young man in purple and the maiden in white swiftly blocked their path, moving with ghostly speed. Hand over the Tianqing grass, and I shall offer you triple the price, the young man in purple proclaimed, his head held high and his demeanor haughty, as though he occupied a position far above others. The price for the Tianqing grass is 2,000 spirit stones. Should you offer 100-fold of that, I might consider selling it, Lin Tianfeng replied, his gaze frosty. Why not attempt to seize it? The expression of the young man in purple darkened, akin to a brooding storm cloud. If you can afford it, purchase it. If not, cease your pretentiousness here, Lin Tianfeng scoffed, pulling Nangong Yanran and Zhou Yun'er aside as he moved away. It was crucial to note that the Tianqing grass was essential for refining earth spirit pills. Thus he would never part with it lightly. Chapter 65. A violent confrontation with the disciples of the Cold Heaven sect. Young man, if I am not mistaken, you must also hail from one of the 4 great sects, the young man in purple suddenly interjected, swiftly blocking Lin Tianfeng and his companions once more, his speed astonishing. And what of it? Lin Tianfeng replied with a cold indifference. I am Ji Buxiao, from the Cold Heaven sect. If you relinquish the Tianxin grass to me, I would owe you a favor, Ji Buxiao said, fanning himself with an ornate hand fan, his expression still one of arrogance. Apologies, but I have never heard of you. Lin Tianfeng replied casually, his expression unwavering. You. Ji Buxiao's countenance darkened to an extreme degree. As the son of the master of the Cold Sky sect, Ji Buxiao was consumed by an overwhelming rage when the young man before him claimed he had never heard of him. In Ji Buxiao's eyes, Lin Tianfeng's dismissal was a blatant affront, a deliberate slight aimed at undermining his status. Little did he know, Lin Tianfeng truly had no knowledge of his reputation. Do not mistake my generosity. Should you surrender the heart of heaven herb, I am prepared to offer you 5 times its worth. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy, Ji Buxiao warned, his gaze darkening with an unmistakable fury. Begone. Lin Tianfeng's patience had worn thin, and a chilling glint flickered in his eyes. Seeking death, Ji Buxiao bellowed, his right hand slicing through the air as he aimed a vicious slap at Lin Tianfeng's cheek. Unaware of your own folly, Lin Tianfeng's eyes gleamed with a fierce determination. In a swift motion, he extended his right hand like a gale, seizing Ji Buxiao's wrist and twisting it with force. Crack! A sharp sound of bone snapping echoed as Ji Buxiao's arm was contorted grotesquely. The excruciating pain elicited a blood-curdling scream, reverberating ominously through the air. You wretched brat, I will kill you, Ji Buxiao howled in rage. His features contorted as he drew a long sword with his left hand, thrusting it menacingly towards Lin Tianfeng, fueled by lethal intent. You presume me to be a docile lamb. Lin Tianfeng retorted, his left hand darting out like a flash of lightning, once again capturing Ji Buxiao's wrist and twisting with brutal force. Crack! Ji Buxiao's anguished cries filled the air, his despair palpable. In that moment, both of his arms were shattered, cold sweat pouring down his face as he writhed in agony. His features twisted in torment. I swear, I will end you. Ji Buxiao's gaze was venomous, akin to a viper, fixated on Lin Tianfeng with a malevolent intensity that promised retribution. Are you not Ji Buxiao? Then allow me to ensure you do not become Ji Buxiao no more. A frigid light flickered in Lin Tianfeng's eyes as he unleashed a powerful kick, striking Ji Buxiao in the groin with a force akin to lightning. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of shattering eggs, Ji Buxiao collapsed, his body convulsing as despair and fury filled his gaze. You insolent wretch, how dare you harm Master Ji? You are doomed. A woman in a white dress glared at Lin Tianfeng, her eyes ablaze with fury. You foul woman, dare you act so brazenly before me? Lin Tianfeng retorted, his figure flashing as he swiftly approached her, delivering a barrage of slaps that rendered her face unrecognizable. Following this, he unleashed a powerful kick, landing squarely in the woman's groin, sending her flying through the air. Ah! Her anguished wails echoed as she writhed on the ground, resembling a broken doll. What are you waiting for? Leave. Lin Tianfeng swiftly led Liu Yanyun and Zhou Yuner away from the scene, their figures quickly vanishing amidst the throng of people. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, the three arrived at the stronghold of the Sacred Heart sect. Tianfeng, your brutality is rather alarming, Zhou Yuner remarked, her expression one of trepidation, with a glimmer of fear in her eyes. Indeed, she is a woman after all, though one might expect a beating. You went so far as to kick her there, Liu Yanyun exclaimed, her face a mask of astonishment. She had not anticipated that the usually refined Lin Tianfeng could exhibit such ferocity. He seemed a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. I never show mercy to my adversaries. Regardless of their gender, Lin Tianfeng replied coolly, his expression unchanged. Subsequently, the three retreated to their respective chambers. Once in his room, Lin Tianfeng began the process of refining the Earth Spirit Pill. The Earth Spirit Pill is a medicinal elixir that assists cultivators at the Earth Profound realm in enhancing their abilities. Its effects are remarkably profound, capable of directly elevating one's cultivation by an entire minor realm if successfully refined. However, during this stage, the pill may only be consumed once, as further doses would yield no effect. At this moment, Lin Tianfeng intended to seize this opportunity to elevate his cultivation to the 5th level of the Earth Profound realm. Achieving this milestone would grant him power on par with that of the 4th level of the Celestial Profound realm, making victory in the upcoming competition a tangible possibility rather than a distant dream. He meticulously sorted the purchased medicinal materials, then retrieved the alchemical furnace, dedicating himself wholly to the task at hand. As time passed, the spiritual herbs gradually dissolved, transforming into thick droplets of medicinal liquid that exuded a peculiar and enchanting fragrance. Once all the herbs had been refined, Lin Tianfeng's hands moved deftly, guiding the liquid to meld and coalesce in the air. Enveloped by his concentrated spiritual energy, the liquid began to take the rounded shape of a pill. At this juncture, Lin Tianfeng intensified his output of spiritual power, fervently activating the fire refining technique to perform the final purification of the pill. At last, the surface of the pill shimmered with a faint luster, signifying the successful creation of the Earth Spirit pill. Lin Tianfeng exhaled deeply, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Just then, a crisp knocking sound echoed from outside his door, prompting him to exit the primal space and swiftly open the door. Tianfeng, members of the Hantian sect's Yinsha Palace have come to cause trouble, Zhou Yuner stated. Her expression hurried. Very well, I shall investigate. Lin Tianfeng nodded before descending the stairs with a steady stride. Wu Qingde, today your Sacred Heart sect must hand over that little bastard, or we shall not let this matter rest. A middle-aged man with a commanding presence and an aura of intense menace bellowed. This was none other than Ji Jinrong, the leader of the Hantian sect. Master Ji, please remain calm. I have already sent for Lin Tianfeng. Let us await his arrival to clarify the truth of the matter, Wu Qingde replied with a solemn expression. Regardless of the circumstances, that wretched creature dared to harm my daughter so grievously. If I do not receive an explanation today, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy, spoke the ominous leader of the Yinsha Palace, Yu Lisin, with a frosty countenance. At that moment, Ji Boxiao and Yu Yanyun lay despondently on the stretcher, their eyes filled with resentment and fury. Chapter 66. The shockwaves across all factions as tensions escalated between the two parties. Lin Tianfeng emerged slowly. You little bastard, it is you who has injured my son. Ji Jinrong's gaze was icy, fixated on Lin Tianfeng. Your son sought trouble first. His downfall is but a consequence of his own incompetence. You have no one to blame but yourself, Lin Tianfeng replied coldly, unyielding in his demeanor. Such arrogance. Today, I shall ensure you experience the taste of defeat. A glint of lethal intent flickered in Ji Jinrong's eyes. With a sudden sweep of his right hand, a torrent of violent energy coalesced into a fierce claw mark, hurtling towards Lin Tianfeng's throat. Stop this at once. Wu Qingde bellowed, simultaneously unleashing a surge of ferocious energy to intercept Ji Jinrong's attack. Wu Qingde, you may hinder my brother Ji, but you cannot thwart me, Yu Lisin retorted with a chilling tone. As he spoke, he gently waved his hand, directing an unseen energy towards Lin Tianfeng's dantian. You seek your own demise, Yu Lisin. In an instant, a terrifying pressure descended, followed by the ethereal figure of Chen Shuya appearing before Lin Tianfeng like a specter. With a graceful flick of her jade hand, a blinding white light flashed, swiftly slicing through Yu Lisin's throat. With a gurgling gasp, Yu Lisin's throat erupted with blood, his eyes widening in horror as he desperately clutched at his neck, unable to utter another word. Master! The high-ranking members of the Yinsha Palace cried out in unison, panic-stricken. How is this possible? Despair filled Yu Lisin's eyes as his body gradually crumpled to the ground, lifeless. You dare to kill the leader of the Yinsha Palace. An elder of the palace trembled, pointing a shaking finger at Chen Shuya in a fit of rage. And what if I do? I will make this clear. Aside from the grand competition, should anyone dare to provoke him, I shall annihilate their entire family, Chen Shuya declared, her expression as cold as frost, exuding an aura of chilling murderous intent. Witnessing this scene, Ji Jinrong was struck with profound shock, fear creeping onto his face. He had never anticipated that the seemingly unassuming beauty of the Holy Heart sect possessed such terrifying strength. Chen Shuya, do you intend to declare war against my Hantian sect and the Yinsha Palace? Ji Jinrong feigned calmness. With a resounding slap, as soon as Ji Jinrong finished speaking, Chen Shuyu's right hand swept out, unleashing a formidable gust that struck his face, sending him flying. Speak another word, and you shall die. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Chen Shuyan's eyes, and an overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged from her like a tidal wave, instilling terror in all who beheld it. Faced with Chen Shuyan's fierce presence, Ji Jinrong trembled uncontrollably, hastily sealing his lips, too frightened to utter another word. He then hurriedly departed the stronghold of the Sacred Heart sect, accompanied by the elders under his command, the members of the Yinsha Palace. Upon witnessing the death of their leader, dared not speak further, and hastily carried away the lifeless body of Yu Lisin in a state of disarray. Tianfeng, are you all right? Chen Shuyan turned, concern etched upon her face as she gazed at Lin Tianfeng. I am fine, Lin Tianfeng replied, his countenance marked by astonishment. Clearly, he had not anticipated that the usually gentle Chen Shuyan could exhibit such brutal ferocity in the act of killing. The other disciples of the Sacred Heart sect mirrored his disbelief, their faces reflecting shock. It was hard to fathom that Yu Lisin, the leader of the Yinsha Palace, was slain in a single strike by Chen Shuyan. The sight of this seemingly merciless woman displaying such tenderness before Lin Tianfeng was astonishing. Very well, everyone. Let us return and rest. Do not wander about during this time. Focus on preparing for the upcoming great competition, Wu Qingde promptly interjected. The crowd dispersed, each retreating to their chambers. Simultaneously, the news of Chen Shuyan's swift execution of Yu Lixin rapidly spread throughout the entire Hengyue imperial city. At that moment, the entire Hengyue kingdom seemed to descend into a profound silence, with the higher-ups of various sects choosing to remain mute. At the Cold Heaven sect stronghold, a gray-robed elder, his face a mask of terror, recounted, "Master, that woman is exceedingly formidable. It would be wise for us to avoid provoking her. Indeed, her strength is unfathomable. Only the mightiest of the Hengyue Empire could hope to contend with her," another elder concurred. "Relay my orders. Inform our disciples that, aside from the competition, they are not to provoke that young man under any circumstances, or they will face the consequences of sect rules," Ji Jinrong declared with a grim expression. "Father, am I to simply accept being rendered powerless by him?" Ji Buxiao's eyes brimmed with despair and resentment. "It is imperative that we do not provoke that young man privately. But should any of you encounter him during the competition, show no mercy." Ji Jinrong's gaze flickered with icy resolve. "Master, what if that woman goes mad?" one elder inquired cautiously. "This is a grand competition hosted by the Hengyue Empire. No matter how powerful she is, she would not dare cause a scene." Ji Jinrong replied coldly. At the stronghold of the Insha Palace, the atmosphere was stifling as all the high-ranking members gathered in a tense assembly. An elder with a white beard and a stern countenance sat regally at the head of the table. This man was Yu Yanyun, the Grand Elder of the Insha Palace. "Grand Elder, shall we not take vengeance for this grievance?" one elder exclaimed, his emotions flaring. "I implore you all to use your minds and consider. Given the strength displayed by that woman, what means do we possess to exact our revenge?" Yu Yanyun replied icily. "The palace master has been slain. If we remain idle, we shall surely become the laughingstock of the entire Hengyue kingdom," another elder spoke up. "Do you wish to be a subject of ridicule, or do you desire for my Insha palace to be exterminated?" Yu Yanyun chided coldly. Upon hearing this, the assembly fell into silence. "Everyone, heed my words. No one is to provoke that young man in private," Yu Yanyun solemnly instructed. "What if we encounter him during the grand competition?" A young disciple could not contain himself and inquired. "If we meet him in the competition, we shall show no mercy. We will openly slay him, and Chen Shuyan cannot retaliate against us," Yu Yanyun replied coldly. "Indeed, no matter how formidable Chen Shuyan may be, she cannot possibly contend with the Hengyue Empire. If we strike him down openly, she will have no grounds for vengeance," another elder remarked. Chapter 67. Chen Shuyan departing from the primordial space. Lin Tianfeng cautiously retrieved the earth spirit pill he had just successfully refined, and without hesitation, swallowed it whole. In that instant, an exceedingly terrifying and potent surge of energy erupted within him, its ferocity astonishing. This formidable energy, akin to a ferocious beast from ancient times, rampaged through Lin Tianfeng's dantian and meridians, wantonly wreaking havoc. The excruciating pain caused beads of cold sweat to swiftly bead upon his forehead. With no time to ponder, Lin Tianfeng hastily settled into a cross-legged position, swiftly employing the primordial art to refine this tumultuous energy. Gritting his teeth, Lin Tianfeng endeavored to tame this wild energy, striving to harness it for his own use. Yet, the energy was exceedingly unruly, relentlessly battering against his meridians, seemingly intent on tearing them apart mercilessly. Each violent impact sent waves of agony coursing through Lin Tianfeng, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. Nevertheless, the unwavering conviction in his heart grew ever more resolute. As firm as granite, Lin Tianfeng understood that if he could not achieve a breakthrough this time, his chances of claiming victory at the Hengyue Grand Competition would be nearly non-existent. As time gradually passed, his complexion grew pale as parchment, devoid of any color, and his garments were thoroughly soaked with sweat. Yet, Lin Tianfeng continued to fervently operate the primordial art, engaging in a breathtaking struggle with the unruly energy. Amidst the repeated fierce impacts and his staunch resistance, his meridians gradually widened, and his dantian expanded incessantly. However, the powerful energy remained relentless, showing no signs of abating. Lin Tianfeng felt his consciousness begin to blur, as though he were engulfed in a chaotic haze. Yet, relying on his indomitable willpower, he persevered, clenching his teeth and resolutely refusing to succumb. Just as he was on the verge of collapse, reaching the brink of his limits, the energy finally exhibited a hint of easing. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Tianfeng exerted all his strength to refine the energy within him bit by bit, allowing it to gradually meld into his cultivation. He ascended to the fifth layer of the earth profound realm. At last, after enduring a tumultuous upheaval, Lin Tianfeng successfully transcended to the 5th layer of the Earth profound realm. Upon achieving this breakthrough, he slowly opened his eyes, and a sharp glimmer of brilliance flashed within them. In that moment, he felt his body remarkably light, as if freed from an exceedingly heavy shackle. With a surge of powerful new energy radiating throughout him, the spiritual power coursing through his meridians was now several times denser than before, robust and formidable. Sensing this immense strength within, Lin Tianfeng's gaze shimmered with unwavering confidence, reminiscent of an eagle poised to soar across the azure skies. In the days that followed, Lin Tianfeng remained by Chen Shuya's side, their bond growing ever tighter. During this period, their feelings for one another deepened significantly. However, this emotional intensity rendered Lin Tianfeng increasingly restless, for he was in the prime of his youthful vigor. Yet, due to the peculiarities of Shuya's cultivation method, she could not fulfill certain of his desires, plunging him into a tumultuous conflict of both agony and exhilaration. Sister Shuya, if this continues, I fear I may burst. Lin Tianfeng expressed, his face etched with helplessness, brows knitted tightly. Find a way to resolve it yourself, Chen Shuyan retorted, her tone sharp as she cast him a playful glare. What about a repeat of our last encounter? Lin Tianfeng's face broke into a mischievous grin, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. You naughty boy, just this once. I shall permit nothing of the sort in the future. Chen Shuya's heart softened under the weight of his hopeful gaze, ultimately choosing to relent. That evening, the two embarked on a romantic excursion outside the city to revel in the night's splendor. Suddenly, a blinding flash of lightning cleaved the sky, followed by a cacophony of thunder that rumbled like an army charging forth, causing the very earth to tremble violently. This is not good. Chen Shuya's countenance shifted to one of grave concern, her delicate hands instinctively clenched into fists. Sister Shuya, what is happening? Lin Tianfeng's heart sank, gripping her shoulders tightly. His eyes filled with worry. With a slight bite of her lip, Chen Shuya hesitated before slowly uttering, Tianfeng, I must leave. Her voice trembled ever so slightly, her gaze imbued with affection and reluctance, as if she wished to etch his image deeply into her heart. Leave? Where to? Lin Tianfeng felt as though an invisible hand had seized his heart, his voice quivering involuntarily. To the place I must go, she replied, avoiding his desperate gaze. Her eyes fixed on the ominous unknown ahead, resolute determination glimmering within them. Tianfeng, although our time together has been brief, it has been the happiest and most fulfilling period of my life. If fate allows, perhaps one day we may reunite in the vast expanse of the Xiantian great world. Her voice quivered, and as she gently leaned her head against Lin Tianfeng's chest, she savored his warmth. Lin Tianfeng embraced her tightly, resolutely asking, Sister Shuya, why this sudden departure? Is there some danger? Together, we shall confront this. Chen Shuya gently shook her head, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. My enemies will soon arrive. Their power is overwhelming. Should they strike, this sacred heaven continent will be plunged into chaos, suffering unimaginable calamities. A flicker of struggle passed through Lin Tianfeng's eyes, swiftly replaced by unwavering resolve. Shuya, allow me to accompany you. No matter the dangers that lie ahead, I refuse to let you face them alone. Chen Shuya lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Lin Tianfeng's steadfast determination. She tenderly caressed his cheek, her voice laced with sorrow. Tianfeng, those adversaries are far beyond your capability to confront. Focus on your cultivation here. If you ascend to the profound heaven world and become a true powerhouse, we shall meet again. However, if you allow this mundane existence to ensnare you, we must part ways here. With that, Chen Shuya gently extricated herself from Lin Tianfeng's embrace, turning gracefully to soar into the boundless darkness. Though her heart longed to take him with her, the path ahead was fraught with peril and near-death experience. She could not bear to have the man she loved most accompany her into such unknown dangers. Sister Shuya, gazing at Chen Shuya as she ascended into the void, Lin Tianfeng unhesitatingly took flight, pursuing her swiftly. Yet, his cultivation was merely at the Xian realm, allowing him only a fleeting flight. He could not possibly catch up to the formidable Chen Shuya. As her figure gradually faded into the shadows, Lin Tianfeng's heart raced with desperation, yet he felt utterly helpless. He strained to channel his inner spiritual energy, attempting to accelerate his flight, but that force was ultimately limited, unable to liberate him from the shackles of the heavens. I will find you, Shuya. Lin Tianfeng gazed longingly at the vast, ethereal night sky, his eyes welling with tears. In that moment, he felt as though his soul had been stripped away, standing motionless as if frozen in time. In both this life and the next, Chen Shuya was undeniably the woman he loved most. Her affection had been profound, penetrating the very marrow of his being without reservation. Yet now, this woman was departing from him, and the agony of losing a beloved was a torment few could endure. Lin Tianfeng silently vowed that, regardless of the immense cost, he would undoubtedly seek to reclaim Qinshuya. Tianfeng, I am leaving now. I hope we can meet again in the future. In the depths of the void, Qinshuya cast a lingering glance back at the sacred heaven continent. A single crystal tear slipped from her exquisite eyes, shimmering with boundless affection and reluctance. Then, with resolute determination, she shattered the void passage and forcefully tore open a rift in space, vanishing into the ether. At the moment of Qinshuya's departure, the once tempestuous sacred heaven continent, rife with thunder and fierce winds, abruptly fell silent, as if the preceding turmoil had never existed. Lin Tianfeng remained there, quietly contemplating the dark expanse until dawn broke, before slowly returning to Hangyue Royal City. Upon his return, he immersed himself in the primal space, dedicating himself to his cultivation. He was acutely aware that the path ahead would be long and arduous. The only way to reclaim Qinshuya was through relentless cultivation, striving to become unparalleled in strength. As dusk descended, Lin Tianfeng was diligently practicing in the vast wilderness space when a gentle knock resounded at his door. Senior Sister Yuner, is there something you need? Lin Tianfeng inquired softly as he opened the door. Junior Brother Tianfeng, this is an invitation from the third prince. He will be hosting a grand gathering of prodigies at his residence tonight. Would you care to join? Yuner replied with a warm smile. Meeting these talented individuals could be beneficial, Lin Tianfeng mused, nodding in agreement. Tomorrow marked the day of the Hangyue Grand Competition, and he wished to seize the opportunity to familiarize himself with the prodigies of various factions, for knowledge of both oneself and the adversary is the key to victory. Junior Brother Tianfeng, you appear rather haggard. Has something troubling occurred? Yuner asked with genuine concern. Perhaps I did not rest well, Lin Tianfeng answered, forcing a smile. Could it be that you were yearning for a woman? Yuner teased playfully. Last night, I was quite exhausted by you in my dreams. So I am a bit worn out, you understand. Lin Tianfeng grinned mischievously. How shameless. Hurry and tidy yourself up. I shall be waiting for you downstairs, Yuner chided, her lovely face flushing a delicate shade of crimson before she hurriedly descended the stairs. Lin Tianfeng swiftly returned to his room, meticulously freshening up before donning a pristine white brocade robe. He elegantly tied his thick, flowing hair into a high bun, allowing 2 strands of hair to cascade gracefully by the sides of his forehead. His tall figure stood erect like a pine tree, and with his profound and superior gaze, he exuded an air of ethereal elegance and poise. As he descended the stairs, he instantly captured the attention of Nangong, Yanran, and Yuner. Even Su Shuya, who stood a short distance away, couldn't help but steal a few glances. However, Lu Gonghan shot Lin Tianfeng an irritated look, feeling overshadowed despite his own self-proclaimed handsomeness, which paled in comparison to Lin Tianfeng's striking presence. Junior Brother Tianfeng, it's merely a banquet, yet you've adorned yourself so handsomely. Surely, you do not intend to flirt with the princesses of the Hangyue Empire? Yuner remarked teasingly. I have always been this handsome. I did not make a special effort. Lin Tianfeng responded with a resigned smile, adding, moreover, even if I were to seek a woman, I would undoubtedly prioritize you too. How brazen. I am not so easily swayed by your charm, Nangong Yanran said, her cheeks slightly flushed as she playfully retorted. All right, let us make haste. The beast carriage sent by the third prince is waiting at the entrance, Yuner urged. Subsequently, the young disciples of the Sacred Heart sect boarded 2 beast carriages, speeding toward the residence of the third prince. Junior Brother Tianfeng, here are some materials we gathered regarding the princes and princesses of the Hangyue Empire, as well as the participants of this competition. It contains detailed records, Nangong Yanran said, presenting a small booklet to Lin Tianfeng. Thank you, Senior Sister Yanran, he replied gratefully. Lin Tianfeng expressed his gratitude as he accepted the booklet and began to focus intently on its contents. Through the information provided, he learned that within the realm of the Hangyue Empire, there exist 5 major forces: the Hangyue Empire itself, the Burning Fire Sect, the Cold Sky Sect, the Shadow Palace, and the Sacred Heart Sect. Among these, the Hangyue Empire stands as the most formidable, indisputably the unassailable sovereign of the region. Even a coalition of the 4 sects could not hope to undermine the empire's dominion. Additionally, the records reveal that the emperor of the Hangyue Empire, named Dongfang Xian, is a superlative powerhouse at the pinnacle of the Asking Void realm. It is precisely this strength that enables the Hangyue Empire to dominate its territory. Historically, royal families are devoid of familial affection. It is rumored that Dongfang Xian has secluded himself for many years, leaving the governance of the empire in the capable hands of his empress, Zhou Xuewei. Consequently, the princes of the Hangyue Empire have begun to stir restlessly, embroiled in fierce contention over the throne, engaging in both overt and covert conflicts without respite. Among these princes, the most distinguished are the first Prince Dongfang Qi, the third Prince Dongfang Yi, and the eighth Prince Dongfang Ling. The first prince boasts the most supporters, as he is the legitimate heir. The third prince excels in political machinations, possessing profound cunning and commanding a formidable assembly of powerful allies. The eighth prince, endowed with exceptional talent, has the backing of his mother, the esteemed imperial concubine, who wields significant influence in the court. Today's banquet is hosted by the third Prince Dongfang Yi. Shortly thereafter, the beast-drawn carriage arrived at the prince's palace. Lin Tianfeng meticulously stored the material before disembarking. After the guards inspected the invitation, the entourage of the Sacred Heart sect followed them into the prince's residence. The edifice was magnificent, resplendent with gold and jade, adorned with luxurious decorations, including artificial hills and tranquil lakes. Although the exterior exuded an air of tranquility, it concealed numerous adept guardians lurking in the shadows. As Lin Tianfeng stepped into the palace, he immediately sensed several formidable auras sweeping over him. In that instant, he could not help but marvel at the stark contrast in strength compared to the Hunyue Empire. The Sacred Heart sect appeared somewhat overshadowed. For instance, the leaders of the four major sects generally possessed cultivation levels around the first layer of the spirit-gathering realm, while the Emperor of Hunyue had already attained the pinnacle of the Asking Void realm, a disparity that was glaringly evident. Even some of the more accomplished princes of the Hunyue Empire matched the prowess of the sect leaders. Before long, under the guidance of the guards, the Sacred Heart Sect group arrived at a beautifully landscaped rear garden. At that moment, the garden was alive with song and dance, bustling with activity, adorned with an array of exquisite medicinal dishes. Talented individuals from the various factions gathered in small clusters, engaging in lively discussions and exchanges, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Chapter 69. The Third Prince's alliances. As soon as the entourage from the Sacred Heart sect made their entrance, they instantly captured the attention of all present. Particularly, the representatives from the other three sects exhibited a palpable hostility in their gazes when they laid eyes on Lin Tianfeng. However, in the face of these hostile gazes, Lin Tianfeng remained remarkably composed. With a calm demeanor, he chose to disregard the unfriendly stares and, accompanied by Zhou Yun'er and Nangong Yinjin, settled into an empty seat. Throughout the following moments, Lin Tianfeng appeared particularly leisurely. He savored the exquisite food before him while taking a keen interest in observing the prodigies from various formidable factions. After meticulous scrutiny, he discerned that the geniuses from the three major sects possessed a discernibly superior level of strength compared to the Sacred Heart sect. The holy sons and daughters of the three sects had all reached the second level of the celestial profound realm, while the other talents had attained the first level. In stark contrast, from the Sacred Heart sect, Lu Gonghan had only reached the pinnacle of the first level, and both Nangong Yinjin and Zhou Yun'er had only recently broken through to the second level. The rest of their peers were still at the Earth profound realm. Though the apparent difference in cultivation levels was merely a minor tier, Lin Tianfeng understood well that in the heat of true competition, such a slight disparity could manifest as an insurmountable chasm. After all, in this world, those capable of challenging opponents beyond their rank are exceedingly rare. Most individuals lack such abilities. At that moment, a young man clad in royal purple robes adorned with serpent patterns, crowned with a dark golden headdress, gracefully entered the banquet hall. This youth was strikingly handsome, exuding a profound and subdued aura, his entire being radiating an extraordinary and transcendent charm. A gentle smile graced his face, reminiscent of a warm spring breeze, enveloping those around him in a comforting and soothing embrace. This individual was none other than the immensely esteemed third prince of the Hunyue Empire, Dongfang Yi. Despite his amicable demeanor and noble appearance, Lin Tianfeng's keen intuition sensed that there was more to this prince than met the eye. Upon the third prince's entrance into the banquet hall, the prodigies of the four major sects simultaneously offered a respectful bow. Lin Tianfeng and his companions merely rose and clasped their fists in greeting, refraining from the subservient bow that others performed. "You three truly possess audacity," disregarding the third prince's presence, echoed the furious voice of Yu Qianyu, the holy son of the Yinsha Palace, as he coldly fixed his gaze upon Lin Tianfeng, Zhou Yun'er, and Nangong Yinjin, his eyes filled with reproach and discontent. "Are you out of your mind? The third prince, the host, has not spoken, yet you, a mere dog, dare to bark here?" Lin Tianfeng scoffed, his eyes betraying a hint of unabashed disdain. "You insolent brat, how dare you act so brazenly before the third prince?" Yu Qianyu seethed, his face flushed with rage as he pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Tianfeng. The last time they met in the cave ruins, Lin Tianfeng had ruthlessly severed his brother Yu Qianjuan's arm. Just days prior, his father, Yu Haoyan, had tragically met his end at the hands of Chen Shuyan. The two parties had long harbored animosity, and thus Liu Yanyun sought to seize this opportunity to pit Lin Tianfeng against the third prince. Remove your filthy hands. Dare to accuse me again, and I shall not hesitate to retaliate. A glimmer of icy coldness flashed in Lin Tianfeng's eyes, accompanied by an invisible yet formidable aura that suddenly emanated from him. Although Lin Tianfeng wished to avoid conflict, he was by no means a coward. Should the opposition insist on provoking trouble, he would not hesitate to impart a profound lesson. Such an arrogant brat dared to challenge me to a duel. At this moment, Liu Yanyun was seething with rage, his eyes flickering with an intense murderous intent. Everyone, please calm down. You are all the top young talents of my Hangyue kingdom. There is no need to escalate this trivial matter into a full-blown conflict. It is rare for us to gather today, so let us dispense with any formalities. Just as the tension escalated, the third prince, Dongfang Yi, timely intervened, maintaining a faint smile and speaking in a composed tone. As the host of this banquet, he naturally wished to prevent any confrontation. For the sake of the third prince, I shall not trouble you today. Let us see how the competition unfolds. Liu Yanyun shot Lin Tianfeng a fierce glare, filled with resentment, but ultimately had no choice but to retreat in resignation. Lin Tianfeng, unfazed, returned to his seat and continued to enjoy the sumptuous feast before him. You must be Lin Tianfeng, young Master Lin, Dongfang Yi remarked with a subtle smile. His gaze warm as it fell upon Lin Tianfeng. Indeed, that is I. Lin Tianfeng stood once more, cupping his fists in a gesture of respect. His demeanor neither servile nor arrogant. I heard the other day that young Master Lin, possessing an earth-profound realm cultivation, defeated Ji Buxiao of the heaven-profound realm. Seeing you today, your reputation is indeed well-deserved. Dongfang Yi's words brimmed with admiration. Your Highness, you flatter me, Lin Tianfeng replied humbly, devoid of any trace of arrogance. Young Master Lin, you are too modest. With your ability to challenge those above your level, your future is boundless. Might I inquire if you have any intentions of developing in the Hangyue Empire? Dongfang Yi asked casually, a smile gracing his lips. He was well aware of Lin Tianfeng, knowing full well that he had the backing of Qin Shuya. If he could win Lin Tianfeng over, it would effectively mean gaining Qin Shuya's support, which would undoubtedly be a significant boon for him. At present, I have no such plans, but should I choose to develop in the Hangyue Empire in the future, I would certainly prioritize approaching the third prince, Lin Tianfeng replied coolly. At this moment, his sole focus was on diligently cultivating and enhancing his strength, wishing to remain aloof from the intricate power struggles among the princes. Throughout the remainder of the banquet, Dongfang Yi undeniably emerged as the central figure. During the festivities, young talents from various sects flocked to his side, striving to curry favor with flattery and charm, hoping to win his approval with their artful words. Dongfang Yi, however, maintained his smile, responding leisurely and displaying his affability and magnanimity with every gesture. Though Dongfang Yi appeared remarkably gracious, Lin Tianfeng discerned a hint of peculiarity in his gaze. Lin Tianfeng could distinctly sense the barely perceptible fervor in Dongfang Yi's eyes when he cast his glance towards Nangong Yanran, Zhou Yuner, and Su Shuyao. In response to Dongfang Yi's overtures, Nangong Yanran and Zhou Yuner maintained a respectful distance, remaining steadfastly by Lin Tianfeng's side, entirely unmoved. However, Su Shuyao did not rebuff Dongfang Yi's advances and engaged in conversation with him quite amiably. Lin Tianfeng recognized that this so-called gathering of prodigies was but a clever stratagem employed by Dongfang Yi to win hearts. The remarkable beauty and exceptional talents of Nangong Yanran, Zhou Yuner, and Su Shuyao evidently stirred different sentiments within Dongfang Yi. The banquet lasted a full 2 hours. When it finally concluded, Dongfang Yi personally escorted the members of the Sacred Heart sect to the entrance of the residence. His personal attendance was undoubtedly motivated by the presence of the 3 enchanting women. Chapter 70. The commencement of the Hangyue Grand Competition. After this seemingly extravagant, yet intricately concealed banquet, Lin Tianfeng garnered a comprehensive understanding of the impending Grand Competition. He paid little heed to the so-called geniuses of the 3 major sections. Given his current prowess, easily overwhelming them was hardly a challenge. However, he felt no confidence when it came to facing the luminaries of the Hangyue Empire. Through his inquiries, he learned that the talents of the Hangyue Empire had generally reached the 4th level of the celestial profound realm. Some royal prodigies had even astonishingly ascended to the 5th level. Furthermore, these royal geniuses possessed a plethora of intricate techniques, making their combat abilities among the top tier within their realm. Lin Tianfeng, currently at only the 5th level of the Earth profound realm, could barely contend with practitioners of the 4th level, and he stood little chance against those at the 5th level, a harsh reality he had to accept. Fortunately, the Hangyue Grand Competition imposed strict age limitations. Otherwise, With his present capabilities, he would be unlikely even to qualify, let alone secure a position in the top 10. Most of the princes of the Hangyue Empire had already attained the late stages of the celestial profound realm, with some having even advanced to higher realms of spirit gathering. For instance, the third prince had reached the spirit gathering realm but was ineligible to participate due to having exceeded the age of 25. Within the opulent residence of the third prince, an elderly man cloaked in black pondered aloud, "Lao Lu, among these prodigies, whom do you deem most worthy of alliance?" His tone was calm, yet laced with curiosity. Among this batch of talents from the four great sects, none stand out too remarkably, though one young fellow eludes my understanding. The elder replied slowly, "Oh, who could it be that even Lao Lu finds inscrutable?" Curiosity flickered across Dongfang Yi's face, his gaze shimmering with an inquisitive light. The young man, named Lin Tianfeng, though possessing only the cultivation of the earth profound realm, exuded an extraordinarily formidable aura. According to the available information, this lad demonstrated a remarkable ability to challenge those beyond his level, rendering the future of his potential utterly unpredictable, as Lu Lao gravely stated. "What do you suggest this prince should do?" Dongfang Yi inquired, his brow slightly furrowed. Throughout history, those with exceptional capabilities to transcend their ranks, once matured, invariably emerge as formidable powers that command respect. In my humble opinion, we ought to make every effort to recruit him, should we fail to do so. The most prudent course of action would be to eliminate him before he can blossom, for if he were to be swayed by other princes, it would pose a significant threat to your highness. Lu Lao's tone was solemn, each word seemingly laden with gravity. Let us first observe how far he can advance in the grand competition. If he truly reaches the top 10, he will face two paths, to submit or to perish. Dongfang Yi's eyes gleamed with a fierce light. Upon returning to the residence of the Sacred Heart sect, Lin Tianfeng immersed himself in the vast expanse of the primordial space for his cultivation. Time swiftly passed, ushering in the next day. The much-anticipated Hangyue Grand Competition finally arrived, eliciting eager anticipation among the masses. Lin Tianfeng donned a pristine white robe, washed up briefly, and stepped out of his room with resolute strides. "Tianfeng, the competition is about to commence. The sect master has sent me to summon you." Nangong Yinran's urgent voice resonated through the corridor. "Let us go." Lin Tianfeng nodded slightly, his voice calm and steady as he made his way downstairs. "Tianfeng, where is Elder Chun?" "I haven't seen her," Nangong Yinran inquired with a curious expression, her eyes brimming with uncertainty. A fleeting shadow of sorrow passed through Lin Tianfeng's gaze as he replied slowly, "She has gone out for a matter and will likely not return in the short term." The mere thought of Chun Shuyin's departure stirred a pang of melancholy within him, prompting a silent vow to double his efforts in cultivation, determined to reunite with her in the future. Before long, the two arrived in the courtyard. At this moment, all the disciples of the Sacred Heart sect participating in the competition had gathered, each exuding a blend of anticipation and tension. Today marks the day of the Hangyue Grand Competition. Do your utmost, but prioritize safety above all. Wu Qingda's voice was serious and solemn. "We understand." The crowd responded respectfully in unison, their voices resonating clearly. Subsequently, led by Wu Qingda, the entourage of the Sacred Heart sect marched toward the arena at the heart of Hangyue Imperial City. After approximately half an hour, they finally arrived at the grand venue. The central square of Hangyue City was vast, dominated by a colossal battle platform. At this moment, the scene was bustling with throngs of people, vibrant voices rising and falling, creating an extraordinary atmosphere filled with excitement. Today marks the pinnacle event for the younger generation of the Hangyue Empire, naturally capturing the attention of countless cultivators. Everyone yearns to witness the birth of a miracle and the rise of a formidable force during this grand competition. The significance of this contest for the four major sects is self-evident, as it is not only a grand occasion for the youth to showcase their talents, but also a crucial stage for the distribution of benefits among the sections. The results of the competition will directly determine the allocation of resources based on overall rankings. Aside from the Hangyue Empire, the top-ranking sect will be awarded abundant resources and prosperous cities, while the sects at the bottom will see their territories diminish. Over the years, the performance of the Holy Heart sect in these competitions has been lackluster, consistently ranking at the bottom and leading to a gradual shrinkage of its influence. Should this trend continue, it will not be long before the Holy Heart sect faces utter decline, potentially being ruthlessly ousted from the ranks of the four major sections. A powerful sect requires not only vast resources for support, but also a resounding reputation to attract talent. For a sect to maintain its strength, it must continuously welcome prodigies, infusing fresh blood and formidable power. If a sect consistently excels in competitions, young talents will naturally prioritize it when choosing a sect. Conversely, A sect that consistently languishes at the bottom will see a dwindling number of aspiring talents willing to join. After all, few would wish to affiliate with a sect lacking in rich resources and formidable strength. It can be said that the Holy Heart sect is now at a critical juncture between life and death. If it once again finds itself at the bottom of this competition, its position among the four major sects may very well be supplanted by emerging sections. At this moment, the arena is divided into 5 zones, with the Hangyue Empire occupying the largest area as the host. The other 4 spectator zones belong to the 4 major sections. The arrival of the Holy Heart sect immediately attracted the attention of other sects, though it was clear that their gazes were laced with palpable hostility. Lin Tianfeng paid little mind to these hostile stares. Although Qin Shuya had departed, this was, after all, the venue for the Hangyue Empire's grand competition. And even if the other sects harbored resentment, they would not dare to retaliate here. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in resplendent purple robes, exuding a profound aura, steadily ascended the high platform before him. Each of his steps was deliberate and powerful, as if the ground beneath him bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. He radiated an air of unmatched authority, his keen gaze akin to that of a hawk, making it difficult for anyone to meet his eyes. The instant he stepped onto the high platform, the previously cacophonous surroundings fell into silence, with all eyes drawn to him. This man was none other than Dongfang Hong, the renowned king of the north of the Hangyue Empire. He welcomed all major sects to participate in the grand competition, asserting that this year's contest would once again be presided over by him. The voice of Dongfang Hong resonated with authority and clarity, echoing across every corner of the arena and reaching the ears of all present. He then proceeded to articulate the rules of the grand competition and the rewards for the top 10 participants in a detailed and comprehensible manner. Lin Tianfeng listened intently, absorbing the information that the competition would unfold in 3 rounds. The first round would determine the top 10 from the 4 major sections. Subsequently, these top 10 competitors would challenge the 10 prodigies of the Hangyue Empire. A victory over the Hangyue geniuses would secure a place among the top 10 of the grand competition. The final round would be a ranking battle among the top 10 to crown the ultimate champion. The top 10 would earn the rare opportunity to cultivate in the Empire's spirit pool for a day. The champion would not only gain entry to the spirit pool, but also receive a Tianluo crystal, a coveted martial technique sought after by many, and a sum of 300,000 spirit stones. Upon hearing of these rewards, Lin Tianfeng felt a stir of excitement. 300,000 spirit stones represented an immense fortune for him, capable of enabling him to break through 3 minor realms if thoroughly refined. The Tianluo crystal, a treasure of immeasurable worth, could nourish the soul and purge toxins from the body. As for the Empire's spirit pool, Lin Tianfeng was already familiar with its mystique. It was said that anyone who trained there would experience a boost in their cultivation, regardless of their innate talent. However, while the allure of these rewards was undeniable, securing a position among the top 10 was evidently no simple feat historically. The talents from the 4 major sects had rarely made it into the top 10, which was predominantly dominated by the geniuses of the Hangyue Empire. The talents from the 4 sects often found themselves competing for ranks beyond the 10th. Soon, all the prodigies from the 4 major sects took to the stage to draw lots, and Lin Tianfeng ultimately drew number 40, the last position in this competition. With the draw completed, the long-awaited grand competition officially commenced. There were 40 prodigies in total from the 4 sects, meaning that winning just 2 matches would grant a chance to enter the top 10. In the first match, Qin Xiaolong from the Hantian sect faced Liu Gonghan from the Holy Heart sect. A eunuch wielding a feather duster announced the match with a piercing voice that reverberated through the air. Upon hearing his name, Liu Gonghan's expression turned grave, as he had not anticipated his opponent to be Qin Xiaolong, the holy son of the Hantian sect. Nevertheless, Liu Gonghan showed no hesitation, leaping gracefully onto the arena. Liu Gonghan, my cultivation has reached the 2nd level of the Tianxian realm. I advise you to concede gracefully. Otherwise, should blades clash, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Qin Xiaolong warned, a hint of menace lacing his tone and a look of disdain in his eyes. Qin Xiaolong, cease your boasting before me. The outcome is yet to be determined, Liu Gonghan retorted, his voice imbued with determination. As the elder brother of the Holy Heart sect, he possessed his own pride and dignity, and surrendering without a fight was simply not an option. Qin Xiaolong, witnessing Liu Gonghan's resolute demeanor, let out a cold sneer. Since you are so heedless of your own fate, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. With that, Qin Xiaolong swiftly drew his sword, its blade shimmering with brilliance, and a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted, causing the very air around them to tremble. In an instant, he vanished from sight, darting towards Liu Gonghan like a specter, his speed leaving onlookers in a daze. Liu Gonghan, unwilling to yield, swiftly formed hand seals. conjuring a spiritual energy shield before him that flickered with light, seeking to withstand Chun Xiaolong's ferocious assault. However, the intensity of Chun Xiaolong's sword was too overwhelming, shattering the shield in an instant. A glimmer of fear flickered in Liu Gonghan's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure and unleashed his most formidable martial technique in a desperate attempt to fend off Chun Xiaolong's onslaught. Yet, Chun Xiaolong had already ascended to the second layer of the heavenly profound realm, while Liu Gonghan was merely at the pinnacle of the first layer. Though the difference was a mere half-realm, the disparity in their strength was unmistakable. It was precisely due to this slight gap in realms that Chun Xiaolong's sword effortlessly pierced through Liu Gonghan's defenses. With a sharp thrust, the blade plunged into Liu Gonghan's heart, blood gushing forth in a horrific display. Liu Gonghan, unable to utter a word of surrender, coughed up blood, his eyes brimming with unwillingness and despair, before his body collapsed onto the ground, devoid of life. He had never anticipated that Chun Xiaolong, merely half a realm above him, would possess such overwhelming power, leaving him with no opportunity to concede. Brother Liu, the disciples of the Sacred Heart sect cried out in unison, their voices laden with sorrow and fury. At that moment, Lin Tianfeng's expression darkened considerably. He understood all too well that the severity of the situation was due to his own influence. Yinran, you must be cautious. If the odds become insurmountable, do not hesitate to concede, Lin Tianfeng urged, his tone filled with concern and his gaze rife with worry. Fear not, they are not worthy of making me yield, Nangong Yinran retorted, her eyes flashing with a fierce determination as she clenched her teeth. Indeed, I shall ensure they pay for this, Zhou Yunar added angrily, her cheeks flushed with indignation. Although their bond with Liu Gonghan was not particularly strong, the fact that he, the favored son of the Sacred Heart sect, had been ruthlessly slain compelled them to seek vengeance. The judge ascended the platform, confirming Liu Gonghan's lifeless state, and announced loudly, Chun Xiaolong of the Cold Heaven sect is the victor. Chun Xiaolong made a gesture across his throat towards Lin Tianfeng, his expression one of smug satisfaction as he descended from the stage. Curse it, may I never cross paths with you again, Lin Tianfeng thought, shadows flickering in his eyes, his inner fury ablaze. The battles on the platform continued, due to the deliberate targeting by the other three major sects. Every disciple of the Sacred Heart sect who stepped onto the stage either met with death or severe injury. Witnessing such a plight, Wu Qingde felt utterly helpless, compelled to instruct all disciples of the Earth profound realm to concede. The disciples of the Sacred Heart sect truly grow weaker with each generation. It seems they shall again find themselves at the bottom this time. Indeed, my child has reached the age of 14 this year. Initially, I contemplated sending him to the Sacred Heart sect, but it now seems more prudent to enroll him in the Cold Heaven Gate. It goes without saying that, although the Sacred Heart sect is closer, the Cold Heaven Gate evidently offers a more promising future. At this moment, the onlookers around were engaged in animated discussions, their voices rising and falling in a cacophony. The gazes directed towards the Sacred Heart sect were tinged with disdain, as if mocking its decline and impotence. Chapter 72, Slaying Ji Buoquang. The fierce battle raged on, with a palpable tension permeating the air. Before long, it was Su Shuyao's turn to take the stage. She ascended the platform with an elegance reminiscent of a graceful bird, her movements light and agile, exuding an innate allure that instantly captivated the crowd. Through her recent cultivation, Su Shuyao had attained the 8th layer of the Earth Profound Realm. Her opponent this time was a core disciple from the Heavenly Evil Palace, who had just reached the 1st layer of the Celestial Profound Realm. Is there truly no one left in your Sacred Heart sect? The disciple from the Heavenly Evil Palace jeered, his expression rife with mockery. How daring of you to step onto the stage at merely the 8th layer of the Earth Profound Realm. Enough with the idle chatter, let us get to it. Su Shuyao replied, her demeanor icy, her eyes reflecting disdain as she cast a cold glance at her adversary. If you are so eager to meet your end, I shall oblige. The disciple from the Heavenly Evil Palace scoffed, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. He then produced a black ring and launched it towards Su Shuyao with deadly intent. The ring shimmered ominously in the sunlight, radiating a formidable power and murderous intent. Utterly foolish, Su Shuyao thought as she faced the fierce onslaught with an air of indifference. In an instant, she evaded the black ring's attack with ghostly agility. Her movements were so swift that her figure was nearly imperceptible. To the astonishment of the spectators, Su Shuyao brandished her sword, unleashing a fierce wave of sword energy that surged towards the disciple from the Heavenly Evil Palace with relentless momentum. The disciple's expression shifted dramatically, clearly unprepared for the ferocity and speed of Su Shuyao's assault. In a desperate attempt, he flailed the ring to defend against the powerful sword energy. However, his movements appeared painfully sluggish compared to Su Shuyao's swiftness. With a piercing sound, the sword energy, gleaming with a dazzling chill, sliced through his defenses and flashed past his neck. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to freeze as everyone held their breath. The disciple from the heavenly evil palace stared in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. He clutched at his neck, trying to stem the flow of blood. But it proved futile. Ultimately, his pupils dilated, and he succumbed to the void of death. How is this possible? The crowd below was left speechless, utterly astonished that Su Shuyao, at the 8th layer of the Earth Profound Realm, could so effortlessly annihilate a practitioner of the 1st layer of the Celestial Profound Realm. Su Shuyao sheathed her sword, her graceful form soaring through the air before elegantly landing below the platform. Sister Su is truly formidable. The disciples of the Sacred Heart sect erupted into jubilant cheers upon witnessing this scene, dispelling the shadows of doubt that had lingered before. In stark contrast, the expressions of those from other sects darkened. They had not anticipated that Su Shuyao possessed such formidable power. Their previous disdain for the Sacred Heart sect began to wane in that moment. The ensuing battles were fiercely intense, each match captivating and thrilling. After 3 core disciples of the Sacred Heart sect fell, the remaining ones chose to concede. Soon, it was time for Zhou Yuner to take the stage. Facing a core disciple from the Cold Sky sect, upon recognizing that Zhou Yuner had reached the 2nd layer of the Celestial Profound Realm, he, fully aware of his inferiority, decisively opted to concede. In quick succession, it was Nangong Yinran's turn to enter the arena. Her opponent was a core disciple from the Flame Fire sect, who bravely chose to engage her in direct combat, only to be swiftly dispatched by Nangong Yinran's sword. Her ruthless approach stemmed from the recent elimination of a Sacred Heart sect disciple by the Flame Fire sect's Holy Son, prompting her to show no mercy. The next match pitted Lin Tianfeng of the Sacred Heart sect against Ji Buoquang of the Cold Sky sect. At that moment, the host's sharp voice rang out once more. Tianfeng, Ji Buoquang is the foremost among the younger generation of the Cold Sky sect, and he is also the son of Ji Jinrong. You must proceed with caution. Nangong Yinran whispered, her eyes filled with concern. Fear not. Among the disciples of the 4 great sects, none can pose a threat to me, Lin Tianfeng replied, his eyes radiating confidence. He leapt into the air with agility and grace, akin to a soaring eagle, landing firmly on the arena. Is this a jest? This lad has only reached the 5th layer of the Earth Profound Realm, yet he dares to step onto the stage? Has the Sacred Heart sect truly run out of capable disciples? Doubtful murmurs rippled through the crowd, their faces a mixture of astonishment and whispered speculation. You wretched brat. For daring to incapacitate my brother, I shall make you pay with your life today. Ji Buoquang's eyes glinted with a cold light, emanating a powerful aura of menace that sent shivers down the spine, akin to a winter storm. Enough of your prattle. If you intend to strike, do so without delay. Lin Tianfeng replied fearlessly, drawing his sword with a swift motion, the blade flashing with a cold light as a fierce killing intent radiated from him like a tidal wave. Given that he had already antagonized the 3 major sects, he felt no obligation to hold back. What an arrogant fool, since you are so eager to meet your demise. I shall oblige. Ji Buoquang roared, his feet pushing off the ground with force that caused the earth to tremble slightly. He soared into the air, wielding a heavy battle axe that sliced through the air with ferocity, aimed directly at Lin Tianfeng. The strike was incredibly violent. As it passed, the air seemed to tear apart, emitting a shrill whistle that sent chills coursing through onlookers. Lin Tianfeng's eyes flashed with a piercing cold light. In an instant, he vanished from sight, his movements swift as a specter, and his sword swung forth like a meteor. In an instant, a fierce sword aura, radiating a brilliant light, cleaved towards Ji Buoquang with the swiftness of lightning. How could this young man's sword strike with such ferocity? Confronted by Lin Tianfeng's relentless attack, Ji Buoquang felt a jolt of fear surge from the depths of his heart, spreading like a tidal wave throughout his body. With no time to ponder, he hastily swung his battle axe to defend. Bang! The collision of sword aura and battle axe produced a deafening roar, the immense shockwave causing the very air around them to tremble. Nevertheless, Ji Buoquang's strength ultimately could not withstand Lin Tianfeng's violent sword strike. With a slicing sound, amidst the terrified gazes of onlookers, Lin Tianfeng's sword energy cleaved through Ji Buoquang's battle axe, sending it crashing to the ground. The residual force of his furious sword energy, imbued with an unparalleled might, sliced through Ji Buoquang's body. Ji Buoquang's form froze instantly, his eyes wide with disbelief and terror. He never anticipated that he would so easily fall to this seemingly inexperienced youth. Boom! In that fleeting moment, Ji Buoquang's body split in two, blood gushing forth like a fountain, the metallic scent instantly permeating the arena, staining it crimson. A chorus of horrified screams erupted from the audience. Some faint-hearted individuals paling in fear, their legs trembling as they nearly collapsed. This is too brutal. Someone stammered, their voice trembling with fear and shock. Indeed, the young man's combat prowess was astonishing. He had cleaved Ji Buokuang in half with a single strike. The onlookers were filled with awe and dread, unable to believe the scene unfolding before them. The disciples of the Sacred Heart sect were equally astonished. Although they were aware of Lin Tianfeng's formidable strength, they had not anticipated such a merciless display, leaving them momentarily frozen in place. Nangong Yanran and Zhou Yuner stared wide-eyed, their faces etched with astonishment. The disciples of the Cold Sky sect were furious, their eyes blazing with rage, fixated on Lin Tianfeng, wishing to rush forward and exact vengeance for Ji Buokuang. Particularly, Ji Jinrong, the leader of the Cold Sky sect, was overwhelmed with murderous intent. He could hardly fathom that his most exceptional son had been slain by Lin Tianfeng in a mere instant. Though he longed to strike Lin Tianfeng down on the spot, Ji Jinrong dared not act rashly. After all, this was the grand competition of the Hangyue Empire, and Lin Tianfeng was backed by Qin Shi. Should he act impulsively, he would surely meet a fate worse than death. Lin Tianfeng stood expressionless, his gaze icy as he remained at the center of the arena, his sword still dripping with blood. He turned to face the representatives of the other three sects, his eyes glinting with provocation. Chapter 73, Princess Dongfang Jin. At this moment, not far from the arena, atop a high platform, a breathtakingly beautiful young woman, radiating unparalleled grace, gazed intently at Lin Tianfeng on the stage. This woman was none other than Dongfang Jin, the foremost prodigy of the Hangyue Empire and the most beloved princess of the emperor. Her figure was enchanting, her brows like distant hills, and her eyes as clear as autumn waters. Yet at this moment, they bore a glimmer of cold, lethal intent. You insolent wretch! This time I shall see where you will run. Dongfang Jin's ruby lips parted, her words laced with a chilling intent. The memories of that fateful day ignited a fierce wrath within her, a desire to rend Lin Tianfeng to 1,000 pieces. As a dignified princess of the empire, her noble status was utterly sullied by a creature as insignificant as an ant, who had toyed with her throughout the day in the most humiliating manner. What she found most intolerable was that this scoundrel had the audacity to simply pull up his trousers and leave, an affront that deeply wounded her pride. Your Highness, do you know this person? A middle-aged woman clad in a form-fitting black attire inquired, her gaze imbued with both curiosity and caution. Yananti, once the competition concludes, I must meet him, Dongfang Jin stated coolly, her gown billowing with the wind, her figure exuding an air of noble elegance. Before she pivoted and departed from the high platform. Yes, Your Highness, the woman in black replied respectfully. As the final match of the first round concluded, the list of the top 20 contenders was finally unveiled. Ultimately, the Sacred Heart sect succeeded in advancing 4 individuals into the top 20, Lin Tianfeng, Nangong Yanran, Zhou Yuner, and Su Shuiyao. After a brief intermission of half an hour, the second round officially commenced, wherein the top 10 from the 4 major sects would be determined. The atmosphere on-site was charged with tension and excitement, as everyone held their breath in anticipation of the impending clash. The first to take the stage for the Sacred Heart sect was Zhou Yuner, adorned in a delicate lavender gown, her form graceful, reminiscent of a celestial being descended from the heavens. Her opponent was the fiery priestess of the Flame sect, Qin Yiren. Previously, Lin Tianfeng had seized a guling fruit from this very woman and Xia Yinshi within the cave ruins. Zhou Yuner, I advise you to concede gracefully, otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness, Qin Yiren warned, a frost settling upon her features as her cold gaze pierced through Zhou Yuner. Clad in scarlet, she appeared as if she were a flame incarnate, wielding a crimson whip that radiated an intense heat. Should you wish to engage, do so swiftly. Do you truly believe I am afraid of you? Zhou Yuner retorted with a cold snort, drawing her long sword, its blade gleaming like a cold star. Since you seek your own demise, allow me to grant it, Qin Yiren declared, her voice ringing out as her fiery whip danced through the air like a serpent, cutting through the atmosphere and sweeping towards Zhou Yuner with a searing intensity. Wherever the whip passed, the air seemed to warp as if scorched. Zhou Yuner, undeterred, swiftly maneuvered her lithe form, her sword weaving through the fiery net, seeking the opportune moment to strike at Qin Yiren. Reacting with remarkable speed, Qin Yiren sidestepped the sword's assault while retracting her whip, aiming directly for Zhou Yuner's back. Zhou Yuner sensed the impending danger behind her, swiftly leaping into the air to narrowly evade her opponent's strike. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, their combat intensifying, with each move nearly fatal and neither willing to concede. Every attack was imbued with formidable spiritual energy, while each defense exhibited unwavering resolve. Both were at the second tier of the celestial realm, equally matched in strength, making it difficult to determine a victor in a short span of time. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged thousands of blows, neither gaining an advantage over the other. Zhou Yun'er's forehead glistened with sweat, droplets cascading down her cheeks. Yet her gaze remained resolute, her longsword wielded with increased ferocity. Qin Yiren's breath became increasingly labored, but her movements showed no sign of slowing. The offensive of her whip grew ever more ferocious. Zhou Yun'er, today is your demise. Qin Yiren intensified her assault, flames licking at her whip as if they sought to consume Zhou Yun'er entirely. Prior to the competition, the sect leader had declared that all members of the Sacred Heart sect were to be executed without mercy. Thus, this battle was a matter of life or death. Her words were bold, but today, facing me, your demise is inevitable. Zhou Yun'er scoffed, her eyes glinting with a chilling, murderous intent. With that, she channeled her spiritual energy into her long sword, which erupted with a dazzling radiance, transforming into a streak of light that pierced directly toward Qin Yiren. This brilliance sliced through the darkness like a lightning bolt, imbued with an unstoppable momentum. Qin Yiren, unwilling to yield, hastily raised her whip to defend. However, Zhou Yun'er's strike was too fierce. The whip was severed by the sword. Not good. Qin Yiren's complexion paled as she realized it was too late to retreat. With a swift motion, Zhou Yun'er's sword pierced through Qin Yiren's chest. You. Qin Yiren coughed up blood, her eyes brimming with disbelief. She could hardly fathom that she would fall to Zhou Yun'er. Before her words could fully escape, her body collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Zhou Yun'er sheathed her sword and gracefully leapt into the air, descending from the arena like a celestial being. It seems we have all underestimated the Sacred Heart sect. Indeed, while the overall strength of the Sacred Heart disciples may be weak, those who have advanced to the top 20 possess considerable prowess. I now find myself eager to witness their forthcoming battles. The onlookers surrounding the arena were left in awe by this intense clash, engaging in animated discussions, each sharing their perspectives. Yun'er, are you all right? Lin Tianfeng asked with concern as he saw Zhou Yun'er descend. What could possibly be wrong with me? I'm merely a bit fatigued. Zhou Yun'er smiled sweetly at Lin Tianfeng's worried expression. Here, I have some recovery pills. You should replenish your energy. Lin Tianfeng presented her with several exquisite recovery pills. These are top-grade recovery pills. Where did you acquire them? Zhou Yun'er expressed her surprise at the pills Lin Tianfeng offered. Of course, I refined them myself, he replied with a subtle smile. Stop boasting. At your young age, how could you possibly be an alchemist? Moreover, this is a supreme elixir. Zhou Yun'er curled her lips, her eyes filled with skepticism. Naturally, she did not believe Lin Tianfeng's words. In her recollection, alchemists were predominantly elderly sages, especially those of exceptional skill, revered as top-tier masters. Yet Lin Tianfeng was merely a boy of 16 or 17. Entirely different from her preconceived notion of an alchemist. Let her doubt. Lin Tianfeng refrained from further explanation. He understood that some matters did not require excessive words. Time would reveal the truth. Chapter 74. A bit of conflict between us. The battles on the arena continued, with a tense atmosphere enveloping the entire competition grounds, each duel gripping the spectators' hearts. Soon, it was Su Shuiao's turn to take the stage. With a cool demeanor and graceful figure, her white dress fluttered in the wind, resembling a fairy amidst the snow, captivating all who beheld her. Her opponent was none other than the saintess of the Cold Sky sect, Xia Yanxi. You, at merely the 8th level of the Profound Realm, dare to ascend the stage? I suggest you concede. Otherwise, in the chaos of battle, do not blame me for my ruthless nature. Xia Yanxi, wielding a long sword, exuded arrogance and disdain, adopting a condescending posture. With your abilities, you lack the qualification to demand my surrender. Su Shuiao replied coldly, her eyes radiating fierce combat spirit, unfazed by her opponent's imposing presence. Since you seek death, I shall oblige you. With a cold snort, Xia Yanxi's figure transformed into a phantom, her sword gleaming with a chilling light as she lunged towards Su Shuiao's throat with unfathomable speed. Su Shuiao danced lightly on her feet, sidestepping as gracefully as a fluttering butterfly, effortlessly evading the lethal strike. Simultaneously, her own longsword retaliated swiftly, the force of her attack fierce, aimed directly at Xia Yanxi's chest. The onslaught was as rapid as lightning, no less formidable than her opponent's. Xia Yanxi reacted with remarkable speed, her longsword sweeping through the air to block Su Shuiao's strike. The two blades clashed, sending forth a shower of sparks that sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight. The two combatants immediately separated, each retreating a few steps, the stone slabs beneath them cracking slightly under the immense force of their collision. Indeed, she possesses some skill. Take another strike from me. A hint of surprise flickered in Xia Yanxi's eyes. She had not anticipated Su Shuiao's combat prowess to be so formidable. Originally expecting an easy victory, she was taken aback by such a formidable opponent. As she spoke, Xia Yanxi's swordplay shifted, becoming increasingly intricate and ruthless, each move targeting Su Shuiao's vital points. Each strike was imbued with powerful spiritual energy and a lethal determination. Su Shuiao moved gracefully, weaving through the shadows of the sword, repeatedly neutralizing Xia Yanqi's attacks. The audience could not help but exclaim in astonishment at how Su Shuiao could endure Xia Yanqi's onslaught for so long. Truly remarkable. Indeed, I did not expect her to possess such formidable abilities in a level-up challenge. It seems that the genius of the Saint Heart sect is not as weak as imagined. Another voice echoed in admiration. Xia Yanqi's expression grew grave. After prolonged attempts to gain the upper hand, her anxiety deepened. She had anticipated a swift conclusion to the battle, yet found herself ensnared in such a tense stalemate. As she contemplated this, her sword danced in a relentless flurry, the technique becoming increasingly formidable. In the face of Xia Yanqi's unyielding barrage, Su Shuiao found herself in a passive stance, her garments torn in several places by the sword's aura. As the battle raged on, the situation grew ever more tense and intense. Each strike and defense heightened the suspense. Although Xia Yanqi held the upper hand, securing a swift victory proved to be no simple task. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged hundreds of blows, their clothes soaked with perspiration. Yet neither was willing to yield. Under Xia Yanqi's fierce onslaught, Su Shuiao bore multiple sword wounds, the crimson blood staining her white attire, resembling red plum blossoms blooming against the snow. Just as Xia Yanqi believed victory was assured, Su Shuiao suddenly let out a delicate cry, her entire being surging with spiritual energy. The potent wave of power seemed to freeze the very air around them. Ice Soul Cold Shadow Sword. In an instant, a mysterious force radiated from Su Shuiao. Her sword became enveloped in a layer of frost, and the temperature around them plummeted. With a swift motion, she unleashed a chilling sword aura that surged towards Xia Yanqi like a frost dragon. The blade's icy breath and formidable might threaten to freeze everything in its path. How could this be possible? Xia Yanqi's expression shifted dramatically, fear flickering in her eyes. At that moment, attempting to evade was futile. With a piercing sound, the sword aura pierced through Xia Yanqi's shoulder, eliciting a cry of anguish as her sword nearly slipped from her grasp. Su Shuiao leapt into the air, delivering a fierce kick that generated a fierce wind, imbued with a brilliant light, striking Xia Yanqi squarely in the abdomen. The impact sent Xia Yanqi crashing heavily to the ground beneath the arena, her appearance utterly disheveled, disbelief etched across her face. She could hardly fathom her defeat at the hands of an opponent at the 8th level of the Earth Profound Realm. Su Shuiao had vanquished Xia Yanqi. Who exactly was Su Shuiao? How could an 8th level Earth Profound Realm fighter triumph over Xia Yanqi of the Heaven Profound Realm? Indeed, this extraordinary combat prowess was astonishing. It appeared that the Sacred Heart sect had unveiled a dark horse. The crowd erupted into a clamor, astonished gasps escaping their lips, their faces reflecting sheer amazement. The disciples of the Cold Sky sect wore grim expressions, unable to believe the scene before them. They had assumed Xia Yanqi would secure an effortless victory, only to be met with such an unexpected outcome. Others from various sects displayed astonished expressions, their perceptions of Su Shuiao's strength irrevocably altered. The previous disdain for the Sacred Heart sect evaporated in that moment. Standing tall with her sword sheathed, clad in white as pure as snow, Su Shuiao descended gracefully from the arena. Tianfeng, do you not have healing pills? Quickly, give a few to Sister Su, Zhou Yuner urged eagerly. Oh, very well. Lin Tianfeng replied, furrowing his brow as he produced several healing pills to hand to Zhou Yuner. You take them to her. Why not deliver them yourself? Zhou Yuner inquired curiously. I'm not well acquainted with her. It would be more appropriate for you women. Lin Tianfeng offered a casual excuse. All right, I'll take them to her. Zhou Yuner nodded in agreement. Do not, under any circumstances, mention that it was I who gifted it, Lin Tianfeng hastily remarked. Why? Zhou Yuner blinked, her face alight with curiosity. Well, I have a slight conflict with her. If you claim it was from me, she may very well refuse it, Lin Tianfeng explained. Very well, Zhou Yuner acquiesced, clutching the elixir as she turned towards Su Shuiao. Tianfeng, how is it that you have a conflict with Su Shuiao? She seems quite amiable. Nangong Yanran inquired, her expression tinged with intrigue. In short, she finds me displeasing, and I reciprocate the sentiment, Lin Tianfeng replied with a hint of resignation. The battle raged on, and it was soon Nangong Yanran's turn to take the stage. Fortune smiled upon her as she faced a practitioner from the Burning Fire sect, a first-layer cultivator of the Tianxian realm, whom she easily vanquished. Witnessing this turn of events, the expressions of the representatives from the other 3 major sects soured considerably. In the ongoing contest for the top 10, the Sacred Heart sect had already secured 3 spots in the upper echelons, which undoubtedly exceeded their expectations. Conversely, the members of the Sacred Heart sect beamed with exhilaration, Having 3 contestants in the top 10 was indeed a remarkable achievement. Historically, during confrontations among the 4 sects, it was already commendable for the Sacred Heart sect to have 2 participants in the top 10. Now, with 3 individuals in the ranks, and Lin Tianfeng yet to compete, should he emerge victorious as well, the Sacred Heart sect would boast 4 representatives in the top 10. Such exceptional performance would undoubtedly overshadow the other sections. Chapter 75. The slaying of Yu Qinyu. In the next bout, Lin Tianfeng of the Sacred Heart sect would face Yu Qinyu of the Yinsha Palace. The sharp voice of the announcer rang out once more. "Little brat, come forth and meet your demise." Yu Qinyu soared into the air, landing on the arena with a fierce gaze directed at Lin Tianfeng, a potent aura of malevolence emanating from him. He had long since resolved to eliminate Lin Tianfeng. Previously, his brother had suffered a severed arm at Lin Tianfeng's hands, and just days ago, his father, Liu Yanyun, had perished due to Lin Tianfeng's actions, falling to Chinchalia. Thus, he was determined to slay Lin Tianfeng in this arena. "Who are you calling a little brat?" Lin Tianfeng retorted coldly, a glimmer of mockery dancing in his eyes. "I'm referring to you, little brat." Yu Qinyu spat, his teeth clenched, his gaze venomous as it bore into Lin Tianfeng. "Oh, so it is I whom you call a little brat." A smirk of derision crept across Lin Tianfeng's face. In an instant, laughter erupted around the arena. "Sharp-tongued little rascal. Come forth and meet your end." Yu Qinyu's visage twisted in fury, his eyes glinting with a chilling malice, his face reddening with rage, veins bulging on his forehead. "Since you are so eager to reunite with your father, allow me to facilitate that," Lin Tianfeng scoffed, leaping into the air with the grace of a bird, landing steadily upon the arena. "Die, little brat," Yu Qinyu bellowed, summoning a chilling iron chain that radiated an aura of frost, which he then swung with fervor. The chain slicing through the air in a frigid arc as the temperature around them plummeted. The icy iron chains instantaneously transformed into a colossal ice python, its gaping maw exuding a formidable aura as it lunged toward Lin Tianfeng. Yu Qinyu astonishingly produced the supreme treasure of the Yinsha Palace, the icy iron chains, and unleashed his most potent attack right from the outset, showcasing his deep-seated animosity towards Lin Tianfeng. Indeed, the sheer power of this strike was terrifying, and Lin Tianfeng's prospects appeared grim. The spectators below were left in shock at this spectacle. However, in the face of Yu Qinyu's overwhelming assault, Lin Tianfeng remained undaunted, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes as he swung his sword with fervor. A resplendent beam of sword light erupted, akin to the blazing sun, racing towards the ice python in an instant. A resounding crash echoed as the sword light collided with the ice python, reminiscent of mountains crumbling and earth shattering. With a sharp crack, the ice python shattered instantaneously, disintegrating into countless shards that scattered across the ground. Yu Qinyu's eyes widened in disbelief. He never anticipated that his strongest move would be so effortlessly dismantled before Lin Tianfeng. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Lin Tianfeng flickered and appeared before him, his speed akin to lightning, rendering him nearly impossible to track. "Die," Lin Tianfeng proclaimed as he swung his sword, a blinding chill slicing through Yu Qinyu's throat with precision and decisiveness, devoid of hesitation. "How can you be this strong?" Yu Qinyu's eyes widened further. Disbelief etched across his face, his voice laden with despair and reluctance. He clutched his throat tightly, attempting to stem the flow of blood. Yet it surged forth like a torrential flood, spilling through his fingers. In this moment, his gaze was filled with hopelessness and regret, his pupils dilating as the light of life rapidly faded. Ultimately, Yu Qinyu collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from his throat, utterly devoid of vitality. How is this possible? Lin Tianfeng had actually slain Yu Qinyu with a single strike. The arena fell into a profound silence, soon erupting into gasps of astonishment. Disbelief evident on the faces of all onlookers, their mouths agape and eyes wide. It was as though they had witnessed the most implausible event imaginable. At this moment, the higher-ups of the 3 major sects wore grim expressions, their gazes toward Lin Tianfeng brimming with malice. They understood that once such a prodigy like Lin Tianfeng matured, he would undoubtedly become a nightmare for their sections. Unbelievably, junior brother Lin had dispatched Yu Qinyu with a single blow. Such power was simply astounding. The eliminated disciples of the Sacred Heart sect displayed expressions of excitement mingled with shock. Among them, the one in the best spirits was undoubtedly the sect leader, Wu Qingde. In recent years, the Sacred Heart sect had seen diminishing performances in the Hongyue Grand Competition, yet this time, 4 disciples had entered the top 10, an achievement that left him incredulous. In terms of quotas, the Sacred Heart sect would emerge as the greatest victor from this Hongyue Grand Competition, especially considering that the geniuses of the Hongyue Empire had yet to make their formal appearance. The top 10 of the 4 major sects did not equate to the top 10 of the competition itself. As the disciples from the 4 major sects prepare to challenge the top 10 geniuses of the Hunyue Empire, only those who triumph over these formidable opponents can truly claim a spot among the top 10 in the grand competition. Lin Tianfeng harbors a tinge of regret. For among the disciples of the other 3 sects, there are many he yearns to defeat. Alas, his path now lies solely in confronting the talents of the Hunyue Empire, leaving him no opportunity to contend with those from the other sections. Today's competition concludes here, with the final challenge to be held tomorrow, announced the sharp voice of the overseer, drawing everyone's thoughts back to the present. At this moment, the disciples of the Sacred Heart sect gathered together, their faces radiating with exhilaration. Very well, everyone should return and rest well tonight. Tomorrow we shall engage in the ultimate contest, said Wu Qingde, a benevolent smile gracing his face, his eyes glimmering with expectation and encouragement. Subsequently, the members of the Sacred Heart sect followed Wu Qingde back to their quarters. Along the way, they reveled in their joy, brimming with anticipation for the forthcoming match. Just as Lin Tianfeng was about to retire to his room, Wu Qingde called out to him. "Sectmaster, did you need something?" Lin Tianfeng inquired, a hint of confusion on his face. "Tianfeng, has Elder Chen departed?" Wu Qingde's expression turned serious, his gaze betraying concern. "Indeed, Elder Chen has left," Lin Tianfeng replied calmly, though a flicker of worry crossed his eyes. Wu Qingde's brows furrowed slightly as he spoke gravely. "This matter must remain confidential. Otherwise, our Sacred Heart sect may encounter grave troubles." "Sectmaster, are you concerned about retaliation from the 3 major sects?" Lin Tianfeng asked. "Indeed, I fear no individual confrontation, but should they unite, our Sacred Heart sect may find it difficult to withstand their combined might." Wu Qingde responded with a solemn demeanor. "Rest assured, for the time being, they will not act recklessly. Given some time, the 3 major sects shall pose no threat," Lin Tianfeng asserted with confidence. "You have a point. Are you confident about tomorrow's competition?" Wu Qingde's eyes sparkled with expectation. Securing a position among the top 10 is quite feasible. However, claiming the championship is not something I can guarantee, Lin Tianfeng replied in a low voice. "I am already pleased that you can enter the top 10 of the 4 sects. The upcoming contest is secondary to your safety," Wu Qingde advised sternly, his gaze filled with affection. "Sectmaster, do not worry. I will prioritize my safety." Lin Tianfeng nodded in acknowledgement. "Very well, you may retire to rest," Wu Qingde said, revealing a hint of satisfaction in his smile. "This disciple takes his leave," Lin Tianfeng replied with a cupped fist, turning to exit. Chapter 76. The Princess S summons Lin Tianfeng. "There is a woman outside seeking you." Just as Lin Tianfeng was about to return to his chamber, an elder hurriedly approached him. "A woman seeks me? Who could it be?" Lin Tianfeng asked, his face a mask of bewilderment. "By her attire, she appears to be from the palace," the elder replied. "A woman from the palace?" Lin Tianfeng expressed his surprise, then turned to step outside the residence. Before long, he arrived at the entrance, where a woman, approximately 40 years of age, donned in resplendent palace garb, her figure voluptuous and her charm undiminished, stood quietly at the threshold. Though the woman exuded a mature charm, an undeniable aura of authority surrounded her, rendering one hesitant to meet her gaze. "Esteemed elder, may I inquire as to the purpose of your summons?" Lin Tianfeng ventured, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect. "Young Master Lin, the princess wishes to see you. Please accompany me," the mature woman replied, gracefully raising her hand in an inviting gesture. Her movements were elegant and composed, yet imbued with an imperiousness that brooked no refusal. "May I ask what the princess seeks from me?" Lin Tianfeng queried, a slight furrow etching his brow. "You shall understand upon arrival," the woman stated, her tone devoid of warmth, leaving Lin Tianfeng unable to pursue further inquiries. "Then I shall trouble you to lead the way," Lin Tianfeng acquiesced with a slight nod. He discerned that this woman possessed formidable strength. The pressure emanating from her suggested her prowess was likely on par with Wu Qingde. Given his current capabilities, he felt utterly incapable of resistance in the presence of such a formidable opponent. Following the woman, Lin Tianfeng boarded an opulent beast carriage, setting off towards the princess's abode. Along the journey, a growing sense of unease gnawed at him. Before long, the carriage arrived at a residence that was both elegant and magnificent, exuding luxury and refinement. The grand crimson entrance loomed high and imposing. Flanking the gate stood 2 armored guards, their solemn expressions imparting an air of authority. Accompanying the woman, Lin Tianfeng entered the resplendent estate. The expansive grounds were adorned with classical architecture, replete with rockeries, gardens, and pavilions. The moment Lin Tianfeng stepped inside, an overwhelming pressure enveloped him, accompanied by several formidable presences scanning him with piercing scrutiny. The intensity of these spiritual senses indicated that their cultivations had reached at least the gathering spirit realm, far beyond his current abilities. Under the guidance of the mature woman, Lin Tianfeng traversed several exquisite rockeries and a picturesque garden, ultimately arriving at the edge of a serene lake. There, within a graceful pavilion, sat a woman whose noble aura radiated elegance. Although her face was partially obscured by a veil of snow-white fabric, her stunning silhouette and regal demeanor clearly marked her as a paragon of beauty. "Your Highness, I have brought him," the mature woman announced, slightly bowing in deference. "Yanyun, you may retire for now," spoke Dongfang Jin, her voice ethereal and melodious, akin to a celestial melody that enchanted all who heard it. "Yes, Your Highness," Yanyun reverently acknowledged before gracefully retreating. "I am Lin Tianfeng, and it is an honor to meet Your Highness," Lin Tianfeng said respectfully, clasping his fists once more in a gesture of homage. "Come closer," Dongfang Jin beckoned, an irresistible pressure emanating from her presence. The overwhelming force surged like a tidal wave, nearly unbalancing Lin Tianfeng. "Yes, Your Highness," he replied, his brow slightly furrowed, yet he approached with deference. His instincts warned him that this woman was perilous, perhaps even more powerful than Wu Qingda. "Why the tension? Do not be alarmed. I do not intend to harm you. Raise your gaze, so I may observe you properly." The voice of Princess Dongfang Jin resonated melodiously, imbued with an enchanting allure that rendered any thought of resistance utterly futile. "Yes, Your Highness," Lin Tianfeng responded with utmost respect, gradually approaching the princess. At that moment, he was engulfed in nervousness. The oppressive aura emanating from Dongfang Jin was utterly formidable, as if he bore the weight of an insurmountable mountain with each laborious step. His heart raced with fervor, and beads of perspiration formed upon his brow. "You are rather pleasing to the eye," Dongfang Jin remarked, extending her delicate, snow-white hand to gently grasp Lin Tianfeng's chin. Initially, she had intended to admonish him thoroughly, to impart a lesson about the consequences of transgressing against her. Yet, upon his actual presence before her, she found her anger waning. After all, she had been the one to take the initiative initially, and this man was undeniably handsome, evoking no aversion within her. "Your Highness, may I inquire the purpose of your summons?" Lin Tianfeng felt a profound discomfort at being held in such a manner, yet he dared not act impulsively. Could it be that she has taken a liking to me? If she were to impose her will upon me, should I resist? No. It would be wiser to refrain from defiance. Her strength is daunting, and should I provoke her ire, the consequences could be dire. Lin Tianfeng pondered silently, bracing himself for the possibility of losing his autonomy. "Lin Tianfeng, do you possess confidence to emerge victorious in the upcoming grand competition?" Dongfang Jin retracted her hand, her gaze piercing as it scrutinized him. "Your Highness, given my current cultivation, securing a position among the top 10 is feasible. However, clinching the championship seems nearly impossible." Lin Tianfeng replied solemnly. "You possess extraordinary prowess in overcoming challenges beyond your level. If you were to advance to the 6th level of the Earth Profound Realm, would you then have confidence in claiming victory?" There was a glimmer of anticipation and appraisal in Dongfang Jin's eyes. "If I were to reach the 6th level of the Earth Profound Realm, victory would likely be within my grasp. However, given my current state, it may require some time to achieve such a breakthrough," Lin Tianfeng stated with determination, albeit laced with hesitation. "This is a celestial spirit blood ginseng. If you can refine it, it will suffice to facilitate a breakthrough to the next minor realm." Dongfang Jin produced a wooden box, presenting it to Lin Tianfeng. The box emanated a subtle aura of spiritual energy, indicating that its contents were extraordinary. "Your Highness, why do you wish to assist me?" Lin Tianfeng refrained from accepting the box, aware that nothing comes without a price. This woman's offering was likely not without its strings attached. "The champion of the grand competition shall be awarded a Tianluo crystal, which is of utmost importance to me. Should you fail to secure the championship tomorrow, I shall personally escort you to the palace to serve as a eunuch." Though her voice remained melodious, it sent a chill down Lin Tianfeng's spine. He understood that this woman was not deceiving him. Should he fail to win, it was entirely plausible that she would indeed send him to the palace. "And what of the other rewards? You wouldn't dare seize them from me, would you?" Lin Tianfeng's gaze remained fixed upon Dongfang Jin. "I require only the Tianluo crystal. The remaining rewards shall naturally belong to you." Dongfang Jin spoke with unwavering authority, leaving no room for dissent. "It is settled." Lin Tianfeng acquiesced without hesitation, acutely aware that retreat was no longer an option. To refuse in the presence of such a formidable force could spell his doom. After all, Chen Shuya had departed, leaving him without any allies. "Return and cultivate diligently. Do not disappoint me," Dongfang Jin said as she tossed a wooden box to Lin Tianfeng before vanishing into the pavilion. Chapter 77. Sixth layer of the earth profound realm. Lin Tianfeng furrowed his brow slightly as he exited the princess's residence. For reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable familiarity in her gaze and the scent that enveloped her, though he could not pinpoint why. Upon returning to the stronghold of the Sacred Heart sect, Lin Tianfeng immediately entered the wild primordial space. He gently opened the wooden box, revealing a celestial blood ginseng nestled within. The ginseng was a vivid crimson, exuding a rich aura of spiritual energy. Gazing at the celestial blood ginseng in his hand, Lin Tianfeng inhaled deeply, casting aside all hesitation as he placed it into his mouth and swallowed it whole. The moment the ginseng slid down his throat, a torrent of ferocious energy erupted within him. Lin Tianfeng felt as though his body might burst, with his meridians aflame in agony. He could not suppress a cry of pain, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He hurriedly activated the wild primordial formula, striving to channel the tumultuous energy. However, the force was overwhelmingly potent, rampaging through his body beyond his control. I must endure. Lin Tianfeng gritted his teeth, his complexion pale, yet his eyes filled with resolve. As time progressed, the pain intensified, and his consciousness began to blur. Drawing upon his indomitable willpower, he maintained a sliver of clarity, persistently guiding the energy towards his dantian. Seconds turned into minutes, and Lin Tianfeng's body trembled incessantly, his once handsome visage twisted into a mask of agony. Just when he felt he could no longer hold on, a powerful suction emanated from his dantian, gradually absorbing the violent energy. As the energy was refined within his dantian, Lin Tianfeng sensed the pain receding. Simultaneously, his cultivation began to surge dramatically. Boom! He ascended to the sixth layer of the earth profound realm, with each crackle resonating through his meridians and dantian. Lin Tianfeng's cultivation soared to the anticipated level. In that instant, a formidable power surged within him. Even after breaking through to the sixth layer, the energy within him remained exuberantly potent, prompting him to continue refining it. By the break of dawn, Lin Tianfeng had reached the late stage of the sixth layer of the earth profound realm, fully refining the energy within. At last, he had made a breakthrough. Lin Tianfeng slowly opened his eyes, a gleam of brilliance flashing within them. Filled with elation as he felt the immense power coursing through him, he arose the next morning. After freshening up, he departed his chamber, noticing that the lights were still aglow in Nangong Yinran's room as he passed by. Lin Tianfeng felt a surge of curiosity and, without further thought, pushed the door open and stepped inside. The moment he entered, he was rendered utterly speechless by the scene before him. There stood Nangong Yinran. In the midst of changing her attire, completely unclothed, her voluptuous and enchanting figure laid bare before Lin Tianfeng's gaze. How overwhelming! He couldn't help but swallow hard. His eyes fixated on Nangong Yinran as though he were ensnared by a spell, unable to divert his gaze. Nangong Yinran shrieked, hastily covering herself with her clothes. You shameless brat! Why didn't you knock? Close the door. Her voice was laced with indignation and embarrassment. Yinran, I'm so sorry. I truly didn't mean to. Lin Tianfeng finally snapped back to reality and quickly shut the door, though the astonishment and fascination on his face had not yet fully faded. You impertinent fool. I told you to leave, and then close the door. Nangong Yinran's cheeks flushed with a mix of anger and shame as she seized a pillow from the bed and hurled it at Lin Tianfeng. Yinran, I've seen your figure before. You can change as you please. Just pretend I'm not here, Lin Tianfeng remarked, his eyes gleaming with a hint of fervor. Showing no inclination to leave, instead displaying a blend of audacity and desire. You scoundrel! Nangong Yinran's face burned crimson. At that moment, her partially concealed form, intertwined with her fury and shyness, rendered her even more alluring, radiating an irresistible charm. Yinran, you once promised that if I could defeat you, you would willingly become mine. Today is the perfect occasion to fulfill that promise, Lin Tianfeng said, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his lips. As he spoke, he swiftly removed his clothing and lunged towards Nangong Yinran. Scoundrel, you! Seeing Lin Tianfeng approach bare-chested, Nangong Yinran was completely flustered, momentarily forgetting to resist as she was knocked onto the bed. Lin Tianfeng, in a state of excitement since morning, was now further ignited by the sight of Nangong Yinran changing. With her forcibly held in his embrace, her heart raced, and she immediately began to punch him in protest. Yet, to Lin Tianfeng, her feeble attempts felt like mere tickles. Just as he was about to take further action, a sudden, rapid knocking at the door echoed through the room. Yinran, are you all right? Zhou Yunru's voice called from outside. The unexpected knocking served as a splash of cold water, jolting both Lin Tianfeng and Nangong Yinran back to reality. Quick, hide. Yunru is coming. Nangong Yinran shot Lin Tianfeng a glare. her face betraying a mix of urgency and embarrassment. Where should I hide? Lin Tianfeng replied, exasperated. He felt utterly frustrated at having his moment interrupted. Hide under the bed. Liu Yanyun hastily retrieved her clothing, her movements frantic as she hurriedly dressed. There's no need to hide. You are already mine, Lin Tianfeng declared, bare-chested. As he made his way toward the door, scoundrel, come back. Liu Yanyun hastily spoke up. However, Lin Tianfeng paid her no heed, directly opening the door and pulling in Zhou Yun'er from outside. Sister Yinran, how could you indulge in such selfishness? Zhou Yun'er gasped, covering her mouth in shock as she gazed at Lin Tianfeng and Liu Yanyun. At that moment, Liu Yanyun was hastily dressing, her attire disheveled, while Lin Tianfeng stood bare. Lin Tianfeng, uninterested in idle chatter, embraced Zhou Yun'er possessively, asserting in a commanding tone, rest assured, you are included too. You scoundrel. Let me go? The sect leader sent me to urge you both to come down quickly. Zhou Yun'er blushed, struggling to free herself from Lin Tianfeng's embrace. Very well. Lin Tianfeng sighed in resignation, releasing Zhou Yun'er, and then proceeded to dress in front of the two women. Don't you find this embarrassing, junior brother Tianfeng? Zhou Yun'er shot a disapproving glance at Lin Tianfeng's lower half, her tone laced with playful reproach. Can I be blamed for this? Lin Tianfeng replied, exasperated, as he began to circulate the Qingxin Ju to calm his body. Chapter 78. Su Shuiao's jealousy. The three tidied themselves and departed the room. Just as they pushed open the door, they unexpectedly encountered Su Shuiao. The sect leader sent me to summon you, she remarked coldly, casting a fleeting glance at Lin Tianfeng before turning to leave. Junior brother Tianfeng, what exactly is your relationship with her? I can't shake the feeling that she seems envious. Liu Yanyun inquired, curiosity etched on her face as her gaze flitted between Lin Tianfeng and Su Shuiao's retreating figures. Actually, she is my fiancée, but fret not. I have been released from our engagement, and we are no longer connected, Lin Tianfeng confessed after a moment's hesitation, revealing the nature of his relationship with Su Shuiao. I see. That explains her palpable jealousy earlier, Zhou Yun'er chuckled. Yet, her judgment is rather lacking. To reject a talent as remarkable as you is quite foolish. Let's not dwell on the past. We should make our way down, Lin Tianfeng urged, taking the two women by the hands as they descended the stairs. Initially, Liu Yanyun and Zhou Yun'er instinctively struggled against his grip. However, Lin Tianfeng held on tightly, rendering their attempts futile. After a brief moment of resistance, they acquiesced and followed him obediently. At that moment, their cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to ripe apples, radiating an enchanting shyness. After all, Lin Tianfeng's public display of affection was a clear indication of his intent to reveal their relationship to the world. Both women felt their hearts race, a delightful mix of sweetness and bashfulness surging within them. Although they had long harbored feelings for Lin Tianfeng, such an open display inevitably left them feeling somewhat embarrassed. As Lin Tianfeng led Liu Yanyun and Zhou Yun'er downstairs, the elders and disciples of the Sacred Heart sect looked on in astonishment, noticing the gazes upon them. Liu Yanyun and Zhou Yun'er lowered their eyes, their faces adorned with a charming shyness. All right, we've been waiting for you three, let us depart at once. A faint smile graced Wu Qingda's face, his gaze imbued with a blend of contentment and anticipation. Subsequently, the entourage of the Sacred Heart sect once again set forth towards the central arena of Hengyue City. Su Shuiao lingered at the rear, her countenance as cold as ice as she beheld her former fiancé accompanied by two other women. A tinge of bitterness welled within her heart, akin to a cup of bitter wine that sent a subtle pang through her soul. In that moment, she silently vowed to devote herself entirely to her cultivation, convinced that only by becoming an unparalleled powerhouse would her decision to break off the engagement not be deemed a folly. The atmosphere at the competition venue was still vibrant and bustling. Throngs of spectators gathered densely around the site. Today marked the final round of the Hengyue Empire's pinnacle gathering for the younger generation, where the champion of the competition would be determined. Consequently, the number of onlookers today surpassed that of the previous day, as people flocked from all directions to witness this thrilling event. At this juncture, the competitors from the four major sects had all arrived, each one displaying a mix of tension and eager anticipation, their eyes glimmering with resolute determination. Meanwhile, the geniuses of the Hengyue Empire had taken their positions in the host area, exuding an air of arrogance that conveyed their disdain for the talents of the four major sections. Their confidence was not unfounded, as each had achieved a cultivation level of at least the third tier of the celestial profound realm, with some even reaching the fifth tier. In stark contrast, the most accomplished among the four sects had barely attained the second tier of the celestial profound realm, underscoring the glaring disparity in their abilities, akin to an insurmountable chasm separating them. Historically, The top 10 spots in the competitions had been predominantly claimed by the geniuses of the Hunyue Empire, making it exceedingly rare for talents from the four major sects to penetrate the top 10. Once all participants had assembled, King Dongfang Hong of the northern town ascended the platform, proclaiming loudly, "Today, the top 10 geniuses from the four major sects will challenge the royal talents of the Hunyue Empire, ultimately determining the final standings and the champion of the competition." He meticulously outlined the rules of the contest with clarity and precision. Be cautious during your matches. If you find yourselves outmatched, do not hesitate to concede. Wu Qingde advised sternly. Understood, Sect Master, Lin Tianfeng and the others replied respectfully. The competition commenced shortly thereafter. Following the conclusion of the drawing lots, the geniuses of the four major sects were permitted to challenge the top 10 talents of the Hunyue Empire. Successful challengers would secure a place in the coveted top 10. The first to step onto the stage was Mu Xiaobai from the Burning Fire sect. Despite knowing he was no match for the Hunyue Empire's top talents, he chose to fight rather than forfeit. After all, this was an exceptional opportunity to engage with elite geniuses, and he was unwilling to let it slip away. However, reality proved harsh. Mu Xiaobai was swiftly dispatched from the arena after a single strike, utterly powerless to retaliate. Following him, the other sect talents took their turns to challenge. Yet, without exception, they too were easily defeated by the Hunyue Empire's champions, with none managing to withstand even a single blow. The one-sided situation has led to a profound recognition of the formidable talents within the Hunyue Empire. Shortly thereafter, it was the turn of the genius from the Sacred Heart sect to take the stage. Due to the extraordinary beauty of Nangong Yanran, Zhou Yuner, and Su Qingyao, the geniuses from the Hunyue kingdom did not immediately defeat them. Nevertheless, the three women could only withstand 10 moves. Despite their utmost efforts during these 10 exchanges, they were unable to alter the inevitable outcome of defeat. It appears that the hegemonic status of the Hunyue Empire remains unshakable. Indeed, within this region, the Hunyue Empire is undeniably the sovereign, with the talents from the four major sects utterly powerless before its geniuses. The spectators murmured amongst themselves, casting admiring glances toward the Hunyue Empire. Soon, it was Lin Tianfeng's turn to challenge. His gaze swept over the numerous royal talents, ultimately settling on a young man clad in white. This individual, named Dongfang Chun, was the son of a prince of the Hunyue Empire and, due to his exceptional gifts, had been selected as a seed contestant for the grand tournament. "Young man, make your move. You have but one chance," Dongfang Chun remarked coldly, showing little regard for Lin Tianfeng. "Then you should be careful," Lin Tianfeng replied, unfazed by Dongfang Chun's disdain. If he wished to put on airs, Lin Tianfeng would not hold back. As soon as his words fell, Lin Tianfeng suddenly flashed forward, akin to a specter, charging towards Dongfang Chun with astonishing speed that rendered him nearly invisible. Seeing Lin Tianfeng rushing toward him, Dongfang Chun's brow furrowed slightly, and his expression shifted to one of seriousness. He realized that Lin Tianfeng's speed was alarmingly swift, leaving him little time to react. A twinge of unease surged within him. In this critical moment, Dongfang Chun swiftly channeled his inner spiritual energy, forming a protective shield around himself, and then launched a powerful punch forward. A confident smile graced Lin Tianfeng's lips as he swiftly extended his right hand, seizing Dongfang Chun's fist, and then delivered a heavy blow to his opponent's chest. The movement was decisive and efficient, devoid of any hesitation. A resounding thud echoed throughout the arena, causing the audience to hold their breath. Dongfang Chun felt as though he had been struck with tremendous force in his chest, and his body was sent flying backward, crashing heavily onto the ground beneath the stage. Looking exceedingly disheveled, the contrast between his earlier arrogance and his current predicament was stark. Chapter 79. Shock in the Hunyue Empire. How is this possible? Dongfang Chun's eyes widened in disbelief as he fixed his gaze on Lin Tianfeng, his face reflecting utter incredulity. He could not accept that he had been defeated in a single move by a mere youth at the Earth's profound realm. It completely shattered his understanding of reality. In this world, nothing is impossible, Lin Tianfeng replied coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped gracefully into the air, landing below the stage with poise. The scene fell into a profound silence, the audience rendered speechless by this sudden turn of events, momentarily at a loss for words. No one anticipated that Lin Tianfeng could defeat Dongfang Chun with a single strike. It is worth noting that Dongfang Chun is a top-tier genius among the younger generation of the Hunyue Empire, yet he is still under 25 years old, having already attained the 4th level of the celestial profound realm. Lin Tianfeng's talent is astonishing. Just yesterday, he was at the 5th level of the Earth's profound realm. And unexpectedly, today he has reached the 6th level. Indeed, it is said that his cultivation speed is remarkably rapid, and his ability to challenge opponents of higher levels is exceedingly formidable. Such a prodigy, once fully developed, could very well alter the dynamics of the Hangyue Empire. Do you think the Hangyue Empire will stand idly by as he rises? You make a valid point. I believe the Hangyue Empire will undoubtedly take action to prevent his ascendance from being too effortless. At this moment, the atmosphere was filled with lively discussions, and various opinions echoed throughout. The young onlookers gazed at Lin Tianfeng with admiration and respect. Meanwhile, the higher-ups of the Sacred Heart sect displayed expressions of joy. Lin Tianfeng's victory over Dongfang Chen signified his successful entry into the top 10 of the competition, a remarkable honor for the Sacred Heart sect. It is noteworthy that this is the first time in a century that a disciple from the Sacred Heart sect has reached the top 10. Subsequently, the ranking battle for the top 10 commenced to determine the ultimate champion of the competition. Each of the top 10 contestants would engage in 9 matches, with the highest number of victories declaring the champion. Dongfang Han's voice resounded throughout the arena like a booming bell. As the ranking battles began, Lin Tianfeng's first opponent was the 30th prince, Dongfang Li. Lin Tianfeng, I must concede that your strength is indeed commendable. However, upon encountering this prince, your good fortune ends here, Dongfang Li declared haughtily, his voice laced with cold disdain, exuding an air of certainty in his victory. If you're going to make your move, do it quickly. I have no interest in indulging you in idle chatter. Drawing his longsword, Lin Tianfeng revealed a blade glinting with a chilling light, casting a disdainful glance at Dongfang Li. What an arrogant fool. Do not think that defeating Dongfang Chen makes you invincible. Today, I shall show you what a true genius is. With a cold snort, Dongfang Li brandished his spear, leaping into the air like a ferocious leopard, instantly lunging toward Lin Tianfeng. It must be noted that Dongfang Li's strength far surpassed that of Dongfang Chen. He had reached the pinnacle of the 4th level of the celestial profound realm, while Dongfang Chen was merely at the initial stage of the same level. Facing Dongfang Li's fierce onslaught, Lin Tianfeng's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly retreated, his movements as agile as the wind. The spear, like a shadow, pursued him relentlessly, its tip gleaming menacingly, aimed directly at Lin Tianfeng's throat, exuding an aura that suggested a lethal strike. Just as the spear tip was about to pierce him, Lin Tianfeng deftly sidestepped the deadly assault, showcasing extraordinary reflexes. Is this all you've got? Dongfang Li scoffed, a hint of disdain crossing his face. Since you enjoy putting on airs, I shall dispense with pleasantries. With a cold snort, Lin Tianfeng swung his longsword, unleashing a wave of sword energy that sliced toward Dongfang Li. With a resounding clash, Dongfang Li's spear met the sword energy in a thunderous collision, reverberating through the air. How can this young man possess such formidable strength? Dongfang Li thought, secretly astonished. At that moment, he felt a tingling sensation in his hands, clearly indicating that he had not gained any advantage from this encounter. In fact, he found himself at an overwhelming disadvantage. Let me see you withstand another strike. Lin Tianfeng seized the opportunity, his internal energy surging like a tempest, infusing his sword with an intense glow. The sword radiated brilliance, accompanied by a myriad of sword shadows, enveloping Dongfang Li. Dongfang Li's expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly wielded his spear in defense. However, Lin Tianfeng's sword momentum was too swift. Dongfang Li's defenses were shattered in an instant. A swift cut appeared on Dongfang Li's arm, blood gushing forth, and the searing pain caused him to stagger. Lin Tianfeng capitalized on this moment, striking again with an even more powerful sword energy that descended like a mountain. Oh no! Dongfang Li's eyes widened in terror, realizing it was too late to evade. In a moment of crisis, he once more raised his spear to shield himself. The sword energy struck heavily against Dongfang Li's spear, the immense force sending him flying, landing unceremoniously beneath the arena. You are defeated. Lin Tianfeng sheathed his sword, his voice devoid of any emotion. In truth, he had shown restraint. Had his opponent not been a prince, he would have dispatched him with a single strike. The arena fell into a profound silence, only to erupt in a chorus of astonished murmurs. Lin Tianfeng's prowess is extraordinary. With such strength, entering the top 3 of the competition seems inevitable. Indeed, Dongfang Li was a seed candidate for the top 3, yet he was utterly powerless against Lin Tianfeng. It appears that Shengxin sect has produced a dark horse this time. As discussions swirled around the venue, the spectators' gazes towards Lin Tianfeng transformed gradually. Initially, they believed it would be remarkable if he secured a place in the top 10. Yet he effortlessly defeated Dongfang Li. The high-ranking officials of the Hangyue Empire wore grim expressions, clearly taken aback by Lin Tianfeng's progress. The Hangyue Empire had set the competition rewards lavishly, bolstered by their confidence in their own talents. They presumed that regardless of the rewards, they would ultimately benefit their own. Yet, they had never anticipated that Lin Tianfeng, wielding only Earth Profound Realm cultivation, would penetrate the top 10 and now vanquish a seed candidate like Dongfang Li, leaving them in disbelief. The rankings for the top 10 continued, and Lin Tianfeng surged forward, achieving 8 consecutive victories. The royal talents of the empire found themselves nearly powerless against him. At this juncture, the expressions of Hunyue Empire's royal talents darkened, their eyes ablaze with anger and frustration, akin to flames of fury. Before the competition began, they were filled with confidence, believing it to be merely a formality. They had not foreseen the emergence of Lin Tianfeng, who shattered their pride and self-esteem. The atmosphere in the venue had reached a boiling point, with the surrounding onlookers cheering in excitement, their voices rising in a crescendo. The young spectators erupted in joyous cheers, driven wild by Lin Tianfeng's astonishing performance. He had created a miracle, not only entering the top 10 of the grand tournament as a sect disciple, but also achieving an impressive 8 consecutive victories. With just one more win, he would secure the ultimate championship title. Such dazzling accomplishments rendered him an idol among the youth of the entire Hunyue Empire. The atmosphere was electric with excitement, as everyone eagerly anticipated Lin Tianfeng's next performance, wondering if he could maintain his momentum and claim the final championship. Chapter 80. The championship. Approximately half an hour later, the highly anticipated battle for the championship title commenced. This confrontation was of profound significance, representing not only supreme glory and brilliance, but also embodying the hopes of countless individuals. From the royal faction, the performance of Princess Dongfang Shui was nothing short of breathtaking. She had swiftly cut through her opponents, achieving her own remarkable record of 8 consecutive victories. With just one more win, the coveted championship throne would be hers. Yanyan, do you think Tianfeng can win? Asked Zhou Yuner, her exquisite features marred by an expression of anxiety. Have no fear, he will undoubtedly triumph, replied Nangong Yanyan, her gaze resolute and unwavering. By the way, Yanyan, you must confess, did you two sleep together last night? Zhou Yuner whispered cautiously. What nonsense are you spouting? He barged in unexpectedly while I was changing. Nangong Yanyan's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. We are good friends. You cannot keep such secrets to yourself. If you truly desire it, Zhou Yuner smiled mischievously, her eyes gleaming with a hint of cunning. If that's the case, why don't we go together tonight? Nangong Yanyan replied with a teasing smile. Let's go, I'm not afraid. Zhou Yuner blinked playfully, her demeanor irresistibly charming. All right, you said it. Nangong Yanyan's lips curled into a subtle smile. At that moment, she realized she had completely fallen for Lin Tianfeng, and their relationship had solidified. Whatever might occur was only natural. Moreover, recalling the sweet memories of that day made her heart race uncontrollably, filling her with anticipation. Now, the final match of the grand tournament was about to commence. The atmosphere grew tense and heavy, with all eyes fixed intently on the arena where Lin Tianfeng and Dongfang Shui stood. Dongfang Shui floated gracefully onto the stage, reminiscent of a celestial being descending from the heavens. Her figure was enchanting, and her beauty was striking, yet it was tempered by an icy pride. Her star-like, radiant eyes glimmered with an unyielding intensity, fixating unblinkingly on Lin Tianfeng. Lin Tianfeng, while your performance has surprised me, there can only be one champion. And that title belongs to me, Dongfang Shui declared, her voice melodious, yet laced with an undeniable authority that brooked no opposition. Then let us see who prevails. In Lin Tianfeng's eyes, there resided not an ounce of fear. Rather, he emanated an intense and formidable battle spirit that sent shivers down the spine. Let this princess witness your true capabilities, declared Dongfang Shui, her beautiful eyes gleaming with a cold light as her delicate hand suddenly raised, conjuring a crystal-clear ice whip that materialized in an instant. This whip radiated a chilling brilliance, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet drastically, making one involuntarily shudder. Unyielding, Lin Tianfeng brandished his long sword, its blade thrumming with flowing spiritual energy, exuding an overwhelming and commanding presence. Behold, cried Dongfang Shui, initiating a rapid assault. The ice whip lashed forth like a serpent, accompanied by a howling wind, hurtling towards Lin Tianfeng with dizzying speed, leaving one bewildered and breathless. With a swift motion, Lin Tianfeng evaded the lethal strike, his sword slicing through the air, sending forth a dazzling beam of sword light aimed directly at Dongfang Shui. With a flick of her wrist, Dongfang Shui deftly redirected the ice whip, meeting the sword light with pinpoint accuracy. A thunderous explosion resounded as their powers collided, sending ripples through the air and causing the very space around them to tremble. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, trading blows in a flurry that exceeded hundreds of strikes. Dongfang Shui's ice whip danced with an impenetrable defense, each strike infused with unmatched spiritual force, as if seeking to freeze the very essence of the arena. Conversely, Lin Tianfeng's swordsmanship surged like a torrent, the flashes of his blade relentless, each thrust seeking to pierce through Dongfang Shui's seemingly indomitable barrier. Beneath the arena, a sea of spectators had gathered, the crowd swelling to a point where not a single drop could pass. All eyes were fixated on the tumultuous clash above, their expressions a blend of tension and exhilaration. Their hearts raced in sync with the combat's rhythm, as though they too were ensnared in this extraordinary contest. The prowess displayed by these two was nothing short of astounding. A truly remarkable spectacle of a dragon battling a tiger. What an extraordinary duel! Someone exclaimed, awe evident in their voice. Indeed, the battle was mesmerizing, leaving onlookers in profound wonder as to who would ultimately emerge victorious. Nearby, another chimed in, I believe Princess Shui possesses the upper hand, for her cultivation level is slightly superior. Not necessarily, another retorted with fervor. Lin Tianfeng has triumphed over numerous foes. His strength must not be underestimated. The crowd buzzed with fervent discussions, the atmosphere charged to its zenith, akin to a fire igniting oil. Yet, the two combatants remained undeterred by the din of the outside world, wholly absorbed in their fierce confrontation, their minds singularly focused. In this moment, only one thought occupied their hearts, to vanquish the other and seize the coveted championship throne for themselves. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged thousands of blows, the battle growing increasingly tense, with neither gaining even the slightest advantage. Beads of sweat began to form on Dongfang Shui's forehead, her breath quickening as her stamina waned, yet her gaze remained resolute, betraying no hint of retreat. Lin Tianfeng's garments were drenched in sweat, yet his gaze remained resolutely unwavering, his long sword slicing through the air with increasing ferocity, exuding an aura of invincibility. Ice Spirit Whip, Dongfang Shui cried out. Instantly, she channeled her entire spiritual energy into the icy whip, causing a thick layer of frost to rapidly crystallize upon it. The whip danced with greater intensity, sweeping towards Lin Tianfeng like a tempest, an imposing force to behold. Lin Tianfeng's eyes narrowed as he hastily infused his long sword with spiritual energy, its blade radiating brilliantly, forming a colossal sword-shaped shield that successfully deflected Dongfang Shui's ferocious assault. A series of deafening crashes echoed, the spiritual energy fluctuations surrounding the two growing increasingly tumultuous, causing the entire arena to tremble as if it could scarcely withstand such tremendous power. As the battle raged on, Dongfang Shui found herself increasingly alarmed. She struggled to comprehend how a mere sixth-tier disciple of the Earth's profound realm could unleash such formidable combat prowess. In stark contrast, Lin Tianfeng grew ever more emboldened, his swordplay relentless as he advanced upon Dongfang Shui, each strike imbued with strength and determination, an unstoppable force. Dongfang Shui's delicate visage paled, yet her eyes sparkled with resolve as she once again channeled all her spiritual energy into the icy whip. In that instant, the arena transformed into a realm of ice, with countless icy spikes thrusting toward Lin Tianfeng from all directions, instilling fear in the hearts of onlookers. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tianfeng leapt high into the air, his long sword emanating a terrifying aura that could annihilate the heavens. A massive beam of sword light erupted forth, shining like the sun, colliding with the relentless barrage of ice spikes. A resounding explosion reverberated through the air, enveloping the arena in a thick cloud of smoke, obscuring the scene in chaotic uncertainty. Everyone held their breath, anxiously awaiting the moment the smoke would dissipate, the tension reaching its zenith. Moments later, as the haze gradually cleared, Lin Tianfeng stood tall and resolute on the arena, his sword firmly in hand. In stark contrast, Dongfang Shui knelt on the ground, her icy whip fallen beside her. I have lost. Dongfang Shui's voice was laden with reluctance and disappointment, evoking deep sympathy. Your Highness, I concede. Lin Tianfeng replied with a respectful bow, his face radiating the joy of victory while maintaining profound respect for his opponent, embodying the grace of a true gentleman. Chapter 81. The tenderness of two women in that moment. The arena was enveloped in a profound silence, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Then, like a thunderclap, a deafening cheer erupted. The high-ranking officials and disciples of the Sacred Heart sect beamed with uncontainable joy. In stark contrast, the high-ranking officials of the Hunyue Empire wore expressions so grim they seemed capable of dripping water. The Hunyue Empire had existed for thousands of years, and throughout this long history, no other sect had ever succeeded in claiming victory in the Hunyue Grand Competition. Yet today, the honor of the championship was unexpectedly seized by a mere disciple of the Sacred Heart sect, one who was still in the Earth's profound realm, far beyond anyone's imagination. At that moment, Lin Tianfeng undoubtedly became the focal point of attention for all present. His name was destined to become a legendary tale within the Hunyue Kingdom, serving as an idol and benchmark for countless young aspirants for generations to come. His victory, to the countless young dreamers, signifies not merely a triumph in a contest, but rather a victory of belief, a testament to the unwavering pursuit of dreams and an unyielding spirit. At that moment, the Northern King, Dongfang Hong, approached the stage with a measured gait. His stature was as imposing as a pine tree, and his authoritative gaze swept across the audience, silencing the previously boisterous crowd in an instant. The grand competition concluded splendidly, and the ultimate champion was none other than Lin Tianfeng. Dongfang Hong's voice resonated like a bell, clear and penetrating, echoing in the ears of all present. Following this proclamation, a servant approached with a magnificent tray, presenting the rewards for the champion of this competition. Lin Tianfeng, this is the Tianluo crystal, containing 300,000 spirit stones within the storage ring. This represents the martial arts of our Hengyue Empire's Wuxi realm. This token serves as a temporary credential for training in the empire. In half a month, you may use it to cultivate in the spirit pool. Dongfang Hong meticulously introduced each reward, his words precise and coherent. Lin Tianfeng graciously accepted the accolades, bowing respectfully. Thank you, Northern King. Dongfang Hong nodded with a smile, expressing his hope that Lin Tianfeng would leverage this honor to elevate his cultivation and bring further glory to Hengyue Nation. While it pained Dongfang Hong to bestow these rewards upon someone from another faction, the multitude watching compelled him to proceed. In that moment, the audience erupted once more into fervent applause and cheers, their enthusiasm swelling like the tide. Lin Tianfeng descended the stage, cradling his rewards amidst the gazes of the crowd. At this juncture, the most exhilarated were Nangong Yanran and Zhou Yun'er, who, disregarding the opinions of those around them, flanked Lin Tianfeng, embracing his arms. They tenderly wiped the sweat from his brow, delicately tending to his wounds. Witnessing their rare gentleness, Lin Tianfeng felt a flicker of surprise, his mind wandering to the enchanting possibilities of the evening ahead. In stark contrast to the jubilant atmosphere at the Holy Heart sect, the members of the Burning Fire sect, Cold Heaven Gate, and Insha Palace bore expressions as dark as storm clouds. Their gazes towards Lin Tianfeng were laced with venom, sending shivers down the spine. However, Lin Tianfeng paid little heed to the hostility emanating from the three major sections. With 300,000 spirit stones in his possession and the opportunity to cultivate in the spirit pool, he anticipated that it would not be long before he ascended to the celestial realm. Once he achieved this level of prowess, the three sects would find it exceedingly difficult to pose a threat. Subsequently, the Holy Heart sect members accompanied Wu Qingda back to their lodgings. That evening, celebrations erupted within the sect, where several eliminated core disciples raised their glasses in salute to Lin Tianfeng, enveloping the gathering in an atmosphere of joy. After the revelry, Lin Tianfeng returned to his chamber, and after a brief cleansing, he prepared to enter the primordial space for cultivation. Just then, the door was gently pushed open, revealing Nangong Yanran and Zhou Yun'er, who gracefully stepped into the room. Nangong Yanran adorned herself in a gossamer gown of pristine white, the delicate fabric gently clinging to her alluring form, artfully accentuating her voluptuous figure and presenting a striking visual allure. Her long, cascading black hair fell loosely over her shoulders, with a few playful strands teasingly resting upon her fair neck, enhancing her enchanting demeanor. Zhou Yun'er, on the other hand, wore a soft lavender low-cut gown, exuding sensuality and grace, akin to a celestial being gracing the earth. Around her elegant neck lay a string of pearls, which contrasted beautifully against her snow-like complexion, while her slender arms and long legs subtly peeked from beneath the hem of her dress, igniting boundless imagination. Both women exuded an enticing fragrance, clearly having just emerged from a refreshing bath, a faint mist still enveloping them. The flickering candlelight within the room danced gently, illuminating their exquisite features, making their faces appear even more radiant, like blossoms in full bloom. Yanran, Yun'er, what brings you here? Lin Tianfeng inquired, a mischievous smile curving his lips, his gaze reflecting a hint of curiosity. The sight of the two women in his room, clad so alluringly, stirred his thoughts with intrigue and desire. Weren't you injured? We naturally came to tend to your wounds, Nangong Yanran replied, a touch of shyness gracing her expression as she extended her delicate, silken hand to gently link her arm with his. Yanran, it's not quite appropriate for a solitary man and two women to be in such close proximity. Lin Tianfeng swallowed hard, his throat tightening slightly. Feeling the soft pressure from Nangong Yanran, his heart raced, a thrill coursing through him. Tianfeng, do lie down over there. We shall assist you with your medication, Zhou Yun'er suggested, a seductive smile illuminating her face. A faint blush adorned her stunning features, rendering her irresistibly captivating. With you both being like this, I find myself quite unable to resist. Lin Tianfeng exhaled deeply, striving to calm his restless heart. If you truly cannot withstand it, We may offer our assistance, Nangong Yanran replied, an uncommon allure gracing her visage, her voice trembling slightly as her alabaster hands gently encircled Lin Tianfeng's neck. At that moment, the atmosphere within the room turned palpably intimate. Lin Tianfeng could distinctly sense the tension radiating from both Nangong Yanran and Zhou Yuner, their bodies quivering slightly. Yet, within their eyes resided an unwavering determination, unshaken by the circumstances. If the two of you wish to help me with my wounds, I would be most grateful. By the way, I sustained a sword wound to my thigh today. Please attend to it thoroughly, Lin Tianfeng stated with feigned seriousness. He then reclined slowly, his eyes betraying a glimmer of anticipation and mischief. Encouraged by newfound courage, Nangong Yanran and Zhou Yuner gently began to assist him in removing his garments. Chapter 82. The solitary Lin Tianfeng. As Lin Tianfeng's well-defined chest was revealed, a blush akin to the evening glow spread across the faces of the two women. Their cheeks flushed to the roots of their ears. In that instant, a flicker of panic danced within their eyes, yet they bravely suppressed their fluttering hearts, continuing their ministrations. Tianfeng, do all these injuries cause you pain? Zhou Yuner's voice was imbued with concern, her eyes shimmering with tenderness and compassion. Just moments ago, while drinking downstairs, he had appeared unfazed. Little did they know the severity of his injuries. Nangong Yanran retrieved a medicinal ointment, her fingers trembling slightly as she delicately applied it to Lin Tianfeng's wounds, her movements gentle and meticulous. What are these injuries to worry about? Lin Tianfeng chuckled softly. Stay still. I haven't finished applying the medicine yet, Nangong Yanran gently admonished. Sister Yanran, Sister Yuner, having you both is the greatest blessing of my life. Lin Tianfeng's eyes glimmered with gratitude. You little rascal, you must never let us down in this life, Zhou Yuner playfully scolded, her expression a blend of mischief and profound expectation. How could I? You are the finest girls in the world. Even in death, I would never betray you. Lin Tianfeng's tone was warm, his voice resolute and powerful, as if he were making an eternal vow. He had not anticipated such overt expressions of affection from Nangong Yanran and Zhou Yuner, as he felt their gentle care while they tended to his wounds. An overwhelming sense of happiness flooded him, accompanied by a strong sense of accomplishment. Half an hour later, Lin Tianfeng lay quietly on the bed, his injuries thoroughly treated with ointment. Nangong Yanran and Zhou Yuner remained by his side, engaging him in soft conversation. The atmosphere among the three was exceedingly warm and intimate. They found themselves in the throes of young love. Although no physical intimacy transpired that night, it was inevitable that such a moment would eventually arrive. As dawn approached, the two young women left the room, their innocence and purity evident in their hesitation. Being discovered in Lin Tianfeng's room overnight would surely be embarrassing. Meanwhile, Lin Tianfeng succumbed to a deep slumber. The night had been quite torturous for him. Despite his yearning for a deeper connection with the two, they had gently and firmly declined. The rationale was simple. He was injured and should refrain from any recklessness. Although nothing transpired, Lin Tianfeng felt an immense joy. After all, their relationship had been solidified, and such intimacy would naturally follow in due time. Furthermore, he could sense their sincere affection through their tender care. By noon, the sun blazed fiercely, its rays streaming through the window and illuminating the room. Lin Tianfeng gradually awakened from his slumber. The lingering scent of Nangong Yanran and Zhou Yuner still permeated the air, enchanting him like a spell. The memory of their tender ministrations from the previous night brought an involuntary smile to his lips, a sweet and contented expression gracing his face. Tianfeng, all the princes have sent invitations. Will you attend? At that moment, Zhou Yuner and Nangong Yanran entered the room. Their faces radiated shyness and allure, enhanced by the captivating glow of love. Do not pay them any mind. They are likely here for the resources I possess. Lin Tianfeng furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. What shall we do now? Nangong Yanran's face was etched with concern, her delicate brows knitted in a manner that evoked deep affection. Do not worry. I have just secured the championship. They will not dare to act against me for the time being. Lin Tianfeng gently embraced the two girls, attempting to offer them some comfort before turning to exit the room. Tianfeng, the competition has concluded. I must return to the sect to oversee matters. You must exercise caution here, Wu Qingde advised, his demeanor serious and tone earnest. Master, please take everyone back. I can manage alone, Lin Tianfeng replied. With the opening of the spirit pool still some time away, the sect's higher-ups could not linger indefinitely. Moreover, the three major sects were eyeing the Sacred Heart sect with ill intent. If Wu Qingde did not return promptly, the sect could face a surprise attack. Tianfeng, having just claimed the championship, you are relatively safe here, but those princes may pressure you to surrender your resources. You must endure and avoid conflict with them. Wu Qingde cautioned sternly. Rest assured, Master, I will be vigilant, Lin Tianfeng nodded in acknowledgement. If it comes to a dire situation, parting with the resources is not the worst outcome. Safety is paramount, Wu Qingde continued to advise. Do not worry, master. I am not foolish. If it truly comes to that, I know how to make the right choices, Lin Tianfeng assured him with a nod. Master, may we stay here with junior brother Tianfeng? Zhou Yun'er asked with reluctance, her eyes filled with pleading that was hard to refuse. My dear, it is not that I do not permit you to accompany him. Rather, your presence here may only complicate matters and potentially become leverage for those princes against him. Wu Qingde replied gravely. Yun'er, you should return with the master. I need to practice in the spirit pool for half a month, and leaving you alone outside would truly concern me, Lin Tianfeng expressed, worry evident in his gaze. A deep concern for the two girls. Nangong Yanran and Zhou Yun'er were not only strikingly beautiful, but also possessed enchanting figures. In the chaotic Hengyue imperial city, he felt incapable of safeguarding these two girls. Sending them back to the Sacred Heart sect was indeed the wisest choice. Very well, but you must prioritize your safety, Nangong Yanran urged, her voice trembling with emotion, as if on the verge of tears. That evening, the Sacred Heart sect held a farewell banquet. Throughout the event, Wu Qingde reiterated his warnings, urging Lin Tianfeng to remain cautious. After the banquet concluded, Lin Tianfeng returned to his room with the two girls. That night, the trio hardly slept at all. Tianfeng, I do not wish to leave. Zhou Yun'er's voice was laden with reluctance and affection, tinged with a sob that tugged at the heartstrings. Yun'er, do not be sorrowful. We shall meet again soon. Lin Tianfeng comforted her, holding her tightly. Tianfeng, you must also ensure your safety. Nangong Yanran's eyes reflected profound affection and reluctance. She quietly leaned against Lin Tianfeng's shoulder, savoring this final warmth. The three shared a rare moment of intimacy, exchanging amusing stories until the break of dawn. The first rays of morning sunlight streamed into the room, signaling the inevitable moment of parting. Nangong Yanran and Zhou Yun'er slowly rose, tidying their garments. Tianfeng, please take good care of yourself. Nangong Yanran's voice trembled slightly, her gaze imbued with profound tenderness, as if her affection could melt all the world's burdens. Lin Tianfeng gently embraced the two women, his tone imbued with deep sincerity as he reassured them, rest assured, I will. Thus, amidst reluctance and fondness, Nangong Yanran and Zhou Yun'er followed Wu Qingde away from Hengyue Imperial City. Lin Tianfeng remained behind, awaiting the opening of Hengyue Spirit Pool. After a brief tidying up, Lin Tianfeng stepped out of his room alone. Gazing at the empty mansion, an indescribable solitude washed over him. The beautiful faces and joyous laughter of Nangong Yanran and Zhou Yun'er echoed in his mind from the previous day. Yet now he found himself utterly alone in the chilling silence. Taking a deep breath, he stared into the distance, lost in thought. Just then, the cold voice of Su Shuyao resonated from the upper floor. Why haven't you left? Lin Tianfeng turned slowly, his face a mask of surprise as he regarded Su Shuyao. I informed the sect leader that I would be going out to train for a while, so I want to be returning for the time being, she replied, her tone distinctly frosty. Be careful then. It would be wise to return to Hengyue City before your training. Last time I was home, your father inquired about your well-being. Lin Tianfeng said in a calm manner. Understood. You take care as well, Su Shuyao replied softly. You too. Lin Tianfeng nodded in acknowledgement. Lin Tianfeng, I am leaving now. When we meet again, I will surely defeat you, Su Shuyao declared, casting a lingering glance at Lin Tianfeng before turning to exit the mansion. Hey! Lin Tianfeng called out to her retreating figure. What is it? Su Shuyao halted but did not turn around. We don't have any enmity. So could you please stop fixating on defeating me? Lin Tianfeng responded, exasperation evident on his face. I simply wish to best you. Su Shuyao's stubborn tone cut through the air, and without a backward glance, she continued on her way. Is she unwell? Lin Tianfeng muttered to himself, shaking his head in resignation as he watched her figure disappear. Resolute, he too departed the mansion, intending to visit the princess's residence to deliver the Tianluo crystal he held. Had it not been for the princess gifting him a celestial blood ginseng, he would not have ascended to the 6th layer of the Earth's profound realm so swiftly. Nor would he have claimed victory in the recent competition. Now that he possessed the Tianluo crystal, it was only fitting that he present it to her. Chapter 83. Becoming the princess's servant. As Lin Tianfeng stepped out of the gates of the Sacred Heart residence, the entourage of various princes surged forth like a tidal wave, swiftly encircling him and blocking his path. Young Master Lin, the 5th prince earnestly invites you to honor us with your presence, a well-dressed attendant announced first. A sycophantic smile plastered on his face, though urgency and veiled threats flickered in his eyes. Young Master Lin, the 3rd prince has also prepared fine wines and delicacies. Eagerly awaiting your esteemed arrival, another attendant chimed in, desperation evident in his tone. Young Master Lin, The ninth prince has set a banquet in his residence as well, sincerely inviting you to join. The individuals around him exchanged words, casting various temptations and threats in an attempt to coerce Lin Tianfeng into accompanying them. Observing the scene before him, Lin Tianfeng furrowed his brow, his expression darkening significantly. He understood all too well that if he followed these individuals to the residences of the princes, the rewards from the grand competition in his possession would likely be jeopardized. Esteemed guests, I have pressing matters to attend to today and cannot, in good conscience, accept your invitation. I promise to visit each of you at a later date when time permits, Lin Tianfeng stated with an air of dignified composure. Lin Tianfeng, the eighth prince, has spoken. Regardless of your schedule, you must accompany me today. A robust middle-aged man stepped forward from the crowd, his gaze piercing and cold as he fixated on Lin Tianfeng. Only days ago, I claimed victory in the grand competition, and it seems you have already set your sights on me, Lin Tianfeng replied, standing tall and resolute. I shall not go anywhere today. If you possess the capability, then forcibly take me. I am eager to witness how the world perceives your Hunyue Empire. You are merely a champion of a competition. I advise you to recognize your place. The third prince has prepared a banquet in your honor, should you refuse. You must be aware of the consequences. One of the third prince's guards stepped forward, his face etched with disdain and menace. I have already stated that I will not go. Lin Tianfeng's voice grew increasingly frigid as he reiterated his refusal with unwavering conviction. What an arrogant young man. The guards of the princes seethed with fury, yet they dared not act rashly. After all, Lin Tianfeng had just been crowned champion. If they were to seize him in plain view of the public, it would undoubtedly cast a shadow over the empire's reputation. Should the emperor take offense, they would find themselves unable to bear the repercussions. Just as the tension in the air reached a near breaking point, an exquisitely adorned beast carriage approached slowly. The curtain lifted gently, revealing Aunt Yun from the princess's estate, who descended gracefully. Clad in a delicate lavender gown, her voluptuous figure radiated an air of poise and authority. Young Master Lin is a guest of Princess Jean. I kindly request that you all take your leave. Aunt Yun's voice rang clear and powerful, akin to a lark's melody. Yet with an undeniable authority, the expressions of the various princes' attendants shifted subtly upon seeing Aunt Yun, a flicker of trepidation crossing their faces. Young Master Lin, His Highness has sent me to escort you, Aunt Yun said, gliding gracefully to Lin Tianfeng's side with a warm smile. I am most grateful for your assistance, Aunt Yun. Lin Tianfeng replied politely, clasping his hands in respect. Without hesitation, he followed Aunt Yun into the beast carriage. As they departed, the faces of the prince's attendants darkened, and they soon exited the scene. Before long, the carriage came to a steady halt before the grand and magnificent gates of the princess's estate. Lin Tianfeng took a deep breath, striving to calm his racing heart as he accompanied Aunt Yun into the opulent residence. At that moment, unease gnawed at him. Though he had temporarily evaded the prince's invitations, he remained uncertain whether Dongfang Jin would genuinely safeguard his interests. If this woman were also coveting the resources in his possession, his fate would undoubtedly be sealed. Under the guidance of Aunt Yun, Lin Tianfeng traversed several ancient and exquisite buildings, arriving at the inner hall of the princess's palace. Young Master Lin, please wait here for a moment. Her Highness the Princess will arrive shortly, Aunt Yun said, slightly bowing before gracefully retreating. Before long, Dongfang Jin entered with an air of elegance. Today, she donned a regal and graceful floor-length gown, shimmering like a flowing galaxy, perfectly accentuating her alluring curves. Her lustrous black hair cascaded down her shoulders, swaying gently with her light steps, exuding a unique charm. A delicate veil adorned her face, obscuring her features yet enhancing her aura of mystery, leaving one irresistibly curious to glimpse the beauty concealed beneath it. As Dongfang Jin stepped into the hall, Lin Tianfeng felt momentarily entranced, prompting him to swiftly employ the Honghuang formula to steady his mind. Faced with a woman of such captivating allure, he dared not let his guard down. Although she remained veiled, her extraordinary eyes revealed that she was indeed a breathtaking beauty, capable of ensnaring one's soul with a mere glance. I have the honor of meeting your highness, Lin Tianfeng said, cupping his fists and bowing politely. The Tianluo crystal has been brought? Dongfang Jin's voice was cool and melodious, yet bore an undeniable authority. Yes, it has, Lin Tianfeng responded hastily, producing the Tianluo crystal from his bosom and presenting it with both hands. Dongfang Jin gently accepted the crystal, scrutinizing it for a moment before placing it into her storage ring. I am in need of a servant. Henceforth, you shall remain by my side to attend to my needs. Her tone remained cool and pleasant, radiating an irresistible pressure. Your Highness, I have never served anyone. And I am rather clumsy, Lin Tianfeng replied, his brow furrowing slightly as he spoke. Despite her noble elegance, He had no desire to take on the role of a servant. Since you lack experience, I shall not insist, Dongfang Jin said, gracefully lifting a teacup and taking a delicate sip, her demeanor transcending the ordinary. Thank you, Your Highness. Upon hearing her words, Lin Tianfeng finally exhaled in relief, secretly grateful. Aunt Yun, Dongfang Jin's cool voice resonated once more. Your Highness. Aunt Yun's figure appeared almost like a phantom beside Lin Tianfeng. His limbs are rather inept. There is little use in keeping him. Dispose of him, Dongfang Jin commanded coldly, as if dismissing a trivial object. As you wish, Your Highness, Aunt Yun replied respectfully. Then seized Lin Tianfeng, leading him toward the exit. Dragged along by Aunt Yun, Lin Tianfeng found himself powerless to resist, no matter how hard he tried to break free. Your Highness, please calm your anger. I have something to say, he shouted, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Think carefully before you speak. I shall grant you this one opportunity. Dongfang Jin's lips curled into a slight smile, a glimmer of amusement flickering in her enchanting eyes. Your Highness, though I am not adept at serving others, I possess a keen intellect and can learn swiftly. Grant me but a single opportunity, and I assure you, I shall not disappoint. Lin Tianfeng spoke respectfully, his eyes brimming with sincerity and supplication. Since your demeanor is so earnest, I shall grant you a chance, Eastern Jin replied, a hint of playful mockery evident in her gaze. Thank you, Your Highness, for your discerning judgment. Lin Tianfeng finally exhaled in relief. As long as he was not subjected to dismemberment, serving as a servant was not entirely unacceptable. After all, servants still had a chance to rise again. Losing one's limbs would render him utterly incapacitated. Chapter 84. Serving the princess to remain by my side is indeed a great honor for you. Had I not found you somewhat pleasing to the eye, I would have long since relegated you to the palace as a eunuch. As for your ability to serve, I have ample time to train you. Do not entertain thoughts of escape. Otherwise, your sect, your family, and all connected to you shall face devastating consequences. Eastern's voice was as cold as frost, imbued with an undeniable authority. To be in the presence of such a peerless beauty as the princess, even as merely a servant, was an immense honor. How could he possibly consider fleeing? Despite the raging fire of indignation within him, Lin Tianfeng dared not betray his emotions, instead feigning utmost obedience. He recognized that Eastern Jin's strength was beyond his comprehension, far beyond what he could currently confront. Provoking this woman would be an unwise choice. His only course of action now was to diligently cultivate his abilities. Only with significant enhancement could he hope to master his own fate. That courtyard shall be your residence. You must be at my beck and call at all times, and without my permission, you are forbidden from leaving at will. Eastern Jin gestured toward a serene and elegant courtyard nearby. Yes, Your Highness. Lin Tianfeng nodded reluctantly. Thus, he took up residence in the princess's palace. Meanwhile, a shocking announcement reverberated throughout the Jin princess's estate. Lin Tianfeng, the champion of the Hongyue Grand Competition, voluntarily joined the princess's household as a personal bodyguard, driven by his admiration for Princess Jin. Once this news broke, it sent ripples of astonishment through Hongyue Imperial City, sparking fervent discussions among the populace. It was well known that Lin Tianfeng was the champion of the Hongyue competition, an idol revered by countless youths. Yet, such an extraordinary talent willingly becoming a guard for Princess Jin left many feeling deeply disheartened. At that moment, the most dismayed were the various princes. They had initially intended to coerce Lin Tianfeng into relinquishing his resources, but with him now serving as Princess Jin's guard, their plans were thwarted. Although Eastern Jin was merely a princess, no prince dared to provoke her lightly. Her astonishing talent and profound cultivation had earned her the emperor's utmost favor. In other words, had Eastern Jin been male, he would undoubtedly be the prime choice for crown prince. In the days that followed, Lin Tianfeng remained by Dongfang Jin's side, attending to her every need, serving tea and water, and offering shoulder and back massages. During the day, he meticulously catered to her, while at night, he retreated into the primordial space to cultivate, leading a life that was surprisingly stable and grounded. Dongfang Jin did not intentionally make things difficult for Lin Tianfeng, yet her watchful gaze never wavered. What astonished Lin Tianfeng was that Dongfang Jin always wore a veil, never revealing her true visage. However, one could be certain that this woman was extraordinarily beautiful, her graceful figure and captivating eyes embodying the quintessential attributes of a stunning beauty. Throughout these days, Dongfang Jin would periodically instruct Lin Tianfeng. Initially, she tasked him with serving tea, but soon escalated to having him knead her shoulders and massage her legs, treating him almost as a cherished companion. Faced with this situation, Lin Tianfeng initially resisted firmly, but after enduring a few lessons from Dongfang Jin, he became thoroughly compliant. He understood that a wise man does not court disaster, Showing off before this woman would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Fortunately, Lin Tianfeng was clever and quick-witted, with a remarkable ability to learn, and he possessed a knack for serving women. As Dongfang Jin grew accustomed to Lin Tianfeng's attentiveness, her demeanor softened. No longer as frigid as before. Lin Tianfeng, change into this attire. We have a grand banquet tonight, and do not embarrass me, she instructed one evening, presenting him with an exquisitely lavish robe. Yes, Your Highness, Lin Tianfeng replied with a respectful nod. Jasmine, Xiao Luo, assist him with his bath and grooming. Dongfang Jin commanded the two handmaidens standing nearby. The two maidens then led Lin Tianfeng to the bathing chamber. Ladies, I would prefer to bathe myself, Lin Tianfeng said with evident embarrassment. Young Master Lin, are you still shy? Jasmine teased with a playful smile. It's not shyness. I fear I might startle you. Lin Tianfeng replied helplessly. Rest assured, we are quite brave and not easily frightened, Xiao Luo asserted, emboldened by Lin Tianfeng's bashfulness. Very well. If you insist on helping me bathe, I shall not be polite, Lin Tianfeng declared, shedding his garments and stepping into the bathing tub. After all, if the young ladies were unperturbed, what reason did he, as a grown man, have to feel apprehensive? However, the moment Lin Tianfeng disrobed, the two maidens were struck with sheer astonishment. Their faces registered shock, their bodies trembling slightly, and their breaths quickening. Being personal handmaidens to the princess, they were still in their teenage years and had never seen a man's physique before. Yet, as the princess had commanded them to assist Lin Tianfeng, they had no choice but to follow through. They never anticipated that Lin Tianfeng's physique would be so remarkably perfect and robust, almost intimidating. What are you standing there for? Lin Tianfeng teased, unable to resist a jest. Come and help me scrub my back. At his words, Jasmine and Xiao Luo hurried to assist him, eager to fulfill their duty. After a refreshing wash, Lin Tianfeng, under the attentive care of two maidservants, donned a splendid white robe. His thick, long hair was elegantly styled, with two strands cascading down his forehead, complementing his melancholic yet profound gaze and chiseled features, giving him an appearance as exquisite as jade. Indeed, he was blessed with striking looks. Upon his reappearance, Dongfang Jin's beautiful eyes flickered with a moment of astonishment. Although she was aware of Lin Tianfeng's handsomeness, she had not anticipated that his transformed appearance could reach such breathtaking heights. At that moment, her satisfaction with him grew exponentially. Not only was he exceptionally handsome, but he also possessed a remarkable ability to attend to others, and most importantly, his physique was extraordinarily unique. Your Highness, is this attire not a bit too ostentatious? Lin Tianfeng asked with a look of helplessness. He had not expected the two maidservants to adorn him so strikingly. It was worth noting that his ostensible identity was merely that of a guard to Dongfang Jin. If he dressed so flamboyantly, those unaware might have mistaken him for the host of the banquet. This is quite suitable. At least I won't be embarrassed to bring you along, Dongfang Jin remarked, surveying Lin Tianfeng with a glimmer of satisfaction in her gaze. Subsequently, Lin Tianfeng followed Dongfang Jin as they departed the residence, boarding an exceedingly luxurious beast carriage. Making their way toward the Grand Prince's mansion,